Chapter 1A beginning more wonderful than ever before. Clearance failed, time rewinding. August 31st, year 25 of the new era, Shenzhou Alliance, Bohai City, West Bohai Station. I wiped the sweat from my face, the scorching heat making me restless. I dragged my suitcase into the bathroom, rinsed my head under the tap, and forced a smile at my reflection in the mirror. It's okay, just a second failure. I checked the time on my phone, still the familiar 9:30. School doesn't start till tomorrow. I still have time to prepare. Then, a glowing screen suddenly appeared before my eyes. Remaining attempts, 8 out of 10. Current highest rating, E, 213. Clearance target, S player, Chusheng LV1 basic attributes, physique 5, appearance 3. Charm, 3 talent, 0, can be increased through creation/performance, etc. Wealth 0, can be increased through luxury goods/luxury cars and watches/assets accumulation. Status 0, can be increased by obtaining positions/expanding social connections. Reputation 0, can be increased through fame enhancement. Every 5 points in talent, wealth, status, or reputation can be converted to 1 charm point. I was just an unsuccessful office drone on Earth in 2025, over 30 with no car, no home, no savings, and not even a romantic prospect in sight. As a result of a plane crash, I ended up traveling to this world, becoming an 18-year-old big, dark-skinned fat guy. I thought it was just an ordinary transmigration, but unexpectedly, my 4 years of university life turned into a game dungeon. To graduate normally and enter society, I have to meet the clear conditions, otherwise, whether it's death, dropping out, or failing to achieve the goal by graduation, time will reset to the day before the school year begins, August 31st, year 25 of the new era. The technology here is roughly on par with Earth in 2025, but short videos have become the new poison, industry booms have already passed, girls are hard to woo, and landing a dream job is tough. Fortunately, reality has been semi-gamified. And if it's a game, I can level up and overturn the odds to clear it. Last time through the game, I spent all 4 years of college collecting information and strategies, especially for the opening phase. The start is crucial. First impressions directly dictate the difficulty of pursuing campus queens, major bosses, and other minor bosses. If I'd entered school still looking like that big dark-skinned fatty, I would have lost from the beginning. But things are different now. Countless strategies are stored in my brain, and I've got ample cash, 8,000 yuan in living expenses. Then let's begin now. Current rating, 1, F. I hailed a taxi. Driver, do you go to the cemetery? 200. Alright, let's go. After getting out of the taxi and walking through the cemetery gates, I saw a prompt pop up. You have entered a hidden area, public cemetery, current exploration, 0%, Easter eggs, 0/2. I let out a long sigh. The news I'd seen last time was right after all. The Easter egg hinted that something was hidden here. I wandered aimlessly around the cemetery, an odd behavior, really, but this place had taken on a semi-gamified quality, unbound by real-world logic. As long as I didn't dance on graves, relieve myself anywhere, or swipe too many offerings, the caretaker paid me no mind. Found it! I exclaimed in delight as my eyes fell upon the tombstone before me, inscribed with, Tomb of the late father, Mei Yuqian. I lifted the stone slab, opened the urn. There were no ashes inside, only gleaming golden bars. Congratulations on discovering the Easter egg. In this tomb, no one is humble. You received rewards. Cash times 200k. You received rewards. Gold bars times 20. Gold bars, rare and valuable items that can be exchanged for cash, though they seem to have other uses as well. You unlocked 1 achievement. Current evaluation, 2, F. Overflowing with excitement, I stuffed everything into my suitcase, my breath turning heavy. This was 200 grand in cash plus 20 gold bars. The first time I cleared the game, I struggled for 4 years without ever saving up 100,000. Now, finding a single Easter egg gives me 200,000, what a perfect start. These gold bars are special currency, like premium tokens in gacha games, redeemable only in exclusive shops or venues. Aside from map Easter eggs, they only drop from bosses and mobs. Thinking about how even the campus beauties have double-digit health bars, while the 6 elite boss-level school bells each have 99 health bars, it gives me a headache. Luckily, the starting conditions have changed this time, making the challenge much more manageable. Hidden area, cemetery grounds exploration progress, 54% Easter eggs, 1/2. I look at the prompt and decide to leave for now. I know how to trigger the other Easter egg, but this isn't the right time. Back at the cemetery entrance, I hail a DD ride, then take out my phone for a selfie. Upload it to Dosho with the caption, just turned 18 and want to find 8 girlfriends in college, need makeover advice, open to suggestions. Hashtag makeover challenge, hashtag open to advice, hashtag amateur glow up, hashtag underdog story, hashtag male content, hashtag college guy. The post goes live, and a comment immediately appears below. Nishmi Beauty, skin whitening, slimming, and weight loss services. Address ***************. Congratulations! You found an Easter egg, extreme makeover based on suggestions. You've earned 1 achievement point. Current rating, 3, F. UVE received a mysterious address. Visiting this place might reveal a hidden surprise. I grinned ear to ear. After so many failed attempts, who would have thought posting a viral makeover advice video would unlock the hidden shop address? No wonder they say rebirth is the ultimate cheat code. I set the video to private mode and told the taxi driver the address of Manhwa Beauty. Handsome, where exactly is this place? Never heard of it before? I chuckled to myself, thinking how this secret shop changes locations every time. You'd need to meet hidden conditions to find it. Just a very discreet beauty salon. Alright then. The car stopped outside Manhwa Beauty, and I surveyed the surroundings. This place was at the urban-rural fringe, surrounded by single-story houses. Finding it alone would have taken who knows how much effort. I walked in, and the greeter asked me who had referred me. I saw it in the Douyin comments section, this one right here. Ah, so it was our manager who personally recommended you. Distinguished guest, please come in. I nodded, feeling a stir of anticipation. Following the hostess's footsteps, I watched her swaying gait and grew even more nervous. This was my first time visiting a hidden store. I'd only ever discovered clues about them in the library before. Bohai City has 4 hidden stores, a beauty salon, a gym, a traditional Chinese medicine clinic, and an agency. The beauty salon can enhance appearance attributes and boost charm, but it consumes special currency, gold bars. The door to the beauty salon's 3rd floor office was pushed open, and a sacred, dazzling golden light shone through. Congratulations on discovering the hidden store, Nishi Beauty Hidden Store Exploration Progress, 1 quarter. You have earned 10 achievement points. Current score, 13, F. I took a deep breath and stepped into the light. As the glow dissipated, a mature beauty in a black office outfit paired with red fishnet stockings sat on a swivel chair, staring intently at me. Sweetie, we don't accept regular cash here, you know. The corners of my lips curled into a confident smile as I unzipped the suitcase and tossed out 20 gold bars. Oh, you've got some skills. I'm Aaron, manager of Nishimai Industries. May I ask what service you require? I stared at the service options before me. Beauty whitening, consume special currency times 10, weight loss, consume special currency times 10, special service, current charm value insufficient, locked, and couldn't help but sigh. The Aaron before me was an unparalleled beauty I'd never encountered before, alluring, captivating. If dressed in ancient attire, she'd surely possess inherent seduction skills. Pity she's just an android. I selected beauty whitening and weight loss. Aaron's crimson lips curled slightly as her fingertips lightly tapped the desk. Quite the bold little brother, aren't you? Come with me. I followed her into a beauty chamber bathed in pale golden light. After lying down on the treatment table, a warm current enveloped my entire body. A slight stinging sensation spread across my skin as if invisible hands were slowly stripping away layers of fat, gradually revealing well-defined bone structure. An hour later, the glow dissipated. Rising to my feet, I gazed at my reflection. My originally dark and rough skin had transformed into fair smoothness, with all acne scars and chicken skin vanishing without a trace. The chiseled jawline and subtly sculpted muscle definition made me completely reborn. System notification, you have completed a physical transformation, appearance, 3-7, charm, 3-7, physique, 5, unchanged, you have gained 1 achievement point, current rating, 14, F. Just as expected, fat guys are diamonds in the rough. I pinched my arm, feeling the firmness of muscles, completely different from the previous flabby texture. People with heavy builds inherently have more muscle mass. Once they shed excess weight, their advantage becomes evident. Now my pectorals and abs were well defined, without any loose skin that typically comes from rapid weight loss. The only trouble was that my previous clothes were too big. The pants would fall down if I didn't hold them up. I quickly found a clothing store to change, then checked my phone, 12:08. I should make it in time. I flagged a taxi and headed straight to Liren Beauty Center. On the surface, this place was a beauty salon, but it was actually deeply connected to a loan shark operation. I wasn't here to unlock an Easter egg or alter my appearance. I came to rescue a classmate, who also happened to be a key NPC in this storyline. Only by saving and successfully befriending this NPC can I possibly clear the game. Right now, this very NPC is here to take out a loan from loan sharks due to their mother's critical illness. I have to make it in time. I sprinted wildly with my suitcase in tow. Having suddenly shed dozens of kilograms made me light on my feet. I shoved the glass door open violently, startling the receptionist so badly she nearly fell on her backside. Stop! What are you doing? Do you have an appointment? Looking for someone? I shouted, brushing past them as I charged up the stairs straight to the loan shark's office on the 2nd floor. At this moment, in the office on the 2nd floor, Zhang Qin clutched a pen with trembling hands, facing a loan contract. Cold sweat broke out on her forehead. She knew signing this contract would plunge her into an abyss. Yet she still needed a full 80,000 yuan for her mother's surgery. She had exhausted all crowdfunding options and borrowed from every relative and friend, with no other options left. Her high school classmate had introduced her to this company, her last lifeline. Sister, as soon as you sign this, the money will be transferred immediately. We're not asking you to take those kinds of photos, it's just a legitimate loan. What are you hesitating for? Your mother raised you with such difficulty, could you bear to let her die? Wait. I kicked open the office door with one foot. The thugs present instinctively reached for weapons or prepared to flee, only relaxing when they saw I was just a tall, fair-faced young man standing alone. Zhang Qin turned her head sharply, confused by my sudden appearance. At that moment, the system popped up with, "You have triggered the event, the next step into the abyss. Your classmate Zhang Qin has been forced to borrow money to gather medical fees." This undoubtedly placed her on the brink of an abyss. Even a gust of wind could send her tumbling into the bottomless depths. Now, what will you choose? Evil/collusion, side with the loan company to persecute Zhang Qin, seize her vulnerabilities, and use them as leverage to push her irrevocably into the abyss. Good/genuine sincerity, offer sincere help in exchange for trust, persuade Zhang Qin to accept your loan, pull her back from the edge of the abyss, and establish a friendly bond. Event reward, unknown. Looking at these two options, though I'd anticipated them, I was still startled. In reality, I could never choose the evil path. "Zhang Qin, don't sign it," I shouted. She studied me, unable to recall ever knowing me. I continued, "Once you borrow money, the interest compounds. In less than a month, it can multiply several times over. If you don't repay, they'll keep calling you non-stop, even contacting your classmates and teachers, subjecting you to endless harassment. By then, you'll have no choice but to drop out and work for them. Where the hell did you come from?" A blonde-haired young man approached with a baton. "Stand down. We're a legitimate organization." The middle-aged man sitting at the head of the table smiled at Zhang Qin. I pulled out a stack of cash from my backpack and said, "Zhang Qin, I have money, I can lend it to you. I'm your university classmate. I wouldn't do you any harm." An hour later, Zhang Qin sent 100,000 yuan to her family, and we sat facing each other in a Lanzhou noodle restaurant. "You said you're a reincarnator, really or fake?" she asked. I nodded, my expression grave. "I told you because I know you can keep a secret. You have to keep this for me. I've been reborn from the future. Not only do I know that you and I are both freshmen in new media studies, but I also know your father's name is Zhang Gilan, your mother's Zhang Xiaoxia. If I hadn't, you would have ended up jumping off a building." Seeing how thoroughly I recounted her family situation and described subsequent events with such vivid detail, Zhang Qin was already 80% convinced. "Even if you were reborn, how could you know my family's circumstances so well? Don't tell me we." Her face flushed slightly. The corner of my mouth twitched as I explained, "You were my girlfriend's best friend in my previous life. Her name was Chunyu, the class flower of our cohort, who lived in the bunk above yours. She also came from a poor family and loved reading novels and binge-watching dramas, shared interests that made you two best friends. She was the one who told me everything about you. Actually, Chunyu and I were just classmates." I said this to make my story more believable. I continued, "Besides you two, there are two other girls from different majors in your dorm. One is a cool tomboy type, tall with long legs, sporting a wolf-cut hairstyle with black to green umber. Her name's Wang Nan. The other is slender and delicate, always dressed provocatively with blonde hair. Her name's Song Nana." Zhang Qin fell silent, weighing my words, seeing no reason for me to lie. She was fairly pretty with a decent figure, but overall quite average in every aspect. And if I truly am a reincarnated person as I claim, my future potential would be limitless. I'll tentatively believe you for now. When school starts tomorrow, if my dorm roommates are really as you described, then I owe you my life. I'll do anything you say," Zhang Qin said. As she spoke, her face flushed red again. Since childhood, she'd never even held hands with a boy. I let out a sigh of relief, but the event instance wasn't over yet. I said to her, "I don't need you to do anything for me. I saved you only because I didn't want to watch my classmate fall into the abyss again." Zhang Qin nodded. No matter what, I had saved both her and her mother. A flash of gratitude and that indistinct emotion in her heart momentarily left her flustered and at a loss. Suddenly, a line of text appeared above Zhang Qin's head, and her HP bar rapidly changed from yellow to orange. "Zhang Qin, 79%, times 9. Then the prompt appeared next: abyss. Event concluded. You obtained event rewards. Cash times 100k. Equipment, charm ring. You obtained 1 achievement point. Current rating, 15, F. Charm ring, white, charm plus 1 charm, 7-8. You altered the fate of key character, Zhang Qin. This character will mutate after conquest completion." Character mutation? I don't understand this. In previous conquests, I've never encountered characters who could mutate. During my second simulation attempt, I encountered Zhang Qin, but I lied at the time, which led to failure. Now I understand sincerity is the only way to earn sincerity in return, and I've also figured out the event options. Back then, I didn't get it, thinking fooling an NPC would be easy. How wrong I was. None of the NPCs in this instance are easy to deceive. I hope the mutation works in my favor. Zhang Qin is too crucial. After all, those 3 bosses are worth 300 achievement points. Lost in thought, my right hand unconsciously rubbed against the silvery white ring that had suddenly appeared on my left index finger. I looked at Zhang Qin, my eyes filled with expectation and fervor. What surprise would the mutated character bring me? Zhang Qin felt my gaze, her cheeks slightly flushed as she asked, what are you doing this afternoon? I've got things to do this afternoon, just go straight to school, I said. See you there. Alright then. Zhang Qin was somewhat reluctant, but she also knew that given our relationship, she couldn't demand anything, I didn't owe her anything. After leaving the Lanzhou noodle shop, I hailed a taxi and tried to recall what resources I could obtain during this time frame. Now, with my appearance completely transformed and my first bucket of gold secured, I even had Zhang Qin as an inside contact for tackling the bosses. There were 3 bosses in her dormitory, room 301. Out of the 6 major campus bosses, half were concentrated there, just goes to show how crucial Zhang Qin's role was. Driver, to Feiqi Driving School. You got it. The taxi stopped at the driving school entrance. I checked the time, 14:23. Stepping into the driving school and taking in the shabby surroundings, my clenched fist gradually relaxed. Hello, I'm here to learn to drive. Hello, I'm Coach and Principal Zhang Qi. At this moment, a prompt appeared. Congratulations on discovering an Easter egg, Flying Speed Driving School. Spend 10k in cash to quickly obtain a driver's license. You've earned 1 achievement point, current score, 16, F. I shook hands with the driving instructor who looked strikingly like a comedy star, and after handing over the money, I swiftly completed the exam with Zhang Qi's guidance. When I left the driving school, I already had my driver's license. Congratulations on obtaining your license. You've earned 1 achievement point, current rating, 17, F. Checking the time, only half an hour had passed, 3:02 p.m. At this point in time, there aren't many hidden Easter eggs or opportunities to gain. During my previous playthrough, I didn't explore the map thoroughly enough. There's also a high difficulty event dungeon, fail, and it's game over, but there are plenty of attempts available. Might as well go for it. With that thought, I hailed a cab back to the train station, the place where everything began. I walked to the exit and stopped by a store first to buy a face mask, gloves, and a folding knife. Putting on the mask and stuffing the gloves into my pocket, I looked around as if I had just gotten off the train. After a while, a flashily dressed middle-aged woman sidled up to me and asked, "Young man, need a break?" "A break?" I asked. "Is this the decent kind?" I tightened then loosened my fist, took a deep breath, and smiled. "If it's decent, I'm not interested." "Oh, you've come at just the right time then. Come on, let's go." "Are the girls at your place pretty?" "Guaranteed," she said. "They're young and beautiful, gorgeous faces, stunning figures." I dragged my suitcase after her as we twisted and turned through narrow alleyways, finally arriving at a small hotel with a neon sign out front. "Warning! You are about to enter a hidden dungeon, Long Night Neon Hotel. Warning! This area is high risk, recommended for LV5 and above, clear condition. Retrieve items worth over 1M and evacuate. I'll first get you a room. Fill in your name and phone number here, then you can just wait in the room." I nodded and wrote Charlotte in the name field, with the phone number 1394-781-4250. After paying 100 yuan for the room, the middle-aged woman handed me a yellowed room key. I checked the room number, 401, feeling somewhat relieved that at least the floor was high enough. The hotel single room was damp and shabby, with suspicious stains solidified on the yellowed wallpaper, looked just like an ancient battlefield. I sat on the creaky spring mattress resting with my eyes closed until the knocking sounded. "Come in." A woman in a fiery red sequin bodycon dress walked in. Seeing me, she seemed secretly pleased, probably thinking I looked young and tender, just the type she liked to corrupt. "Boss, do I meet your standards?" I sized her up. Far from young and beautiful, she'd rather kill the mood. Far from elegant and shapely, more like stout and chunky, truth be told. If we get caught, catching a disease would be the least of our worries, the sheer disgust alone would finish me off. "Anybody else? Should I leave then?" The corner of my mouth twitched, and I sighed. "Go take a shower. Make sure it's a thorough one, no clean, no pay." "Got it." The woman stripped off her pencil skirt and underwear right in front of me, even tossing me a flirtatious glance. I turned my head away, fearing it might scar my eyes. I turned on the TV, flipping to a news channel, and cranked up the volume. Once she stepped into the bathroom, the blaring TV drowned out the sound of running water. Her bloated silhouette swayed affectedly behind the frosted glass. "Hey handsome, the water's just right, wanna join me for a bath? Listen, I'm really good at scrubbing backs, you know." I didn't respond, quickly slipping on rubber gloves before rushing to the window. I leapt onto the windowsill and began climbing upwards along rusty pipes. This was my first time scaling a building. The fear of heights made my hands tremble slightly, but death just subtracts 1 from your life count. If not now, when else would I dare to risk it? I mustered my courage, focused my mind, and gradually climbed to the balcony on the 5th floor. Suddenly, a loud bang of a door being kicked in came from downstairs. Clearly, the woman's accomplice had arrived, ready to pull a honey trap. Shit! Knowing time was running out, I sped up and vaulted straight onto the 6th floor. As expected, it's unlocked. I perched on the windowsill and quickly covered my shoe soles with plastic bags. Curses echoed from downstairs, they were looking for me. The suitcase I'd left below was already emptied, nothing but a hollow shell. I climbed quickly, making no noise. They'd never suspect I'd gone upstairs, probably thinking I'd fled next door or gone down. I pulled out my phone, turned on the flashlight, and saw the safe waiting quietly in the corner. Hint: the password clue was inside the office. I opened the drawer and found a driver's license. The photo showed a man with a scarred face. Approaching the safe for closer inspection, I noticed the wear patterns on the combination dial didn't match. Recalling the man's age, I had a sudden inspiration. I took out my phone to check the lunar calendar equivalent of his birthday. Sure enough, the lunar birthday aligned perfectly with the worn markings. Click! The sound of the safe opening made my heart skip a beat. Inside, there were 3 compartments. The top layer held a bundle of paracord, the middle contained a golden Rolex watch and gleaming gold bars, while the bottom layer housed some documents and stacks of crisp banknotes. Who the hell keeps paracord in a safe? I muttered under my breath as I stuffed the Rolex and other valuables into my backpack. After looping the paracord around the indoor radiator a few times, I pressed my ear against the door, still no signs of anyone approaching. I leapt out the window and slid down the rope quickly. There! Downstairs! After him! Just then, the prompt appeared: extraction point available. I took a deep breath, clutched my backpack, and started sprinting. Luckily, the people behind me weren't armed, they could only give chase on foot. I secretly congratulated myself for lightening my load beforehand, otherwise carrying all this gold and cash would have slowed me down. A green glowing circle pulsed on the ground 100 meters ahead. One step inside and I'd be extracted from this dungeon. Then something black whizzed past my scalp, startling me so badly I nearly faceplanted. I looked down, my eyelid twitching wildly. What the hell? Who threw that fucking knife handle? At last, the tip of my foot stepped into the green halo, and everything before my eyes instantly turned illusory, dissolving at last into a tidal wave of light particles. Congratulations on clearing the hidden dungeon, Long Night Neon Hotel. The system then notified me that I'd obtained quite a few rewards. A golden Rolex Daytona 116508, red, wealth plus 5, charm plus 3, cash times 200k, gold bars times 20, along with 5 achievement points. My current score is 22, F. And I gained a small amount of EXP, leveling up to LV2. Constitution plus 1. Now my stats are: player, Xu Sheng LV2, basic attributes, Constitution 6, appearance 7, charm 12, 7 plus 1 plus 4, talent 0, wealth 5, status 0, reputation 0. It's finally over. Damn, that scared the hell out of me. I sat on the plastic chair in the convenience store, recalling what had just happened, still feeling shaken. If I hadn't lost weight beforehand, forget about running away, I wouldn't even have been able to climb up. Looking at the Rolex watch on my wrist, I couldn't help but burst into laughter. A rare red tier gear, wealth plus 5, charm plus 3, everything tonight was worth it. The wealth attribute serves as a prerequisite for defeating certain bosses or small fry, especially gold-digging monsters. With high wealth, farming mobs becomes as easy as mowing grass. Some specific areas also gatekeep based on wealth, and certain events require your attributes to meet a certain threshold to trigger. Just like in the Zhang Qin incident before, if my financial capacity exceeds 20 points after borrowing, Zhang Qin might come to me for a loan. Currently, my financial capacity has just reached 5 points. If I buy another set of luxury clothing to reach 10 points, I can trigger a certain event perfectly. Glancing at the time, 7 p.m. exactly, the sky was still quite bright. It had been perpetual night in the dungeon, messing up my sense of time. I hailed a taxi and headed straight for Platinum Elite Mall. Watching the clock, I quickened my pace when suddenly a woman in yoga pants and athletic wear darted out and stopped me. Out of the corner of my eye, I noticed the girl's looks were rather plain, her figure unremarkable, just slim at best. Handsome, wanna learn about swimming and fitness? Hearing the keyword, I stopped in my tracks, took the flyer, and glanced at the address. A prompt suddenly appeared before my eyes. Congratulations! You've discovered an Easter egg, the flyer girl. You've earned 1 achievement point, current rating 23, F. You've obtained a mysterious address. Visiting this location might reveal a hidden surprise. A smirk curled my lips. This had to be one of the 4 hidden stores, the gym. So the clue to finding it was the utterly ordinary flyer girl all along. The flyer this girl handed out had a variety of contents: swimming and fitness programs, credit cards, tutoring classes, snack shops, beauty salons, and more. But with my current looks being more than enough and my wealth attribute backing me up, I don't look like a parent with kids. So when she saw me, she directly triggered the swimming and fitness option. If it had been the old me, I probably would have ended up with a flyer for a weight loss boot camp instead. Holding the flyer, I first headed upstairs to the Louis Vuitton store. The salesperson had a health bar above their head, with only 3 HP bars visible. I had less than 400,000 in funds on hand, but it was enough to buy a decent outfit. The salesperson gave me a quick glance, taking in my budget attire, until they spotted my dazzling gold wristwatch. Instantly conquered by my financial prowess, their HP bar dropped by 1. Welcome to the Louis Vuitton Platinum Elite Boutique. How may I assist you today, sir? I glanced over and spoke casually. Help me pick out an outfit, under 100,000. The salesperson's health bar above their head dropped by 1 again, though there was a risk of recovery. Soon, the salesperson selected an outfit for me, and when I put it on, I received a notification. You have equipped the Louis Vuitton set, temporary wealth +2, disappears when removed, cannot convert to charm, current wealth, 7, 5 +2. The moment the payment went through, the salesperson's health bar above their head emptied, but the conquest rate wasn't high, only 56%. Affection points and health bars are separate. The former can be considered as favorability, while the latter dictates when the health bar will empty and drop rewards. You defeated the Louis Vuitton Platinum Elite salesperson. I gained a small amount of experience, leveled up to LV3, Constitution +1, and obtained cash times 30k. Completed the achievement, First Blood, earned 1 achievement point, current rating 24, F. I did the math after the rebate, it cost me less than 100 grand. This salesperson is a bit of a rookie, the discount was way too small. If the sales are in the double-digit health bar range, the drop rewards are all above 100k, but defeating these small enemies is also challenging. It requires not only money but also effort. I changed my clothes, tossing the old ones directly, went to the Gucci store to buy a belt and leather shoes, then purchased a necklace at another shop. Current funds, 10, 5 + 5. Finally gathering enough temporary funds, I took a taxi to the gym. This gym had a rather peculiar name, Urge Fitness. Upon entering, I immediately encountered a woman in yoga pants and a crop top, with a perfectly rounded peach-like butt. Hello, I'm Yifan, manager of Urge Fitness. You must be Mr. Chu Sheng, correct? I've heard about you from Sister Erin. The corner of my mouth twitched as I pulled out 20 gold bars from my backpack, ones I'd been carrying for ages, and handed them to her. Tell me, what services do you offer here? Yifang weighed the gold bars in her hand twice and smiled. Your muscle definition is already quite pronounced, sir. You just need posture correction and body optimization. I nodded in agreement. She led me into a small black room, and once inside, I felt as if I'd undergone countless workouts. My spine emitted faint clicking sounds, as though being realigned. My hunched-in forward-leaning shoulders were pushed back into position, and suddenly, my collarbone lines became sharply defined. His physique became more streamlined, with shoulder muscles rapidly bulging, making the waist-to-shoulder ratio even more striking, now a classic V-shaped silhouette. An hour later, I stepped out of the dark room, transformed once again. Appearance, 7'9", physique, 7'8", charisma, 1-13, player, Chu Sheng LV3, basic attributes, physique 8, appearance 9, charisma, 14, 9 + 1 + 4, talent, 0, wealth, 10, 5 + 5, status, 0, reputation, 0. Looking at my reflection in the mirror, I couldn't help but smile. Never had such a handsome opening scene. The charm of singing, the looks of Zhu, the figure of Yen, who else could compare? With this body and face of mine now, who could even recognize me as that big dark fatty? No amount of plastic surgery in Korea could achieve this. What a shame the charm is still a bit low. If I could reach 15 charm points, success would be practically guaranteed. I hailed another cab, sat in the back seat, lightly tapping the face of my Rolex as I told the driver, take me to bar 698. At the bar, neon lights flickered at the entrance. I walked straight to the counter and ordered an iced Coke. The bartender looked surprised, but after I slid 2 bills across the counter, he obediently poured the Coke, added ice, and even threw in a lemon slice. I nodded and said, not bad. Then I picked up the glass and drained it in one gulp before asking the bartender for a refill. Dressed in luxury from head to toe at the bar counter, I attracted quite a few gazes, including those from 2 girls seated in a corner booth. One had dyed blonde hair, a hot figure, and exquisite makeup, clearly dressed like an internet celebrity. Her highly distinctive beauty combined youthful charm with sweet and spicy appeal, her lively eyes full of vitality. This was Song Nana, one of the campus 6 great bosses, whose name was followed by a 99-layer health bar indicator. The girl beside her was pretty too, but next to Song Nana, she became mere background decor. At that moment, Song Nana was nudged by the girl named Jia beside her. Her displeasure was evident as she said, this guy is clearly just here to pick up girls for one-night stands. I don't like men who are so casual. Sun Jia retorted, I really don't get you, Nana. We're just in college, let's have some casual fun in relationships. Why overthink it? Song Nana shook her head slightly and explained, we women only have so much capital. If we don't use it wisely, how can we soar to new heights? I want someone capable, with potential, reliable and down-to-earth, not just any random rich kid. She glanced at me and whispered, you should get to know him. I'll be your wingman. Sun Jia smiled and nodded, adjusting her shoulder strap before walking toward me in her 10-centimeter heels. All I could hear was the clatter of high heels, followed by a wave of perfume mixed with the scent of alcohol as she approached and asked, handsome, are you alone? I shook my head and said, I'm waiting for someone and have things to do. Not interested. Sun Jia noticed I was drinking cola and sensed something was off, but she still refused to give up. She sat down beside me and leaned in, don't be like that, handsome. Let's get to know each other. We can exchange contact info first, you can add me after you're done with your business, okay? I kept shaking my head without even bothering to turn and look at her. Song Nana watched Sun Jejia exhaust all her tricks on me to no avail and couldn't help but sigh. Apparently she had overthought things, assuming I actually had some urgent business. As time passed, Sun Jejia remained relentless until the sound of security guards and waitstaff greeting someone at the entrance finally made me turn around. The man who arrived was dressed in expensive tailored suits paired with a floral shirt, adorned with a gold chain and a Rolex, classic nouveau riche attire. I said to him, "Mr. Sun, I'm here to buy a car. Xiao Hei recommended you." Sun Wu sized me up, then nodded approvingly after noticing my attire and wristwatch. Financial attributes verification passed. Xiao Hei had referred quite a few deals to me. The bar's backyard doubled as a used car market. Though the timing might seem presumptuous, the back gate was locked, leaving the bar as the only entrance. Sun Wu handed me off to a suit-clad salesman who led me downstairs. Flipping on the yard lights, he asked, "Coming at this hour, already got your eye on something particular?" I nodded and got straight to the point. "We need a Tiger Benz to sink into the lake for our film shoot. Heard you had one available, so we came." The salesperson guessed that what I was filming was a suspense drama from the 90s and took me to see the car. Without even checking, I blurted out, "Can it drive?" The salesman replied, "Sure, it's been sitting for a while but it runs fine, just has a few minor issues." 20 minutes later, my fingers wrapped around the steering wheel of a 90s Mercedes-Benz as a smirk played across my lips. If a financial check had failed just now, Sun Wu would have rejected me, advised me to come back tomorrow, and I would have missed my chance to buy this car. Tonight, Sun Wu would accidentally discover this car's secret, and I would have missed this golden opportunity. I got this Mercedes-Benz W140 for just 50 grand. Within a few hours, its value would skyrocket over 100-fold. As I drove off, the turn signal was broken, but luckily, the road I took didn't require paperwork. When I reached the suburbs, I found a standalone street-facing building with a 24-hour locksmith shop downstairs where the master lived upstairs. I made 3 calls before the rolling shutter rose. Wearing a mask, I kicked the tire and said, "This car was given to me by my dad. There's a hidden compartment in the trunk. I lost the key. Open it for me, and I'll give you $1,000. The locksmith's eyes lit up, sensing I wasn't someone to cross, and immediately got to work with his tools. As soon as he pried open a crack in the hidden lock, he took 2 steps back. Knowing he followed the rules, I tossed the 1,000 yuan over and drove away. I headed straight for the black market, where goods were sold without formalities, documents, or the need to reveal identities, just like a system store. I parked my car, opened the trunk to check the hidden compartment's contents when a notification popped up instantly. "Congratulations on uncovering the Easter egg, Tiger's rear end. You've earned 1 achievement point, current rating, 25, F. You've obtained equipment, mysterious leather wallet, red, financial power +3, capable of holding up to 1 million in cash and 100 gold bars. Acquired special item Da Hong Pao Mother Tree Tea, red, gift, can be auctioned or gifted, grants +3 financial resources when given away. Acquired items spring trees and autumn frost painting, replica, antique artwork, can be sold or gifted." I randomly picked an antique store and directly negotiated the sale with the owner. Auction prices might be higher, but the procedures are troublesome. I couldn't be bothered to wait. The shopkeeper said, 5,400,000. I replied, "Deal." The gaunt old man appeared somewhat surprised, then arranged for someone to transfer the money to me. The notification sound of my phone receiving the payment lifted my spirits, and I drove my Mercedes-Benz straight into the wild lake. Watching the bubbles rise to the surface, I grabbed the paper bag and hailed a taxi to leave. I checked into a hotel, skipping the shower before collapsing into bed. Early the next morning, after a quick wash and a simple breakfast, I headed straight to the Mercedes-Benz dealership. I paid in full for a top-tier Mercedes-Benz S-Class worth over 1 million yuan, and the paperwork was swiftly completed along with the license plate registration. Once I got the car, a panel suddenly appeared before my eyes. "Congratulations on acquiring your first vehicle. Your wealth +10, you earned 5 achievement points, current score, 30, F." I sat in the driver's seat of my Mercedes-Benz S-Class, playing an uplifting song. I've never started with so much money before, but my preparations aren't finished yet. I still need to buy toiletries and clothes for school. I can't just wear this one outfit forever. After shopping at the mall in my Mercedes, I arrived at school to register at 10 a.m. Chapter 6: The Summer Break Transformation God. Damn it, why are there so many people? Chu Sheng realized he had underestimated the situation. During previous gaming sessions, there were no cars at the beginning, so he hadn't accounted for the parking lot being packed at the start of the semester. With a resigned sigh, Chu Sheng had no choice but to park outside the school, eventually finding a spot in a shopping mall's underground garage. Chu Sheng parked the Mercedes-Benz S-Class and then walked straight toward the main gate of Bohai University. The early September sun still scorched mercilessly, as crowds of freshmen and parents thronged the school gates, many lifting their phones to snap commemorative photos. Chu Sheng had just approached the school gate when he heard a crisp female voice. "Classmate, could you help take a photo of me and my mom?" He turned his head and saw a girl in a vibrant red floral dress waving at him. With her sun-kissed skin, naturally curly hair, and an aura of effortless beauty, she stood out effortlessly. Standing beside her was an elegant middle-aged woman dressed in casual pants and a sun-protective jacket. The resemblance between them was striking, about 70% similarity evident in their features. Chu Sheng hadn't expected to run into an acquaintance even before setting foot inside the school. Han Xiao, Chu Sheng's classmate, ranked third in the class when it came to looks. First was Chen Yu, second was Zhang Qin, and third was this girl. During her first gaming session, Chu Sheng had once tried to romance her. Back then, he had been intimidated by Chen Yu's terrifying HP pool and lacked the funds to help Zhang Qin pay off her debts, so naturally his attention turned to the third-ranking classmate. However, this girl wasn't single, she had a long-distance boyfriend. The guy's family was well connected within the system, with some background influence. During sophomore year, the guy cheated. Han Xiao cried her heart out. Chu Sheng, who had already tanned and gotten as lean as a high school athlete, wanted to step in as the rebound, but failed and got mocked for not liking dark-skinned boys. Chu Sheng laughed in frustration at the time, retorting, "As if you're any fairer." Later, Han Xiao's mother pressured the guy in their hometown, forcing him to break up with the other woman. The memories brought a sigh of regret to Chu Sheng. Since you've chosen to forgive him, then be prepared to keep forgiving him. A cuckold's hat can only be taken off temporarily. Unless the roots are pulled out, it will inevitably grow back. Han Xiao might as well have been a jerk herself, at least she could have gotten some revenge, instead of being dumped so thoroughly in her senior year, utterly becoming the fool. "Classmate, is this okay?" "Of course it is." Chu Sheng snapped out of his reverie, took the phone, with a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He stepped back and crouched slightly, searching for the perfect camera angle. Han Xiao pulled her mom to the center of the school entrance, flashing a sweet smile. Chu Sheng pressed the shutter and said, "Okay." When handing it back, Han Xiao kept staring at his face with a somewhat suspicious gaze. "Have we met somewhere before? Why do you ask? I feel like the way you just looked at me was strange, as if you knew me." Chu Sheng waved his hand with a smile and casually brushed it off with a vague remark. "You kinda look like a friend of mine." She's in a long-distance relationship, and her boyfriend cheated on her. They're in the middle of breaking up right now. Han Xiao's pupils constricted in surprise. "What a coincidence, I also have a long-distance boyfriend." "It's not really that coincidental. For a pretty girl like you, it's quite normal to start dating early and end up not getting into the same school together." Han Xiao sized up Chu Sheng, always feeling that the way he looked at her was complicated, though she couldn't quite put her finger on what it meant. Could it be, he's interested in me? Just as Han Xiao's thoughts were wandering, Chu Sheng was chatting with her mother about the photos from earlier. His humorous banter sent Mother Han into such gales of laughter that even Han Xiao felt a twinge of jealousy. "Auntie, I need to go register now. We'll meet again soon." After bidding farewell to the Han mother and daughter, Chu Sheng headed toward the freshman registration area. The sign-up station for new media design class 1 was set up in front of the literature college building, shaded by two red-topped canopies. Inside sat only a dark-skinned, burly male student. Chu Sheng recognized him from a distance. It was their class assistant, Wang Hanlin, a second-year graduate student. Old Wang was an honest man with little guile, and the students in the class all spoke quite highly of him. But his biggest flaw was overestimating his abilities, daring to challenge a goddess-level blind date candidate with mortal flesh. "Hello, teacher. Is this where we sign up for the new media design and production program?" Wang Hanlin lifted his head and was startled when he saw Chu Sheng. "That guy is really handsome. How can someone's skin be so fair, with such attractive features, broad shoulders, a narrow waist, and a top-tier physique? He could give my younger self a run for his money." "Yes, are you here to register as a new student?" Chu Sheng nodded and briefly introduced himself. "Hello, Professor Wang. My name is Chu Sheng, a new student this year from Gucheng County in Haicheng City." "Chu Sheng, is it? Let me check." Wang Hanlin searched through the student records and indeed found information on a student named Chu Sheng, along with his campus ID card. However, the photo in the student records was printed in black and white and had nearly blurred into an indistinguishable mess, with only the whites of his eyes and teeth standing out clearly. The photos on the campus ID card and student ID bore a 70% resemblance to the current Chu Sheng, though the real person was clearly more handsome. What's going on here?" Seeing Wang Hanlin looking utterly bewildered, he had no choice but to patiently explain. "This student ID photo was actually taken for my college entrance exam admission ticket. As for my campus card and student ID, I submitted those photos myself right before summer break ended. The reason these two photos look so dramatically different is simple. I'm the ancient Greek deity of extreme makeovers." Wang Hanlin glanced down at his own dark-skinned hands, then back at Chu Sheng's photo and his current appearance. How was this done? Is there some secret to it?" Chu Sheng smiled and casually made something up. "It's a laser beauty technique. First, you apply a gel-like ointment on the face, then use laser whitening. Plus, I've been losing weight and working out with a professional coach, so that's how I ended up looking like this." That whitening technique you mentioned, the laser one, how much does one session cost? Less than 10,000. Forget it. Wang Hanlin suddenly realized that staying in the dark wasn't so bad, at least it was healthier. This student is dressed head to toe in designer labels, with a gold watch to boot, clearly loaded. Mr. Wang, how many students have arrived in our class? Wang Hanlin lowered his head to check the roster, and Chu Sheng followed his gaze, indeed spotting Zhang Qin's name. Almost half are here. Our class has 20 students in total, but you're quite lucky. Chu Sheng naturally knew what this old fellow was implying, having already heard him boast twice before. Let me tell you, our class counselor, Teacher Bai, is a real beauty, even prettier than the school bells. And she's got incredible poise. You can tell at a glance she comes from an educated family. Chu Sheng sat beside him, filling out forms with a smirk. Oh, that does sound interesting. Ah, youngsters these days just haven't seen enough real beauties. Wait till you meet Teacher Bai, then you'll understand what true beauty is. Beauty enough to eclipse the moon and shame flowers, to make fish sink and birds alight, to topple cities and ruin states. Chu Sheng remained smiling, silently watching as he lavished praises, offering no reply. Of course he had met Teacher Bai, this deity of ancient Greece presiding over older unmarried women and blind dates. Bai Wei is one of the 6 major bosses on campus. Nearing her 30s, she stayed on as the counselor for New Media Class 1 right after graduating with a master's degree. In her youth, due to strict family upbringing and an obsessive dedication to academics, she vowed during high school not to date until she got into university, and during university not to date until she got into graduate school. When she finally gave up on pursuing a PhD, her family immediately started pressuring her to get married, only to look back and realize all her former suitors had vanished. Some were married, others busy raising children, and even her campus crush had taken a shortcut, skipping 50 years of detours to head straight for the grave. From then on, she took charge of the 2 mighty powers of matchmaking and leftover women, yet having never been in love herself, she understood nothing, could do nothing, and forbade any interference. Naturally, she suffered one crushing defeat after another. Despite her countless failures and persistent efforts, by the time Chu Sheng graduated from university, she still hadn't found a partner. She plummeted directly from campus goddess to campus leftover woman. Meanwhile, this teacher Wang by Chu Sheng's side once dared to challenge divine matchmaking prospects with mere mortal capabilities, only to be utterly obliterated. After completing his postgraduate studies, he abandoned his dream of staying at the university, fled far south, and married one of his junior female classmates, becoming a live-in son-in-law. At this thought, Chu Sheng couldn't help but want to advise old Wang and meddle in his business a little. Chapter 7 Why Chen Yu is Divine. Teacher Wang, he began, do you have a girlfriend? Old Wang's face suddenly flushed, but he was so dark-skinned that the redness wasn't very noticeable. I don't have one, but there is someone I like. Chu Sheng cleared his throat and coughed twice before offering some advice. I think, if you have to choose between someone you like and someone who likes you, it's better to go with the person who likes you. Wang Hanlin listened to Chu Sheng's words but didn't take them to heart. Chu Sheng wanted to persuade him further, but then the acquaintance they had met at the school gate earlier arrived. Recalling how both of them were failed examples of wearing black and white outfits, he almost burst out laughing. Aren't you that classmate from the school gate just now? Chu Sheng politely stood up and offered a smile. I'm your class assistant, Wang Hanlin. The person beside me is our counselor, Teacher Bai. Ah, you're actually teachers? Hello, Teacher Wang. Hello, Teacher Bai. Wang Hanlin was momentarily confused at first, but quickly caught on and burst into laughter. That guy's Chu Sheng. I'm the real Wang Hanlin here. He's just a student messing with you. Take a good look at how dark my skin is. Does it look like I could have the surname Bai, White? Han Xiao let out a soft humph, stomped her foot in frustration, and shot Chu Sheng a resentful glare. Why are you looking at me like that? Don't you have a boyfriend? Let me tell you, if I were looking for a girlfriend, I'd definitely find one with fair skin. Han Xiao nearly lost her composure this time. She hated nothing more than people commenting on her dark complexion. She had what was clearly a healthy wheat-colored skin tone. Didn't they understand what wheat-colored meant? The value of differentiation? The sheer premium quality of it? Yet somehow, when Chu Sheng said it, she didn't even feel angry, just a little annoyed. Teacher Wang, look at him. Alright, Chu, stop teasing her. Just as the three were roughhousing, Chu Sheng suddenly saw a long health bar forcefully intrude into his field of vision. This health bar has a certain beauty of sheer luck. Chu Sheng looked up and suddenly beheld Chen Yu, the ancient Greek deity governing honesty, gentleness, kindness, insecurity, shyness, abstinence from romance, and dedication to studies. It was impolite for a mortal to gaze directly at a god, so Chu Sheng stood up and chose instead to look down upon the deity. Professor, may I ask, is this the new media? Yes. Chu Sheng answered directly, then rummaged through Wang Hanlin's hands twice before finding the document about the god and handing it to her. He continued to look down at the god, starting to examine its appearance. Chen Yu's hair was hardly trimmed or styled, her bangs looked as if they'd been cut by placing a bowl over her head, a rather thrifty approach. Her ponytail was very long, nearly reaching her waist. But Chunyu was wearing a loose, faded t-shirt paired with baggy light blue jeans, neither flattering her figure nor accentuating her leg length. She also wore thick glasses with an outdated style, the frames even wrapped with adhesive tape. As for why Chunyu is divine, well, one must mention that the divinity has already stumbled through every fashion pitfall, doing her utmost to conceal her celestial beauty. Yet despite this, the goddess remains stunning, even more beautiful than Han Xiao, who committed the sin of arrogance beside her. Though in disguised form, she still couldn't surpass Zhang Qin. So in the first 2 years of college, Zhang Qin was the campus belle, and after dropping out, Han Xiao took over for a year until she impulsively bought a group coupon for a hair salon. "Classmate, you've got so much luggage, let me help you?" Chu Sheng's words surprised both Wang Hanlin and Han Xiao standing nearby, especially Han Xiao. She suddenly realized how practical university students could be. Knowing she had a boyfriend, they wouldn't even help with her luggage. How infuriating. If Chu Sheng knew what she was thinking, he would politely say, "Your mom. Your mom won't help you carry it? This isn't appropriate. I can manage on my own." Chu Sheng shook his head and said directly to her, "It's only right for boys to help girls with their luggage. If you feel awkward about it, you can always help new female students with their luggage when the next school year starts." Chunyu nodded, feeling that he made a good point. Though she felt somewhat embarrassed, she couldn't bear to dampen this senior's kind-hearted enthusiasm for helping others. And so, Chu Sheng hoisted one sack in each hand and walked side by side with Chunyu toward the girls' dormitory. "My name is Chu Sheng, from Haicheng City. I enjoy binge-watching shows, reading novels, and listening to music. My favorite singer is Gorgor, Leslie Chung." Chunyu was slightly surprised. This boy's hobbies turned out to be nearly identical to her own, though presumably he preferred male-oriented online novels while she liked female-oriented ones. "My name is Chunyu, I'm from Island City, and I also enjoy binge-watching dramas, reading novels, and my older brother." "Classmate Chen, why did you come by yourself?" "My parents have been working in the south, and my grandparents are too old to make the trip." Chu Sheng looked down at the two bags. One was Stanley, the other was Jean Kell. The children from left-behind families really have it tough. "If you enjoy reading novels, have you ever tried writing yourself?" Chunyu was somewhat surprised, feeling this guy was oddly perceptive. How did he guess correctly every time? Did he have mind-reading abilities? "Yes, I've written a novel online, though I update very slowly and have very few readers." Chu Sheng smiled, but Chen liked to look down and didn't see it. "What a coincidence, I've also tried writing novels online, but I only write quickly without knowing what content to write about." "I see. How about this? Why don't the two of us collaborate on a novel? You provide the synopsis and main plot, I'll do the writing, we'll post it online and split the profits 50-50. This." Shan Yu hesitated. Though Chu Sheng's suggestion excited her, they had just met for the first time, their relationship hadn't yet reached the level of collaboration. Chu Sheng glanced at the Divine Health Bar. "Shen Yu, 1%, times 99 plus. Once he established a cooperative relationship with the deity and started making money, he would confess his feelings. Then the deity would reject him, saying they only wanted to focus on studying and weren't interested in romance. Then he could use the excuse of seeking creative inspiration to start lingering among flowers, making the god regret and delivering a harsh blow. At this moment, the feeble, helpless, and starving god had no idea how the handsome guy beside them was scheming. They just kept moving forward, preoccupied with the earlier proposal. Upon entering dorm room 301, Zhang Qin spotted the familiar figure and shot upright in an instant. She was just about to speak when Chu Sheng took the initiative to introduce himself. "Hello classmate, I'm Chu Sheng, from New Media Class 1. You're also in New Media Class 1, right? What's your name?" Zhang Qin instantly understood Chu Sheng's meaning and also introduced herself. "My name is Zhang Qin, from Haicheng City." After introducing herself, she glanced at the empty upper bunk, guessing this must be the legendary Chen Yu, the future girlfriend he mentioned, who would also become her future best friend. "Do you mind taking the top bunk?" "Not at all." Chen Yu set down her backpack and reached out to take Chu Sheng's woven plastic bag. Chu Sheng shook his head and asked, "Do you need any help?" Chen Yu blushed slightly. How could she let a guy she just met help her make the bed? "I'll manage on my own, thank you." Zhang Qin watched Chen Yu's flushed face and, upon closer observation, instantly noticed this girl's appearance was no less striking than her own. It's rare to see someone stumble through so many styling and fashion pitfalls yet still maintain such good looks. Not a single gimmick, everything is pure stats. After bidding farewell to Zhang Qin and Chen Yu, Chu Sheng turned and left dormitory 301. Heading downstairs, Song Nana carried her small Prada bag while trailed by a 185 centimeters tall senior in basketball jersey, helping her with the suitcase. Chu Sheng concentrated on the road ahead, while Song Nana couldn't help but steal glances at his profile. "It's him?" Chapter 8, Transform. Zhang Qin. To Song Nana, Chu Sheng was just a passerby. At the time, she thought he looked quite handsome, but never expected to encounter him again, possibly even at the same school. What a coincidence it is to make the story plausible. However, he seemed to be just a spoiled rich kid, whereas the athlete behind him had already been selected for the school basketball team and came from a family worth tens of millions. In which aspect wasn't he superior? Yet, as far as Chu Shang was concerned, Song Nana was nothing but a false deity from ancient Greece who oversaw fishing and fish farming while coveting the authority of the Sea King. The only way to conquer this boss was to lure her into the pond and play her relentlessly. Those who fish will in turn be fished. Just you wait, sooner or later there'll be a hook with your name on it. Chu Shang brushed past Song Nana and had just stepped out of the dormitory building when he ran into Wang Nan. Wang Nan was exceptionally tall, standing at 175 centimeters, and with her heels and the height of her hair, she nearly reached 180 centimeters. Moreover, she had a slender figure with excellent proportions, the typical model's 9 heads tall stature, with exceptionally long legs. Men under 185 centimeters would feel the pressure standing next to her, let alone those under 175 centimeters. Well, you get the idea. Wang Nan possessed a naturally androgynous beauty, her sharp brows and eyes exuding a heroic charm. In neutral attire, she looked effortlessly cool and dashing, while in feminine outfits, she transformed into a vision of captivating allure. Unfortunately, Chu Shang had never seen that side of her. He had only been privileged enough to glimpse it in Shun's social media posts. "Hello, classmate, could I add your WeChat?" This one preferred playing straight, only showing interest in exceptionally good-looking men, so she directly approached Chu Shang to ask for his WeChat. "Do you want to get to know me purely, or impurely?" Chu Shang also played it straight. "Either works, your call based on performance." After adding Wang Nan on WeChat, she left directly without a moment's hesitation. Her interest in guys wasn't about romance, it was about, well, if you know, you know. She wasn't looking for a boyfriend, she was looking for a wingman. Ugh, what a player. "Hello, classmate, could I add your WeChat?" The familiar line rang out again, though this time Wang Nan's target was a petite girl with a Lolita style. It was the first time the young girl had been asked for her WeChat by another girl. Though she blushed slightly, when she looked at Wang Nan's face, she found she couldn't summon the will to refuse. Chu Shang chuckled but paid it no mind, heading out the school gate to drive back and drop off his luggage first. At this moment in dormitory 301, everyone had arrived. The two true deities tacitly chose the upper bunks, leaving mortals and lesser gods to dwell in the lower realm. Zheng Qin watched Wang Nan making her bed, recalling the words Chu Shang had previously spoken to her, sending tidal waves of turmoil through her heart. "I'm going out for a bit." She walked out of the dorm and stood downstairs to gather her thoughts. Zheng Qin had no idea that the health bar above her head had already been depleted from the shock moments ago, and a notification had popped up in front of the man she was thinking about. "You defeated Zheng Qin. You gained a small amount of experience. Your level has increased to LV4. Your appearance +1. You have obtained cash times 100k. You have received a reward, acoustic guitar, white, musical instrument. Reward acquired, gold bar ×1. Reward acquired, guitar playing skill book, blue, permanent." Chu Shang gasped, it was actually a skill book type item? Such skill books permanently enhance abilities by injecting memories upon use. They represent the rarest and most difficult to obtain tier of rewards. He didn't pick up the wooden guitar for now, but directly used the skill book instead. As a stream of memories poured into his mind, Chu Shang exhaled in relief, feeling the temperature around him drop noticeably. He had just reached the parking spot and settled into the car when a brand new notification appeared before his eyes. Character, Zheng Qin mutation completed. Character Zhang Qin has mutated into a companion, Zhang Qin. Companions will act as your teammates to conquer dungeons together, but please maintain your relationship with your companions. Current attributes, Zhang Qin, companion, 82%. Your companion seems to have something urgent for you, complete the interaction quickly. Chu Shang frowned at the holographic screen before him. It was the first time he'd encountered an NPC companion of this particular type. Truly a mutation indeed. Could they possibly become one of their own from now on? Interesting. He drove back to campus and sent Zheng Qin a text message, arranging to meet in the parking lot. Before long, Zheng Qin followed his directions and located the Mercedes S-Class. "This is your car? A Mercedes? Are you some rich kid?" Chu Shang shook his head and smiled. "My family's from the village, country folks. The money's all earned by me. As for how I made it, you can take a guess when you've got time." Zheng Qin rolled her eyes as she sat in the passenger seat, eyeing the car's interior with the awe of a country bumpkin visiting the city for the first time. "This is the first time in my life I've ridden in a Mercedes. And this is the first time my passenger seat has had someone in it." Zheng Qin narrowed her eyes at him skeptically. "Really? Though everything you said before was true, this sounds completely unreliable now. Believe it or not." Leaning back in her chair, Zheng Qin let out a sigh. "How I envy you reincarnators, foresight and foreknowledge, making so much money so quickly. Must be several 100,000 already, no? Several 100,000 in loose change. If my mom were here, she'd definitely say you don't know how to manage money." Chu Shang shrugged, the money had practically fallen from the sky anyway. Not spending it would be foolish. Do you have something to tell me? Zhang Qi nodded, her expression turning somewhat solemn. I just saw Song Na and Wang Nan. It's exactly as you described, and neither of them recognizes you. So not only do I believe you're a reincarnator, I'm also prepared to keep your secret and make a deal with you. Xu Sheng raised an eyebrow as she deliberately drew out her words. Tell me, what do you want? Zhang Qin felt a bit embarrassed, her face flushing slightly, but she mustered her courage and said, Last night I read a lot of reincarnation novels, and after searching, I found that in male-oriented rebirth stories, the male protagonist usually has several women. Xu Sheng's eyelids twitched, as if he had guessed something. I've noticed that the vast majority of protagonists who get reborn end up with 3 to 10 wives. You'd be hard-pressed to find even one novel in 100 with a single female lead, and even those with dual female leads are rare. There's this really popular rebirth novel where the protagonist already had his idealized first love and a hidden gem, yet still went on to flirt with his junior sister and classmates. Xu Sheng already knew what she was going to say. No matter how much he tried to explain, he realized she'd never believe he only wanted to pursue Chinyu. So since you've been reborn, you definitely won't settle for just one woman. Could you add me to your list then? Take me to show off and fly high. I'll help you chase the others. So, what do you think, boss? Xu Sheng covered his face, never having encountered such a speechless beginning. Sis, do you have to be so blunt? What do you mean? I admit I'm not as pretty as Chenyu, but I'm definitely better than Song Nana without her makeup or Wang Nan dressed like a man, right? Damn, I feel personally attacked. Xu Sheng couldn't help but laugh as he sized up Zhang Qin from head to toe. This woman had the dignity of a large frame, the delicacy of a petite one, the sensual curves of a voluptuous figure, the slender waist of a willowy build, sinful breasts that belonged in a vice list, and legs that could grace any runway. The glowing radiance of a married woman, the eyes of a youthful maiden, the delicate nose of a cold beauty, and the passionate lips of a free spirit. When Manhwa first created Zhang Qin, she must have run out of inspiration, choosing one perfect feature from various beauties to piece together. The bad news, she's a patchwork monstrosity. The good news, every patch is exquisite. Being with Zhang Qin would actually be quite nice. Dress in JK uniform and you're a Lolita, switch to bodycon and you're a dom cultured enough to play the sophisticated housewife in the kitchen, yet playful enough to act cute as a little sister. Mimics everything perfectly, yet lacks distinctive traits of her own. Whose little ditto is this? What the hell are you hesitating about over there? Give me a smooch right now. Damn it, Xu Sheng felt like he should change his name to Chunan, Southern Chu. At this rate, even Chunan wouldn't be appropriate anymore. He wiped his lips and looked at Zhang Qin, his eyes filled with confusion. Just yesterday, I borrowed 100,000 to save you. Is this how you repay your savior, with such ingratitude? Zhang Qin glared at him angrily and lunged forward again. You didn't even enjoy the kiss, so what's wrong with a little ingratitude? The thought that this extra like me could forcefully kiss the male lead, a reborn man, makes me lose control of myself. Damn, it's kind of soft, kind of moist, kind of sweet, and even kind of chewy. Chapter 9 Attack. 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 Did you just spit gum into my mouth? Zhang Qin awkwardly wiped her lips. You reached in yourself, whose fault is that? Where are you from? Ha-ching. Not from the Northeast? My mom's from the Northeast. Your mom, those heritage genes are strong. Damn straight. To be honest, Xu Sheng definitely had some thoughts about Zhang Qin. After all, when the gods came down incognito, she was the undisputed class beauty in their grade. With some proper grooming, she might have even stood a chance against the campus belle. But once the gods purchased that hair salon group deal, her radiance was completely overshadowed. Why did you suddenly become so fierce? Weren't you all soft and timid yesterday? It was our first meeting yesterday, we weren't familiar with each other then. Besides, I was pretty scared back then, like a puppy with its tail between its legs. How could I dare to make a peep? Alright then. Xu Sheng remained silent, just listening to this fierce woman beside him continue spouting nonsense. Go on then, who do you want to chase? There's 4 of us in the dorm, wanna take us all on? I won't even mention Shunyu, no way you'd let her slip by. Song Nana looks damn tempting, she definitely wouldn't let you get away. Nan Wang. She'd absolutely rock women's clothing, though she gives off that hard-to-get vibe, might not even be into guys. But something tells me she won't be able to escape it either. Badass. You've got it all figured out. Xu Sheng finally realized just how valuable mutation could be. At this moment, he simply couldn't reconcile the Zhang Qin from his previous life, that quiet, socially awkward person, with today's version who kept spouting outrageously bold remarks beside him. Could it really be because they weren't familiar enough yesterday, so she held back? And now that they're more acquainted, her true colors are coming out in full force? Xu Sheng contemplated the memories from his past life and suddenly realized something. In his past life, Zhang Qin had been saddled with massive debt, constantly juggling part-time jobs to repay it, so she avoided social interactions whenever possible. But in this life, with his help, Zhang Qin was free from the burden of debt, and her carefree personality instantly surfaced. So overwhelming debt could truly crush a person. When you're free, come travel with me someday? No, you're a grown man and still shy? Alright, stop talking nonsense. He suddenly turned around and said seriously. Once you're back in the dorm, you must remember that we don't know each other. What's more, you need to really dislike me. That's the only way to cut off any connection between us and set the stage for future moves. Got it? Zhang Qin nodded somewhat uncertainly, her demeanor growing serious. If Chen Yu ever approaches you to discuss anything, you have to inform me in advance. We'll communicate through private messages on Tieba. You're quite good at keeping secrets, definitely looks like you've done this before. Enough with that. Remember to pay me back, the full 100 grand plus interest. How about I pay you with my homemade sausages? I don't even eat, come on, stop it. I've got smoked sausages too. Get the hell out. Zhang Qin was shoved out of the car by Chu Shang, and only then did he finally feel that long-lost silence. Suddenly, he flung open the car door and shouted into the night. Come back. Zhang Qin returned to the car, blinking her almond-shaped eyes with single eyelids, her pupils large and bright. Little greedy cat. Chu Shang rolled his eyes and pulled out a stack of bills from his wallet for her. Mind your status. Damn, if you're worried I don't have money to spend, why say it so aggressively? Get lost already. After Zhang Qin walked out of the parking lot, she stuffed the money into her jacket, her entire face suddenly turning red, steam seeming to rise from the top of her head. She wasn't actually dumb, just really good at pretending. Throughout my life, Zhang Qin has never been inferior to others. So what if it's Chen Yu? No matter how high your looks score is, you'll still have to taste the lips I've already kissed. And so what? What can you do about it? She headed towards the dormitory with light, skipping steps, ready to properly confront those three losers. As for Chu Shang, he remained seated there, having just given away his first kiss in this lifetime, still unable to recover from the shock. His hands felt empty, as if he had missed some opportunity. Should have turned on autopilot. He stepped out of the car, retrieved his luggage from the trunk, and finally walked toward the boys' dormitory. Chu Shang was already very familiar with the three animals in the dorm after all, they'd known each other for a full 8 years. Dorm leader Wu Xian was a minor rich kid who drove a Volkswagen SUV. Over 4 years, he had hooked up with countless girls until he met the faux goddess Song Nana, who played him like a fiddle. He spent who knows how much money without even getting to hold her hand. Dorm third wheel Wang Jinue, in charge of both the country bumpkins and the delusional pansies, often lost himself in the illusion that she must like me. He once chased a girl for over 3 years and nearly jumped into a lake with only 1 meter of water to kill himself. The youngest in the dorm, Jingsheng, wasn't tall but quite stocky, resembling Hua Jianhua a bit. As the self-proclaimed sole rational bachelor in the group, he loved taking on all sorts of part-time jobs. In 8 years, he only pursued girls twice, both attempts ended in failure before they even began, consistently providing endless amusement for his roommates. Among these 3 dorm mates, Xuxing couldn't really say he disliked or particularly liked any of them. He just thought all 3 of these animals were hilarious. Without any one of them, room 102 wouldn't feel complete. Chu Sheng carried his belongings and entered the dormitory. He glanced at the beds of his 3 beastly roommates. Once again, they had left him the bottom bunk right by the door, the spot most prone to social embarrassment. After quickly making his bed, he tidied up his cabinet. Before long, the 3 beasts returned, each carrying a serving of grilled meat with rice. Yo, so this is our Chu Sheng? Handsome indeed, almost as good looking as me. Hey man, want a cigarette? Hello, brother Chu, have you just arrived? Chu Sheng greeted each of his roommates in turn. He gave Wang Jinue a disdainful look. I'm nowhere near as handsome as you, bro. He turned down Wu Xian's luxurious cigarette offer with a no thanks. Then he patted Jing Sheng on the shoulder. This guy really did have solid muscles. After briefly greeting all 4 dorm mates, Chu Sheng began making arrangements for his 3 new roommates. The roommate has a close relationship with oneself, essentially being an elite-class minor villain. However, if one wants to conquer this challenge, they must help the roommate grow and change, giving it a sort of nurturing system vibe. Therefore, he decided to ask the false god to intervene early, letting her properly discipline that spoiled rich second-generation brat Wu Xian and make him mend his ways. Then hit Wang Jinue with something even harsher to make him face the harsh realities of society. Finally introducing a romantic prospect to Jingsheng, though this kid still needs to go under the knife before he grows up. Then we'll have to find him a hospital first. Too bad he doesn't need that particular surgery, otherwise we could have gotten a buy one get one free deal. Chu Sheng suddenly felt the weight of responsibility heavy on his shoulders. Arranging roommates was no easy task. If heaven had not bestowed upon us the great Master Chu, the ages would have lingered in eternal night for 102,000 years. Suddenly, a notification popped up on his phone, showing a private message from someone on the forum. He knew it was Zhang Qin reporting on her work, so he opened the forum to review the message. Little Zhang from River City, Shen Yu mentioned you to me and also talked about you inviting her to co-write a book. River City Zhang, wow. Already talking about this kind of topic? You're making fast progress. Pure-hearted Xia Kunin, she's actually the type who can't keep secrets, just no one initiates conversations with her. Pure-hearted Xia Kunin, I don't really know how she chats with other girls. River City Zhang, so, what should I do then? Innocent little Chu Nan, first persuade her to agree, then have her reconsider. After a couple days, persuade her to agree again, then persuade her to give up. Then after some time, persuade her to agree once more. River City Little Zhang, genius. Is this some kind of add flour when there's too much water, add water when there's too much flour situation? Xu Sheng sat on the bed, turned off his phone, and suddenly found himself missing Zhang Qin. Taking a trip wouldn't be such a bad idea either. Damn, what a goddamn bastard I am. Chapter 10, 7 Captures of a Best Friend. Lying on the bed, Xu Sheng suddenly felt somewhat bored. The thrilling opening chapter had concluded, leaving only 3 long years of campus life ahead, followed by a year of off-campus internship. According to the timeline from his previous life, the entire day-to-day would be spent completing registration procedures, with only a class meeting held in the evening when several troublesome female classmates would stir up plans for a dinner gathering. Tomorrow morning would involve collecting uniforms, followed by meeting the military instructors in the afternoon and attending the college-level welcome party in the evening. Bohai University's military training lasted only half a month and wasn't particularly strenuous, focusing mainly on drilling military postures and formation marching. After the military training concluded, the university-wide welcome party, effectively the training performance showcase, would be held. For just a little while before that, Xu Sheng could rest until the military training songs began. Let me think. What else can I manipulate during this time? Got it. Xu Sheng suddenly sat up, a devilish smile curling at the corners of his mouth. With 3 parts chilliness, 1 part cunning, 5 parts nonchalance, and 2 parts lewdness. Brothers, I'm heading to the cafeteria. Xu Sheng hadn't eaten all morning, and with the smell of grilled meat with rice wafting through the dorm, he was genuinely hungry. He walked out of the dorm and headed straight for the cafeteria. The dining hall is located in the southeast corner of the school, with 2 floors. There's also a Sanya station right by the entrance on the first floor. Next to the canteen was the bathhouse and hot water room, where students shuffling in slippers while carrying baskets could often be seen coming and going. To the northwest, there are 2 female dormitory buildings. Just standing at the canteen entrance, one can see countless pairs of shorts, skirts, and black stockings hurrying by, truly the campus's top-rated scenic spot. But for Xu Sheng, these legs and such had long ceased to hold any fascination. They tempted him far less than a chicken drumstick would. He came to the cafeteria this time both to eat and to wait for someone. By the way, he wanted to see if any foolish rabbit would bump into him on its own, dazed and confused, so he could take it back for an extra meal. Xu Sheng ordered a portion of barbecue mixed rice, sweet and sour chicken racks, and doubled up on chicken thighs, sausages, and dried tofu. After waiting for about 15 minutes, Xu Sheng had already circled 3 times with his meal tray when he finally spotted his target. Wang Nan. Clad in baggy cargo pants and a black oversized American-style t-shirt, she casually slipped on a pair of black Crocs while draping an arm over the shoulders of a Lolita girl. This was the same Lolita girl whom Wang Nan had asked for WeChat at the dormitory entrance earlier. Dressed in a pink floral skirt that revealed her fair shoulders and neck, though petite in stature, she had exceptionally well-proportioned legs. Her face was round, with large eyes behind round-framed glasses, and her hair was tied into 2 little braids. Xu Sheng didn't know this girl, only aware that Wang Nan had dumped her during military training. The girl stood tearfully beneath her dormitory, asking what was wrong with her and pleading that she could change. The incident became quite a scene, with photos even being turned into signature meme stickers used by Bo University students. Poor girl, let your bro save you then. At this thought, Xu Sheng's lips curled into a smile again. He continued wandering around the cafeteria with his meal, pretending to be grabbing food for his dorm mates. Wang Nan held the little Lolita by the shoulder as they scavenged for food in the cafeteria. Xiao Yao, what do you want to eat? Big sis will treat you. Sun Xiaoyao's little face flushed slightly as the handsome and cool big sister held her like this. However, with so many girlfriends and buddies casually draping arms over each other's shoulders in the cafeteria, it didn't seem particularly out of place. Xu Sheng secretly observed their movements while making mental calculations. He came here for Wang Nan and this lowly. As everyone knows, Wang Nan has some orientation issues, making direct conquest nearly impossible. Therefore, there's only one way to pursue her, steal her prey to break her defenses. The 6 campus bosses each require different defeating methods. Romance isn't the only approach. It's fine if the boss isn't allowed to date. Xu Sheng strode forward confidently and struck up a conversation with Wang Nan directly. Hello, we meet again. What a coincidence. Wang Nan found the voice vaguely familiar and quickly turned to look. It was actually that handsome guy who had added her on WeChat that morning. What was his name again? Seems like I never asked for his name, and he didn't even accept my friend request. Damn it, definitely a fuckboy. But then again, she was only looking for a wingman or gathering intel to begin with. A girl getting hurt by a fuckboy, hee hee. Xu Sheng, noticing her increasingly peculiar expression, quickly cleared his throat. Ahem, classmate, aren't you going to introduce me? Sun Xiaoyao blinked her big eyes twice while looking at Chu Sheng. This guy is really handsome. How did you grow so tall with such a great figure? The thought of being less than 150 centimeters tall almost made Sun Xiaoyao cry. Wang Nan, finally snapping back to reality, looked at Chu Sheng and then at Sun Xiaoyao, suddenly realizing something. No way. Could they be here to steal our food? Damn. Scumbag. Are you trying to get my friend's WeChat? Wang Nan's expression was quite intriguing, and the look she gave Chu Sheng carried a hint of displeasure. Is that not allowed? Chu Sheng, however, didn't care about Wang Nan's gaze and spoke directly. I noticed you right away, classmate, and wanted to get to know you. Could we exchange WeChat contacts? Oh, sure. Sun Xiaoyao was about to pull out her phone to show the QR code when Wang Nan stopped her. Why are you adding my bestie on WeChat? She's not looking to date during college. Chu Sheng smiled but remained silent as a notification popped up before his eyes. Warning, Boss Wang Nan has developed hostility towards you. UVE triggered the boss strategy mission, 7 captures of the best friend. Wang Nan, that scumbag woman, flirts with girls under the guise of friendship to achieve her ulterior motives. As a righteous soul, you can't stand idly by and choose to intervene. Mission Part 1, The Triangular Showdown. Mission Objective, Romance Sun Xiaoyao. Mission Reward, Boss Wang Nan sustains massive damage, partial ability extraction from Boss Wang Nan, random item reward, random EXP. The on-screen prompt vanished, yet Wang Nan's hostility remained. Sun Xiaoyao watched the two of them, as if feeling an arctic gust hitting her face, goosebumps rising across her entire body. Who said adding someone on WeChat means you want to date them? So are you adding me because you want to date me? Having said that, Chu Sheng proudly flashed his new contacts interface as if showing off. Wang Nan felt like he'd met his match now. He should never have played these mind games to begin with. Those tricks taught online were utterly unreliable after all. Trying to outwit a fox was downright foolish. Let's add each other then. More friends means more paths. Seeing the tension growing, Sun Xiaoyao had no choice but to step in and mediate. After adding them on WeChat and accepting both friend requests, Chu Sheng wore the most smug grin imaginable. I've got to bring food back for my roommate, so I'll take my leave first. He turned and walked away without the slightest hesitation. Wang Nan watched his figure disappear through the cafeteria entrance, then turned to Sun Xiaoyao beside her and advised. Xiaoyao, this guy is clearly a scumbag. He added your WeChat just because he's after your body. You need to keep your eyes open and not get fooled by people like him. Okay, Nanjia, I understand. Sun Xiaoyao took out her phone and began tapping. I'll block him right now. Wang Nan felt tremendously pleased and patted Sun Xiaoyao's head. Good girl. If you ever want a boyfriend, I'll introduce you to someone later. Men these days are also trashy, just wanting to deceive women for their bodies without giving real feelings. Good men have long gone extinct. Sun Xiaoyao nodded obediently, but in her heart she was still thinking about that tall, fair-skinned guy from earlier. Above her head floated a long health bar. Sun Xiaoyao, 32%, times 32. Chapter 11. Let's make a bet. Holy crap, Brother Chu, why did you buy so much food? Wang Jinhua stared at the chicken legs, sausages, and dried tofu in the plastic container, his mouth watering even though he'd just eaten. He was somewhat overweight, with meat all over his body, and a single portion of grilled meat rice bowl was never enough to fill him up. Want one? Chu Sheng opened the box and proactively offered treats to his roommate, then returned to his own desk to eat while chatting. Yaoyao is a little bunny. Hello, I'm Sun Xiaoyao from Accounting Class 1. Mr. Chu 96, Xu Sheng, Media Studies Class 1. Nice to meet you. Yaoyao is a little bunny. Why is your username 96 Mr. Chu? Were you born in 1996? 96 Mr. Chu, I was born on September 6th. Yaoyao is a little bunny, so your birthday is coming up soon then? 96 Mr. Chu, grinning/oh, are you planning to surprise me? Yaoyao's a little bunny, side eyes that depends on your performance. 96 Mr. Chu, side eyes but I have class dinner tonight, sighing cat emoji. How about I take you out for bubble tea near campus tonight? Yaoyao's a little bunny, side eyes cheapsteak. Just bubble tea? Alright, I'll reluctantly agree to you. Putting down his phone, Xu Sheng shook his head. This girl was so easily won over by Wang Nan back then, definitely a sucker for good looks. Damn this irresistible handsomeness of mine. Holy shit, Lao Chu, who are you chatting with? Don't tell me you've already hooked up with a girl on the first day of school? Xu Sheng rolled his eyes. He didn't even need to turn around to know it was Wang Jinhua. This annoying guy wasn't just a glutton, he also had zero sense of boundaries. He frequently used other people's toiletries and tissues, and would occasionally snoop through chat histories. But this guy keeps his mouth pretty tight. Even if you have issues with him, he won't go around blabbing. Still, no matter what, being screen-peeped made Xu Sheng pretty pissed. Teaching his roommate a lesson was now on the agenda. Wang Jinhua would be the first to taste the blade. Flirting with girls is nothing. Today I straight up kissed the class beauty. Stop bragging already. Wang Jinhua remained unperturbed, sitting on the stool with his legs crossed, putting on quite the air of a boss. That so-called Yao Yao little bunny of yours, anyone who goes by that username has got to be some hairy dude pretending to be cute. She's not some hairy dude. She's just a sweet little girl. I don't believe you. Show me your social media feed. How about this? Let's make a bet. Chu Sheng sat on the stool, turned around, and stared straight at him. No bet, you've obviously seen it already. I'm not stupid. Okay then, let's make a bet on two things. If the girl I'm meeting turns out to be a real loli and not some bearded dude, and if our class ends up organizing a dinner party after tonight's meeting, if both these things happen, you'll pay my share of the AA bill for me. Deal? Wang Jinhua looked down at his big toe and pondered for a moment. He didn't believe Chu Sheng could have predicted tonight's dinner gathering. Even if someone at the evening class meeting suggested dining out, he could always persuade everyone to postpone it. In that case, Chu Sheng was bound to lose this bet with him. Even if he did lose, it would just mean treating him to a meal, no big deal. How much can AA still split? Fine, I'll take your bet. But what if you lose, what then? Chu Sheng thought for a moment, then spoke directly. If I lose, I'll treat the whole dorm to barbecue. Plus, old Wu and Xiao Sheng can serve as witnesses. How about it? Wu Xian and Jing Sheng immediately lit up with excitement and quickly agreed. Then it's settled. Xiao Sheng and I will be the witnesses, no backing out now. If I won't regret it, then I won't. What's there to be afraid of? Wang Jinhua showed the expression of a dead pig fearing no scalding water, completely unconcerned. But Chu Sheng wore the look of someone holding all the cards. Even if Wang Jinhua tried to pull some dirty tricks, he had ways to deal with him. Kid, you're still too young. Better treat your buddy to a meal honestly. He finished his bibimbap and chicken bones, tossed them in the trash, then went back to bed for his afternoon nap. But he hadn't slept long when he received a message from Zhang Qin. Hachung Xiao Zhang, whatcha doing in the dorm? Pure little Chunan, damn sis, you're nosy as hell. River City Xiao Zhang, angry. Am I not your best teammate in Wingman? Can't I even handle this? Pure little Chunan, are you trying to ask me out? River City Xiao Zhang, damn, why are you so direct? How about taking me out for a spin in your Mercedes? Innocent little Chunan, let's go. Chu Sheng sighed, feeling the weight of responsibility pressing upon him. But right now, none of his classmates were familiar with each other, and there wasn't much going on other than sleeping. There really wasn't anything else to do. He walked to the parking lot to meet Zhang Qin, only to see her holding a black plastic bag. What's this? Meat sausages, homemade. You can just bite into them directly. So there really are meat sausages? I thought it was just a pun. Damn, you're so full of yourself. After getting into the car, Chu Sheng watched as the dark, greasy sausage was placed into the car fridge. Where do you want to go? Let's hit the internet cafe and play some games. Alright. He deliberately took Zhang Qin to a more remote internet cafe and booked a double private room. What game do you play? Chinese Paladin Online 3. Chu Sheng knew little about this game, only that there indeed were many female players. But when Zhang Qin arrived, she wasn't here to play for herself, she was taking orders from a group chat to level up accounts for others. So you're here to work, huh? Getting to play games while earning money? Perfect combo. Chu Sheng leaned back in his chair, planning to find a game to play, but after browsing for a long time, he still couldn't decide. Eventually, he opened his browser, went to the China Music Copyright Association's official website, registered an account, and then uploaded the lyrics and sheet music. He opened the recording software, sang the entire song a cappella, uploaded it, and completed the copyright registration. Congratulations! You've registered your first original song. Your talent +1. UVE gained 1 achievement point. Current rating, 31, F. Zhang Qin watched from the side with an extremely peculiar look in her eyes. Whose song did you copy? J. Cho. I only know Porridge Wheel. Isn't that the breakfast cart outside the school that sells porridge and wheel cakes? Zhang Qin rolled her eyes. Fine, don't tell me if you don't want to. Chu Sheng sighed helplessly. After all, he hadn't copied from this world, how could she possibly know about it? The song he'd registered was meant for singing during military training chants. With videos inevitably being recorded during the event, having the copyright registered in advance would save him a lot of trouble. In addition, he registered several other songs that might be performed publicly in the future, just in case. Regarding copyright awareness, Chu Sheng believed he had no issues. After finishing his work, he checked the time and offered to take Zhang Qin home. What, did you make plans with some girl? So it seems. For Zhang Qin, Chu Sheng had no intention of hiding anything. He simply confessed everything that happened that day and even showed her the chat logs. Let me see. Hiss. Her expression turned somewhat strange. If that Yao girl doesn't have feelings for you, I'll eat this keyboard. Stop trying to freeload here, this keyboard is filthy. If you want to eat, I'll buy you a new one. Cut the crap. After driving Zhang Qin back, Chu Sheng gave Sun Xiaoyao a voice call. Yao Yao, do you remember our date this afternoon? Chapter 12, Fishing Time. How could I forget? I'm doing my makeup now and we'll be right there. Chu Sheng understood the implied meaning and simply stayed in the car to play a game while waiting. When a girl says she's doing her makeup, you can usually expect to wait 30 minutes to an hour. If you foolishly stand outside the milk tea shop or sit inside waiting, your nose will turn red like a clown's. Sure enough, Zhu Sheng waited a full 45 minutes for Sun Xiaoyao before she finally messaged him saying she'd be right there. It's only considered coming soon if it's not actually on the way. He exited the game and glanced at the time, thinking to himself that the evening class meeting would start at 7 o'clock, so there was no rush. He decided to wait in the car a little longer until Sun Xiaoyao messaged him, "I'm here, where are you?" Zhu Sheng then stepped out of the car, and just as he exited the parking lot, he ran into Sun Xiaoyao heading towards the school gate. Oh this! Sun Xiaoyao felt rather awkward, having just declared her arrival only to be caught red-handed. Instant social death. Zhu Sheng found her expression utterly adorable as the embarrassment meter above her head kept rapidly depleting, making him stifle a laugh. This girl seems pretty easy to win over. Just a small thing like this took away 3 health bars, her defense is really low. Don't mention it, I just got out of a car myself. Ha, you bought a car. Zhu Sheng nodded, just bought a random car, it's just for getting around. Oh, let's go then. The two walked side by side, chatting about high school topics along the way. Zhu Sheng said he used to be overweight and dark-skinned, and only after the college entrance exams did he make a drastic transformation to become who he is now. Sun Xiaoyao also admitted that she didn't know how to dress up in high school, sporting an unattractive hairstyle that looked just like a level 1 helmet in games. The two chatted all the way to the milk tea shop doorstep, the atmosphere thoroughly harmonious. Though the little lowly Sun Xiaoyao appeared well-behaved, her small hands were rather mischievous, often feigning unconscious brushes against him. University girls were truly wonderful once they entered society and evolved into those hardened old buzzards. You wouldn't get to touch anything without spending thousands. What would you like to drink? More juice, less fiber in these grapes. Zhu Sheng nodded and was about to order when he spotted a BMW pulling up outside the shop, clearly arriving from the school direction. A man and woman stepped out of the car. The man looked every inch the dandy, putting on quite the impressive show, swinging a BMW key fob around his finger with practiced ease. The girl was someone Zhu Sheng recognized. Despite being dressed like an internet celebrity, she had an air of purity about her, undoubtedly Song Nana. As soon as she entered the shop, Song Nana spotted a familiar figure from behind. Her eyes fixed intently on Zhu Sheng and the Sun Xiaoyao beside him as a faint trace of surprise flickered across her face. Feeling her gaze, Zhu Sheng deliberately turned to meet her eyes. He raised an eyebrow and remained silent, leaving the other person to interpret the situation as they pleased. Song Nana turned her head in confusion, instinctively thinking he might be interested in her. Unfortunately, she had a boyfriend by her side, making it inconvenient to act on any impulses. After placing their order, Zhu Sheng led Sun Xiaoyao to sit on the long sofa, continuing their conversation. Warning, Boss Song Nana has taken an interest in you. UVE triggered the boss conquest mission, clearing the pond. Song Nana somehow caught another fish from who knows where and plans to add it to her pond. Meanwhile, you've long harbored intentions to dismantle her little fishing operation. It's time to fish it out and give it a mighty kick straight out of the pond. First task, fishing. Objective, eliminate all fish in Song Nana's pond by any means necessary. Each elimination will grant rewards. Rewards, minor damage to Boss Song Nana, partial ability extraction from Boss Song Nana, random item rewards, EXP, cash. As he looked at the prompt before his eyes, Zhu Sheng wasn't surprised. After all, it wasn't like he hadn't seen this before, he just hadn't expected it to come so quickly in this life. Back then, he had earned his first million by his sophomore year through plagiarizing novels, but due to his looks, Song Nana had ignored him. It wasn't until his junior year, when he discovered the hidden shop and underwent a whitening and beauty treatment, that he finally got the chance to encounter this mission. Song Nana's fish pond wasn't so easy to break into. That's kind of interesting. He seemed to have heard about this BMW guy before. This character had hooked up with quite a few girls at school relying on his BMW and his decent-looking outfits. But the truth, well, let's just say it's laughable. Zhu Sheng, our milk tea is ready. Okay. Carrying the milk tea, the two of them walked side by side back the way they came. Meanwhile, Song Nana and the BMW guy drove off toward the school in his car. Such a pretentious asshole. Couldn't even walk a few steps and had to drive. Sun Xiaoyao couldn't help but giggle at his complaint. She couldn't quite understand why they needed to drive just to drink milk tea at the school gate. As they reached the parking lot entrance, they coincidentally ran into those two coming out. The BMW guy tried to hold Song Nana's hand, but she was a seasoned player who'd long mastered the art of dodging unwelcome advances. No matter what the other party tried, they couldn't lay a finger on him. Zhu Sheng secretly cheered at the brilliant move, then began to amplify the effect. Hey, aren't you that what's his name? The BMW driver froze momentarily, completely baffled. Do I know this guy? A guy this handsome, if I'd met him before, I definitely wouldn't have forgotten. Next to them, Song Nana frowned slightly, as if realizing what was about to happen. These two aren't going to fight over me, are they? She imagined it beautifully, but reality tends to be cruel. Aren't you Auntie Wine's little boyfriend? I saw you at the cocktail party before, never thought we'd be at the same school. The BMW guy's face, already thick with foundation, turned ghostly pale at these words. Damn it, how did I run into someone familiar? He had indeed accompanied his old buddy to a few cocktail parties, but those events were mostly attended by successful professionals. How could this college student possibly? When he caught sight of the golden Rolex casually revealed on Xuxing's wrist, everything suddenly became clear. It's over. Everything's ruined. Meanwhile, the two women standing at the parking lot in trance each wore expressions more dramatic than the other. Song Nana recoiled as if she'd touched something filthy, feeling the very air around her had turned unclean, hastily retreating several steps. Meanwhile, Sun Xiaoyao's expression took on a rather suggestive quality, clearly having instantly grasped the situation. Her face gradually twisted into something approaching breakdown, like a yellow meme-worthy comical expression. What dramatic facial expressions this young lady has. I never expected you to be this kind of person. You actually lied to me, saying you earned that BMW through your own business venture. So your business venture was just gold digging a wealthy woman, huh? Song Nana immediately stormed off, but the BMW guy didn't dare chase after her. Instead, he turned and headed straight for the parking lot. Guess he needed to cool off in his car for a while. Sun Xiaoyao watched Song Nana's receding figure, noting the pace of her steps, and couldn't help clicking her tongue twice. That woman is no ordinary person. Xu Sheng nodded in agreement. She doesn't actually care whether this guy is starting a business or dating a rich woman. What she cares about is, what is it? I can't tell you. Wouldn't want to corrupt a child. You're calling me a child? Sun Xiaoyao glanced down at the airport, gritted her teeth and reached out to grab Xu Sheng's hand. What are you doing, you pervert? He was playfully bantering with Sun Xiaoyao when a notification suddenly popped up before his eyes. Congratulations on successfully eliminating a fish. Boss strategy mission, first stage, fishing. Current completion progress, 1/11. Boss Song Nana took minor damage. You gained a small amount of experience. Your level increased to LV5. Your constitution +1. You have obtained random luxury gift bag ×1, white. Reward obtained, luxury appraisal skill book, white, permanent. Chapter 13, Woof Woof. Item acquired, random luxury gift bag containing 1 to 2 luxury items that Song Nana adores but cannot afford, with a total value below 50,000 yuan. Xu Sheng's eyes lit up as he gazed at the newly acquired item. It was just a shame Song Nana had already left, otherwise he could have NTR'd her right to her face. What if he'd given away something she cherished right in front of her? Her little expressions would have been priceless, wouldn't they? As he watched Song Nana's retreating figure gradually disappear, Sun Xiaoyao keenly noticed the expression on his face. Is her legs long? Pretty decent, but not as long as Wang Nan's. Sun Xiaoyao puffed up her cheeks in anger and turned her head away. Xu Sheng looked at her petite head from behind, noticing those 2 ponytails, and felt a sudden urge to grab them to steer her direction. What, are you angry? Not at all. Though your legs aren't long, you have your own strengths too. Sexiness can't hold a candle to cuteness. Cheer up, you're the most adorable. Humph, absolutely not. Xu Sheng glanced at the health bar above her head. Sun Xiaoyao, 63%, times 28. Even when angry, her affection points keep rising. Such an adorable little tsundere. Don't be mad, let me show you a magic trick. What magic? Xu Sheng watched as she turned her head, presenting her empty hands with a slight flourish. Look, no hand here, no hand there, and then I just grab like this. A white paper bag appeared out of thin air in Xu Sheng's hand. Wow, how did you do that? That's absolutely incredible. The bag was only slightly larger than Xu Sheng's hand, and its contents weren't particularly heavy, probably cosmetics or perfume, or perhaps jewelry. Here you go, open it and see. Oh, this isn't appropriate. Sun Xiaoyao took the paper bag and opened it, immediately spotting the Chanel logo. This is Chanel, isn't it? How much did this cost? It's too expensive, I can't accept it. Xu Sheng smiled and blocked her hand that was trying to return the gift. What could possibly be more valuable than you? Take it, it's just a small token of appreciation, it means nothing to me. Sun Xiaoyao lowered her head, her face flushing red. She knew it would be impolite to refuse, especially since this was the first time he had ever given her a gift. But they had only just met today. Wasn't such an expensive present too much? How could she possibly accept this? Alright, don't overthink it. The price doesn't matter. When I was shopping at the mall this afternoon, I thought of you the moment I saw this. In that instant, I knew it was perfect for you, so I bought it right away. Sun Xiaoyao's face grew increasingly red from being teased. She suddenly lifted her head and stood on tiptoe, only to overestimate herself and underestimate Xu Sheng. Damn it! Sun Xiaoyao, why are you so short? Damn Xu Sheng, how dare you be so tall? Did you grow up drinking calcium milk crackers? Xu Sheng reflexively wanted to dodge when he saw the little girl's movement, but fortunately his body didn't keep up with his mind, stopping abruptly in time. If this had been one of those was your half-step retreat serious at moments, it would have been game over. What are you doing? Trying to bite me? I'll bite you to death. Chu Sheng extended his hand, bringing it to her lips. Come on, leave me a mark. Sun Xiaoyao's face flushed even darker as she turned away, murmuring softly, I don't want to. Alright, enough teasing. Let me walk you back to the dorm, we've got that class meeting tonight. Alright then. Chu Sheng led Sun Xiaoyao toward the dormitory. The young girl tentatively tried to pull away a few more times, only to find her hand securely enveloped by his warm grasp. She instinctively tried to break free, but his grip remained firm. Meanwhile, Chu Sheng was typing a message into their dorm group chat on his phone. Mr. Chu 96, at a U, wait at the entrance later. I'll walk by with a girl so you can check her out. Remember not to bark randomly. A U, I concede this round. You think I'll eat your dog food? In your dreams. Mr. Chu 96, 666, whoever comes out to look is a dog. Chu Sheng, who are you chatting with? Ha, just this clown from my dorm. Chu Sheng looked down at Sun Xiaoyao and began recounting his bet with Wang Jinhua. What kind of lame bearded dude is that? How annoying. He doesn't know shit. He just doesn't want his bro to get a girlfriend before him. Nobody wants their bros to suffer, but no one wants to see them drive a Land Rover either. That's just how it is. Sun Xiaoyao nodded, finding this logic quite compelling. As they were talking, the pair arrived at the men's dormitory entrance. Chu Sheng turned his head and glanced around, immediately spotting Wang Jinhua who was peeking from behind a pillar. You damn dog, quit hiding. I see you. Woof, woof. Wang Jinhua barked twice, clenching his teeth as he stared at the petite and adorable Sun Xiaoyao. Damn it, school just started and you're already eating this well. You're truly despicable. How am I supposed to survive seeing this, bro? Chu Sheng had no idea what Wang Jinhua was thinking, only noticing the rapid decrease in the health bar above his head, clear evidence of significant psychological damage. Just wait, little Jinhu, there's more in store for you tonight. Sun Xiaoyao watched the defeated loser disappear, feeling somewhat curious. Is this the hilarious roommate you mentioned? Yeah, quite an interesting guy. Chu Sheng accompanied Sun Xiaoyao all the way to the entrance of the girls' dormitory, then watched as she walked upstairs. After turning away, Chu Sheng finally let out a sigh of relief, his steps noticeably lighter. This was his first time pursuing Sun Xiaoyao, so he wasn't very familiar with her, which inevitably made him a bit nervous. When he returned to the dormitory, he was immediately ambushed by Wang Jinhua the moment he stepped inside. Holy shit! Holy shit! Holy shit! Legend! Brother Chu, Godfather, how did you do that? Teach me, please. Chu Sheng smiled faintly, his face bearing the lonely expression of a true master. How did you charm such an adorable girl? Teach me your ways, take me under your wing, and let's arrange a dorm mixer. He sat on the bench, casually crossing his legs. Not sincere enough. Go buy a bottle of Oriental leaves from the vending machine first. Damn, that's too expensive. I only drink iced dew. Since when do you drink fancy Oriental leaves? Forget it then. Wang Jinhua didn't press further either, sitting on the bed playing with his phone while occasionally glancing at Chu Sheng. Chu Sheng remained as immovable as Mount Tai while seated in his fishing platform posture, taking out his phone to discover new messages. They were from Zhang Qin. River City Xiaozhang, did you send something to that little loli? Innocent Xiao Chunan, damn girl, are you clairvoyant or what? How'd you find out? River City Xiaozhang, heh, that loli came swaggering into our dorm to show off. Though she didn't name names, I immediately knew it was you. Innocent Xiao Chunan, how'd you figure it out? River City Zhang, who else but you would give a freshman a $10,000 plus perfume on the first meeting? What a flex. Pure Chunan, 666, trying to show off to Wang Nan? River City Zhang, 666, damn you guessed it. Sherlock Holmes over here? Pure Chunan, the only person she knows in your dorm is Wang Nan. From Zhang Qin's description, Chu Sheng roughly understood what had happened. When Sun Xiaoyao returned to the dormitory and opened the gift, she didn't recognize much about the perfume she found. She tried searching on Taobao but only came across a bunch of counterfeit and knockoff products. So Sun Xiaoyao turned to Wang Nan, who seemed the most worldly among her friends for help, only to have Song Nana see through it at a glance. Song Nana's expression at that moment was quite a sight to behold, especially when she learned it was delivered by a guy. She must have immediately guessed the culprit. Meanwhile, the very culprit himself, Chu Sheng, was staring at his phone screen and chuckling. Taking pleasure in Song Nana's misfortune? That was his specialty. This woman just had it coming. Old Chu, let's go. We should wait in the classroom first, let's not be late. Chapter 14, Endless Amusement. Chu Sheng nodded at Wang Jinhua. Although this guy liked to take petty advantages and lacked a sense of boundaries, he had some redeeming qualities. Never late, never leaves early, attends classes on time, studies diligently, strives to become class president, and joins the student council. Quite an ambitious kid. Just has zero emotional intelligence and no self-awareness whatsoever. Jingsheng got out of bed and sat on Chu Sheng's bedside to put on his shoes. Wu Xian straightened his clothes and said to the group with a smile, "Let me tell you, there seem to be quite a few beauties in our class. One is not only stylish but also has particularly long legs, while another is both gorgeous and elegant, though her complexion is a bit dark." "Really, Brother Wu? A darker complexion is nothing, it looks healthy." Jing Shang watched the two talk without interrupting, finding the guy a bit too shy for his own good. Chu Shang knew exactly who they were talking about and naturally lost interest in joining the conversation. The tall one with long legs was named Chen Shuayuan, whose plain appearance was merely average, but could score above 80 with makeup. As for the darker-skinned one, that was naturally Han Xiao. Han Xiao's looks were indeed decent, her natural face could score 75, and if she were just a bit fairer, she'd easily break 80. But if her skin were lighter, she'd lose her current distinctive charm and simply blend into the crowd. "The two girls you mentioned definitely aren't the prettiest in our class." Hearing this, both of them turned their heads in unison to look at Chu Sheng. "I've seen the class belle of our grade, she's drop dead gorgeous, but just too mediocre. She's got a bit of everything, but nothing stands out." Wang Jingyue looked puzzled. "Brother Chu, I understand every word you're saying, but when you put them together, it just doesn't make sense?" Chu Sheng smiled but didn't speak. "For real? How come I've never heard of it?" Wu Shen was also a bit curious, but he could roughly grasp what Chu Sheng meant. "Isn't that just an all-around ace?" Chu Sheng accompanied his roommates on their way to the classroom, during which Wu Xian shared the source of his insider information. He had secretly gotten involved with a girl from their class during the summer vacation. The two had met on a forum, and upon asking, they surprisingly discovered they were in the same major, a program so small it only had one class. Both felt it was fate and began chatting non-stop. They talked from dawn till dusk, even keeping their voice chat connected at night while sleeping. When Wu Xian mentioned this matter, there was clearly a hint of showing off in his tone. Wang Jingyue and Jing Shang both felt a twinge of envy. After all, these two were still just fledglings, not yet fully grown. Chu Sheng had actually known about this all along, having experienced it during the first game. The photos in that girl's social media were truly stunning. She looked like an influencer with at least 100,000 followers. But during summer break, she bulked up, going from 90 to 120 pounds in what could only be called a meat suit transformation. When they bumped into each other at the class meeting, Wu Xian almost turned on his heels and bolted. Just thinking about these hilarious episodes made Chu Sheng all the more eager for the campus life that lay ahead. After all, there's plenty more fun to come. This is just the beginning, isn't it? The four of them crossed the square at the center of the school when Chu Sheng's peripheral vision caught a fleeting shadow. "It's that woman." A scheme suddenly formed in his mind. Pointing at Han Zhao's retreating figure, he turned to Wang Jingyue beside him and spoke. "Check out that girl's figure, isn't it great?" Wang Jingyue looked over and nodded firmly. She looked just a bit tanned, with a great figure, slender waist, long legs, totally on point. "Do you want WeChat?" "Of course I want it. A girl this pretty, if I could date her, I'd gladly spend half my college allowance on her." Chu Sheng smiled and asked, "So how will you thank me if I get her WeChat for you?" Wang Jingyue pondered, thinking to himself that Brother Chu was scheming again. This definitely wasn't out of kindness. But he genuinely did want the girl's contact. His eyes lit up with an idea. "If you can get me her WeChat, I'll buy you meals for a whole week." "Deal. You said it yourself." Chu Sheng swaggered straight over and patted Han Xiao on the shoulder. "Hey beautiful, can I get your WeChat?" Han Xiao was puzzled, wondering why someone was approaching him again. As soon as he turned his head, he saw a familiar face. It was Chu Sheng. All right. Adding someone on WeChat was no big deal to Han Xiao. After all, they were classmates, they were bound to connect sooner or later. Meanwhile, Shi Huiwan, who had been tagging along, eagerly started gossiping as she watched Chu Sheng walk away. "Xiao Xiao, that guy is so handsome, do you know him? He's from our class, I saw him at the freshman orientation. If you want to meet him, I can give you his WeChat." "Forget it, he's way too good looking. I'd never be able to keep him." Meanwhile, on the other side, Jinyu gazed at the WeChat contact that had been forwarded to him, flashing a love-struck grin. Just now when Han Xiao turned her head, he caught a full glimpse of her face. She was beautiful, with the refined demeanor of a well-bred lady. Bringing such a woman home would surely be a point of pride. Meanwhile, Chu Sheng suppressed his laughter, waiting until they reached the classroom to properly enjoy the spectacle. But Wang Jinyu sensed something amiss long before they even arrived at the classroom. Han Xiao and Shi Huiwan kept following them along the way, clearly heading to the same destination. Especially when watching them enter the classroom required for the class meeting, Wang Jinyu completely lost it. "Brother Chu, did you know she was in our class? Kids shouldn't ask too many questions. Just focus on bringing Dad his meal." Wu Xian burst into laughter and patted Jinyu's shoulder. "Dude, you're too and utterly being manipulated like putty in their hands." Jingsheng suppressed his laughter without saying a word, quietly following behind. Chu Sheng particularly enjoyed teasing his roommates, especially Xiao Xian and Xiao Yu. An absolute pair of 102 sleeping dragons and phoenix chicks, legendary geniuses. The four entered the classroom, and Han Xiao waved cheerfully at Chu Sheng without hesitation. Good evening, beautiful Han. Is the seat next to you taken? Nope, feel free to sit if you'd like. Alright then. Chu Sheng sat directly next to Han Xiao, while the other 4 roommates took seats beside him in turn. The seats in the middle of the lecture hall were connected, allowing Han Xiao's group of 3 and Jing Yu's pair to sandwich Wu Xian right in the center, effectively flanking him on both sides. Beside Han Xiao, Chu Sheng leaned in and whispered to her, Han, beauty, your boyfriend won't get jealous if he finds out I'm sitting next to you, will he? Han Xiao really wanted to grab Chu Sheng and kick him flying, but knew she couldn't actually do it. Wow, you're such a tea master, Chu Sheng. I thought you were going for the fuckboy aesthetic. Yeah, I am a fuckboy, but I'd never fuckboy you. You're not my type anyway. I can't be bothered with you. Chu Sheng glanced up at the health bar. Han Xiao, 36%, times 42. Damn, girls got some serious HP. After exchanging a few more words, they noticed several pairs of pale legs striding briskly into the classroom. Wu Xian had been eagerly anticipating this moment, but when he caught sight of a vaguely familiar figure entering, his first instinct was to turn and flee only to find Wang Jinyue and Jing Sheng blocking his path. Seeing no escape, he simply slumped over the desk, feigning unconsciousness. Inwardly, he chanted, "Don't see me, don't 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 see me." Wu Xian? Holy shit, why can he still see me? He awkwardly lifted his head, staring at the chubby face right in front of him, especially those powdery makeup streaks, then squeezed his eyes shut. I'm not Wu Xian. You've got the wrong person. Damn, so what if I gain just a little weight during summer vacation? Is there really that much difference to make such a big deal out of it? You called me baby during voice calls, and now you act like this when we meet? Are you even a real man? The other 3 people in room 102 were all secretly gloating, just watching the drama unfold from the sidelines. Han Xiao asked in a low voice, what's going on here? The online romance died when they met in person. No sooner had these words been spoken than a panel suddenly popped up before their eyes. You've triggered an event, harmonious class atmosphere. Your classmates Han Jiawei and Wu Xian are about to clash over a summer vacation online romance, turning the classroom into a powder keg that could blow up the class meeting with just one spark. As someone who wants to become class monitor, what will you choose? Demonstrate ability, publicly mediate their conflict with your eloquence and leadership to resolve the issue. Demonstrate charm, boldly strike up a conversation with Han Jiawei to divert her attention, temporarily suppressing the conflict for later resolution. Event reward, attribute increase, unknown reward. Chapter 15 Comfort Card. Staring at the event option that appeared before him, Chu Sheng froze for half a second. This was the first time he'd encountered such an event. He figured his charm stat must have been too low previously, which prevented him from triggering it. During the previous 2 games, this matter had caused quite a stir and wasn't settled until the class assistant, Wang Hanlin, intervened. During the evening gathering, both Han and Wu had ulterior motives, relentlessly trying to outdrink each other. Fortunately, both of them had decent alcohol tolerance, and it was summer so they were only drinking beer. Otherwise, someone might have ended up in the ICU on the very first day of the semester. The advisor would definitely get an earful for this. Another 0.5 seconds passed, but Chu Sheng's train of thought showed no sign of stopping, until Chen Yu and Zhang Qin appeared at the doorway, forcing him to finally make a decision. He might lack certain capabilities, but his charm was absolutely top-notch. Watching Han Jiawei reaching for Wu Xian's collar, Chu Sheng directly asked, "Hey classmate, mind if we get acquainted?" Caught off guard by the sudden approach, Han Jiawei froze momentarily. She turned her head to look at Chu Sheng and was instantly captivated by his striking appearance. Back when she started that online romance with Wu Xian, it was precisely because she was drawn to his looks that scored above 80. But now, being approached by Chu Sheng like this, her attention was immediately diverted. She forgot all about her grudge against Wu Xian and instinctively took out her phone to add him on WeChat. After successfully adding her on WeChat, Chu Sheng let out a sigh of relief. Truth be told, the first option wouldn't have been impossible, but it came with considerable problems. First, because at this point he didn't know Han Jiawei very well, only that this girl was a looks-oriented person who adored handsome guys. Second, because he wasn't familiar with Han Jiawei. Even with exceptional eloquence, success in persuading her wasn't guaranteed. Lastly, because choosing to display charm would very likely yield rewards related to charm or conquest. Charm was the most essential attribute in this game, bar none. Classmate, we're about to start the class meeting soon. Let's talk about whatever it is later. After all, this is our first time meeting each other, and we'll be university classmates for the next 4 years anyway. After initiating the conversation, Han Jiawei kept watching Chu Sheng intently, absorbing every word he said with genuine attention. Alright, we'll talk about it later then. Han Jiawei left, taking a few newly acquainted female classmates with her, and settled into seats near the front. Chen Yu and Zhang Qin, who had just entered, only overheard Chu Sheng's attempt to dissuade Han Jiawei. Both of them formed a fresh impression of him. Wu Xian breathed a sigh of relief after seeing Han Jiawei sit down, then turned his gaze toward Chu Sheng beside him. Man, I really owe you one. If it weren't for you, I'd be dying of embarrassment today. Maybe I'll have to go jump in the lake tonight. Xu Sheng found it somewhat amusing, considering how often Wu Xian had jumped into lakes before. The central lake at Bohai University was less than a meter deep, even a child could climb back out after jumping in. For Wu Xian with his 6-foot frame, it would be utterly pointless beyond getting himself soaked. Han Jiawei sent a message expressing her gratitude to him. She said that if not for him, she would have definitely caused a scene in the classroom. Xu Sheng replied with a few messages to console her, finally settling the matter thoroughly. Class harmony, incident resolved. You have received event rewards, fame +1, soothing card, white, ×1. You have unlocked an achievement. Current rating, 32, F. Fame, 01. Item obtained soothing card, white, usable only on non-boss characters, instantly calming their emotions. To think they'd give such a rare item? Xu Sheng was thrilled, as such items were extremely scarce. He'd obtained them fewer than 3 times in previous games. Moreover, the soothing card had many uses, most commonly for getting back on track after a wipeout. But the quality of this card is too low to use on the boss, which is a bit of a shame. Old Wu, wait until the class meeting is over. I'll organize a gathering. You and Han Jiawei should have a drink together that should resolve the conflict. Wu Xian nodded and patted Xu Sheng's shoulder, deeply moved. Thanks, brother Chu. Even though I'm older than you, from now on, you're my brother. Let's each call it as we see it. Tell Han Jiawei it was my fault, and I'll cover her share when we dine out. Xu Sheng nodded, thinking old Wu sure knew how to handle things. Wang Jingyue, standing nearby, was completely stunned. What? Did we just lose our bet that easily? Could it be that Xu Sheng knew this would happen in advance? No way. Absolutely no way. He didn't want to lose just like that, so he tried to persuade, hey, old Wu, I actually think Han Jiawei is pretty great. So what if she's a bit chubby, just carrying some extra meat? Her foundation is still quite good. Besides, a bit of plumpness adds some meat, that's what makes it exciting. Wu Xian turned to Wang Jingyue and promptly punched him in the thigh. If you like her, go ahead. I'll introduce you myself, give you a chance to cuckold me. No, brother Wu, that's not what I meant. Wang Jingyue scratched his head, taking a long moment to reorganize his thoughts. Or the 3 of you could just have dinner alone, it'd be easier to handle things that way. Now Wu Xian understood what was going on and stopped paying attention to the guy. Wang Jingyue wanted to say more, but since Wu Xian ignored him, he realized the group dinner was settled and felt a pang of heartache. Jing Sheng comforted him on the side. You, give it up. You're no match for brother Chu. I think the group dinner is quite nice. Everyone can get to know each other better, and one meal won't cost much anyway. Wang Jingyue stayed silent, lying face down on the desk pretending to be dead. At that moment, class assistant Wang Hanlin entered through the door and greeted the students. Hello everyone, most of you have already met me, but haven't yet met our class counselor. As I mentioned before, our class counselor is an absolute stunner. Tonight, everyone will get to meet each other. Let's give a warm welcome to Teacher Bai. A scattering of applause rose in the classroom as Bai Wei stepped inside. Wow! Both boys and girls in the class erupted in exclamations. No one had expected her to be such an astonishing beauty. Bai Wei wore a white dress that accentuated her slender waist, paired with a short jacket elegant yet understated. Her skin was snow white, her dark hair slightly curled, and her almond-shaped eyes clear and bright. Her overall aura was pure and gentle, like a strand of moonlight drifting through the sky. The reason her classmates were so surprised was mainly due to the stark contrast in temperament. A woman as poised, intellectual, and ethereal as Bai Wei was rare not only in real life but even in television dramas. Although there were fair maidens like Zhang Qian and Han Xiao in New Media Class 1, Bai Wei's unique temperament made her stand out like a crane among chickens, like a single stroke of white amidst a riot of colors. Holy shit, is our class advisor seriously this gorgeous? So the beautiful faculty advisors in novels are actually real? Wu Shen and Jinyu, the 2 blockheads, were howling on the sidelines, though they had enough self-awareness to not harbor any fantasies about this aloof moonbeam. But Professor Wang Hanlin standing on the podium was different, his eyes filled with nothing but that white dress. Poor Professor Wang, don't covet what you cannot obtain. When human desires surpass capability, therein lies the root of all suffering. Xu Sheng rested his chin in hand, watching the 2 figures on the podium as memories of past events began surfacing. Yet Han Xiao, watching him intently from the side, felt a pang of something indescribable and impulsively elbowed him. Your eyes are practically falling out of your head. If they could really fall out, they'd definitely follow you back to the dorm. Ugh, you pervert. Han Xiao cursed under her breath before turning her gaze back to the podium. Professor Bai is really gorgeous, don't you think? Don't even ask. The answer is she's no match for Han Xiao. Who asked you anyway? Han Xiao sat there fuming for a while before the corners of her mouth turned upward again, turning her head to speak to her roommate Shi Huiwan. After entering the classroom, Bai Wei first arranged for all the students to introduce themselves, then began explaining the school rules and regulations. Finally, I plan to select a temporary class monitor. If they perform well, they can be formally elected to the position later. Is there any student who'd like to volunteer for the position? Wang Jinhua had intended to stand up, but then saw Chu Sheng rise directly. Teacher, I think I can give it a try. Chu Sheng carried some prestige in the class, having just resolved the matters involving Wu Xian and Han Jiaowei. The moment he stood up, other students who had aspired to be class monitor voluntarily withdrew, turning their ambitions toward the remaining positions. Although Bai Wei didn't understand why only one person was standing, the boy named Chu Sheng appeared tall, strong, and handsome, someone who naturally seemed skilled at social interactions. She was quite satisfied with him. Alright Chu Sheng, you'll be the temporary class monitor for New Media Class 1. Remember to collect the military training uniforms tomorrow morning. Chapter 16, Class Dinner Gathering. After the class meeting concluded, Chu Sheng announced plans for the dinner gathering, emphasizing it was voluntary with everyone splitting the bill evenly. If you're drinking, then only those classmates who drink will split the liquor bill evenly. His suggestion was approved by most classmates, and after taking a head count, 14 out of 20 people signed up. Most of those who chose not to participate were female classmates, including Chen Yu and Zheng Qin. Han Xiao and Shi Huiwan originally didn't want to join, but after being sweet-talked by Chu Sheng for a bit, they obediently tagged along. The gathering spot was a chicken hot pot place by the school gate. The eating style was no different from regular hot pot, except you had to finish all the chicken in the pot first before starting the hot pot. The tables in this restaurant were rather small, seating only 8 people at most, so Chu Sheng arranged for everyone to split into 2 tables, 7 people per table. One table was for drinkers, the other for non-drinkers. At Chu Sheng's table sat Han Xiao, Shi Huiwan, Wang Jinhua, Jing Sheng, and others. Han Jiaowei and Wu Xian got relegated to the other table, left to their drinking competition. The hot pot hadn't even arrived yet, but the beer was already served. Wu Xian downed an entire bottle in front of Han Jiaowei as an apology. Chu Sheng sat nearby munching on peanuts and edamame while watching the show, occasionally taking a bite of chicken with his chopsticks. Won't they get into trouble drinking like this? Han Xiao watched the battle at the other table with some concern. Don't worry, these two are clearly alcoholics. Drinking this little wheat juice will at most make them throw up their lunch and sleep it off. If they don't drink this round, that's when real troubles start. Han Xiao nodded and said nothing more. When the chicken in the hot pot was all eaten, everyone started dipping vegetables and meat rolls into the broth. Chu Sheng kept a close eye on the action at the next table, but suddenly spotted a familiar face near the entrance. The acquaintance noticed him too, their gazes meeting as if sparks were flying between them. Holy Mother of Song Nana! Are you the permanent boss at the school gate? Has it only been a few hours since you respawned here? Although Chu Sheng was slightly surprised, a quick glance told him exactly what was going on. This guy was also out for a class gathering, mostly male students with just a few girls, still undecided about where to eat. Song Nana was surrounded by several boys when she casually glanced over and spotted Chu Sheng. She stopped in her tracks and decided to choose this hot pot chicken restaurant as their gathering spot. Chu Sheng's eyelid twitched slightly, knowing she must have done this because of what happened that afternoon. But this worked out just fine. It was time to release the undercover fish into the pond. Alright, let's go with this place then. Boss, arrange 2 tables for us. The group noisily shuffled into the inner room and promptly took their seats nearby. Song Nana and surprisingly, even Wang Nan, both bosses sat directly opposite Chu Sheng. Why is Wang Nan here too, wearing a mask and sunglasses? What, you think you're some big shot celebrity? Outwardly composed, he remained inwardly vigilant. Given these girls' track record and what he'd done that afternoon, if nothing unexpected happened tonight, it'd be a surprise. Sure enough, when Wang Nan spotted him, she immediately flipped him the bird. Though insulted, Chu Sheng politely raised his glass toward Wang Nan and Song Nana before downing it in one go. Han Xiao, sitting nearby, followed his gaze and immediately spotted the dazzlingly beautiful Song Nana. If Bai Wei was a touch of white amidst a riot of colors, Song Nana was the reddest bloom among them all. Dressed in internet celebrity style with exquisite makeup, even the goddess of pure desire would pale in comparison. For the vast majority of college students, she possessed nuclear weapon-level lethality. Han Xiao was surprised by the other's appearance, but since she had no particular feelings for Chu Sheng, she didn't pay it much attention. Meanwhile, Song Nana watched the two chatting animatedly, unable to pinpoint exactly what she was feeling. Scenes flashed through her mind: the bar, the milk tea shop, the parking lot entrance, and that bottle of perfume she had longed for but could never bring herself to buy. Her teeth clenched slightly on the edamame, her expression clearly tinged with resentment. As a player, what one despises most is another player. She could tell that Chu Sheng was no good man, certainly not the monogamous type, but then, wasn't she just the same? Except that men played the field for physical conquest, while Song Nana played the game while keeping her virtue intact. Who could understand the heartache behind such a plight? Nana, why do you keep looking at him? He's just a player, he's already hooked Sun Xiaoyao in just one morning. You saw how infatuated she was back in the dorm. Don't follow in her footsteps. Song Nana smiled faintly, her expression dripping with disdain. There isn't a man in this world who could enchant me. She said this with full confidence, as if everything was under her control. At another table, Wu Xian and Han Jiawei had already downed nearly 10 bottles of beer. Wu Xian didn't eat much hot pot chicken before feeling uncomfortably full. Jiawei, let's make it clear between us, what happened in the past is all water under the bridge. Wu Xian, you only dislike me because I've gained weight, don't you? Just wait until I lose even more weight than before, I'll make you fall for me eventually. Alright, you don't need to get thinner than before. Just slim down to how you looked in those old photos, and I'll be with you. Deal. It's settled then. Fine. Even if I have a girlfriend by then, I'll dump her for you. Wu Xian stood up, ready to relieve himself at the nearby public restroom. But the moment he rose, he heard someone cough, instinctively turning toward the sound. Yet what caught his eye wasn't the person who coughed, but Song Nana sitting opposite them. Rubbing his eyes, Wu Xian looked again. The second glance completely captivated him, nearly making him forget about his urgent trip to the toilet. But a classmate nearby promptly reminded Wu Xian, who then remembered his original purpose and headed toward the public restroom. As for Chu Shang, he quietly observed all this, having already made up his mind. A rookie playboy meeting a master seducer? That's a recipe for certain disaster. Still, no pain, no gain. If his roommate didn't go through some experiences, he'd never grow up. By the time Wu Xian returned from the restroom, he actually dragged his stool over to sit beside Chu Sheng. Bro Chu, did you see that beauty over there? Could you get her WeChat for me? Chu Sheng turned to look at Wu Xian, noticing his flushed face from drinking, and asked, why don't you go ask her yourself? I really can't, there are too many guys over there, and I've had a bit to drink. If things get out of hand, the two groups of us might end up in a fight. Chu Sheng felt his words made perfect sense. Wu Xian might be a scoundrel, but he certainly wasn't lacking in brains. Sure, it's just WeChat, no big deal. Just as he was about to stand up, the prompt appeared before his eyes again. You triggered an event, the WeChat war. Wu Xian once saw Nana's WeChat, but she's currently surrounded by several burly, drunken male college students. Directly asking for her contact could easily spark a violent clash. Alternatively, you could activate your sleeper agent, have Zhang Qin forward her contact info to you. There may be countless solutions to this problem, it all depends on your ingenuity. Mission objective, get Wu Xian to add Song Nana on WeChat. Mission reward, unknown reward. Chapter 17, The WeChat War. Getting a beauty's WeChat is an art form. Asking a beautiful woman for her WeChat in front of her suitors is akin to an extreme sport. One careless move, and you might flip on the spot, tumbling straight into a ditch. Chu Sheng wasn't afraid of that, though, and he had plenty of ways to get her WeChat. He certainly wasn't foolish enough to charge in headfirst. He turned on the flash and aimed the rear camera at Song Nana. Moving deliberately and with exaggerated slowness, his actions indeed caught the other's attention. With the crisp click of a camera shutter, a flash of white light burst forth, and a young man sitting nearby sharply noticed something amiss. What are you doing? Are you taking pictures without permission? Chu Sheng ignored the young man's words, but the fellow strode over directly. Hand over your phone, did you take pictures without permission? Seeing the guy on her side about to start trouble, Song Nana quickly stepped forward to stop him. I didn't take any photos. I was just taking a selfie. Don't falsely accuse people, alright? Then hand me your phone and let me check. No, I think your hands are dirty. I'd rather let this beautiful lady check it. Chu Sheng directly handed his phone over. Song Nana took it and began examining, only to see screenshots of bank transfers, a Mercedes steering wheel, photos of gold bars, watches. It wasn't until the very last picture that she finally saw Chu Sheng's selfie. The man in the photo wore a mischievous grin, as if he had long anticipated this very situation. Continuing to swipe sideways, she also came across a blurry red-tinted photo, clearly taken with a finger partially blocking the camera lens. Moreover, when she took the phone, she distinctly felt what seemed like a small slip of paper tucked beneath it. Could this actually be a trap? Song Nana quietly took the slip of paper and handed the phone back. No sneaky photos, he really was just taking a selfie. Well, apologies, I was mistaken. How about this, I'll pay for your meal. Consider it my way of making up for it. Wang Jinue, and this is how things turn out in my favor? His breaths grew heavy with excitement. If we split this meal AA style, it's gotta be at least 40 or 50 bucks per person. Two people would easily break 100. Yet Chu Sheng's next words shattered his illusions. Such a small thing doesn't warrant treating anyone. You're being too polite, buddy. Wang Jinue gritted his teeth silently, cursing in his heart. Damn you, Shugu, isn't our money too? Bah, how can you be so selfish? But then Chu Sheng's next words instantly lifted his spirits. How about treating us to a few plates of beef and mutton rolls? I just happen to want to order more dishes at this table, sound good? The guy nodded immediately and shouted to the proprietress, ordering 10 generous portions of both fatty beef and high-calcium mutton, served on square metal trays. No one at Chu Shang's table drank alcohol, so naturally they ate more than the table that did. They were already planning to order more food, and now that someone was footing the bill, Chu Sheng even split half of it with the other table. Everyone got something out of it, so naturally no one complained. Wang Jinhua quietly asked from the side, why didn't we let him treat our table too? He treated our table, but what about old Wu's table? Although Wang Jinhua couldn't quite grasp the reasoning behind it, he felt it wasn't quite right if their table didn't have to pay while their classmates at the other table did. He was only thinking about having to pay for 2 people himself. Petty, how terribly petty. But things are pretty good now, someone's treating us to all this meat. Not only can we feast to our heart's content, we'll also save money by not needing to order more dishes. Han Xiao watched as he resolved the problem so effortlessly, her gaze softening slightly. Meanwhile, Song Nana and Wang Nan, who had been keeping an eye on the situation, wore distinctly different expressions. Song took out that slip of paper, entered the number to search, and sure enough a WeChat account popped up. The WeChat profile picture shows a handsome guy smoking, looking both gloomy and roguish. The WeChat ID is a string of English letters, with the location set to Iceland. After sending the friend request, Song Haiwan curled his lips into a smirk and glanced at Chu Sheng with a hint of disdain. Let them be strong as they'll all end up in the fishing pond. Wang Nan clenched her teeth, her gaze towards Han Xiao shifting slightly as she continued to badmouth Chu Sheng. That scumbag is so slick, he must have burned through tons of girls. Song Haiwan, hearing someone gossip about the finest catch in his pond of admirers, frowned with displeasure. Nan, why do you dislike him so much? Did he actually dump you? Wang Nan rolled her eyes and, hugging Song Nana's arm, snorted, how could he dump me? I've been dating girls since middle school. I won't hide it from you, this Chu Sheng actually stole my best friend, the one who came to our dorm this afternoon. Song Nana frowned but quickly turned it into a smile. Don't worry, since he stole your bestie, I'll help you deal with him, and she'll come back to you naturally. Really? Wang Nan was pleasantly surprised. If you can actually handle him, I'll treat you to a meal. But I think this guy is a real enigma, there's something about him. I can't quite put my finger on it, but he's beyond my understanding. You'd better be careful around him. Song Nana flashed a faint smile, seemingly dismissing her best friend's admonition with a hint of disdain. What's there to fear? Any man Song Nana sets her sights on, she reels in without fail. Meanwhile, the big fish, Chu Sheng, remained blissfully unaware of these 2 women scheming about him. He simply walked over to Wu Xian and whispered, I gave her your WeChat. You can just add her directly. Wu Xian's eyes lit up as he immediately drained his glass. No need for words. Brother Chu, you're my absolute legend. Chu Sheng smiled faintly, thinking how hilarious Song Nana's expression would be when she realized she had added a completely different person. With this thought, he returned to eating his hot pot. Meanwhile, Wu Xian couldn't wait to take out his phone and immediately started messaging the other person. Hello, I'm Wu Xian. Nice to meet you. At that moment, Song Nana was sipping her beer when she suddenly saw the message. She couldn't hold back and choked, coughing uncontrollably. Damn it, how can this bastard be so vile? Wang Nan patted Song Nana's back while the boys nearby watched her with concern. Meanwhile, Chu Sheng, hearing the commotion, had already begun organizing the students for an orderly evacuation, ready to leave without claiming credit, like a hero vanishing into obscurity after the deed. Song Nana barely managed to feel somewhat better. Watching Chu Sheng's retreating figure, she clenched her silver teeth tightly, already plotting how to settle the score. Lowering her head to glance at her phone, she noticed the man named Wu Xian had sent her quite a few messages. What is your relationship with Chu Sheng? Wu Xian replied almost instantly. He's my roommate. Song Nana curled up the corners of her lips in a faint smile. Asking for WeChat on behalf of your roommate, huh? Alright. Just wait till I deal with your roommate. Song Nana's eyes gleamed as a plan formed in her mind. Loves coriander QWQ. Speaking of which, there happen to be 2 girls from your class in our dorm, what a coincidence. Mr. Charm, indeed quite a coincidence. Love to eat cilantro QWQ. Why didn't those 2 roommates from my dorm come to the dinner? Are we excluding them? Mr. Charm, they probably just don't like this kind of gathering. Love to eat cilantro QWQ. Should we arrange a separate hangout with them? Mr. Charm, sounds good. My treat. Song Nana replied with an okay, locked her phone screen, and revealed a meaningful smile on her face. Chapter 18, Business Plan. WeChat War, Incident Concluded. You have received a reward, Singing Skill Book, White, Permanent. You have received a reward, Customized Fruit Phone, White, ×1. You have earned 1 achievement point, current score, 33, F. Customized Fruit Phone, White, capable of installing other OS software, featuring a super privacy space, app icon customization, ad skipping, and other special functions. Chu Sheng, who was on his way back to the dorm at the moment, couldn't help but light up with excitement upon seeing the rewards given by the event. Although this phone couldn't be considered a rare item, it was definitely one of the essential tools. With it, Chu Sheng wouldn't need to privately chat with Zhang Qin on Tieba anymore, he could directly create a WeChat side account. Moreover, this phone also supported features like multiple SIM standby and receiving special messages, must-have functions for any playboy. A single smartphone can store your privacy in multiple vaults, so secure that even gods couldn't open it if you forget the password. Chu Sheng felt his pants pocket and indeed pulled out a phone that looked almost identical to the Fruit 16 model. Just as he was feeling pleased, Wu Xian walking beside him suddenly threw an arm over his shoulder. The gust of night wind carried a strong whiff of alcohol that made Chu Sheng frown slightly. For some reason, goosebumps suddenly rose on Chu Sheng's skin. Could the night wind be too chilly? Old Chu, let me tell you something, you've got to help a brother out. Chu Sheng's eyelid twitched, as if he'd already guessed what was coming. Go ahead, I'll do my best. That beauty I just asked you to get the WeChat for, she has 2 roommates in our class. I feel like she and I have quite a connection. I was thinking of organizing a social mixer between our 2 dorms. What do you think? Chu Sheng let out a relieved sigh, roughly understanding what was going on. Song Nana had received attacks from him both this afternoon and evening, sustaining minor damage. Although she still maintained 99 plus HP, this matter definitely couldn't just be left at that. In games, when a boss is hit, it generates aggro and retaliates. Song Nana behaves the same way. If it were someone like Xinyu, though, she wouldn't fight back. She'd just try to hide, ignore you, or use the gentlest tone to say something that barely qualifies as a harsh remark. This is the disparity between a false god and a true god. Fine, let's go. I don't care, might as well meet some more girls while we're at it. Chu Sheng wasn't being targeted by Song Nana for the first time. That girl's tricks were limited, just the same few moves repeated over and over. As long as he was prepared, there was no need to feel intimidated. Thinking this, Chu Sheng estimated his schedule. He wasn't free tomorrow morning, nor in the afternoon. The only time he could go out was at night. Ai Wei would probably come to check the dorm around 8 p.m. He'd better ask for leave now. With that thought, he turned directly to Wu Xin and said, Hey, Lao Wu, here's the thing, I just remembered there are some things I haven't finished buying yet. I need to make a trip to get them. Could you ask Teacher Bai for leave on my behalf? Wu Xin, having had some drinks, felt as if his brain was coated in mud, willing to agree to anything said to him. Alright, don't worry about it. Chu Sheng then gave Wang Jinyue and Jing Sheng a heads up before dashing toward the parking lot. He hopped into his Mercedes-Benz and drove straight to bar 698. Sitting across from the bartender he'd met once before, he cleared his throat and murmured, I need to buy some dice. The bartender raised an eyebrow and pulled out a box from underneath. 5,000. Chu Sheng took out the cash and placed it on the table, watching as the bartender stowed it beneath the counter. What kind of playing cards do Candy and Dynasty use? Do you have any? Got 'em, $10 a deck. Give me 2 of each. After paying and taking the cards, this should be more than enough to deal with Song Nana's half-baked skills. Even if she calls for backup, it won't be a problem. Got extendable batons? 500. With stun function? Chu Sheng paid again and took the goods, then sat on a stool calculating carefully, this should be a sure thing. Do you know any landlords in the university district who are subletting shops? How big of a space are you looking to rent? Are there any shops that do rotating hot pot, the kind that comes with equipment? I think there might actually be one. How much will you pay if I help connect you? Here's 5,000 for your trouble. Alright. After exchanging contact information with the bartender, Chu Sheng finally left bar 698. This bartender appeared to be just an ordinary bartender, and in reality, he was indeed just an ordinary bartender. However, before becoming a bartender, he'd mixed in certain circles for a while, his connections were extensive, and he even held some standing under Sun Wu's command. Chu Sheng had asked this guy for favors many times before. It's a shame he refused to leave the bar, otherwise, Chu Sheng would definitely have recruited him as an assistant who could double as a bodyguard. Getting into the car, Chu Sheng didn't head back to school but drove straight to BNE Gym. At the gym, without wasting any time, he spent 10 gold bars to purchase an agility training session. You have undergone an agility training session. Your speed and reaction time have significantly improved. Constitution, 910. Your dual attributes have reached 10 points. You have gained 2 achievement points. Current rating, 35, F. After finishing his tasks, Chu Sheng took out a deck of playing cards and practiced various flashy shuffling techniques, unable to suppress a smile at the corners of his mouth. Back then, Chen Deizai, I forgot the rest. Anyway, with Song Nana's limited skills, challenging the gambling saint of Bohai was like hitting a rock with an egg. Just as he was feeling smug, his phone suddenly rang. It's an unfamiliar number. Hello, who's there? Student Chu Sheng, where have you run off to at this late hour instead of being in your dorm? Hearing that clear, soft voice was like having a ray of moonlight shine upon him. Ai Wei, it seems the beautiful counselor actually cares about me. Professor Bai, I'm so sorry. I've been planning to start a business recently and have been negotiating sublease terms with shopping malls near the university town. I've talked with several places but nothing's been finalized yet. Tonight they suddenly called me out. I'm truly sorry. I'll head back to the dorm right now." Hearing about this entrepreneurial venture, Bai Wei's initial anger completely dissipated, and her original plan to kill the chicken to scare the monkey was instantly forgotten. Chu Sheng used this as an excuse precisely because he knew this woman had failed in love and wanted to reclaim her pride through career success. And student entrepreneurship had been the trend in recent years. If successful, it would undoubtedly bring her significant benefits. So when Chu Sheng brought up this topic, he happened to hit Teacher Bai's vulnerable spot. "What kind of startup project are you planning to launch?" A faint smile played at the corners of Chu Sheng's lips. Seeing no reason to hold back, he started boasting unreservedly to Teacher Bai. "Here's the thing, Teacher Bai. With the current economic downturn, everyone's tightening their belts. It's a clear case of consumption downgrading. So I'm planning to open a self-service hot pot joint. As you know, college students may be broke, but they've got appetites. These budget-friendly spots still have real earning potential." Bai Wei stood in the corridor, her back leaning against the boys' dormitory wall. There are already many self-service hot pot places. Opening another one would mean facing tough competition. Those flashy 30 to 40 yuan places aren't worth worrying about. I'm planning to open a premium rotating self-service hot pot at the 60 yuan level. Despite having seen her share of fine dining, Bai Wei couldn't quite grasp how a rotating hot pot could go upscale. Were they going to cook lobsters and king crabs in it or what? That's the idea, Teacher Bai. I plan to expand the variety of the revolving hot pot by adding meat rolls, fried chicken, desserts, shrimp paste, duck intestines, mini burgers, turkey noodles, and other options. We'll adopt a strategy of low prices, high quality, and extensive variety. Bai Wei didn't fully understand, but she thought there might indeed be some potential in it. The price point of 60 isn't too high or too low. If we run some promotions to bring it down to around 50 yuan, plus with Chu Sheng's proposed additions, it might actually become quite popular. Anyway, from her salary perspective, the value for money aspect of this buffet is still pretty good. Your idea is quite impressive, far better than those boys at our university who keep insisting on making games. When you have time, come to my office for an in-depth discussion. I'll try to help you apply for the university's entrepreneurial support program. At this point, Chu Sheng couldn't suppress the grin spreading across his face. Starting a business was absolutely necessary, and opening a physical store was infinitely better than launching some internet venture. Not only can it significantly elevate one's status and reputation within the school, but it can also carve out a bloody path through this harsh winter of the physical industry's decline. Not to mention, he can use this entrepreneurial venture to get closer to Teacher Bai, and then, those who know. Alright, Teacher Bai, I'll definitely visit when I have time. The location isn't finalized yet, and it's quite tricky to rent a shop in the mall. Then go back to your dorm first, and don't forget about collecting your military training uniform tomorrow morning. Chu Sheng agreed immediately, then hung up the phone only to see multiple unread messages appearing at the top of his screen. Chapter 19, Social Gathering Arrangements. Yao Yao is a little bunny. Where were you tonight? Why have you been ignoring me? Yao Yao is a little bunny. Angry. Xiao Zhang, you're done for. Song Nana and Wang Nan are plotting against you in the dorm. Xiao Zhang, although she didn't name names, I can tell it's you. Smile, how much for the meal? I'll transfer mine and Sure Huijuan's share to you. Looking at these incoming messages, Chu Sheng wasn't particularly surprised. First, he renamed the contacts for all these people, then proceeded to reply to each one individually. Mr. Chu, I'm having dinner with classmates tonight, didn't I tell you? During the meal I even chatted with a female classmate about her long-distance relationship. If I stay in Bohai City after graduation, I can't accept a long-distance relationship. This message sent to Sun Xiaoyao served two purposes. First, to clarify that his female classmate already had a boyfriend, and second, to divert the conversation. Knowing Sun Xiaoyao wasn't from this province originally, he deliberately used this topic to provoke her. Mr. Chu, young Zhang, I must criticize you on this. They're both scheming against me, but it's just a minor issue, no need to make a fuss over it. Keep digging and report back. Once you've uncovered their detailed plan, I'll reward you handsomely. Zhang Qin responded almost instantly. Zhang Dahu, damn, you really don't know how vicious a woman's heart can be. When you crash and burn, don't come crying into my arms. Mr. Chu, if I'm already in your arms, what's there to cry about? Zhang Dahu, 666, since dorm checks are over anyway, dare to stay out all night? Mr. Chu, rain check on the rendezvous, not convenient today. Zhang Dahu, 666, do you even have an aunt's husband? He ignored this internet extrovert and instead sent Han Xiao the AA price. Soon enough, Han Xiao sent the transfer. After receiving the payment, he chatted briefly with Han Xiao, said goodnight, then turned off his phone and headed back to the dorm. When we got back to the dorm, we found the dorm supervisor was about to close the gate. Chu Sheng dashed in with a small jog, pulling out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and handing it to the old man. Sorry about that, old man. Our advisor wanted to talk about starting a business, took a little longer than expected. Don't worry, hurry inside. Next time you're late, just call out a couple of times, and I'll open the gate for you. The dorm supervisor accepted the cigarettes, his smile creasing into deep wrinkles. That's really kind of you, thank you sir. After Chu Sheng entered the dorm, he found the lights were already off. But no one was asleep, their faces all ghostly pale in the glow of their phones. Wu Xian saw that it was Chu Sheng returning and quickly got up to turn on the light, asking, Old Chu, what about the things you went to buy? Ah, I went out too late. The stores were all closed. Let's buy them another day. Since you're back, let's talk about the dorm mixer. Chu Sheng raised an eyebrow with a hint of interest. Tell me what you're thinking. Wu Xian cleared his throat and said, I was thinking we could all go for barbecue, that place that costs 68 per person. Little Pig Trump, right? Right. Sure, that works. But what about after dinner? After dinner, let's go sing karaoke at that place called Candy near the school, it's cheap and good value. Wu Xian patted his chest one last time, declaring, this mixer is on me. All expenses covered by young Master Wu. Chu Sheng nodded without showing any surprise. Wu Xian seemed to come from a somewhat wealthy family, otherwise, he wouldn't have dated so many girls in his past life either. The cost of pursuing one girl for 3 years is on a completely different scale from pursuing a bunch of girls over the same period. What's more, this guy had been hooked by Song Nana for so long without even dropping coins. Although Chu Sheng had money, he didn't want to spoil Wu Xian's chance to show off, so he agreed. After a quick wash, he lay in bed and assigned Zhang Qin her mission. Mr. Chu, main quest, get Chen Yu to attend this social gathering. Reward, name your own prize. Zhang Dahu, 666, am I being good? Can you buy me a street? Mr. Chu, poverty sticker meme, you could drain every last turtle in my family's fish pond, and I still couldn't afford a single street. Zhang Dahu, damn, you think I'd really make you buy a whole street? How about taking your girls out for a trip during National Day? Mr. Chu, looks like you've gone from Ouyang to missing your left radical. Zhang Dahu, 666, you really know your Zaihuyu, Chinese folk witty sayings, but, enough talk, I'm off to help you strategize with Chen Yu. After assigning the tasks, Chu Sheng felt considerably more relaxed. Though he knew Song Nana had organized this gathering with Wu Xian specifically to get back at him. Every coin has two sides, and crisis often harbors opportunity. If handled well this time, it might actually help me get closer to Chen Yu. She's the most challenging campus boss to win over. No amount of caution would be excessive. Lost in these tangled thoughts, drowsiness gradually crept in. Chu Sheng closed his eyes and spent his first night at school. UVE survived your first day of college. UVE earned 1 achievement point. Current score, 36, F. Keep up the good work, player. As soon as Chu Sheng opened his eyes, he saw the system notification. This thing gave him the feeling of playing an apocalyptic survival game. Yawning, he turned to wash up, then got dressed and headed to the sports field for morning exercise. On the running track, Chu Sheng watched as a long health bar trembled slightly up and down. Beneath the health bar stood a tall, slender figure with graceful poise. One of the campus's 6 major bosses, Suwan, a sophomore senior and future student council president. Despite being under 25, this senior carried the charm of a 35-year-old, exuding the aura of an ideal wife and mother. Men who saw such a woman would instinctively want to make her their wife. Unfortunately, this senior sister had a dark heart and wasn't as easy to get along with as she appeared. Chu Sheng didn't include her in his current conquest plan, simply because her personality was too domineering. Getting involved with her too early would be like putting on shackles. He stretched his body a bit and entered the track for a jog. At that moment, Suwan noticed Chu Sheng and was slightly surprised by his striking looks and physique. But she wasn't the shallow type of woman who only cared about looks, she valued a man's capabilities and status more. So even though the two had crossed paths multiple times on the sports field, not a single word had been exchanged between them. After finishing his morning workout, Chu Sheng arrived at the cafeteria and spotted a figure who'd been waiting there for some time. Good morning. Sitting across from Zhang Qin and looking at the steamed buns and soy milk already prepared on the table, Chu Sheng was rendered speechless. You bought so little, who could this possibly be enough for? These were all bought for myself. If you want to eat, buy your own. After bickering for a while, the two finally got down to business. Chen Yu has already agreed to the social event. As for your book collaboration, she plans to discuss it after the military training. Chu Sheng nodded, it was all within expectations. I couldn't find out how Wang Nan and Song Nana plan to deal with you, but I'm pretty sure they'll try to get you drunk. You're quite the guesser, right? I mean, what tricks could a little girl like her possibly have to deal with you? Chu Sheng shrugged. Actually, if she were to suddenly kiss me, it'd definitely cause some serious psychological damage. Too bad she doesn't dare. Nice one, you wish. Zhang Qin took a sip of her 8-treasure porridge and sighed. Song Nana's so thin. Holding the delicate little frame in your arms must feel like hugging a boneless feather. Chu Sheng's eyes sharpened. Have you fucking caught something from Wang Nan? Piss off. Honestly, I think for a girl like her, all it takes is flashing enough cash and you'll land her sooner or later. He. As they were talking, suddenly Chu Sheng caught sight of a familiar figure. Zhang Qin, get out quick, someone's coming. Oh shit, Zhang Qin spat out the words and immediately scrammed. The two of them were acting all furtive, like spies exchanging information. Chu Sheng swallowed the last bite of his baozi, watching Chen Yu who had just entered the cafeteria. A slight smirk played on his lips. He already had a plan. Chapter 20 The Tilting Scales. Chu Sheng stood up and walked directly toward Chen Yu. Today she was wearing a loose pure white t-shirt, paired with black sweatpants and a pair of classic knockoff sneakers. The bottle cap thick glasses still perched on her nose, disheveled bangs covering her eyes, while waist-length hair swayed with each step. What a coincidence, you're up early too. Chu Sheng forced out a sunny smile as he spoke, his greeting full of natural ease. Chen Yu froze at the sound, her fingers unconsciously clutching the hem of her clothes. But upon recognizing it was Chu Sheng, she let out a sigh of relief. Good morning. When Chen Yu spoke, she was no longer as shy as during their first meeting. Clearly, their initial encounter and now being classmates had made them much more familiar with each other. What would you like to eat? It's my treat. No need, I'll just grab something simple. After speaking, she looked around at the crowd in the cafeteria and chose a window with no queue. Auntie, I'd like a cabbage and tofu bun, and also a cup of soy milk. Student, you can just swipe your card. Chen Yu began rummaging through her pockets, but just as her fingers touched the meal card, she heard a beep. Chu Sheng put away his meal card and turned to look at her. Classmate Chu, don't do this next time. Let me transfer the money to you. Alright. Chu Sheng didn't refuse. He obediently added Chen Yu's WeChat and accepted the transfer. I said I'd pay for you just to get your WeChat. Believe me or not. Chen Yu was inserting a straw into her soy milk when she heard this, and accidentally bent the straw in surprise. But we're already classmates, and you're the temporary class monitor. Adding each other on WeChat is completely normal. She kept fiddling with the straw while speaking, somewhat flustered, and only managed to insert it after considerable effort. You barely eat anything, there's no nutrition in that. Chu Sheng went and bought 2 tea eggs, returned to his seat, peeled one, and passed it over. Here you go. She was startled by the sudden movement, jerking backward in alarm. Not giving the temporary class monitor any face? Chen Yu looked up at Chu Sheng's determined gaze, her lips parting slightly without making a sound. After another moment, the tea egg remained untouched where it was. She frowned slightly, stuffed the remaining baozi into her mouth in one bite, and reached out her plastic-bagged hand to take it. You startled Chen Yu, making her wary of you. The collaboration with you on writing the novel has already deviated. You must do something to restore the balance that's about to tip. You triggered the event, the tilting scale. Give it your all to make Chen Yu recognize your abilities and talents in a short time. Event reward, partial ability extraction from Boss Chen Yu. Boss Chen Yu's exclusive equipment ×1. Chu Sheng was startled by the prompt that suddenly appeared before his eyes. Only then did he realize how abrupt his earlier actions had been. Chu Sheng sighed inwardly. After his rebirth, his smooth start had made him grow complacent, hadn't it? Thinking he could handle everything alone, this was a fatal mistake. But since things had come to this, and the arrow was already on the bowstring, he had no choice but to take the gamble, using the topic Chen Yu valued most, novels, to turn the tide. With his mind set, Chu Sheng feigned nonchalance. Have you thought about co-writing that novel idea? Chen Yu chewed her tea egg and took a sip of soy milk, her expression unchanged. Only after swallowing everything in her mouth did she finally speak. Let's talk about it after military training. Chu Sheng sighed inwardly, the tone of these words already carried an air of rejection. Yet there was still a chance for everything, and he had to reclaim the initiative. I've read Deep Autumn Jadelock that you wrote. The story is quite good, only the direction was poorly chosen. Chen Yu, upon hearing this, choked on her soybean milk and coughed several times in succession. Her face turned noticeably redder, but her eyes brightened considerably. How did you figure it out? Since I want to cooperate with you, of course I need to thoroughly evaluate you first. Chu Sheng found her expression rather amusing. This is just how fiction writers are, terrified of public scrutiny yet desperately longing for someone to share thoughts with. Chen Yu was like this too. Going back to the novel, Chang Xinqiu's character setting is quite unique, a male protagonist with social anxiety who strives to overcome himself for love. Li Yuqing's character, on the other hand, is extremely sociable and dazzling in a crowd. Feels a bit like me, don't you think? Chen Yu frowned and took a deep breath. She lifted her gaze slightly, a flicker of struggle flashing in her eyes as she mustered the courage to meet his stare. Having her work discussed face to face filled her with an overwhelming shame that made her wish she could vanish into the ground. But this novel was her labor of love, her child, an issue she couldn't evade. I think. Chu Sheng suddenly rapped his knuckles on the table, cutting her off mid-sentence. It was like a teacher suddenly rapping on the blackboard or shouting in class. Chen Yu, startled by the interruption, instinctively looked up at him. Their eyes finally met. Through this maneuver, Xu Sheng had completely seized control of the situation. Let me share my thoughts. I think we could revise Jade Lock in late autumn like this. Shen Yu's initially tense body gradually relaxed, his gaze toward Xu Sheng brimming with anticipation. The roles of the male and female leads are reversed. The male lead, though deeply in love with the female lead, constantly fooled around outside. The female lead endured in silence for so long before finally deciding to part ways with the male lead. Only then did the male lead have a sudden awakening. Shen Yu was led along, beginning to contemplate the feasibility of this new setting, yet she couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. She just couldn't articulate what. After careful consideration, she had to admit the setting was indeed innovative and would undoubtedly captivate readers' attention. Your idea sounds great, but what's the protagonist's motivation? Xu Sheng sat up straight, locking eyes with Shen Yu. She was completely captivated by the topic now, no longer avoiding eye contact. Her glistening eyes were filled with a thirst for knowledge. Perhaps it's because of my family of origin, or maybe there's something wrong with my concept of love. I design it so the male lead has already hinted at his love for the female lead, but when he gets no response, he uses something extreme like infidelity to provoke her. Shen Yu frowned in contemplation. Sounds like a kind of emotional blackmail rooted in sickness. As she spoke, her fingers unconsciously tapped against the soy milk cup. As the topic deepened, her speech grew increasingly rapid, her expression becoming more absorbed. If we set it up this way. Xu Sheng listened to her eloquently expound, and the tightly clenched fists beneath the table relaxed slightly. The setup is just a gimmick, mainly to catch the reader's attention. Shen Yu nodded. This plot setting is really good, perfect for writing angst-filled stories. As the words left her mouth, she suddenly froze, realizing she had spoken so much to a male classmate. She wanted to lower her head to take a sip of soy milk, only to find the cup already empty, the straw chewed flat. Shen Yu lowered her head in embarrassment, yet a new gleam appeared in her eyes. The novel begins with the male lead deeply in love with the female lead, but receiving no response, so he resorts to infidelity to provoke her. But the female lead did not respond, silently enduring instead, so the male lead escalated his actions, even bringing the other woman into their home. That's pretty much it. Although your novel Jade Lock in Late Autumn is well written, when a female-oriented story is told from the male protagonist's perspective, female readers might find it harder to relate. Xu Sheng finally played his biggest trump card, the very question that had plagued Shen Yu for years. I see now. Upon hearing this, she was momentarily stunned, her eyes flashing with a sudden spark as she clenched her fists so tightly her knuckles turned white. Now she finally understood why those comments said they felt nothing and couldn't bear to continue reading. It was a perspective issue all along. Of course, romance novels for female readers should adopt the female protagonist's perspective. How could she have failed to grasp something so simple? Thank you, you've helped me unravel a years-long mystery. You truly understand novels deeply. Thanks for the compliment. You can think about the collaboration some more. Even if you don't work with me, you could try writing on your own. Of course, if you choose to cooperate with me, we can also take a different approach. I can handle the novel's operations, plot revisions, proofreading, and similar tasks. UVE successfully moved Shen Yu. Though she hasn't directly agreed to your collaboration request yet, the scales in her heart have already tilted. Shen Yu has always harbored a writer's dream, and you've shown her the possibility of making it come true. Your collaboration is almost certain, though the approach might change. The tilted scales mark the end of this matter. Reward obtained hard pen calligraphy skill book, common, permanent. Reward obtained Shen Yu's film wireless keyboard, common. Achievement unlocked +1. Current score, 37, F. Shen Yu's ultra-thin wireless keyboard, white, exclusive equipment for Boss Shen Yu, significantly boosting her typing speed and concentration level, can be upgraded through Boss Shen Yu-related event rewards. Xu Sheng let out a sigh of relief upon seeing the event completion notification, thinking to himself that this matter was finally over. From now on, he must learn his lesson and not let his guard down just because things were going too smoothly. Especially when dealing with a girl like Shen Yu, rushing things would be akin to digging his own grave. Slow and steady wins the race. Let's talk about writing novels after the military training is over. I'm leaving now, goodbye. After watching her walk away, Xu Sheng collapsed weakly and rested for quite some time before picking up his phone to message Zhang Qin. Plans have changed. Stop the persuasion. If Shen Yu mentioned anything about me, you should say that I definitely like her, and keep trash-talking me, saying I'm a scumbag who wants to play with her feelings. Zhang Qin replied instantly. What happened? Chapter 21. What afternoon break? Xu Sheng stood up and stretched his body. The pressure just now was no less than when he first took the level 4 exam. He walked while replying to messages. Let's meet at the parking lot and talk face to face. When Xu Sheng arrived at the parking lot, Zhang Qin was already waiting by the car. She was squatting near the front of the car, holding a yogurt drink in her hand, taking occasional sips. Damn, I'm nervous as hell, and you have the leisure to drink milk. Xu Sheng snatched the yogurt drink and took a fierce sip, only to get a mouthful of air. What's the rush? You just want some milk, right? Sis has some ready right here. He opened the car door and climbed into the back seat after Zhang Qin. It's a long story, but here's what happened. Xu Sheng gave a rough explanation of his plan to win over Qinyu, along with this morning's mistakes and the measures he took to fix them. After hearing this, Zhang Qin frowned tightly, her gaze toward Xu Sheng turning somewhat complicated. Are you trying to find an excuse for your future jerk behavior? If you really want to pursue Qinyu, as long as you persist until graduation, I think there's definitely no problem. People with her personality type are most afraid of persistent pursuit. If you haven't succeeded, it just means you didn't keep at it long enough. Xu Sheng naturally understood this principle. But with tight deadlines and heavy workloads, where could he find the time to stubbornly clash with Qinyu? If the mission didn't have a time limit, he wouldn't have minded. Because Qinyu was a good girl, she deserved that much. But forced by circumstances, he had no choice but to play the role of a scumbag. Don't worry about that. Just figure out how to help me. Zhang Qin leaned back in her chair, lowering her head in deep thought. Actually, your approach isn't unworkable, it's just not very fair to Qinyu. You want to bind yourselves together by co-writing a novel, then express your feelings through it, blending the story's plot with reality. What do you think of my proposal? You know, the one about you hacking me. Zhang Qin nodded. Actually, you asked me to hack you just to keep our relationship hidden and provoke her rebellious side. I'll do as you say. Xu Shan nodded. This woman truly understood him well. Are you ready for tonight's mixer? Exactly, Song Nana and Wang Nan combined couldn't do anything to me. Only someone like Chun Yu could make me feel nervous. Zhang Qin chuckled lightly. Is it nervousness or guilt? Get lost. Not a chance. She finished speaking and leaned directly against him. You seem really stressed, why are you pushing yourself so hard? Xu Sheng didn't answer, but he did respond. Today, Zhang Qin was wearing a khaki maxi skirt paired with a fitted short-sleeved knit blouse, which perfectly accentuated her curves. Her long, well-proportioned legs exuded a powerful aura. Once trapped between them, there was no escape. Their foreheads pressed tightly together as their scorching breaths began to intertwine. Zhang Qin seemed to have licked something strange. Spitting it out, she saw it was a piece of leek. You ate leek this early in the morning? Didn't you buy these buns? Whatever, keep going. Zhang Qin pressed forward again, her movements fiery and bold, her small hands even more restless than his. Although Chu Sheng wasn't inexperienced, this new body of his was somewhat overly sensitive. She went down the path while he came up from below. That fiery woman had an enviable figure, slim yet curvaceous in clothes, voluptuous yet toned when undressed. More voluptuous than the slender, more slender than the voluptuous. If not for touching it himself, Chu Sheng wouldn't believe this could be nature's own fruit. Didn't they say delicate branches can't bear substantial fruit? Such an important matter, why didn't you speak of it sooner? What was I saying? You're hiding quite the treasure yourself, aren't you? Keep acting this reckless, and I'll clean out the entire supermarket. Zhang Qin withdrew her head and slurped up a noodle strand. Supermarkets closed. No entry allowed. Xu Sheng's breathing grew heavy, the rationality in his eyes gradually dissipating. You still need to go get your military training uniform. It was like a bucket of cold water poured over his head. Only then did Chu Sheng regain his senses. Though Zhang Qin's mouth was parched and her heart raced wildly, she still remembered to remind him to focus on the task at hand. Xu Sheng sighed wistfully as he straightened his clothes and zipped up. Zhang Qin untied the skirt fastened around her waist and helped adjust and inspect his clothing. As she straightened his collar, Chu Sheng watched her with a smile before planting a kiss on her lips. Thirsty? Let me get you a bottle of water. He returned to the driver's seat and waited until Zhang Qin had finished drinking before taking a large gulp himself, finally easing his parched throat somewhat. Chu Sheng drove the car out of the parking lot and dropped Zhang Qin off at a deserted stretch of road. As she watched the car slowly drive away, her heart swirled with mixed emotions, yet she also felt an indomitable surge of courage. What Qinyu, Song Nana, or Wang Nan, aren't they all just eating what I've left over? I, Zhang Qin the Great, shall naturally suppress the campus bells of this era. Chu Sheng reluctantly tore his gaze away from the rearview mirror and returned to the parking lot. He summoned 3 dorm mates to help move the military training uniforms, then the 4 of them met up at the comprehensive building. Xu Sheng had already changed into his military training uniform by this time. Though it was slightly oversized, it couldn't conceal his handsome appearance. Wow, old Chu, you've already put it on? How come you're so fast? Xu Sheng smiled without saying a word, then lifted the hem of his uniform jacket to reveal the t-shirt underneath. Seeing this, his 3 roommates also tried draping their military training uniforms over themselves to check the fit. The 4 of them joked around for a while before sending the military training uniforms to the classroom together. Chu Sheng had everyone in the class group chat to come collect their uniforms, and asked everyone to reply with received. For those who didn't respond, he personally called to notify them. Soon enough, all the classmates arrived at the classroom to pick up their uniforms. There was another issue during this time. Han Jiawei had gained weight over the summer, and the military training uniform she ordered was too small, she couldn't even fit into the pants. In the end, Xu Sheng mediated by having her swap with a boy who was trying to lose weight. Though the pants were a bit too short for the boy after the swap, at least they wouldn't sag from being too loose. Han Jiawei could also roll up the pants and barely fit into them, so the problem was solved without any mishap. Let me emphasize once again, after lunch break, everyone must gather at the playground by 2:30 p.m. At that time, the boys and girls will separate. Boys will be in squad 2, and girls in squad 7. Don't mistake the numbers. Also, since the weather is scorching hot, remember to bring water. If you feel unwell during the military training, report to the instructor immediately, don't hesitate out of embarrassment. Xu Sheng effortlessly recited some precautionary notes, then glanced at the time, 10:30 in the morning. The corners of his lips curled up. Just as he was about to send a message after dismissing everyone, he noticed one already waiting from the other side. How about a lunch break? Meet in the parking lot. The unfinished task was finally completed. Although it was Zhang Qin's first time, her endurance was remarkably high. Her frame was somewhat large, with wide hips. She exercised regularly and had excellent physical flexibility. If time hadn't been pressing, the two might have carried on until dusk. However, military training is no small matter, and none of them wanted to be late. What did you tell your roommates about not going back at noon? I just told them I went to an internet cafe to play games. It's fine, no need to worry. Xu Sheng scratched his head and said, I'll get you a laptop when we can afford it. Alright, but you should know Immortal Heroes 3 requires high-end hardware, so you'll have to buy me an expensive one. After checking out, the two returned to their car. Zhang Qin wasn't wearing any makeup today, showing up completely barefaced, and had even deliberately brought her military training uniform when coming over. With her current look, if she were at any other university, she could easily win the title for most beautiful military training photo. I have to admit, this hexagon battle god with overpowered stats is truly formidable even without makeup. Her natural beauty shines through. Had your fill of staring? If so, get driving, we can't afford to be late. When they pulled into the school parking lot, Xu Sheng checked the time, only 2:20 p.m. There was still plenty of time. Just as he was about to get off the car, a familiar figure caught his eye. Bai Wei, Professor Bai. What was she doing here? Chapter 22 Deceiving the Heaven to Cross the Sea 1. Today, Teacher Bai was wearing a white polo shirt paired with light blue straight-leg jeans, with a pair of refreshing sandals and sheer stockings on her feet. Her overall look was neat and crisp, exuding an increasingly strong sense of intelligent elegance and cool detachment. Bai Wei was beautiful, of this there was no doubt. But Xu Sheng had no time to admire the beauty right now. He had to reach the sports field before 2:30, or at least make sure Zhang Qin got there on time even if it meant he himself would be late. Just as he was thinking this, a sudden alert popped up before his eyes. Time pressed, you encountered a roadblock. To arrive at the sports field before 2:30 without letting her discover your relationship with Zhang Qin, you must find a way to divert her attention. Yet at this moment, she seemed to be waiting for something, unwilling to simply leave. Now there's only one solution, to single-handedly hold her off while letting Zhang Qin slip away unnoticed. UVE triggered the event, Deception Part 1. Approach Bai Wei actively to draw her attention and allow Zhang Qin to sneak away. Event reward, unknown. Xu Sheng tilted his head, feeling that the event's requirements were somewhat unreasonable. Actually, the best course of action right now would be to simply drive out, park the car elsewhere, and drop Zhang Qin off. However, since the event specifies such requirements, there must be other reasons behind it. He turned to Zhang Qin and said, I'll go distract Teacher Bai. You make a run for it. Zhang Qin nodded, then suddenly raised an eyebrow. Teacher Bai, a teacher, huh? How exciting. Get out of here. Can't you ever be serious? Xu Sheng stepped out of the car and strode straight in Bai Wei's direction. Zhang Qin seized the opportunity to get out of the car and leaned against the hood, secretly observing. Hey there, Miss Bai, what are you doing here? Bai Wei was startled by the familiar voice. She was just wondering who it could be when she turned around and saw Xu Sheng. Why are you in casual clothes? Shouldn't you be in military training? Shouldn't you hurry to the playground? Xu Sheng gave a silly grin and scratched his head. I was just out working on some entrepreneurial ventures, a big deal worth over $1 billion to start with. Wiped me out. Bai Wei couldn't help but laugh, thinking to herself, oh, you can really spin a tale, just casually dropping $1 billion deal like it's nothing. So, Xu, how did your negotiations go? Not bad, I guess. Still needs some back and forth. As they were talking, Zhang Qin had already stealthily slipped away along the wall and sprinted towards the playground. It's really impressive, after doing so many squats, she could still run this fast. Hexagonal War Goddess is truly terrifying. While the two were speaking, a white BMW X3 drove into the parking lot and rolled down its window as it approached Bai and Chu. Vivi, who is this? Aren't you going to introduce us? The man speaking had average looks, wearing gold-rimmed glasses with his slicked back hair gleaming, clearly no stranger to hair wax. His tone was flippant as he spoke, his gaze toward Bai Wei brimming with aggression and possessiveness. It was as if Bai Wei had already become his property. "This is my boyfriend, Xu Sheng." When Bai Wei said this, it seemed as though she had been bewitched, but she had already been pestered by this wretched man for over half a month. No matter how she refused, she couldn't shake him off. If only she knew how to curse properly, a good scolding might have done the trick. She turned to her mother for help, only to be told that the young man was nice and very honest. "It's perfectly normal for a man to take the initiative. You're already this old without a partner, and finally, you've met someone genuinely interested who's so persistent. Shouldn't you agree quickly?" When Bai Wei heard her mother say these words, her heart shattered, her body turned icy cold, and her mind fled. Do leftover women deserve to die? This man before her didn't love her at all, he was just coveting her body. Even an emotionally inexperienced girl like her could see it. Why couldn't her mother understand? Bai Wei had arranged to meet him at school today precisely because she wanted to have this conversation on her own turf. If this man still refused to recognize what was good for him, she was prepared to call security and scream for help against harassment. And right before her eyes, a handsome young man who appeared quite wealthy was standing beside her. Bai Wei admitted she was somewhat desperately clutching at straws, but there was simply no alternative. Surely a good student would understand their teacher's difficulties, right? Smiling, she gently linked arms with Xu Sheng and whispered softly in his ear, "Help me get rid of him, please." The breath accompanying these words struck Xu Sheng like an electric shock, making his ears burn red. What kind of plot twist is this? He'd never experienced anything like it before. Could it be his recent performance had finally made Teacher Bai recognize his capabilities, meeting her minimum standard for a human shield? However, before Xu Sheng could decide whether to agree, the system prompt appeared once again. Deceiving the heavens to cross the sea. 1 event concluded. You have triggered the event, deceiving the heavens to cross the sea. 2. As the saying goes, one wave subsides, another rises. Events never come alone. Your beautiful academic advisor Bai Wei encountered the most troublesome blind date in years. This lecherous creep harbors twisted desires to take advantage of Bai Wei. As Bai Wei's top student, you must shoulder the responsibility of protecting your teacher. Pretend to be Bai Wei's boyfriend and defeat this disgusting man before you. Warning: given your current affection level with Bai Wei, you must regulate your behavior and avoid overly intimate actions. Otherwise, it will provoke Bai Wei's aversion. Event rewards, substantial experience, random cash, special items. Xu Sheng looked at the system prompt, then at the opposing man's health bar, his lips quirking slightly upward. Xiaotuanan, HP, -60%, times 10. Only 10 health bars, totally not enough to fight, dude. He adjusted his collar and cuffs, straightened his posture slightly, and looked at Xiaotuanan with a gaze full of confidence and disdain. What kind of trash are you? What's your charisma score? You think you can act tough in front of me? Climb. Xiaotuanan felt Xu Sheng's gaze, clenched his fists, and gritted his teeth in silence. He parked the car at top speed, then got out and turned back, sizing up Xu Sheng. The guy was probably in his early 20s, tall, upright, and ridiculously handsome. Damn it, life's just unfair. Xiaotuanan, -70%, times 9. Even before the two had confronted each other, Xiaotuanan was already at a disadvantage. As the saying goes, the supreme art of war is to subdue the enemy without fighting. Xu Sheng had full confidence in his dramatically altered appearance. Is this even a face? This is built with gold bricks. Do you even understand the worth of this face? Although Xiaotuanan naturally fell short in height and looks, he had a good job and came from a wealthy family. This little bastard in front of me probably hasn't even graduated yet, definitely broke, right? Vivi, you say he's your boyfriend, but why do I feel he's more like your student? Bai Wei's expression stiffened, thinking to herself that this Xiaotuanan was indeed difficult to deal with. He actually saw through Xu Sheng's true identity at a glance. It seems we're done for this time. The only option left is to call security. Meanwhile, Xu Sheng seemed to sense Teacher Bai's panic. He grabbed her small hand firmly, comforting her. Chapter 23, Deceiving Heaven to Cross the Sea, Part 2. Oh dear, you've seen right through me. Professor Bai is an old bull grazing on tender grass. He just prefers them young, tall, and handsome. What can I say? There's nothing I can do about it either. Xiaotuanan's expression froze stiff. If this were a period drama, he'd probably be coughing up 3 liters of blood by now. Xu Sheng glanced at the man's health bar, watching it drop 2 full segments in one go. Truly pathetic. Haven't even used 20% of my strength, and it's already like this? You better go collect 2-tailed beast balls at the village entrance yourself. Hearing this, Bai Wei by the side couldn't help but blush with both embarrassment and anger. Yet these words had inadvertently struck a chord in her heart. After all these years of matchmaking, they're basically all pushing 30. These older leftovers each have their own flaws, their own brand of outrageousness. It's as if the best ones have already been taken. When it came to Bai Wei's turn, all she could pick up were the discarded rotten vegetable leaves no one else wanted. But what if she's looking for a younger guy? At this moment, Chu Sheng had no idea what his academic advisor was thinking, nor did he notice how she was hugging his arm even tighter. What's the use of being young and handsome? So what if you're young now? Won't you grow old eventually? No matter how handsome you are, won't age catch up to you all the same? Xia Tuanan finished speaking and seemed to regain some confidence, straightening his posture and adjusting his suit. Chu Sheng grinned. Wearing a suit in such hot weather, aren't you afraid of heatstroke? Oh, I get it. Us young folks have strong fire in us, while the elderly run out of fire, so naturally they need to keep warm, eh? Xia Tuanan gritted his teeth, nearly spitting blood. How can a student like you speak so rudely? How did your teacher educate you? Chu Xing turned to Bai Wei and asked softly, Miss Bai, he's asking how you taught me? Bai Wei lowered her head without speaking, her cheeks slightly flushed. The young man certainly ran hot, though she was merely holding Chu Xing's arm. She could already feel the blazing warmth radiating from him. Do you have a job? Can you actually make money? At your age, shouldn't you still be relying on your family for living expenses? Someone like you, can you really make Wei Wei happy? Xia Tuanan brought up the topic of work, feeling somewhat confident again. I work for a major corporation, holding a managerial position, with an annual salary of 100,000 yuan. I own a house and a car. What do you have? Chu Sheng hadn't expected this to be the question. He adjusted his cuffs, revealing a gold Rolex. Then he pulled out his Mercedes key and pressed the button. You earn 100 grand a year, while my savings sitting in the bank for 1 year make more than you breaking your back all year. You ask me what I have? That question really got me. Seems like apart from being handsome, all I've got left is money. Bai Wei heard his words, and though she tried to suppress her laughter, her shoulders still shook uncontrollably. But Xia Tuanan standing opposite her didn't find it funny at all. $1 million luxury car, $1 million Rolex, needless to say what kind of family background we're talking about here. A young rich second-generation airborne with silver spoon, and goddamn handsome on top of that. Heavens above, are you blind? Chu Sheng looked at the opponent's head. The health bar was down to its last sliver. Only one final strike remained now. Who knew what kind of reward this last stab might yield? Xia Tuanan clenched his fist so tightly his nails nearly pierced his own flesh. He stood there dumbfounded for a moment before finally remembering his last line of defense. Wei Wei, rich second-generation guys like him, young, wealthy, tall, handsome, and smooth-talkers, are all playboys at heart. You've never been in a relationship before, so he must have fooled you. A man like him definitely has more than just you in his life. Even if he stays with you, there's no guarantee he'd ever marry you. Xia Tuanan finished speaking, gazing at Chu Sheng with undisguised smugness in his eyes. Buddy's pulled the rug right out from under you. Let's see how you handle this move. Bai Wei lifted her head to look at Chu Sheng, her eyes brimming with anticipation. Either she'd gotten too immersed in the act, or she was simply relishing the impending drama. One thing was certain, her intentions weren't benign. Big sis, are you serious? Chu Sheng felt slightly embarrassed, but Xia Tuanan wouldn't let it go. Young man, if you're willing to swear that you'll marry Wei Wei in the future, treat only her well, and never look for other women, I'll leave immediately and bless you both. If you can't, then Wei Wei, you should see his true colors clearly. Even if you're not with me, it's better than being deceived by a scumbag. Chu Sheng noticed both pairs of eyes tightly fixated on him. He surprisingly felt the disparities of the world. Damn you, Bai Wei, I helped you out, and you actually turned traitor? Just you wait, I'll teach you a lesson you won't forget. But things had come to this point, so he tried his best to play along in this little performance. Chu Sheng cleared his throat, extended 4 fingers, and began to swear an oath. I swear, from now on, I will love only her and marry her. After marriage, I will stop flirting around or chasing after other women. If I break this oath, may I drop dead on the spot. Though those were the words Chu Sheng spoke, his thoughts were quite different. I swear, from now on I'll only love her, she being any female other than you and me, and will marry her, doesn't mean we can't divorce. After marriage I won't flirt around or chase other women, previous flings don't count. After taking this oath, Xia Tuanan's face turned deathly pale, nearly collapsing on the spot. Watching his health bar completely drained, Chu Sheng finally breathed a sigh of relief. Damn it, Professor Bai, if you want my help in the future, unless you offer some extra rewards, I won't be willing. At that moment, Bai Wei finally remembered something, snapping out of her absorbed acting state. Xia Tuanan turned back to his car and drove away from this place of heartache. I traveled northbound, leaving behind the university where Wei resided. Chu Sheng withdrew his arm, indifferent to the softness it had just touched. After having her arm withdrawn, Bai Wei raised her head and examined Chu Sheng carefully. His long eyelashes cast shadows on his fair skin, and his alluring collarbone peeked in and out of the collar of his shirt as his Adam's apple moved. At that moment, Chu Sheng was looking at the reward he had just obtained, paying no attention to the strangeness in her gaze. Diverting the eyes to deceive the skies, event concluded. You gained a small amount of experience. You obtained cash times 100k. You gained a large amount of experience. Your level has increased to LV6. Your appearance +1. Appearance, 1011. You received cash times 500k. You received reward, escape card, blue. You earned 1 achievement point, current rating, 38, F. Escape card, blue, when used, allows swift escape from the scene without detection. Teacher Bai. Professor Bai? Bai Wei. Bai Wei was startled and took 2 quick steps backward. Chu Sheng grabbed her wrist firmly to prevent her from accidentally falling. What's wrong with you? Bai Wei was momentarily speechless, feeling her cheeks flush with embarrassment. She lowered her head to stare at her toes, unsure of what to say. He looks just like the male lead in a romance novel. How can a man be this handsome? Chu Sheng tilted his head, staring at the rapidly rising affinity meter above Bai Wei's head as if he suddenly understood something. Holy shit, do you actually have the hots for me? Hell no. According to Chu Sheng's plan, Bai Wei wasn't supposed to be part of this stage's conquest strategy. Bai Wei wouldn't be able to take the stage until the next phase, or even the phase after that. She absolutely couldn't let things develop this way. Professor Bai, I still have military training to attend, so I'll be going now. Chu Sheng turned around and bolted, faster than a cheetah. By the time Bai Wei looked up, even the dust he kicked up had vanished. Running that fast, are you racing to be reborn? The moment the words left Bai Wei's mouth, she regretted them. That kid must have been late for military training because of his own business. That's why he's running in such a hurry. Bai Wei, oh Bai Wei, why do you always bother others? Thinking of this, she hurriedly ran towards the playground. But at this moment, Chu Sheng had already dashed to the playground. His lightning-fast speed was indeed no joke. With his superhuman physique and the boost from agility training, even a world champion would pale in comparison. Which class are you from? The instructor frowned as he looked at the panting Chu Sheng, who was holding his uniform in his hand. You're this late? 100 push-ups as punishment. Wu Xian and the others in the formation were sweating bullets for Chu Sheng at that moment. What on earth was old Chu doing to dare being so late? With such a strict instructor, he's definitely in for a world of trouble. Chapter 24. 1 push-up astounds the crowd. At the instructor's command, a faint smile played at the corners of Chu Sheng's lips. Just a few push-ups? Piece of cake. Had this been before his transformation, back when he weighed over 200 pounds, he couldn't have managed a single push-up. But now he possessed a full 10 points of constitution. His endurance not only surpassed ordinary people's, but his stamina recovery was also impressive. Without hesitation, he tossed his military training jacket to the ground and thought to himself, step aside. I'm about to show off. He immediately dropped into a push-up position, loudly counting each rep. 1, 2, 3. His movements were flawlessly executed, so precise that even the drill instructor couldn't find fault with them. You triggered an event, 1 push-up wonder. As the only male student late for military training, you'll face exceptionally harsh punishment. But 100 push-ups are absolutely trivial for you. Now then, please demonstrate your full capabilities before the entire freshman class and military training instructors. Hashtag, event reward, constitution +1, reputation plus? Chu Sheng looked at the system prompt, the corners of his lips curling into an almost imperceptible smirk. He deliberately quickened his pace, yet his movements remained impeccably precise. 51, 52. The continuous counting drew the gaze of other squadrons. They couldn't help but glance this way, whispering among themselves about the beast knocking out push-ups. Damn, this guy is amazing. Already over 60, and still maintaining perfect form. With such a fit body and this level of stamina, if he ever gets to bed, would anyone survive? Chu Sheng couldn't hear these comments, simply continuing with his push-ups. 71, 72, 73. At that moment, a white figure came running over in a hurry. Instructor, hello. Bai Wei arrived breathlessly. I'm Bai Wei, the counselor for the new media class 1. This student was late because they were helping me handle an emergency. The instructor was about to speak, but Chu Sheng suddenly started counting, 81, 82. His voice rang out clear and powerful, echoing across the playground. The instructor, seeing no sign of him stopping, gave Bai Wei a wry smile. The kid's really into doing this, and he's almost finished. Let him keep going. Bai Wei watched Chu Sheng moving up and down, her mind momentarily wandering as she recalled the contours of his face and collarbones she had just glimpsed. 91. Chu Sheng's voice remained steady, as if this level of exertion was nothing to him. 92. 100. The gaze of the entire sports field was fixed on him. Everyone expected Chu Sheng to stand up and salute or smile, but he didn't get up, instead continuing the count. The girls covered their mouths, while the boys unconsciously straightened their posture. Though by the time he reached 101, he had switched to supporting himself with just one hand. Holy shit, one-handed? Damn, that's way too showy. 666, you really pulled it off this time. The entire room erupted in uproar. Everyone was captivated by Chu Sheng's deliberate showboating. With his left hand behind his back and right hand supporting him on the ground, his movements remained impeccable, even steadier than before. 111, 122. Even the military training instructor watching nearby was stunned, his eyelids twitching uncontrollably. What kind of student can go this fast and this hard with just one arm? Are you trying to show off at the risk of your life? Maybe you should enlist in the army to get some proper rest. Bai Wei's eyes widened even further, her heartbeat quickening. 200. Immediately afterward, Chu Sheng changed his stance again and began performing clap push-ups. With each upward thrust, his hands left the ground, meeting midair with a crisp clap before landing smoothly back in position. 201. 223. Chu Sheng's beastly performance sent the entire venue into a frenzy. Is this guy even human? That's so fucking awesome. Holy shit, is this guy pretending to be a student when he's actually a drill instructor? Chu Sheng's movements grew increasingly rapid, sweat flying through the air as his muscular contours glistened under the sunlight. 300. Finally, he executed a powerful aerial flip before landing firmly on his feet, standing perfectly straight. The entire room fell silent for a second, then erupted into deafening cheers and applause. One-handed push-up astonishes all, event completed. You gained reward, Constitution +1. Constitution, 1011. Reward obtained, Fame +3. Fame, 14. Charm, 1819. Alert! Reaching 20 charm points will unlock a talent ability. Achievement unlocked. Current score, 39, F. The instructor took a deep breath, patted Chu Sheng's shoulder, and whispered, well done. You really showed off there, you rascal. Chu Sheng grinned mischievously, gave the instructor a perfect military salute, then picked up the training uniform and slipped it on right there before turning to rejoin the formation. At this moment, the boys in their class who were standing in line were utterly stunned. Despite 9 years of compulsory education, all they could muster were exclamations like holy shit, 666, or damn, that's insane. Especially Jing Sheng, who seemed to have glimpsed a shortcut to securing his limited mating rights. Bai Wei stared at Chu Sheng with shimmering eyes as he joined the line, the favorability meter above her head ticking up once again. But the chatter from the girls on the field snapped her back to reality, and she turned to leave the playground. Chu Sheng watched her retreating figure, steadying his breathing, without giving it much thought. The afternoon military training ended quickly. Although his tardy arrival and subsequent show-off had aroused the instructor's envy, he didn't face any targeted retaliation. The four roommates headed to the canteen together for a quick meal. Chu Sheng took out his phone to check his messages. As expected, his afternoon grandstanding had drawn the attention of numerous female classmates. Sun Xiaoyao, Wang Nan, Zhang Qin, and Han Xiao, who all had his WeChat, sent him messages. Among them were flattering praises, astonished exclamations, and even sarcastic remarks. But Chu Sheng didn't care about their opinions. He only took the time to reply to Sun Xiaoyao's message. He hadn't had time to meet her for a date lately. After attending the college welcoming party, he would be busy with dormitory social events. He comforted her with a few words on WeChat, planning to ask Sun Xiaoyao out for dinner the day after next, maybe catch a movie together afterwards to unwind. Yet she seemed somehow agitated, insisting she'd come during the welcome party instead, to watch it with him. Chu Sheng knew he'd already caught the attention of Song Nana and Wang Nan. He could keenly sense the change in Sun Xiaoyao. Could it be Song Nana and Wang Nan stirring up trouble? Chu Sheng pondered for a moment before finally agreeing to Sun Xiaoyao's request. To be on the safe side, he decided to take drastic measures and directly sent a message to one of his WeChat friends. After grabbing a quick bite in the cafeteria, Chu Sheng bought 2 cups of milk tea. Carrying his stool, he waited at the end of the formation for the little girl to arrive. Guess who I am? His eyes were covered by a pair of soft little hands, and Chu Sheng guessed who it was immediately just by the voice. Nan Nan? Who is Nan Nan? Nana? Sun Xiaoyao withdrew her hands, hopping in front of him with puffed cheeks to glare angrily. You big scumbag! Who's Nan Nan? And who's Nana? The moment she finished speaking, she seemed to recall something. Just kidding, these two have grudges against me. I'd rather stay away from them. Ha, what grudge do you have against those two? Sun Xiaoyao wasn't stupid, she naturally knew exactly who Nan Nan and Nana referred to. Chu Sheng sighed faintly, sitting on the bench as he tilted his head to gaze at the sky. Song Nana holds a grudge because I exposed that BMW guy's scandal before. She lost a major sugar daddy, of course she'd resent me. Wang Nan, well, that's something you'd have to answer. Ask me? Sun Xiaoyao shook her head with great effort, her movements adorably clumsy. How would I know? I'm just a lost little deer. Chu Sheng pinched her cheek, leaned in close, and whispered, the reason she holds a grudge against me is because she fancied you, and I snatched you away. Oh, this is so complicated. As they were chatting like this, the main subject of their conversation suddenly walked over. Wang Nan and Song Nana came side by side, but just as they were about to approach, they bumped into a woman who shouldn't have been there. By way, are you two from our class? Wang Nan and Song Nana awkwardly admitted they'd come to the wrong place, then beat a hasty retreat. Thus ended the first round of confrontation this evening, with Chu Sheng emerging completely victorious. Yet no sooner had Bai Wei shooed away the two girls than she turned her gaze to Sun Xiaoyao sitting beside Chu Shang. You? Chu Shang cut straight to the chase, interrupting, Teacher Bai, this is my future girlfriend. She might not be yet, but she will be soon. Bai Wei's mouth hung open, wanting to say something but unable to find the words. She simply nodded and walked over to join the group of girls. Hearing Chu Shang introduce her this way, Sun Xiaoyao felt an unexpected warmth in her heart. All the doubts stirred up by the laughing remarks from Chu and Han earlier instantly melted away, and she leaned right into Chu Shang's embrace. Think you can take me on? With this one move, he killed 3 birds with 1 stone. Not only did he repel Wang Song's attack and dispel Sun Xiaoyao's suspicions, but he also created a temporary distance between Bai Wei and himself, preventing her from getting too close and interfering with his plans. It's just a shame that no event was triggered to earn some rewards. But somehow today, trouble arrived without warning. Chapter 25, Innate Abilities. At tonight's welcome party, there will be a freshman interaction performance segment. During this segment, new students can take the stage to perform and even receive small gifts. How could you, eager to boost your reputation attribute, possibly let this opportunity slip? You've triggered the event. Make a hit at the first attempt. Perform in the newcomer interaction segment and receive attention and praise from the majority of the audience. Event reward, increased fame, random music skill book ×1. Quite an eventful day today, things just keep coming one after another. Chu Shang moved his neck slightly, showing no trace of surprise. Given his dramatically altered circumstances now, the unfolding events certainly wouldn't be as mundane as his previous life's uneventful progression. Just like today's triggered, deceiving the heavens to cross the seat plot, it was partly due to coincidence, and partly due to his looks and abilities. If he were still a big, dark-skinned fat guy like in his past life, how could he possibly have had the chance to pretend to be Bai Wei's boyfriend? He's not even as good as Wang Hanlin. It seems today is going to be quite fruitful for me. He smiled and took out his phone, locating the audio file he had prepared in advance. He hadn't originally planned to act at this moment, but since things had come to this, it was time to go all in. Sun Xiaoyao watched him fiddling with his phone and curiously leaned in closer. But what she saw was an extremely intricate editing interface. What's this? Chu Shang smiled, gently pulling her into his embrace as he explained softly, first we'll edit the video, then convert it to an audio format, that way we can use it as musical accompaniment. Accompaniment? Sun Xiaoyao looked puzzled but didn't resist being held, obediently leaning against his chest. She could feel the warmth of his body heat. You're not planning to perform on stage, are you? Chu Shang smiled faintly. What, is that not allowed? I wrote it myself, and soon I'll sing it for you. Really? You can write songs too? Chu Shang nodded. I wrote it a while ago. When I perform later, don't forget to clap for me. Of course, but what kind of song did you write? Chu Shang didn't tell her, just kept fiddling with the editing files in his hands. The incident slowly passed, and the first round of freshman interaction finally began. Next up is the freshman interaction segment. The female host on stage wore a fiery red gown, making her tall and slender figure even more dazzling. Suwon scanned the juniors in the audience with a professional smile, her clear, crisp voice amplified across the sports field. As long as you have confidence, talent, and the courage to showcase yourself, all juniors are welcome to come up on stage. Not only have we prepared exquisite little gifts as rewards, but you might even gain priority in choosing a partner for your 4 years of university. It's finally here. Chu Shang immediately stood up and raised his hand. However, he wasn't the only one who raised his hand. Although most college freshmen tended to be introverted, there were always some social butterflies and attention seekers in the mix. In the playground, quite a few people stood up in unison. Amid them, Chu Shang didn't stand out at all. Just when he thought he was about to miss his chance, the male host beside Suwon seemed to recognize him. Isn't this the junior who did over 300 push-ups on the field this afternoon? A real legend. Suwon also spotted Chu Shang and added with a smile, I saw the video on Dousho already has over 1,000 likes. So, let's invite this junior to come up. Chu Shang breathed a sigh of relief upon being chosen and strode confidently onto the stage. All eyes instantly focused on him, as if a spotlight had illuminated him. As he stepped onto the stage, he passed through the formation where Song Nana and Wang Nan were standing. Zhang Qin secretly gave him a thumbs up, while Chunyi sat on the ground with a calm expression, though her eyes remained fixed on him. Song Nana secretly hoped in her heart that Chu Shang would mess up his performance, yet she also vaguely wished he'd excel, to prove her judgment right. Wang Nan, however, was far more direct, openly giving him a disdainful gesture. Such is the bluntness between romantic rivals. Chu Shang paid no mind to their petty reactions. These minor tantrums were natural for now, they'd learn their lesson soon enough. He walked to the side of the stage, handed the documents to the senior in charge of audio, then borrowed a guitar from the senior girl managing instruments, and finally approached another senior who had performed earlier to borrow a cello. Chu Shang worked swiftly, preparing everything in less than 5 minutes. He positioned himself at the center of the stage, set up his seat, adjusted the microphone, gripped his guitar pick, and gazed at the audience below. The stage lights gradually dimmed as a single spotlight illuminated him, transforming him into the focal point of the entire venue. As the first freshman to participate in the interactive segment, everyone watched with anticipation, wondering what kind of performance he would deliver. People always love to join in the excitement, and secretly hope to see others make fools of themselves. Chu Sheng sat on the high stool, his demeanor calm and composed. This song is for someone very special. His gaze swept across the audience before finally settling on the most inconspicuous girl. She seemed to sense his gaze too, yet didn't raise her head. Though we've known each other only briefly, to me it already feels like we've weathered many sunlit days and rainy ones together. Original track, Sunny Day, for everyone. The guitar intro began, the prelude of Sunny Day flowing with the night breeze. From the very beginning, it captured everyone's ears. No one expected that an original song by a freshman could sound this amazing. The little yellow flower of the story has been floating since the year I was born. The childhood swings keep swaying in my memory till now. Chu Sheng's voice carried just the right amount of huskiness, yet the endings were crisp and clean, making countless girls' eyes sparkle with admiration. Re, so, si, do, si, la, so, la, si, la, so. When Chu Sheng reached this part of the song, it piqued everyone's curiosity and drew all eyes on him. What kind of song is this? Sounds like he's singing the actual musical notes? That's so creative. Chu Sheng paid no attention to the audience's reaction and continued singing with his whole heart and soul. Once upon a time, someone loved you for so long, but by the horizon, the wind slowly fades. The day I skipped class for you, the day the flowers fell, that classroom. But just our luck, the rain grew heavier, until I couldn't see you anymore. The singing and playing came to an abrupt halt as Chu Sheng stood up directly. Ah, is that the end already? No, it sounds so good. Why didn't you finish singing? Could it be that only half was written? No way. Yet just as the restlessness grew palpable among the audience, Chu Sheng exchanged a knowing glance with the sound engineer. Boom! Thunder suddenly roared. The pitter-patter of rain echoed from all directions. The students sitting in the playground stirred restlessly. Everyone thought it was raining, yet not a single raindrop could be seen. Chu Sheng stood up, put down the guitar, and then picked up the cello, placing it between his legs. The moment the bow was drawn, the deep and mournful melody intertwined with the sound of rain, instantly soothing the entire audience. The sound of rain and the cello's notes blended seamlessly, offering everyone an entirely new experience. Can it really be played like this? Just as everyone was screaming inwardly, Chu Sheng switched to the guitar and continued playing. At this moment, Chu Sheng undoubtedly became the focus of the entire venue, even the entire school. The music, amplified by the speakers, spread throughout the school, its melody reaching the cafeteria, slipping into the dormitories, and echoing through the teaching and office buildings. Everyone heard Chu Sheng singing, until the last line. When the final line, but at the end of the story, it seems you still said it ended, the sound of rain also ceased abruptly. The song is called Sunny Day, yet it seems to be raining throughout the entire song. Chu Sheng won deafening applause from the entire audience through his accompaniment and instrumental transitions. Zheng Qin stood up directly, cheering and clapping like mad, her palms already red yet refusing to stop. Chen Yu had already looked up, staring intently at him before lowering her head again to applaud softly. Song Nana was completely stunned. She knew almost every girl around her was cheering, clapping, and staring fixedly at Chu Sheng. Staring at that man she despised. Her gaze began to shift gradually, biting down hard on her silver teeth. Looking at Chu Sheng, her eyes were fixed on him as if gazing at a towering mountain piercing the clouds. Meanwhile, Wang Nan watched the cheering girls around her, grinding her teeth in bitter resentment. All these scumbags, why are you the one who shines so bright? Bai Wei hid in the crowd, watching as Chu Sheng lowered his head before turning and walking off the field. That was incredible. Su Wan hurried over, shoving the microphone almost into Chu Sheng's face. Was this really original? That's so beautiful, I just heard it once and I've already fallen in love. Is it available on any music platforms? Chu Sheng gave a faint smile as he stood tall on stage. I haven't released it yet, this is its debut. The male host beside her clenched his fists as he watched Su Wan's enthusiastic display. Here's a little gift we've prepared, courtesy of Meat Tea Shop and Thunder Internet Cafe near the school gates. Many thanks to our two generous sponsors for their tremendous support. Su Wan frowned as she noticed the male host gesturing for people to leave. But Chu Sheng didn't want to interact too much with Su Wan, knowing it would only disrupt his carefully laid plans. Sun Xiaoya was already an unforeseen variable. There couldn't be more variables in the short term. Chu Sheng took the gift and stepped off the stage directly. A blockbuster debut, the incident concludes. You received your reward, Fame +4. Reputation, 4-8. You showcased your talent for the first time, performing an original song, Talent +5. Talent, 1-6. Charm, 1921. Reward acquired, Harmonica Skillbook, Blue, ×1. You earned 1 achievement point. Current rating, 40, F. Your charm has reached 20 points. You can unlock a talent skill. Please choose one of the following 3 options as your talent skill. God's hands, blue, optimizes the lines of your hands, beautifies the skin, and enhances finger flexibility and strength. For certain hand fetishists, the charm of these hands can be maxed out immediately. Upgradable. Starry eyes, blue, your gaze seems to hold the stars within. Any prolonged eye contact with the opposite sex will make them feel irresistibly drawn to your stare, as though falling into a black hole with no chance to resist. Upgradable. Muscle enhancement, blue, your muscles have been enhanced, completely breaking free from human limits. Your strength and explosive power make you unbeatable in combat. Knocking out Tyson with one punch is no longer just a dream. Cannot be upgraded. Xusheng walked across the playground, attracting countless gazes from girls around him. Some bold ones even came straight up to flirt with him. Several gazes in the crowd watched the girls making advances, wanting to stop them yet finding it awkward to intervene, so they remained seated. He pretended to ask for these girls' contact information, then suddenly had a flash of inspiration and chose the starry eyes. Congratulations, player. You have unlocked your first talent ability, Starry Eyes, Blue. You have earned 10 achievement points. Current score, 50F. Xusheng gazed intently at the beautiful girl asking for his WeChat, his eyes locked onto hers. The girl met his stare and seemed to see a sky full of stars reflected in his pupils. Her heartbeat quickened uncontrollably, her breath grew shallow, and her cheeks burned crimson. Silently cursing her lack of composure, she chided herself for reacting so intensely just from being looked at by her crush. Xusheng put away his phone and returned to his squadron. Sun Xiaoyao immediately hugged him, pressing her head tightly against his shoulder, like a young lioness declaring her territory. So cute, Yao Yao. Xusheng felt her soft little bun-like body, gently stroking her head. Why are you holding me so tight? It's not like I'm going to run away. Sun Xiaoyao gave a hump and glanced at the queue. It seemed like countless pairs of glowing green eyes were staring. You seem like a Prime 5 Wagyu beef right now, surrounded by nothing but hungry wolves, and they're all females. Sun Xiaoyao hugged even tighter, not willing to let go in the slightest. Relax, I'm not going anywhere. He stared intently at Sun Xiaoyao, their gazes locking. Sun Xiaoyao gazed into his eyes and seemed to see a sky full of stars. Xusheng looked at the health bar above her head. Sun Xiaoyao, 86%, times 18. Are you holding me like this because you like me? Hearing his question, Sun Xiaoyao, already lost in his gaze, instantly felt her cheeks grow warm. Sun Xiaoyao's brain froze instantly. She didn't know how to respond, and could only stammer while lowering her head. Yet the next second, she felt a large hand gently lifting her chin. Sun Xiaoyao watched as Xusheng drew closer, her cheeks growing increasingly red and her temperature rising steadily. Don't, not here, there are too many people. No, I insist. She had no choice but to close her eyes. Xusheng didn't stand on ceremony and went straight for a kiss. Sun Xiaoyao clearly heard the sound of a heart breaking, and it kept happening again and again. She gradually became engrossed, with no time to dwell on those messy thoughts. Xusheng experienced a completely new sensation. The lips of this legal loli truly felt different, soft like stuffed marshmallows. One bite was all it took to reveal something even sweeter hidden within. Much later, only when Sun Xiaoyao began to feel short of breath and her mouth grew increasingly dry did she finally push him away. You're so sweet. Poof. Sun Xiaoyao shrank back in embarrassment, her HP bar continuously decreasing but ultimately stopping at double digits. It seems conquering her heart will still take some time. But Xusheng wasn't in a hurry. After all, September 6th hadn't arrived yet. When that day comes, everything should fall into place. After the kiss, the performances on stage held no attraction for the two of them anymore. Sun Xiaoyao curled up in Xusheng's arms, like a frightened hedgehog. She tried her best to shrink herself, hoping to protect the tender parts from invasion. Yet Xusheng, an old hand at this, moved recklessly under the cover of darkness on the playground. You're so mean. Xusheng chuckled in retort. I haven't even complained about you being young, and here you are calling me bad. Ah, Xusheng, I'm going to bite you to death. Xusheng felt her bite down on his wrist, yet despite her anger, the little Lolita didn't actually exert much force. It's okay, it's because it's small that it's cute. He breathed a sigh of relief, feeling the maneuver was somewhat risky. But if they hadn't done this, Sun Xiaoyao would likely have left with someone during tonight's mixer. By then, the situation would have gotten chaotic, and what was originally a 1v2 scenario would have turned into a free-for-all. That was something Xusheng didn't want to see, so he could only vent his anger on Yao Yao by attacking her weakest point. Fortunately, as the welcome party ended, Sun Xiaoyao obediently left and returned to her own squad. Xusheng found his roommates, handed them the stools, and then headed to the parking lot to drive his car. Chapter 26, Dormitory Social 1. Xusheng arrived at the parking lot. The night breeze was slightly cool, dispelling some of the stifling heat. He rummaged through the car. Aside from the meat sausage Zheng Qin had given him, there was only half a bottle of mineral water left. Why does kissing make you so thirsty? Could it be that I was the one robbed? Xusheng poured the remaining water from the jug into his mouth, only then remembering it was the same water he'd shared with Zheng Qin at noon. What a scumbag I truly am. He sighed melodramatically as he fished out his car keys. The headlights of the Mercedes-Benz S-Class flashed twice, ready to depart at any moment. Yet just as the Mercedes lights illuminated, he unexpectedly spotted a familiar figure standing in the corner of the parking lot. By way, Song Nana always reappears at the school gate, and you're programmed to respawn in the parking lot, is that it? She stood beside a blue Chevrolet at that moment, not playing with her phone, but wearing wireless Bluetooth earpieces, seemingly listening to something. Xu Sheng noticed her completely absorbed expression and didn't want to disturb her, quietly getting into the car. But contrary to his intentions, she spotted him anyway. Xu Sheng. A cold voice came from behind, making him pause mid-step. What was bound to come, had come. He sighed and turned around, already wearing his signature smile. Professor Bai, what a coincidence. I ran into you again in the parking lot. Bai Wei stood a few steps away, her slender figure outlined by the moonlight. Yeah, what a coincidence. She had changed into a t-shirt, her light-colored jeans still clinging to her legs. This outfit had a bit more approachability and casualness compared to daytime. Yet the reflection in her eyes carried much more complexity than during the day. Yeah, I'll drive. Bai Wei's voice sounded slightly hoarse, her gaze lingering on Xu Sheng's face for just a moment before quickly looking away. That performance just now was brilliant. Xu Sheng noticed the drop in the favorability bar above her head, and the change made him breathe a sigh of relief. Bai Wei was someone whose favorability could rise quickly. As long as she took a liking to someone, any amount of interaction would lead to rapid progress. But this is also the hardest part to conquer. She's a hopeless romantic. Defeating a boss isn't just about increasing affection points, but about depleting its health bar. Increased affection allows for intimate contact, which is indeed thrilling. But when she starts clinging to you demanding responsibility, you'll realize the true challenge. That's why Xu Sheng was reluctant to get close to Bai Wei so soon. That's why he intentionally kept his distance between them. Thank you for the compliment, Professor Bai. Xu Sheng nodded politely. I should get going now. My roommate is waiting for me. All right. Bai Wei pressed her lips together, hesitating to say more. Be careful on your way. Goodbye, Teacher Bai. Xu Sheng quickly got into the car and drove off from the parking lot. When he arrived at the dormitory building, he spotted Wu Xian and the other two standing under a streetlight from afar, looking around nervously. Those kids. Xu Sheng rolled down the car window after parking and shouted at them. Sons, your godfather is here. The three of them instantly turned their attention at the shout. Holy shit, run! Wang Jinyua's mouth fell open, his jaw nearly hitting the ground. Old Chu, no, brother Chu, Chu the legend. Is this really your car? Xu Sheng's lips curled slightly. Get in already, stop screeching like a monkey out here. Hell yeah, bro. Wu Xian circled the car, his eyes gleaming with amazement, clicking his tongue in admiration. This interior, this quality, it must cost upwards of $1 million, right? Among the three, only Jing Sheng showed the least reaction. He had long realized that Xu Sheng was wealthy, so he wasn't surprised. Let's go, any later and the restaurant will be closed. Xu Sheng urged the three of them to quickly get into the car. He's in great form now and can't wait to duke it out with Wang and Song. Two lightweight drinkers, couldn't even hold their liquor. However, Wu Xian stopped Wang Jinyue just as he was about to get in the car, then turned his gaze to Jing Sheng. Let the three of us take shared e-bikes there, and have Lao Chu drive to pick up the girls. Otherwise it wouldn't be gentlemanly for the man to take the car. Wang Jinyue had originally wanted to get into the Mercedes-Benz, after all, he'd never ridden in one before. But Wu Xian was absolutely right. For the sake of his future happiness, he ultimately chose to agree. Alright, since you're all such gentlemen, I'll go pick up the ladies then. Xu Sheng chuckled and drove to the girls' dormitory building. After getting out of the car, he leaned against the vehicle, his white shirt and jeans contrasting sharply against the pure black Mercedes. Though simply dressed, he stood out remarkably. Especially those eyes, they sparkled even under the dim streetlights. Is that the junior who performed at today's welcoming party? Two girls passing by whispered to each other. It's really him. Oh my god, he's even hotter than in the videos. Soon, more and more people recognized Xu Sheng. A girl with a ponytail finally summoned her courage. Hey classmate, can I add your WeChat? I'm a sophomore in broadcasting. Xu Sheng smiled politely. Sorry, I'm waiting for someone. Just add me, we could hang out later. I really am sorry. Xu Sheng shook his head gently but firmly. My girlfriend wouldn't like that. The girl left disappointed, but soon others tried to strike up conversations with him. Within 20 minutes, Xu Sheng had turned down at least 5 different attempts by girls to chat him up. He glanced at the time, it was almost 7. Finally, the familiar figure appeared at the dormitory door. Zhang Qin was the first to step out, wearing a black-fitted t-shirt paired with high-waisted jeans. Her perfectly proportioned figure was displayed to its fullest advantage. Her eyes lit up when she saw Xu Sheng, but with Chen Yu following closely behind her, she couldn't find the right moment to speak. Hello. Xu Sheng held open the passenger door for her, but Zhang Qin flashed a sly smile and straightaway climbed into the back seat. Following close behind, Chen Yu arrived wearing a loose white hoodie and a dark long skirt, bundled up tightly. Good evening. Chu Xing didn't say much to Chen Yu, after all, their last encounter was still fresh in his mind. Good evening. Chen Yu responded to the greeting with a slight nod before quickly slipping into the back seat of the car, pressing close to Zhang Qin. Chu Sheng observed this with a faint smile on his face, but when the third person appeared, his smile abruptly froze. Wang Nan strode briskly to the doorway and leaped straight off the steps. Today she wore tight-fitting jeans with a studded belt, paired with a black shirt half tucked into her waistband, creating an edgy, distinctive look. What's with that expression of yours? All smiles when you see Chen Yu, but looking at me like your mother just died? What's your problem? Chu Sheng didn't expect her to start provoking hostility right now. Aren't you afraid of being counterattacked? Just as the two were about to bicker, Song Nana arrived closely behind. She was the most elaborately dressed one here today. She wore exquisite makeup, her scarlet lips blazing like fire, with a black tank top dress draped by a sheer cardigan. Each step swayed with captivating grace, her hips swaying naturally. Good evening, superstar Chu. Chu Sheng smiled as she turned her gaze toward Song Nana and Wang Nan. Pick a seat yourselves if you're staying. He caught the faint smile at the corner of Song Nana's lips. Something seemed to click in his mind. Was this guy planning to switch tactics? Or was he building a facade while secretly advancing his real scheme? Chu Sheng couldn't figure out this scheming woman, nor did he want to. As long as your bait is enticing enough, even the cleverest fish will take the hook. Only those lacking real strength resort to cunning and strategy. Where are you sitting? Song Nana and Wang Nan exchanged a glance before making their choice with silent understanding. A pair of red high heels stepped in through the passenger door, accompanied by slender legs sheathed in glossy black stockings. Chu Sheng couldn't help but steal a glance, which the woman immediately noticed, curling her lips into a triumphant smirk. Heaven bear witness he hadn't meant to look at her legs, let alone those black stockings. He just wanted to see what kind of decent person sticks their legs out like that when getting in a car. Her high heels nearly kicked him right in the crotch. However, this bizarre behavior strangely didn't draw anyone's attention in the car. The three girls from the same dorm seemed already accustomed to Song Nana's eccentric outfits and behavior. Fasten your seatbelt. Song Nana nodded and buckled up without hesitation. Their current relationship wasn't at the stage where she could naturally fasten his seatbelt for him yet. Classmate Chu, you performed so well tonight, and the song you wrote was wonderful too. Chu Sheng smiled without responding, but Song Nana wouldn't let it go. Never expected classmate Chu to be quite the talent. Too kind, just messing around. Chu Sheng focused intently on driving, showing not the slightest intention of entertaining Song Nana, but she kept making conversation, showing no intention of stopping. Chu Sheng's expression changed, no longer as indifferent as before, yet his words made Song Nana's face freeze. Chapter 27, Dormitory Mixer, Part 2. How did your chat with Wu Xian go? He really likes you. I just made it official with my girlfriend tonight. If you two hit it off, the four of us should hang out together. Hearing this, Song Nana immediately understood the underlying message. Meanwhile, the other three each reacted differently. Although Zhang Qin had long known about Sun Xiaoyao's affairs, she was still slightly surprised that things could be resolved so quickly. Handsome, talented, wealthy, and smooth, no wonder he can do whatever he wants. Wang Nan gritted her teeth in secret, recalling Sun Xiaoyao's petite and adorable appearance, feeling a mix of loss while silently making a vow. Chu Sheng, you scumbag, I swear I'll get my revenge. Chen Yu's expression remained unchanged upon hearing this, yet echoes of Chu Sheng's past words rang distinctly in his ears. The car pulled up to the mall. After parking, Chu Sheng turned to look behind him. We're here, he said. The four of them stepped out of the vehicle and proceeded to the elevator, arriving shortly at Little Pig Trump. Wu Xian and the other two, having departed 20 minutes earlier, had already been waiting for quite some time. Hello. Wu Xian glanced at Song Nana and was slightly taken aback by her outfit. Let me introduce everyone. This is Song Nana, and this is Wang Nan. Zhang Qin and Chen, classmate Chen are both in our class, so no need for further introductions. Wu Xian felt somewhat awkward, as he only remembered Chen Yu's surname was Chen and had forgotten her full name. This is Wang Jinhua, the third in our dorm, and this is Jing Sheng, the youngest in our dorm. After finishing speaking, he looked at Chu Sheng. I won't introduce old Chu, since everyone should know him already. Song Nana burst out laughing. In another couple days, I reckon the whole school will know about Chu Sheng. Yet when Chu Sheng heard this, he didn't feel embarrassed in the least. It's best to become famous young, and freshman year is just the right time. Enough talk, let's hurry in and eat. Wu Xian went to pay the bill, and the group entered the restaurant in a grand procession, selecting 2 tables for 4. How should we sit? Let's do 2 guys and 2 girls. Wu Xian glanced at Chu Sheng and said with a smile, let's split up. Chu Shan nodded. Among the 4 boys, only he and Wu Xian were good at keeping the atmosphere lively, whereas Wang Jinhua excelled at disrupting it. If he were to sit next to Jing Sheng, it would surely be awkward. Chu Sheng made the first move, preparing to make this meal go smoothly. Chenyu, Zhang Qin, and me with Jingsheng, let's the four of us sit together. Jingsheng didn't refuse and immediately took the inner seat. Zhang Qin and Chenyu also sat opposite the two. Song Nana narrowed her eyes slightly but said nothing, taking a seat opposite Wu Xian and Jinyu. Chu Shang watched Jingsheng's slightly flustered movements, immediately realizing he'd probably never been to this kind of DIY barbecue before. And Chenyu sitting across from him looked equally baffled, likely never even experienced buffet dining. Zhang Qin gave Chu Sheng a meaningful look with her eyes. He understood immediately and began on-the-spot instruction. Let's go get the meat first, just pick whatever you like to eat. Honestly, the most important thing at a buffet is enjoying yourself, don't stress about getting your money's worth. Chu Sheng stood up, and the other three followed suit to get their portions. To his left was Jingsheng, while Chenyu sat to his right. When eating all-you-can-eat barbecue, it's best to look for the original cuts of meat, like these that maintain the meat's natural color and haven't been marinated. Then come over to this dipping sauce station and mix your own sauce. If you're not sure how to mix it, you can choose the ready-made packaged sauces or barbecue sauce. Chu Sheng instructed with great attention to detail. After gathering everything and returning to the table, he began teaching how to grill the meat. With practiced ease, he oiled the grill, cooked the meat, flipped it, then sliced it before distributing portions to everyone. Damn, brother Chu, you grill like a pro. Jingsheng took just one bite and couldn't stop singing praises. He came from a small town. While he'd had buffet-style meals before, he'd never encountered the kind where you had to grill your own meat. I feel like today's dinner taught me quite a bit. This will definitely come in handy when I go out with girls in the future. Alright, you two give it a try. Chu Sheng proactively let Chenyu and Jingsheng try grilling the meat himself, evidently treating the meal as a teaching session. Zhang Qin found it somewhat amusing to watch, but truth be told, she didn't know how to eat this kind of barbecue either, and didn't want to expose her lack of experience. She decided to observe and learn first, planning to practice on her own when she had the chance. Just imagining future outings with Chu Sheng for barbecue, and then, she felt a little excited. This barbecue joint did serve kidneys and leeks, after all. Chu Sheng had no idea at this moment that a certain woman was plotting against him. He was solely focused on teaching the two of them grilling techniques. Damn it, this meal feels like attending a youth study session. I'll have to invite them out again another day to teach them how to properly eat hot pot. Wait, that's not right. Once our family's rotating hot pot restaurant opens, won't teaching become a breeze? At this thought, Chu Sheng grew somewhat absent-minded. Opening a shop involves many complicated matters that require handling various things. Needless to say, he intends to expand his brand nationwide using directly operated stores. Money is just the foundation. The main thing lies in having the right channels. Channels for finding talent, channels for securing suppliers, channels for selecting store locations. If only we could find an intermediary firm that handles the 4 secret stores. At that place, as long as you have special currency, they can arrange whatever connections you need. However, the location of this hidden shop remained a complete mystery to Chu Sheng. However, he always felt that as the events around him multiplied, he might obtain something relevant from the event rewards. There is something called an experience voucher. Brother Chu, have a taste. Jingsheng nervously picked up a piece of pork belly with his chopsticks. The surface was perfectly golden brown, the cooking time was just right. Chu Sheng popped it into his mouth, chewed twice, then nodded. Not bad, not bad. You've improved quite a bit. With that, he glanced at Chenyu, who was trimming the pork belly, and deftly snatched away the largest piece. Chenyu stared fixedly at that piece of meat until Chu Sheng stuffed it into his own mouth, then lowered her head with a slight pout. Chenyu's work is quite impressive, even a notch better than Xiao Shang's. Jingsheng scratched his head as laughter filled the entire table. Yet human joys and sorrows are never truly shared. The atmosphere at Wu Xian's table was nothing short of disastrous. As everyone knows, Wang Jinyue is a man who loves to take small advantages. On his very first outing, he used an enamel plate to pile up a mound of cured meats as big as a small hill. Moreover, there were all kinds of deep-fried snacks. Fried chicken strips, popcorn chicken, skewered meat, as well as small kebabs and steamed xiaomai dim sum. He practically wanted to bring every single item onto the table. When Wu Xian returned with a plate of beef, his eyes nearly popped out of his head. Dude, seriously? You took so much stuff, you think you can actually finish all that? The corner of his mouth twitched as he walked straight over and called him back. Don't take too much, bro. If we can't finish all this food, they'll deduct from our deposit. Wang Jinyue got a fright and didn't dare to take more chives from the plate, quickly returning to the table. When Wang Nan and Song Nana came back carrying fruit and ice jelly, they were downright startled. There's enough meat on the table to open a butcher shop. Wu Xian also felt somewhat awkward, but when Wang Jinyue put down the chives, he still managed to smile. Buffets are meant for eating hearty portions. Look at these leeks, they can even boost virility. Song Nana covered her mouth with a light chuckle, thinking to herself that Chu Sheng's roommate was quite entertaining. Yet when she noticed the relaxed atmosphere at Chu Shang's table, where he was patiently teaching everyone how to grill meat, the corner of her mouth twitched involuntarily. She glanced over at Wang Jingyue, who was dumping all the meat onto the grill, wishing the meal would hurry up and be over. Wang Nan wasn't as subtle, she rolled her eyes outright. Even if you did get all fired up, who exactly would you take it out on with that attitude? The remark stopped Wang Jingyue cold, freezing mid-flip of the meat on the grill. Wu Xian hadn't expected Wang Nan to be so blunt, and while he wanted to smooth things over, he couldn't think of anything to say. Song Nana and Wang Nan could only watch as the two kept grilling meat and eating it, and then cycle through grilling and eating again. After barely managing to finish most of it, Wu Xian clutched his stomach and surrendered outright. Jinyu, it's all on you now. If you can't finish this, you'll pay the deposit for all four of us. No way, brother Wu? Wang Jinyu was nearly in tears, feeling like he'd been way too reckless. He'd meant to grab enough for four, but now just the two of them had to eat it all. The two beauties across from him completely ignored him. Finally, Wang Jinyu managed to finish all the meat, feeling like he was stuffed to death. Xian Ge. I think I'm seeing my great-grandma. Ha, damn, that's insane. The atmosphere at the table had improved slightly, but the meal ended right there. By the time they left Little Pig Trump, both Wu Xian and Jinyu were holding their stomachs, especially Wang Jinyu, who could barely walk. The first half of their outing was over, and next came the KTV session. Wu Xian had booked a KTV in the same mall, so moving there with 8 people was fairly straightforward. Once inside the VIP room, Wang Nan and Song Nana directly seated themselves next to Chu Shang. Chu Shang saw the two men closing in and knew what was coming next. They were about to make their move on him. Bring it on! Would the talented Mr. Chu care to sing us a song? Or should we relax with some party games? Chapter 28, Dorm Social, Part 3. Chu Shang raised an eyebrow, showing not the slightest intention to sing. What game are we playing? Although Wang Jinyu and Wu Xian were holding on with difficulty, they didn't want to just sit there, so they simply chose to join in. How about playing bluff? Song Nana picked up the dice cup, shook it on the coffee table, crossing her sheer black stocking-clad legs in a particularly alluring pose. Wang Jinyu and Wu Xian were practically mesmerized. What's liar's dice? How do you play? Wang Jinyu hadn't been to karaoke many times, let alone nightclubs, and had no idea how to play liar's dice. Wu Xian turned to look at him skeptically. No way, Jinyu, you don't even know how to play liar's dice? Song Nana and Wang Nan exchanged glances and laughed. How about we play a game of comparing sizes? Chu Shang nodded. Comparing sizes is good, simpler. Wang Nan counted the heads. There are 5 of us in total, the 4th and 5th in ranking drink, and if there's a tie, they drink together. Alright. Each of the 5 took a dice cup, while Jing Shang was singing a classic melancholy song on the side. Chu Shang stealthily swapped the dice, his hands moving so fast they left after images, completely undetectable to others. Such was the effect of agility special training. Wang Jinyu shook the dice cup and opened it directly, 5 dice totaling 17 points, a decent enough roll. Wu Xian stifled the urge to hiccup and revealed his roll of 22 points. Haha, I'm older than you, Jinyu. Song Nana and Wang Nan sequentially revealed their points, 26 and 30 respectively. Chu Shang glanced at Wang Nan, sensing this person might actually have some skills. He lifted his dice cup to reveal a score of 24 points, placing him third. You two, drink up. Wu Xian and Wang Jinyu wore bitter smiles as they drained their beer glasses in one gulp. The second round began, this time Wu Xian ranked third, while Chu Shang took second place. Song Nana and Wang Jinyu drank, while Wang Nan remained in first place. In the third round of the game, Chu Shang came in second, Wang Jinyu and Wu Xian tied for fourth, Song Nana was fifth, and Wang Nan took first place again. According to the rules, those with tied rankings had to drink, so the third round must be drunk together with the fourth. Clearly, this was a deliberate ploy by those two women to get him drunk. Round 4, Round 5, Round 6, the game progressed swiftly. After all, comparing sizes was brutally simple. Wang Jinyu had already downed a bottle and a half, and on top of that, he'd eaten a bellyful of meat. He immediately rushed to the toilet to vomit. Wu Xian also chose to surrender because he was too full. Now, only Wang Nan, Song Nana, and Chu Shang remained. It formed a 2 versus 1 situation. That bastard Wang Nan was definitely up to something. He hadn't drunk a single cup despite multiple rounds. Meanwhile, both Song Nana and Chu Shang had already downed 2 or 3 glasses. Now it's just the 3 of us left. How about we switch games? Chu Shang nodded. He feared nothing. At worst, he'd just drink. He was a strapping northerner who'd been dipping his chopsticks in liquor since childhood. Beer flowed freely for him, and he could down 3.5 pounds of baijiu without batting an eye. This was still his level back when he was the big, dark, chubby guy before the extreme makeover. Now, after the makeover, if you want to get him drunk, you might as well go find some Russians up north. How about we play landlord instead? Wang Nan looked at Chu Shang with unmistakable ill intent. Song Nana was also staring at him, as if plotting something. Both Song Nana and Wang Nan, the the two big bosses, have ulterior motives toward you. They seem to want to get you drunk through a game of landlords. But aren't you likewise scheming against these two bosses? Come on, youngster. Accept the challenge, play landlords. You triggered an event, landlords. In the upcoming game, get either Wang Nan or Song Nana drunk. Event reward, unknown. Xu Sheng looked at the pop-up event notification, feeling that today had truly been eventful. After some thought, he agreed directly. Wang Nan went out to buy playing cards and returned with a basket of drinks as well. Xu Sheng glanced at it and thought, not bad, it wasn't the water of life, just a bottle of strong and refreshing. Wang Nan also demonstrated his exceptional skills while shuffling the cards. The playing cards seemed to flutter around her fingertips like butterflies. Xu Sheng took one glance and immediately understood. They'd encountered a true master. In his past life, he didn't play cards with Wang Nan, or perhaps when playing cards, she had already grown too proud to cheat, which was why she didn't realize the opponent had this trick up their sleeve. That's got something to it. Xu Sheng began to draw the cards, 6, 8, 9, 10, J, 3, 2. Damn it, what a crappy hand. After drawing, Xu Sheng didn't even hold a single bomb in his hand. According to the temporary rules set by the two wicked women for Dodiju, fighting the landlord. If peasants lose, take 1 shot per person. If the landlord loses, take 2 shots per person. Bombs double the stakes. Neither Song Nana nor Wang Nan called for the landlord position, seemingly waiting for Xu Sheng to make a move. Damn, are they trying to push me into this? Xu Sheng finally understood their scheme. They definitely wanted to force him into being the landlord, then aggressively double the stakes to wipe him out in one go. What an open scheme. Sisters, why is this little plan so direct? Yet Xu Sheng chose not to respond, instead fixing his gaze on Wang Nan, staring straight at her. If no one calls for landlord status, then by local rules here, whoever sits at the head seat is the landlord. Wang Nan glanced at his position and couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Damn it, how could I forget this rule? Although this was just a local card-playing custom, as the saying goes, when in Rome, one must do as the Romans do. Moreover, Wang Nan pulled off a little sleight of hand while drawing cards. At this point, the deck had effectively become 0.9 plus 0.1 decks. Take the cards in her hand. For instance, if one wasn't paying attention, they could expose her directly. Though she'd warned Song Nana she might cheat, getting caught by Chu Shan was another matter altogether. She certainly won't get off lightly. Fine, I'll be the landlord then. Wang Nan took 3 cards and assumed the role of the landlord. Yet under the KTV's neon lights, she stared at the 2 deuces of spades in her hand, her lips unconsciously twitching. She knew Chu Sheng had been watching her intently. If she were to play these 2 deuces together, wow, a pair of 3s, pair of 6, pair of 7, pair of 2. Although 4 twos could be doubled, he chose not to risk exposing his cheating maneuver. Wang Nan still chose to dismantle the bomb. Chu Sheng smiled faintly and began to play his cards. Even though it was just a simple card game like landlords, but both Chu Sheng and Wang Nan were cheating. The nature of the game had long since changed. Both holding the intention to get the other drunk, they began cheating wildly. Having already played 2 JS, Wang Nan played 9, 10, J, Q, K, while Chu Sheng played 4 JS. Wang Nan narrowed her eyes slightly, sensing the threat. Well, seems we've got a poker master versus poker master situation here? She felt herself growing somewhat nervous. But since she was also cheating, it wasn't like the kettle could call the pot black. She had no choice but to grit her teeth and continue. Xu Sheng also realized the other had caught him cheating. But it didn't matter, since Wang Nan was cheating too, they might as well be direct about it. Now it was just about who could cheat harder. Royal flush. Xu Sheng immediately threw down 2 kings. Holding a black joker in her hand, Song Nana felt like she had become the clown herself. Seriously? Is this really a battle between deities? Wang Nan had only bought 2 decks of cards just now, while Wang had placed them at the very bottom of another deck. It was nearly impossible to pull them out. Helplessly, she could only watch as Chu Sheng discarded all the cards. Wang Nan, you lost. For bombs came out, you have to drink 32 glasses. When Wang Nan heard the number, his soul left his body. 32 glasses? Damn, poured into a bucket that'd still be a lot, wouldn't it? But Wang Nan wasn't the type to admit defeat easily. When everyone's cheating, if your cheating skills aren't as good as others, you must brace yourself for the consequences. Nan, maybe you should just give up and apologize to Chu Sheng. Absolutely not. Seeing that she couldn't persuade her, Song Nana could only suggest ending the game of Dudizu right there. Whatever, whether we play or not is up to you guys. I'll go along either way. Wang Nan raised her glass and began downing the drink. 1 cup, 2 cups, 3 cups. By the 8th cup, Wang Nan couldn't drink anymore. She directly hugged the trash can and began throwing up rainbows. Xu Sheng shook his head, sighing at this stubborn fool. After vomiting, he actually kept drinking. Alright, stop drinking. None of your business. But Wang Nan wouldn't listen and kept drinking beer, all the while continuing to count out loud. 16, 17, 18. Chu Xing took a deep breath and grabbed her wrist directly. Even though he had successfully countered, if they kept drinking like this, unless something unexpected happened, something unexpected was bound to happen. Chu Sheng didn't want to cause any trouble, so he sat down next to her and persuaded, alright, no need to drink anymore. Wang Nan knew that if this didn't stop now, it would be outright disrespectful. Let's not play landlord anymore, how about we try something else? Seeing things had gotten out of her control, Song Nana decided to muddy the waters. She organized everyone and got them ready to join the game. The 8 of them sat around the coffee table in a circle, even though some had just finished throwing up, but everything had been cleaned up, leaving no trace. What are we playing? Song Nana thought for a moment and directly suggested, there are 8 of us, let's just play Visit 3 Gardens. The Visit 3 Gardens game is quite popular and very simple. As for the penalties, they aren't too severe, you just need to choose between truth or dare. If you're unwilling to accept, then you have to drink. Before the game began, Chu Xing observed Wang Nan. Despite her slender frame, she surprisingly held her liquor well. She'd already downed so many glasses of beer without even a flush, clearly a seasoned drinker. Quite the actress too. The garden tour game begins. Song Nana's red lips part slightly. Let's all tour the gardens together. Which garden? The fruit garden. Apple, banana, dragon fruit. This question is quite simple. Everyone can come up with plenty of answers. The least skilled among the final 8, Wang Jinue, repeated the apple once more before it all came to an end. Truth or dare? Wang Jinue snorted disdainfully and said, truth. Song Nana gave a mischievous grin and drew a card. The card read, if you had to choose someone to confess to, who would it be? Wang Jinue was slightly startled, but being thick-skinned, he immediately started his performance. Then I'd definitely pick Shang. Shinger, you're just like a fragrant, soft, sweet, and sticky strawberry durian cake. Jingsheng smiled bitterly, covering his face as the private room brimmed with cheerful vibes. Yet at this moment, Chu Sheng's expression darkened slightly. After all, neither Wang Nan nor Song Nana showed any signs of being drunk. This game not only takes forever but also involves minimal drinking. To accomplish anything meaningful, unconventional tactics become necessary. After several rounds, Wang Nan's turn finally arrived. Song Nana drew her card unbelievably. It was once again the Confess Your Feelings to Someone card. Chapter 29 Dormitory Social 4. But just as she was about to speak to Song Nana, she heard Chu Sheng say, that won't do, confessing to someone of the same sex is too boring. Afraid of you? Wang Nan wasn't intimidated at all, but the corner of her mouth twitched when she scanned the room for potential male candidates. How could she possibly confess her feelings like this? Who could she even choose? She simply picked up her glass and downed the drink in one gulp, showing no intention of completing the dare. Yet this time the liquor had turned into strong spirits, and even Wang Nan finally showed a hint of rosiness on her cheeks. Though Song Nana had also drunk quite a bit, she was clearly the type who dared to crack any kind of joke. Want to get this kind of person drunk in a game of truth or dare? No chance at all. So Chu Sheng had no choice but to pick Wang Nan. The game started another round, and this time Zheng Qin was the unlucky one. Song Nana drew a card that read, make a voice call to the person pinned at the top of your WeChat. Zheng Qin's expression changed slightly, but she restrained herself from glancing at Chu Sheng. Yet Chu Sheng showed no hesitation and immediately began stirring up trouble. So, the person pinned at the top of Zhang's WeChat must be her boyfriend, right? Lowering her head and blinking twice, Zhang Qin instantly grasped what was happening. She had already received the signal. This was their tacit understanding. She pulled out her phone to make a WeChat call. The account clearly showed Chu Sheng's alternate ID. No answer. Zhang Qin finally breathed a sigh of relief as the voice call ended. Luckily Chu Sheng wasn't multitasking, otherwise it would have been disastrous. No, even if it's a failure and not finished, you still have to drink. Chu Sheng's direct provocation left the girls somewhat bewildered. Yet the very next sentence made Zhang Qin realize what was going on. If you can't handle your liquor, find someone to drink for you. Wang Nan knew this was directed at him, so he picked up the glass and drained it in one gulp. All right now? Chu Sheng smiled faintly and nodded. Chen Yu watched the two of them like this and guessed they must have some conflict. But her say carried little weight in the dorm, and her relationship with Chu Sheng was somewhat special, so she couldn't easily speak up either. Another round of the game ended, and this time it was finally Chu Sheng's turn. Or perhaps, he had intentionally lost. Wang Nan directly snatched the truth or dare cards and looked at Chu Sheng, her eyes filled with triumph and satisfaction. Yet at this moment, she was already slightly tipsy, her cheeks beginning to flush red. Reason was gradually surrendering its high ground to alcohol. My turn to draw. Truth or dare? Whatever you say. Wang Nan smiled and started drawing cards. This time, the card drawn was unexpectedly that one again, choose someone to confess to. Of course, Wang Nan did it on purpose. Come on, choose the talented one, who are you going to confess to? Don't forget what you said yourself, only the opposite gender can be chosen. Chu Sheng nodded and immediately looked at Chen Yu. Chen Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. Then she realized something and quickly began to lower her head, pretending to be an ostrich. Zhang Qin wasn't particularly surprised upon seeing this. She had long sensed that Chenyu would become the rightful queen bee. When Wang Nan and Song Nana saw Chu Sheng choose Chenyu, they were utterly dumbfounded. Chenyu was practically the most unnoticeable girl in their dorm. And what's more, she was the shyest, most introverted, most reserved, most. Chu Sheng didn't take the initiative too much, nor did he say anything particularly special. He simply spoke a very simple, yet utterly sincere sentence. Chenyu, I like you. Chenyu's face had flushed to what extent, Chu Sheng no longer knew. All he knew was that his objective had been achieved. This was merely a minor episode in the game. After 3 more rounds quickly passed, it was finally Song Nana's turn. I'll draw the card. Chu Sheng casually drew one and looked at what he got. Call the most recent contact and say I like you. As for who Song Nana's most recent contact was, that's hard to say. After all, the fish in her pond frequently surface for air. But one thing's certain, she would never willingly say those words. So Song Nana directly chose to drink. Except, the beer in the private room had already been finished, leaving only the strong liquor. Song Nana had already drunk quite a bit previously, and this time she downed another glass of the strong stuff. Whether it was the alcohol kicking in or some other factor, Song Nana also began showing signs of intoxication, her movements growing noticeably sluggish. Now it seems both Song Nana and Wang Nan are showing signs of being drunk. Only the former got drunk from the dishes, while the latter from stubbornness and pretense. The game continues, but Wu Xian and Wang Jinhua have completely tapped out. These two have eaten too much and drunk too much, their bellies are completely full, leaving them with zero fighting spirit. He could only sit on the sofa, letting out useless whimpers. And this time, it was Chu Sheng's turn. Though already somewhat drunk, Wang Nan still managed to complete the cheater's card draw. The card drawn this time read, name the person present you'd most want to be your boyfriend/girlfriend. Chu Sheng looked at the text on the card and pointed at Wang Nan without hesitation. If I had to choose, I'd definitely pick Wang Nan. The moment these words were spoken, everyone present was shocked. No one could have guessed that Chu Sheng would choose Wang Nan, but the reason Chu Sheng chose her was quite reluctant. Song Nana's lips twitched, feeling thoroughly provoked. Chenyu and Zhang Qin didn't find anything amiss, treating it merely as a joke. After all, Chu Sheng currently has a girlfriend. But Wang Nan got excited and immediately scooted closer, asking, why did you choose me? Where have you put our Nana? Chu Sheng whispered in her ear, what's wrong with choosing you? Not allowed? I'll snatch away any girl you're chasing, believe it or not. Wang Nan didn't know what exactly to feel when he heard those words. He casually picked up a glass of wine and drank it down to calm his nerves. After finishing the wine, she turned to look at Chu Sheng. Chu Sheng was also gazing at her. Their eyes locked tightly together, like children playing the game of who would blink first. Yet in Chu Sheng's eyes, Wang Nan saw stars. She turned her head away, feeling as if she were drunk. Her heart was actually racing because of a man. At this thought, she took 2 more sips of wine to moisten her dry mouth. Alright Nan, shall we keep playing? The game continued, and this time it was Wang Nan's turn. She was already getting drunk, though whether from drinking too much remained unclear. Chu Sheng didn't draw a card, instead passing his turn to Song Nana. Song Nana wasn't about to cheat either, she just casually drew one out at random. Lock eyes with the person to your left for 30 seconds. Who was to Wang Nan's left? Of course it was Chu Sheng. She had just scooted over, naturally bringing about a change in seating. Their eyes met again, and Wang Nan saw stars once more. Her heartbeat raced even faster than before, the speed on her wristband soaring to 127. Wang Nan merely glanced at her own wristband before hurriedly covering it with her hand. Damn, Chu Sheng, are you made of a wrench or something? Her mouth felt increasingly dry, so she took another sip. As the alcohol kicked in, Wang Nan began to slump against the back of the sofa, silent. Nan seems to be drunk. Chu Sheng looked at the sudden prompt before him and finally let out a sigh of relief. If he hadn't unlocked the talent skill tonight, Wang Nan would have been impossible to take down. Event resolved, down with the landlord. You received a reward, hidden store trial card ×1. Achievement unlocked, 1 point, current rating, 51, F. Hidden shop experience card, upon use, can summon any one of 4 exclusive hidden shops for door-to-door service. During service, you cannot inquire about the shop's address. Chu Sheng raised an eyebrow, talk about perfect timing when you need something most. Chapter 30, I was drunk, it doesn't count. The KTV lights were dim and hazy. Wang Nan slumped on the sofa, her cheeks flushed red, squinting her eyes as if half asleep and half awake. I'm not drunk. She waved her hand, but her voice was weak and lacked any conviction. Song Nana sighed and helped Wang Nan up. Come on, let me take you back to your dorm. No. Wang Nan suddenly struggled, pushing Song Nana away. You damn. Song Nana covered her mouth upon hearing the keyword. Nan, you're really drunk, you're starting to talk nonsense. She carefully moved the small hand away, while Wang Nan continued to mumble incoherently. I want to be with Zhang Qin. Zhang Qin has long legs, big breasts, a slender waist, and a perky but she's got a smoking hot figure. That's exactly my type. Zhang Qin was just about to help Chen Yu leave when her body suddenly stiffened. Ha, what does this have to do with me? Is my hot body bothering you or something? She truly understood what it meant to become an innocent victim. Xu Shang let out a sigh, immediately recognizing what Wang Nan was up to. Some people cause trouble when drunk, others lose their inhibitions. Wang Nan was clearly planning to take advantage of his roommate while intoxicated. Homosexuality truly is terrifying. Wu Shan and the others nearby didn't seem to notice anything unusual. Although they were aware of Wang Nan's questionable sexual orientation, they didn't find it particularly noteworthy. It's a different era now. People's attitudes have long since evolved beyond such concerns. I don't want you. You smell bad and your chest is too small. I want Zhang Qin. Zhang Qin smells nice, and she's busty. Zhang Qin felt a bit awkward, wishing the ground would swallow her up. Damn, I just used some Pantene shampoo and you're already saying it smells good? Song Nana was wearing Chanel perfume. Is your nose that close to the ground? After leaving the karaoke bar, the group found an unlicensed minivan. These illegal cabs are quite common near university towns, known for being cheap and accommodating large groups. Coincidentally, it could barely fit exactly 5 people. Zhang Qin sighed and turned her gaze to Song Nana and Chen Yu. I'll take Xuxing's car back later, you guys go ahead. Song Nana also breathed a sigh of relief and quickly passed Wang Nan off to Zhang Qin. Though their relationship had improved recently, bad girls hate other bad girls most even if their types of mischief are different. So their relationship was just a temporary alliance, a fair-weather friendship. If she didn't ditch Wang Nan right then and there, and continued spouting nonsense, she'd face instant social death. Zhang Qin, holding Wang Nan in her arms, watched as the other 5 drove away before heading toward the parking spot. Her hands are wandering. Do something about it. Xu Shang shrugged his shoulders. I've got nothing for her to grab onto, you'll just have to bear with it. Zhang Qin frowned angrily. I'm your woman, how can you just sit there and watch me get groped? What? Are you into cuckolding or something? Xu Shang hurriedly covered her mouth, whispering urgently, are you insane? What if she hears you? Don't worry, she'll black out. Xu Shang breathed a sigh of relief and quickly opened the rear car door for Zhang Qin. She grabbed Wang Nan's groping hands and unceremoniously tossed her into the back seat. Zhang Qin. Xu Shang chuckled quietly, listen to you, after drinking you're completely different, getting all girly on me now. She's even acting coquettish with you. Aren't you going to hurry up and comfort her? Zhang Qin's face darkened as she abruptly slammed the Mercedes rear door shut. Grabbing Xu Shang by the collar, she laughed coldly, enjoying my little performance, were you? I wouldn't dare, Sister Qin. Cut the crap, pay up for my silence. Xu Shang was shoved, his back pressed tight against the car window. A car door pin, huh? After a long moment, they finally pulled apart, each wiping their own lips. You really do smell wonderful. Zhang Qin leaned in and took a sniff. You're already soaked in my scent. You smell nice now too. Look at you, worthless. Zhang Qin turned straight around to start the car. Xu Shang had intended to take the front passenger seat but was shoved out instead. Go to the back and keep an eye on her. Make sure she doesn't throw up in your car. Alright then. Xu Shang reluctantly climbed into the back seat, and no sooner had he sat down than a koala latched onto him. He was starting to hate this damn backseat space. Qin, you smell so good. Xu Shang wrinkled his nose in disgust, letting the other person sniff all over him. Nan, you smell good too. Xu Shang was startled, feeling betrayed. Zhang Qin was driving while saying flirtatious things. The drunk Wang Nan thought she was talking to him and directly made a move. Qin, you're so beautiful. Damn. Xu Shang quickly pushed her away, angrily exclaiming, damn it, she forced. Wang Nan moved in again, his arms were long and unusually flexible. Just grabbing her wrist wouldn't stop her. Meanwhile, Zhang Qin, seated in the driver's seat, chuckled and continued pouring oil on the fire. You've had too much to drink, Nan. We can't do this, I don't like women. I'm not drunk. Wang Nan suddenly became agitated, the restrained wrists straining violently again. I love you, Qin. I've loved you since the first day of school. You're so good looking with such a great figure, a girl like me could never resist your charm. Xu Shang was already rolling his eyes furiously, completely unable to bear this indescribable feeling. Can't you drive any faster? Zhang Qin behind the wheel continued to giggle, showing absolutely no intention of speeding up. Don't drive so fast. Slow down, Xu Shang, or I'll steal your girlfriend. Awesome. Mr. Chu was at a loss for words. When a woman gets fierce, all the wolves have to step aside. Nan, you mustn't do this. It's not right for us. You're lying. Wang Nan suddenly broke free from his restraint, cupping Xu Shang's face in both hands, then went straight for a kiss. Zhang Qin saw the scene in the rearview mirror and smiled, continuing to pour fuel on the fire. Nan, you're so good at kissing, you must have kissed lots of girls, right? No, this was actually my first kiss. They all avoided me because I like girls. Zhan, Qin. Xu Sheng glared at her fiercely, only to get tangled up with the koala again. It wasn't that he couldn't overpower Wang Nan, but the woman had such slender arms and legs. What if he accidentally broke something? Xu Sheng felt like vomiting. The woman's mouth reeked of alcohol. Most importantly, she actually dared to reach out. Qin, you're so tall, beautiful, and long-legged. Much better than that little potato. Ha, Qin, how come you've gotten so flat? Since when do you have abs? What's that in your pocket? Xu Sheng finally couldn't take it anymore and pushed her away forcefully. Enough! Panting heavily, his face flushed crimson to the tips of his ears, his roar instantly silenced the entire vehicle. Wang Nan was pushed down onto the seat, pouting with grievance. Qin, that beast bullied me. If you dare spout nonsense again, Zhang Qin, I'll lock you and Wang Nan in some dark little room. Fine then. Zhang Qin shrugged. I'm doing you a favor, and you're not even happy about it? She cleared her throat and said seriously. Nan, we'll be there soon. If you keep this up, you'll be seen. Zhang Qin finally had enough of the spectacle and said sternly, Nan, sit properly. We're almost at the dorm. Wang Nan muttered and slumped to one side, ceasing her antics. Xu Sheng straightened his disheveled collar, his face a picture of utter despair. I'm really fed up with these crazy women. Zhang Qin parked the car downstairs, by which time Wang Nan had already fallen into a deep sleep. Should I give you the car keys or should I keep them? You hold on to them for now. Alright. Xu Sheng finished tidying up and got out of the car, heading straight for the men's dormitory. Shen Yu, having waited for a long time, took the initiative to come over and support Wang Nan. On his way back to the dormitory, Xu Sheng touched his lips, lost in thought. There's still military training tomorrow. Let's hurry back and get some sleep. Chapter 31, Side Mission, Campus Celebrity. When Xu Sheng returned to the dormitory, he had already packed his clothes and cleaned up traces that shouldn't have been left behind. But the moment he pushed open the dormitory door, he saw Brainless and Grumpy in the middle of an argument. Who the hell are you stockpiling all that chives for? Trying to boost someone's virility? And what's with all that meat? Are you a pig or something? Never tasted meat in your life before? If it weren't for me helping you eat, the deposit would have been long gone. Do you have any idea how much you've embarrassed me? That mixer I painstakingly planned. Was I supposed to clean up your mess? Wu Xian's face flushed red as he grabbed Wang Jingyue by the collar, shouting furiously. How was I supposed to know those two bitches would act so stuck up? I brought them all these delicious treats, and they didn't even take a single bite, not giving me any face at all. Jingsheng wrapped his arms around Wu Xian's waist, tugging at him with all his strength. Yet despite being all muscle, Jingsheng was considerably shorter and weighed less than Wu Xian. There's no holding him back at all. But Wu Xian's words were clearly just spoken in anger. He'd had a bit to drink and was simply using the opportunity to teach Wang Jingyue a lesson. After all, tonight's gathering was planned by him just to hit on girls. Who would have thought he'd end up utterly humiliated instead of scoring any chicks? Who do you think you are? What makes you so special that people should give you face? With your sorry self trying to chase after them? They wouldn't even glance your way. Wang Jingyue knew he was in the wrong. His behavior tonight was indeed unacceptable. He sat on the chair, resting his hands on his knees in silent contemplation. Xu Sheng entered, shaking his head with a sigh. Is this little thing really worth all your arguing? He'd thought this might turn into some conflict-resolving incident, but in the end, nothing at all came of it. Thinking about it, of course these two could never get into any real trouble. Wang Jingyue might look intimidating, but he's actually quite timid, would never dare make any real fuss with Wu Xian. Alright, Wang Jingyue was indeed in the wrong tonight, just apologize to old Wu. After all, it was old Wu who treated us tonight. You ate his food and drank his wine. You can't bite the hand that feeds you. Wang Jingyue nodded. Truth be told, he wanted an excuse to back down but was too proud to admit it. Conflicts between guys often boil down to matters of pride. Sorry, brother Wu. That's more like it. Wu Xian sighed, pulling out a Yushi cigarette and taking a drag. Damn, I really made a fool of myself tonight. Old Chu, do you think I still have a chance? Xu Sheng instinctively reacted by saying he wouldn't go mountain climbing with him, but then he remembered this world didn't have that meme. He must have been talking about chasing Song Nana. Kid, be more confident, you never stood a chance. But Xu Sheng couldn't be that blunt, so he comforted him instead. Even though you looked pretty pathetic tonight, the way you stuck to your principles and refused to waste food made you really cool. Jingsheng quickly chimed in, yeah, brother Wu, you actually did alright tonight. Hearing these words, Wu Xian felt a little better. Wang Jingyue took the opportunity to go to bed, genuinely feeling like he'd made things quite awkward tonight. He silently vowed never to take so much food at a buffet again in the future. After finishing his toiletries, Xu Sheng took out his phone and glanced at it. Zhang Qin informed him that after Wang Nan returned to the dorm, she slept like a log and would definitely black out by morning. Xu Sheng replied that Wang Nan just has this kind of temperament. All she wanted in the car was to take advantage of the drunkenness to cop a cheap feel. After all, trashy girls like her don't care about not poaching from their own turf. Zhang Qin acknowledged the warning, saying she'd definitely be more cautious from now on. Next time there's such a good opportunity, I'll definitely call you again. Xu Sheng was rendered speechless. He bid goodnight and switched to his main account. Sun Xiaoyao sent him a string of messages, asking all sorts of questions, typical of a young girl's chatting style. Bai Wei also sent a message, inquiring why they weren't in the dorm. Later, another message came saying they knew about their group outing and asked them to return early. Xu Sheng briefly replied, informing the counselor that they had already returned to the dorm and everyone was present. The counselor replied with a simple received half a minute later. Xu Sheng didn't respond further, lying down and drifting off to sleep. The next day, after finishing breakfast early, military training began. The instructor had everyone bring their own quilts and began demonstrating on the spot. Everyone was required to watch carefully and learn properly, as there would be an inspection the following day. Xu Sheng sat on his quilt, watching Wang Jingyue raise his hefty backside while burying himself in diligent folding. He couldn't help feeling amused. Folding quilts properly was something only professionals could manage. Xu Sheng believed all the quilts he'd slept under should remain plush and fluffy. How could anyone fold them into neat squares? Yet Wang Jingyue seemed oddly determined about quilt folding, eager to put on a proper demonstration. Perhaps it was what Wu Xian said yesterday that gave him a jolt. Brother 300, why aren't you folding yours? The drill instructor walked over and plopped right onto Xu Sheng's blanket, teasing him. Come on, I'm not capable of that. Xu Sheng shook his head awkwardly. He couldn't fold blankets properly even if given several lifetimes to learn. Just flipping it over and tossing it on the bed was better, at least it could air out that way. The drill instructor saw him like this but just smiled without saying anything. This old soldier was actually quite kind, cracking jokes with students during breaks and sharing stories from his military service days. Eventually, one of his classmates was indeed persuaded by him to enlist in the military, even ending up in the same unit as their training instructor. But all that came later. At this moment, Xu Sheng stood under the blazing sun, unfazed by the prospect of getting sunburned. After all, with his current looks, he'd still be a heartthrob even with a tan. Xu Sheng! Xu Sheng heard someone calling his name and turned to look. Sun Xiaoyao was running towards him carrying 2 bottles of chilled mineral water. She was dressed in loose military training clothes, resembling a little green flower. Yet beneath the green brim of her hat, her fair complexion looked utterly adorable even without makeup. Especially those eyes, as lively as a deer's. Here's water for you. She stopped panting in front of Xu Sheng, her face flushed red from the heat. Ah, I can't drink by myself, I need someone to feed me. Xu Sheng lay sprawled on his quilt, beginning to act completely helpless. The instructor sitting nearby couldn't bear to watch any longer, turning to sit facing another direction. Hopeless case, you are. Sun Xiaoyao twisted open the bottle cap with force, half kneeling on the quilt as she poured it straight into his mouth. Drown in it, why don't you? Sun Xiaoyao smirked mischievously, ready to watch Xu Sheng make a fool of himself. To everyone's surprise, he simply lay down, clamped his mouth around the bottle opening, and drained all the water in one go. A 500 milliliter bottle of mineral water vanished in less than 2 seconds. Wow, are you a camel or something? Drinking that fast? Doesn't it feel icy cold? Xu Sheng sprang up with the agility of a carp leaping from water, leaning against Sun Xiaoyao who was half kneeling. With someone as warm as you around, how could I possibly be cold? The overheated livestock nearby immediately began to clamor and stir up excitement. Lord Chu, I want some water too. Lord Chu, I want something cold too. Sun Xiaoyao blushed furiously. I'm heading back first, she muttered, then turned and fled. The instructor turned around and stood up. You'd better take it easy, kid. Back in the day, I was just too popular with the girls. The company commander had it in for me for a good 6 months. Xu Sheng sat up and sized up the instructor. How'd you do that? Teach me, please. Piss off. The instructor swore with a laugh and gave him a kick. Fallen, everyone. After finishing the blanket folding lesson, the afternoon resumed with instruction on various military postures. Standing posture, kneeling posture, squatting posture all had to be learned. After mastering these, they began practicing military standing posture and drills. This continued until evening, when the instructor suddenly announced they'd be starting military training songs that night. Xu Sheng, upon hearing this, sensed something amiss. The military training singing competition in my past life didn't happen at this time. Could it be the butterfly effect from my rebirth? But since things have come to this, there's nothing more to say. Bring it on then, it's no big deal. There's no way he's getting out of singing during military training. At worst, he'll just have to belt out another new song. When he registered at the internet cafe before, he didn't just register Sunny Day, there was more. He had plenty of backups ready to go. After all, behind Xu Sheng stands an entire planet. Endless, simply endless to copy. When the singing competition began, the Academy's 6 squads formed a circle on the field. The 6 instructors leading the team stood in the center, and the most handsome one happened to be Xu Sheng's squad leader. He looked directly at Xu Sheng and waved his hand. Let our musical genius from Team Fawn give everyone a demonstration first. Chu Sheng hadn't expected to be the first one called out, and was somewhat surprised. He walked to the center of the crowd and scratched his head. Instructor, shouldn't someone with my level of star power be closing the show? Get out of here, the instructor joked with him. The school sent people to film you, so put on a good show. Break a leg. Chu Sheng only noticed the group of upperclassmen in civilian clothes entering the circle when he heard this remark. Some were even carrying professional cameras and audio equipment. Damn, they're really putting on a show. Chu Sheng roughly understood the school's intention. They wanted to make an example out of him for promotional purposes, to expand their influence. With the advent of the self-media era, universities, companies, and even government departments have all launched official accounts, and the vicious circle of involution and competition began. Your fans are few, mine are many, therefore I'm better than you. Su Wan's approach only proved this point further. Junior, the school wants to record your performance for our official account. You don't mind, do you? Junior, you probably don't realize your singing video from last night already got tens of thousands of likes on Doushou. Many people in the comments are calling you the campus music prodigy. The teacher in charge of publicity caught wind of this and intended to ride on the popularity wave brought by the junior student. Chu Sheng chuckled and was just about to respond when a notification abruptly popped up before his eyes. The school's publicity department leadership plans to cultivate you as one of the school's campus celebrities. They greatly admire your musical talent and intend to groom you in the direction of becoming a musical prodigy. The current music market is flooded with shallow pop songs. It's time to give them a little shock from another world. UVE triggered the long-term side quest, Campus Star. Enhance your talent and reputation through music creation, expanding your fame and influence. Each time you enhance your talent and reputation through music, you'll receive rewards. Mission reward, unknown. Chu Sheng's smile grew even brighter after seeing the mission prompt. Side missions are quite rare, especially these long-term ones. They practically shower you with rewards. It's every student's duty to promote our school, senior. You're too kind. Shall we just do a simple recording, or do you need me to cooperate in some way? No need, no need. Just capture it naturally. Chu Sheng nodded, then took the pre-prepared guitar handed to him and tested its sound. It's passable. The song he's going to perform this time was one he really liked in his past life. The first time he heard it was from a movie, Goodbye Mr. Loser. This was the first song Xiao Luo sang in the film. He'd immediately noted down its name after hearing it in the theater that day. He sat cross-legged, bathed in moonlight and the floodlights from the playground, his already fair skin standing out even more. His fingers brushed the strings, and the prelude flowed out like water. The moment his distinctly husky voice began singing, it firmly captured everyone's ears. That laughter reminds me of my flowers, quietly blooming for me in every corner of my life. I once thought I would stay by her side forever. Today we have drifted apart in the vast sea of people. Chu Sheng's voice seemed to carry a magical quality that effortlessly drew others into his emotions. His slightly hoarse voice seemed to be confiding, yet also sighing. La 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 la, I miss her. La 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 la. Is she still blooming? La 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 la, let's go. They have been blown away by the wind, scattered to the ends of the earth. Chu Sheng sang with great intensity, especially when performing these slightly melancholic songs, often closing his eyes from time to time. Yet the classmates surrounding him picked up their phones, turned on the flashlights, and began waving them to the rhythm. By the second verse, some classmates even joined in, singing la 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 along with his voice. As the song ended, a notification flashed before Chu Sheng's eyes. You performed an original song in public. Talent +1. Talent, 6-7. Reputation +2. Reputation, 810. Charm +1. Charm, 2122. Reward for Campus Star Side Quest, cash 100k. Campus Star Side Quest reward, achievement points +2. You have gained 2 achievement points. Current score, 53, F. After the performance, Chu Sheng felt thoroughly rewarded when he saw the prompt. He stood up, bowed to the crowd, and then returned to the formation. The instructor sitting at the front of the formation immediately looked at the other instructors with pride and boasted, "My ultimate move is done. Bring out yours now." Instructors from other squads couldn't stand him, yet couldn't quite say much about it either. Who'd have thought they got assigned such a talented scholar? The school even set up a special camera to film the event. The public account, Douyin, and blog posts will probably have to go out tomorrow. These military instructors all have phones too, and every one of them came across Chu Sheng's video singing Sunny Day. It hasn't even been a full day since it was posted, and it's already close to 100,000 likes. How could they possibly compete with this? But the instructor leading the girl squad wasn't intimidated. After all, if you can sing, we can dance. Immediately, he commanded 3 female students to come forward and perform an energetic K-pop routine. Once they finished, other drill instructors also began sending their troops into the arena. The center of the sports field became a non-stop variety show of performances. Chu Sheng had originally planned to watch the spectacle with amusement, intending to leave as soon as it was over. But who would have thought that trouble would come knocking again? Su-won, the senior student and head of the college's arts department, actually took the initiative to sit right next to Chu Sheng. Chapter 32, Taking Leave. Is there something you need, Senior Su-won? Chu Sheng wasn't ready to get too close to her just yet. After all, he already had enough bosses to deal with. Having one more like her around would really pile on the pressure. Junior, aren't you a bit disappointed about not getting the finale spot tonight? Upon hearing this, Chu Sheng immediately understood what she meant. She wanted him to perform again at the school-level welcome gala, which was also the military training showcase. And this time, he'd be given the closing act. Senior, are you trying to get me to participate in the military training performance? You're really sharp, Junior. I didn't even have to say it and you already guessed. Chu Sheng pondered for a moment. The military training performance held far greater influence than the departmental welcome party, and it would face the entire freshman class. This is definitely a great opportunity to enhance both financial fortune and reputation. Junior, are you interested in joining? I'm really looking forward to your grand finale performance, Junior. Chu Sheng's eyelid twitched. Something about her tone smelled faintly of performative sweetness. Had she already set her sights on him? I'm a busy person, sis. You'll have to wait in line. Of course, Senior. I'll prepare a new song for the occasion. Then Senior, I'll be looking forward to. Suddenly, a petite figure dashed right between the two of them, forcefully inserting herself into their conversation. The newcomer stood no taller than 1.5 meters, her petite face fair with a hint of anger. It was undoubtedly Sun Xiaoyao. Seeing Sun Xiaoyao approach, Chu Sheng couldn't help but feel a wave of relief wash over him. Now he finally had a legitimate excuse to shake off this woman. Sorry about that, Senior. This is my girlfriend. The moment the words "my girlfriend" were spoken, Su-won immediately understood the situation. Her casual attitude vanished, and after exchanging a few words, she got up and left. Sun Xiaoyao clung to Chu Sheng's arm, puffing her cheeks in anger as she demanded, "Who is she? Why did she have to come all the way here to find you?" Chu Sheng patted her head reassuringly. "She's the head of the college's arts department, here to inform me about the military training performance. She could have just called to notify you. No need to come in person. You'd better keep your distance from her." Chu Sheng tapped her nose playfully. "Since when did you become so jealous?" "I don't care, just stay away from her." Chu Sheng felt helpless, but he wasn't new to dealing with this type of girl. A few casual words of reassurance would do the trick. Alright, whatever you say. Next time I see her, I'll turn and run as fast as I can." "Oomph, that's more like it." After saying this, Sun Xiaoyao nuzzled closer into Chu Sheng's embrace. Her head brushed against Chu Sheng's chin, making him feel a bit ticklish. Lolas have 3 great advantages. It's just a pity that his relationship with Sun Xiaoyao had already entered its countdown phase. Breaking up was just a matter of time. Bearing the name Chu Sheng, how could he possibly have a proper romantic relationship? Not to mention, he still had to strategize against all the major bosses. Yao, Suma Mason, sorry. After successfully consoling Sun Xiaoyao, the sing-along session also came to an end. Several drill instructors closed the show by singing a military song for the students. Many students even joined in singing along. Upon seeing this, Chu Sheng suddenly had a mischievous idea flash through his mind. So they want me to close out the military training showcase, huh? Alright then, I've got something special in store for them. This time, he decided against singing love songs and chose a folk tune that fits the occasion perfectly. When I perform it, the entertainment value is going to be off the charts. Wait, if I'm responsible for the grand finale of the military training showcase, then why the hell do I still need to attend the training? Chu Sheng suddenly felt like he'd discovered a loophole. He could totally find an excuse to skip it, and the instructor wouldn't even be able to say anything about it. After all, this is what the school administration requires. With this in mind, Chu Sheng immediately called his academic advisor. "Hello, teacher Bai, sorry to bother you so late. It's like this." Chu Sheng explained Su-won's words in detail to Bai Wei today. Bai Wei was already aware of the school's arrangements. After all, Chu Sheng was her student. "I understand the situation. You mentioned wanting to upload the 2 songs you sang online and also compose a new piece for the military training performance. So you need to take a week off, right?" "Professor Bai, to be honest with you, I actually have some personal matters to attend to. I need to take care of some business regarding my startup along the way. I've made appointments with the landlord, suppliers, and the agency. I'll be busy these next 2 days." Bai Wei fell silent on the other end of the line for a moment. "I never expected this student of mine to be so obedient, actually telling the truth. I can help you request it. Getting a few extra days off shouldn't be a problem. After all, as a freshman participating in the military training performance, your case is exceptional. The school plans to use you as a promotional model for competition with nearby schools, so naturally they won't treat you like an ordinary student." The two chatted a bit more on this topic, with Bai Wei promising to give an answer by tomorrow afternoon at the latest. After all, it wasn't anything major. Bohai University's military training was relatively lenient anyway, and Xu Sheng wasn't the only one requesting leave. Some students even skipped the training entirely, delaying their enrollment straight away. After finishing discussing this matter, Xu Sheng began planning out the tasks he needed to tackle. He plans to apply for copyrights on a few more songs and then directly produce an album. Release 10 songs all at once. Among them, apart from the already performed Sunny Day and Those Flowers, each song has a different style, targeting different audiences. After finishing the album, Xu Sheng still needs to purchase instruments, buy a house, and handle the preparatory work before opening a shop. Although he didn't have military training, he would still be quite busy these days. Guess he's just born to be a busybody. Early the next morning, Xu Sheng received a call from Bai Wei asking him to pick up the leave slip at the office. Ms. Bai, thank you so much. You've truly been a great help. Bai Wei held the leave request slip between two fingers, her soft pink manicure particularly eye-catching. So this is how you thank me? Xu Sheng sighed inwardly, sensing there was undoubtedly something coming his way. How would you like me to thank you? Bai Wei flashed a meaningful smile, staring straight at him. My parents found out about you pretending to be my boyfriend last time. It wasn't me who told them, it was that bastard Xia Tuanan who spilled the beans. Xu Sheng already guessed what was coming next. Even a prompt popped up before my eyes. You triggered the event, deceiving heaven to cross the C3. After my parents found out, they gave me a strict order to bring you home so they could take a look. But don't worry, since you already have a girlfriend, I don't plan to make you pretend to be my boyfriend properly. Xu Sheng raised an eyebrow and instantly understood what the other person meant. They are old rivals, so they still have some tacit understanding. Professor Bai, are you hoping I'd go a bit more rogue? Then go ahead and annoy your parents a bit, so they'll stop pressuring you to get married lately? Bai Wei's eyes widened, her mouth hanging open. How did you know? Xu Sheng had forgotten about this matter and casually explained, I've got a cousin back in my hometown, sort of like you, teacher Bai. All older single women are the same. Bai Wei felt a sting from the phrase older single woman. It was absolutely her trigger word. Beyond that, there were others, lonely singleton, too picky, looking for someone, marriage, kids, and so on. She looked at her student and suddenly realized the disparities of the world. As for herself, an older unmarried woman, perpetually short on money, nearly depressed from not being able to find a partner. Meanwhile, this student of hers was young, wealthy, and talented. Forget about finding a girlfriend, he could probably have several without breaking a sweat. Once he becomes a singer or achieves entrepreneurial success, wouldn't young girls be practically throwing themselves at him? Comparing yourself to others will only make you miserable. Exactly. When the time comes, just act like a domineering CEO, the kind who's particularly fussy and, all that. I can't really describe it. Just do your best to make my parents dislike you. They keep telling me not to be too picky, that I should just settle for anyone. Xu Sheng didn't bother with teacher Bai, who was stuck in a complaining state, and instead turned his attention to the event notification that had just triggered. Event triggered, deceiving heaven to cross the C3. Did you think there were only 2 events? Dead wrong. Though you successfully helped Bai Wei deal with that jerk, it triggered a chain reaction. Bai Wei wants you to keep pretending as her boyfriend and make her parents angry. Event reward, unknown. Chapter 33, Xu Sheng is very busy. Alright then, Professor Bai, I'm off. Go ahead, just remember to return on time to cancel your leave. Xu Sheng took the leave request slip to find the instructor, explaining his reason for requesting leave. The instructor didn't stop him, readily agreed, and said he looked forward to seeing the protagonist's performance during the military training showcase. Leave request approved, Xu Sheng. He arrived at the parking lot and settled into the Mercedes. Then he pulled out his phone and sent messages to his friends. With Zhang Qin, he told the plain truth. I've taken leave and won't be attending military training for now. I've been busy lately with launching my album and starting a business, plus I need to buy a house. I'll come back to school to see you once I'm done with all this. Zhang Qin replied. Go ahead with your work, just remember to find me when you're free. So sweet. To his roommates, he chose to reveal part of the truth. The school approved my leave so I can record an album. I'll share it with you guys as soon as it's released. By the way, I'm also planning to open a self-service hot pot restaurant. I'll take you there once it opens. The roommates replied. Damn, brother Chu's killing it. About to drop an album. Big shot, take me with you. I want to break into showbiz too. Such bootlickers. He only told Sun Xiaoyao part of the truth. The school plans to make me a promotional role model, giving me time off to record an album. I won't be at school during this period, don't miss me. I'll come find you whenever I have free time. Sun Xiaoyao's response was, Humph, don't be so full of yourself, thinking I'd miss you. So satisfying. To Chen Yu, he kept it very simple. The school has approved my leave, I'll be busy outside for a while. Chen Yu's reply was, good. So annoying. As for the remaining song Nana, Suwan, and the like, Xu Sheng could only say, not really familiar with them. After finishing his explanations, Xusheng drove straight to the Yida Hotel. He casually booked a presidential suite, planning to stay here temporarily for now. After all, money was the last thing Xusheng lacked. If he could afford better accommodations, why should he settle for less? Once the check-in procedures were completed, Xusheng sat on the sofa, gazing at the entire city through the floor-to-ceiling windows, feeling an immense surge of ambition in his heart. I came, I saw, I conquered. What kind of crappy dungeon is this? I'll grind you to dust sooner or later. He opened his item backpack and pulled out a glittering golden card. This was none other than the Hidden Shop Experience card he had recently obtained. This card allows him to experience the Hidden Shop service once, and regardless of how many items are included in a single service. Use Hidden Store Trial card? Yes. You have used a Hidden Shop Experience card. Please select the hidden shop you wish to use. Brokerage Agency. Selection complete. Hidden Store's intermediary company will arrive for service within 30 minutes. Ding dong. Almost immediately after, the doorbell rang. Xusheng walked to the door and peered through the peephole. A portly man with slicked back hair, dressed in a business suit, stood outside the door wearing a professional smile. So soon already? He opened the door and ushered the visitor inside. Hello, Mr. Chu, I am the manager of agency. You can call me Old Ma. Xusheng invited him into the living room and poured him a cup of coffee. Old Ma pulled a laptop out of his briefcase, straightened up, and placed it on his lap. How may I serve you today? Since you've used a trial card for this service, no charges will be applied. Xusheng nodded, a trace of smugness curling at the corners of his mouth. He extended a single finger. First, I need a professional music production team, including a recording studio, mixing engineer, arranger, etc., to help me produce an album. A second finger rises. Second, help me find a large flat near the school within a budget of 3 million. It must be fully furnished and ready to move in, with all appliances included, and must have a property butler. A third finger rises. Third, contact musical instrument stores. I want to buy arrow, guitars, and other instruments. The prices don't need to be too high. Finally, the fourth finger. I want to open a restaurant chain and need a one-stop service that covers everything from site selection to team building. The company's primary business will be self-service conveyor belt hot pot, priced at around 60 yuan. A key distinction is that its menu will differ from that of a standard conveyor belt hot pot. You need to help me find reliable suppliers who offer high-quality products at reasonable prices, have cold chain logistics capabilities, and are willing to establish long-term partnerships. Old Ma's fingers swiftly slid across the tablet, his smile unwavering. Have you finished stating all your requirements? Xusheng nodded, thoroughly pleased with his attitude. Old Horse turned the laptop around to show him what he had recorded. Berth took a detailed look and realized this was no mere record, it was practically a reading comprehension exercise. Not only had Old Horse noted down the requirements, but he had also refined and broken them down. Now that's comprehension. He might as well have been a tapeworm in Xusheng's gut. Any boss who had a subordinate like him would probably wake up laughing from their dreams. After finalizing some details with Old Ma, Xusheng watched as he started sending messages on the computer, pulling strings and making connections. Standing by and watching, he found it all rather dull. So he asked, "Don't you think I'm making too many demands?" Old Ma shook his head. "Mr. Chu, I've received professional training. No matter what requests a client makes, I never question them." Xusheng raised an eyebrow. "Really?" Old Ma said seriously, "Yes, sir. Even if you want us to help you connect with the purchasing channels for Wild Ultraman, we can try for you." Xusheng burst into laughter. Old Ma's deadpan delivery of such absurd remarks was truly hard to keep a straight face at, especially when paired with his current appearance. A perfect comedic character. As the 1-hour service limit ended, Xusheng saw Old Ma off. Yet less than 10 minutes later, his phone began ringing incessantly. WeChat, phone calls, contacts were flooding in through every possible channel. Recording studios, real estate agents, instrument stores, landlords, renovation companies, equipment manufacturers, suppliers, they all came at him in one overwhelming wave. Xusheng suddenly felt like he'd dug himself into a deep pit, and now he had no choice but to jump in. For the next few days, Xusheng was so busy he barely had time to catch his breath. During the day he recorded songs in the studio, and at night he went house hunting. He stayed up past midnight discussing storefront designs with renovation companies. On his busiest day, he was simultaneously holding meetings with 5 different groups of people. But all this effort was worth it. First, his album was completed, all 10 songs recorded and ready for upload to music platforms at any time. Among these are not only the ceiling-piercing hit Sunny Day, but also the folk song Those Flowers, the ancient-style ballad Red Songstress, and the earthy DJ banger Innocent Eraser. The infectious earworm Inflated, along with the trending Handshakers BGM A Little Bit, the rap masterpiece Rashoman, and the R&B gem Special Someone. The melancholic song Ocean Floor, as well as the song he was about to perform at the military training showcase. Chu Sheng had registered his own accounts on the two biggest music platforms and uploaded 9 songs at once. These 9 songs belonged to the same album, 9 out of 10 perfections. Originally, Chu Sheng had planned to name it A Single Brilliant Feat, but he thought the name was too flashy and decided to keep a low profile at school. He doesn't plan to enter the entertainment industry later, just quietly releasing songs or writing for others. After all, his main battleground is the school campus. Entering showbiz would inevitably detract from his primary focus. Though there are also bosses outside school, they're ultimately not as cost-effective as those on campus. Uploading an album gives rewards again? A notification popped up before Chu Sheng's eyes, instantly catching his attention. You have completed recording and uploading your first album. You have earned 3 achievement points. Current rating, 56, F. Talent plus 3. Talent, 710. Fame plus 3. Fame, 1013. Charm plus 1. Charm, 2223. Campus Star Side Quest Reward, Cash 500k. Campus Star Side Quest Reward, Achievement Points plus 2. Campus Star Side Quest Reward, First Year Exam Subject Skill Book, White. Campus Star Side Quest Reward, CT4 English Skill Book, White. You have obtained 2 achievement points. Current score, 58, F. Chapter 34, A Red Nose. The First Year Exam Skill Book. Now this was a real treasure. With this in hand, Chu Sheng could guarantee he wouldn't fail any subjects during his freshman year exams. Who would have thought side quests offered such generous rewards, randomly throwing out prizes of this caliber? Once a skill book is used, the knowledge is permanently mastered and can be stacked. The reason Chu Sheng reached his current level of musical proficiency was because he successfully interacted with several music major senior girls during his first gameplay. By acquiring vocal skills and voice techniques that dropped from them, he was able to perform the songs on his album. Otherwise, just mastering the yodeling technique required for Inflated alone would have been the death of him. Driving back from the recording studio to the newly purchased house, Chu Sheng stood by the floor-to-ceiling window holding a glass of iced cola, gazing down at the entire city. Sparse raindrops began to fall, gradually growing heavier. A rumble of thunder sounded. Summer thunderstorms arrive without warning. Little AI, how long is this rain going to last? Currently detecting you're in the eastern district of Bohai City. This rainfall is expected to continue until around 8 p.m. tonight. He sat on the sofa, watching the city grow hazy through the curtain of rain. Xiao AI, open the living room curtains. Okay, I've opened the living room curtains for you. Chu Sheng sat on the sofa, fiddling with his car keys. With such heavy rain now, the afternoon military training should be cancelled, right? The newly purchased house still lacked warmth. Perhaps I should invite someone over. He picked up his phone and sent Zhang Qin a message. Is it still raining? Are you guys continuing the military training? She replied instantly, as usual. Just got notified it's suspended. Free time this afternoon and evening. Just bought a place. Wanna come over? Come to play or come to get played? Stop all this nonsense. I'm coming to pick you up. In less than 3 seconds, Zhang Qin replied with a drooling emoji. Chu Sheng smiled knowingly. Apparently he wasn't the only greedy little cat around. Got addicted to the taste, huh? Wait for me. I'll be there in 20 minutes. Chu Sheng set down his phone and walked toward the smart walk-in closet. The sensor lights flickered on with his steps, illuminating rows of empty clothing racks. He picked out a loose black tracksuit, then topped it off with a baseball cap and face mask. When they picked up Zhang Qin, the two immediately got cozy in the car before driving away from the school gate. Today she was wearing a classic student outfit, a white t-shirt paired with washed jeans, with no makeup on her face. Yet even so, the Hexagon Warrior's prowess remained formidable. She truly had everything anyone could want. Welcome to my new home. Chu Sheng opened the door, took the umbrella from Zhang Qin's hand, and placed it in the automatic drying umbrella stand. After stepping inside, Zhang Qin widened her eyes as she looked around. My god, this is way too luxurious. How much does this renovation cost? This centrally located penthouse spans a generous 300 square meters, with its open concept design creating an even more expansive sense of space. The furniture was high-end and luxurious, yet it made the living room seem somewhat empty. It's not expensive. 3 million covers everything. Fully furnished, ready to move in. Chu Sheng lightly embraced her from behind and asked softly, what would you like to drink? Soda, coffee, tea, or wine? Iced tea. Wait, how much did you say this house costs? Why so surprised? For the next half hour, Zhang Qin was like Granny Lu entering the Grand View Garden, marveling at every little detail. She adored this fully smart home far too much. Even the bathtub was intelligent, equipped with massage functions. This bed is enormous. It looks incredibly comfortable. She hinted suggestively, her fingers gliding over the silky sheets. Chu Sheng wrapped his arms around her waist from behind and rested his chin on her shoulder. Want to give it a try? By the floor-to-ceiling window, on the sofa, in bed, the kitchen, the bathtub, the desk, the entire house seemed more alive now. Truly a case of diamond cutting diamond. The hexagon warrior finally succumbed to defeat, lying in his arms with breath as fragrant as orchids. Chunyu has basically agreed to co-author the book with you. Zhang Qin leaned against Chu Sheng's chest, toying with his fingers. But she mentioned she doesn't have a computer, so writing would be inconvenient. Chu Sheng's eyes lit up as he immediately sat upright. That's easy, we'll just go buy her one later. Ah, Zhang Qin looked up in surprise at his suddenly energetic demeanor. You're something else. I definitely couldn't handle that. Don't worry, just rest for a while then. It wasn't until 4 in the afternoon that Chu Sheng finally took her out. The two of them went to the city's most high-end digital mall to pick out computers. This is the latest Mars Creator Pro model i9 processor, 64GB RAM, 2TB SSD. Chu Sheng pointed at the titanium alloy-bodied notebook in the display case and said to the salesperson, "We'll take 2. The salesgirl was overjoyed, wishing only that she could have been the woman by this tall, rich, and handsome man's side. You buying her such an expensive computer, she won't accept it. Chu Sheng tapped her tall, straight nose and said, "Silly you, these are bought for you and me. Later, we'll go buy a second-hand domestic business laptop. Just say it's the one you replaced and lend it to Chenyu, okay? That's a great idea, you're really something." The two arrived at the counter selling second-hand laptops and spoke to the owner. The owner provided them with a used Inspiron business laptop, its case slightly worn but perfect as a shell. The internal hardware had been upgraded to the latest configuration, ensuring smooth performance without any lag during use. After making the purchase, Chu Sheng took the opportunity to get Zhang Qin a new phone, along with accessories like earphones, a smartwatch, and a keyboard and mouse. Once they got into the car, he suddenly pulled out a membrane keyboard and handed it to Zhang Qin. Remember, this is very important. You must give it to Chenyu. Just tell her it's a cheap freebie that came with the purchase. Zhang Qin took the items and carefully tucked them into the aging laptop sleeve of her ThinkPad bag. Chu Sheng didn't take Zhang Qin straight back to the dormitory, instead, he hailed a taxi for her. It was just past 6 when she returned. Carrying 2 laptop bags, Zhang Qin pushed open the dorm door. Song Nana noticed her the moment she stepped inside. Her bunk was right by the door, with the Mars notebook laptop bag standing out conspicuously. After all, this too belonged to the unattainable desires of Anna. Wow, is this Area 51 on Mars? Song Nana's eyes were fixed intently on the laptop bag bearing the Mars logo. This must cost at least 50 grand, right? Zhang Qin, you've struck it rich. Zhang Qin casually placed the laptop on the table, her face brimming with smug satisfaction. She absolutely adored this feeling of showing off in front of Song Nana. It's even kind of addicting. My old notebook was too outdated, so I got a new one. Song Nana pouted, but her eyes remained glued to that laptop case. This thing costs way more than a fruit notebook after all, the price tag doesn't lie. Where did you get so much money? Seeing that Zhang Qin wasn't paying her any attention, Song Nana also lost interest and lay back on the bed to continue playing with her phone. Zhang Qin walked over to her bed and looked at Chenyu, who had just lifted her head from a book. Chenyu, I got a new computer. You can have this old one. Chenyu looked up and adjusted her glasses. This doesn't seem right. What's wrong with it? Zhang Qin handed over the computer and keyboard. I don't need it anyway, and it'd be a shame to throw it away. The keyboard came with a new computer, so you can have that too. I just can't get used to membrane keyboards. Chenyu carefully took the computer, her fingers visibly trembling the moment they touched the keyboard. The keyboard looks cheap and ordinary at first glance. Yet somehow, there seems to be an inexplicable connection between it and her, as if it was always meant to belong to her. She lowered her head to hide her expression. Thank you, I'll put it to good use. Song Nana rolled her eyes secretly in bed and picked up her phone to text Wang Nan. Do you know what's up with Zhang Qin? She suddenly bought a 50,000 yuan computer. Wang Nan replied quickly. If she wants to buy it, let her. Why do you care about her? Song Nana was stunned by the retort and sent another message. She must be someone's mistress. All her clothes are off-brand. I don't believe her family has that kind of money. At this moment, the distraught Wang Nan looked at the newly received message, recalling the absurdity of that night. Although the taste and feel were both somewhat strange, she was indeed longing for Zhang Qin's body. Now seeing Song Nana speaking ill of the other person, she couldn't hold back and directly snapped back. All crows are black. Song Nana angrily threw her phone onto the bed, then turned to see Zhang Qin unpacking a box. Inside the box was a limited edition mechanical keyboard, priced at no less than 3,000. Song Nana took out her other phone and started fishing for sympathy. QWQ, my roommate bought a Mars laptop, so jealous. At the same time, Wang Nan was sitting by Sun Xiaogao's bedside, watching her dress up carefully. You're really going? Wang Nan frowned, pleading earnestly. It's his birthday tomorrow, and he asks you out tonight. Any fool could guess what he's after. Sun Xiaoyao blushed slightly but continued applying her lip gloss. We're just having dinner. Ha, Wang Nan sneered, and then what? On a rainy day like this, he'll definitely find some excuse to keep you from going back to the dorm. Then you'll go get a room together and there'll miraculously be only one room left. You two have known each other for less than a month, that's way too fast. Sun Xiaoyao hesitated slightly upon hearing these words. Truth be told, she understood every point Wang Nan had made, but just as Chu Sheng desired her body, hadn't she been craving his as well? Did you really think she was some innocent little Lolita? Sister Nan, I know what I'm doing. Just as they were talking, Sun Xiaoyao's phone suddenly rang. It happened to be Chu Sheng calling. Her voice unconsciously softened. Hello? Yes, I'll come down right away. Okay. Hanging up the phone, Sun Xiaoyao took a deep breath and looked at Wang Nan. I know you mean well for me, but... She paused. You'd better not be nice to me anymore. I'm afraid Chu Sheng might misunderstand. Wang Nan opened his mouth wide, feeling the tip of his nose turning red. She wanted to say more, but in the end, she just sighed. Fine, do as you please. When some jerk breaks your heart, don't say I didn't warn you. Sun Xiaoyao nodded silently, picked up her bag and umbrella, then turned and left the dorm. Wang Nan watched her departing figure with mixed emotions, suddenly impulsively pulling out her phone to text an unsaved phone number. Be gentle. Chapter 35, Eat or Not, Your Choice. Chu Sheng had just parked the car at the school gate when his phone vibrated. A text message from an unknown number appeared on the screen. Be gentle with me. Are you crazy? What do you mean by this? Chu Sheng frowned and immediately called back. The moment the call connected, a flustered hello came through the receiver. The voice held a girlish quality beneath its neutral tone. Chu Sheng recognized the speaker instantly. Wang Nan. Damn you, you little tease. What exactly did you mean by sending me be gentle? Like I'd ever ride your damn bicycle. Oh, it's you. I was wondering who it could be. Chu Sheng leaned back in his seat, a playful smirk tugging at the corner of his lips. Take it easy? What do you mean? I don't quite understand. Professor Wang, could you enlighten me? There was a brief silence on the other end of the line before Wang Nan's voice came through, dripping with embarrassed rage. What do you care what I mean? Jerk. Chu Sheng could imagine her flushed face at this moment and couldn't help but chuckle. Let me guess, you must have found out that I'm taking Sun Xiaoyao out, right? Telling me to be gentle, and calling me a scumbag? Scumbag my ass. Are you jealous? What's your status anyway? Are you even qualified to be jealous? Me? Jealous? Wang Nan's voice suddenly rose. Tomorrow is your birthday, not hers. What exactly are you scheming by asking her out tonight? Rainy night, private date, dormitory doors locked, only one room left, holding you to sleep, not doing anything. Chu Sheng admitted that Wang Nan still had a great sense of humor, especially when telling such dirty jokes in the tone of a loser. You've got quite the experience, seems like you've done this a lot. Wang Nan was so angry he was left speechless. Wang Nan, oh Wang Nan, you're really something. If you can't reach the grapes yourself, you won't let others have them either? I'll have you know, not only will I eat them, I'll eat them in big bites, with full force, peel them, soak them in yogurt, pair them with sausages. I'll find every possible way to eat them, just to spite you. You, the panting sound came through the phone. Chu Sheng could almost see Wang Nan gritting his teeth in frustration. You scumbag, do you dare say you won't break up with Sunny Yao after hooking up with her? Are you just going to toss me aside when you get bored? Chu Sheng let out a disdainful snort. You're doing the same damn thing, aren't you? He continued to fan the flames. We're both cut from the same cloth, so neither of us has any right to judge the other. You're just jealous cause you didn't get any while I did, so now you're here yapping away. Go ahead and eat some too if you dare, then later I'll finish whatever leftovers you leave. Chu Sheng, you truly live up to your name, you animal. Do you think everyone is as despicable as you? At least my feelings for her are genuine now. Just as Chu Sheng was about to retort, his peripheral vision caught a small figure stepping out of the school gate, holding a transparent umbrella. Today's Sun Xiaoyao was dressed in a sailor-style top paired with a pink plaid pleated miniskirt, completed with white knee-high socks. This outfit made her fair skin appear even fairer, like an exquisite doll. Enough talk, my little cutie is here, and the sight of her makes me hungry. Before hanging up, he heard Wang Nan's final roar. Chu Sheng, may you be struck by lightning. Sitting in the car, he burst into laughter, nearly choking on his own breath. Your manners need deteriorating, and your aggressiveness needs pumping up. Have you been waiting long, darling? Sun Xiaoyao pulled open the car door, bringing in a refreshing gust of air. No, just got here. Chu Sheng put away his phone and helped fasten her seatbelt. What would you like to eat, sweetheart? Hearing him call her that, Sun Xiaoyao's cheeks flushed slightly. Little did she know, Chu Sheng still hadn't recovered from the energy of his verbal sparring with Wang Nan. He was still buzzing with excitement. Whatever. Sun Xiaoyao lowered her head to fiddle with her skirt hem, her ears turning slightly red at the tips. Then let's try that newly opened premium Japanese restaurant. I heard it's quite good. Sun Xiaoyao suddenly looked up at him, her gaze fixed intently on his eyes. I can't have cold food today. If it were a sim-type guy, he'd definitely reply, no problem, baby, let's just go somewhere else. If it were a tease-type guy, he'd definitely reply, if you can't handle cold food, why did you even come out? But Chu Sheng was neither. Just because the front door's blocked, Does that mean you won't enter the house? It's okay, sweetie, that restaurant also has ramen, sukiyaki, teppanyaki, yakitori, tempura, and more. Actually, I saw your past social media posts where you often shared anime-inspired food, so I thought of bringing you here to try them. Seeing no unusual expression on his face, Sun Xiaoyao finally let her hanging heart settle. Sure. The warm yellow light in the restaurant illuminated Sun Xiaoyao's delicate face. She slurped the ramen noodles loudly, her expression one of pure satisfaction. Is it good? Sun Xiaoyao quickly swallowed her mouthful of noodles and nodded vigorously. It's so delicious, this is the best Japanese cuisine I've ever had. Chu Sheng reached out to wipe the soup stain from the corner of her mouth, his eyes filled with tenderness. He gazed straight into her eyes, making her feel somewhat embarrassed, her cheeks turning even redder. Sun Xiaoyao felt she couldn't even meet Chu Sheng's eyes anymore. After staring for long enough, it feels like you could fall right in. She finished the last bite of noodles, then suddenly bowed her head, gripping the hem of her skirt with both hands. In an almost inaudible voice, she said, actually, I didn't get my period. I lied to you. I just wanted to see, if you only ask me out to do that kind of thing. Chu Sheng's expression wasn't so much remarkable as it was utterly unreadable, because he had actually experienced this routine before. Little girl, human nature can't withstand testing. He reached out and patted Sun Xiaoyao's head. Why bring this up suddenly? She remained silent without uttering a word. I just brought you here for a simple meal, don't overthink it. We've known each other for less than a month. Some things are still too fast. Sun Xiaoyao slightly raised her head and saw nothing but sincerity in his eyes, like sparkling stars. I'm sorry. It's okay, let me walk you home. The rain kept pouring along the way back. How about? Chu Sheng turned his head to look at her. What's wrong? Otherwise what? Sun Xiaoyao almost said, why don't you just stay here? But she never mustered the courage to say those words aloud. Actually, Chu Sheng's original intention was exactly as Wang Nan had said. He intended to devour Sun Xiaoyao. But he suddenly realized that after his pleasant conversation with Zhang Qin at noon, he had eaten a bit too much. He wasn't very hungry yet. There was even some lingering post-meal serenity. He escorted Sun Xiaoyao to her dormitory building and gently kissed her on the cheek. Go back and rest well. If there's a chance tomorrow, I'll take you out to play again. Sun Xiaoyao's eyes lit up as she leaned in to plant a kiss on Chu Sheng's cheek. Then it's settled. No backing out now. Chu Sheng watched her skipping retreating figure, the rapidly depleting health bar in his vision finally coming to a halt. Sun Xiaoyao, 91%, times 1. He let out a sigh of relief, leaning back in his chair and taking several deep breaths. He really wanted to light a cigarette, but he never smoked the stuff. Dating a girl like Sun Xiaoyao was actually quite wonderful. It gave him a feeling of youth. Damn it, it's all Wang Nan's fault. Chu Sheng felt like he had discovered the root of all evil. He picked up his phone and started replying to the messages. I took her back to the dorm. Don't you go thinking everyone's as rotten as you. After sending the message, Chu Sheng leaned back in his seat, gazing at a lit window in the girls' dormitory building. Wang Nan, oh Wang Nan, you must be pulling quite the face right now. As the Mercedes drove away from campus, Wang Nan finally read the text. She stared at her phone in disbelief, then heard Sun Xiaoyao's voice calling out to open the door. Impossible. The wolf wouldn't even eat the lamb that was delivered straight to its mouth? Was this still the same beast, the same scumbag? Could it be that Sun Xiaoyao was on her period? But if the front door doesn't work, aren't there still windows? Wang Nan felt like he couldn't quite understand Chu Sheng anymore. Has the sun risen from the west? The reply felt strikingly familiar. Those with dirty minds see filth everywhere. Reading this message, Wang Nan finally lost his composure. Her chest heaved violently as she flung her phone onto the duvet. She was furious at Chu Sheng's mockery, yet relieved that Sun Xiaoyao had escaped unscathed. But the more she stared at that text message, the more familiar it seemed. Wasn't this the exact phrasing she'd used to mock Song Nana? Bastard! Wang Nan cursed under her breath before collapsing face-first onto her bed. She couldn't comprehend how someone as exceptional as herself could have been utterly obliterated by that scoundrel Chu Sheng. Clearly, relationships between opposite sexes are just for procreation. True love exists only between the same sex. Heavens, are you blind? Why create Chu if you create Nan? Why did they have to assign her to the same school as this scumbag? Wang Nan felt an unprecedented sense of defeat. She was clearly the darling of heaven before, raised with the finest education and material comforts, yet her credit cards were frozen by the family simply because she didn't like men. Now she's come to this school alone, without a single friend. Though truth be told, she specifically chose it for being far from meddling authority and full of beautiful women. She closed her eyes, and Chu Sheng's face would flash before her from time to time, especially that smug expression of his. Just as she was tossing and turning, her phone suddenly rang. It was a video call invitation from her mother. Wang Nan hung up directly and soon received a WeChat message. Nan, why didn't you answer mom's video call? How have you been lately? Wang Nan was in an irritable mood at the moment and responded casually. I was taking a shower, couldn't answer. Wang Nan's mother Wang Qiuzhu let out a long sigh as she read her daughter's message. This daughter of hers was truly rebellious. Standing before the floor-to-ceiling windows of the presidential suite, she gazed at the night view of the Huangpu River. There's no choice but to use that method after all. Wang Nan's phone lit up again, this time with a message from an ID called Xiaoyu. She was a net friend Wang Nan had met on that forum. The two had hit it off quite well in their chats and had even met in person. Wang Nan had originally kept her as a backup option, but the girl turned out to be too wild. Fearing she might be unclean, Wang Nan dismissed the idea. Still, she didn't refuse to chat with her, especially at times like this. What are you up to? I'm so pissed off by men. Wang Qiuzhu was startled. Could it be that her daughter had changed her nature? Heaven has eyes. She ensured the continuation of the Wang family line. But after exchanging a few words, Wang Qiuzhu realized that the situation wasn't at all what she had imagined. That Chu Shang truly lives up to his name. He's nothing but an animal. Although Wang Qiuzhu sensed her daughter's overwhelming resentment, she couldn't help feeling a secret satisfaction. There are still so many good people in this world. It serves this rebellious girl right. Isn't he the boy who stole the girl you liked? Damn right. I saw him first, but he snatched him away. Wang Nan grew angrier as she spoke. They're probably going all the way in a couple days. That drives me crazy. On the other end of the screen, Mother Wang furrowed her brows, thinking to herself that her daughter was truly beyond hope. Do you really think you're a man or something? Between women, why should it matter if she slept with other men? She held her forehead, feeling like her worldview had been shattered. There are so many girls at your university, just find another target, won't you? You don't understand. Wang Nan instantly replied. There are only a handful of those legal lolas in the whole school. Mother Wang clenched her phone tightly, suppressing her anger while continuing to fish for information. Is that Chu Sheng you mentioned really that outstanding? Wang Nan wanted to rebut, but as the defeated party, wouldn't denying him just be putting herself down? After all, she couldn't match Chu Sheng. The worse she made him out to be, the more it would highlight her own inadequacy. So she took a deep breath and reluctantly began singing Chu Sheng's praises. Though I loathe Chu Sheng, I have to admit, he's tall and handsome, with striking eyes, a beautiful singing voice, and the ability to compose songs. His talent is renowned throughout the entire school. Not only is he wealthy, but he also knows how to charm women, and his social skills are impeccable. The more Wang Nan praised him, the more he wished he could slap himself. Wang Nan, look at the nonsense you're spouting. How can you flatter such a scumbag like this? Reading her daughter's message, Wang Qiuzhu suddenly seemed to understand something. Could this be some kind of love-turned-hate scenario? This might actually be interesting. Her typing speed began to quicken. You seem to care a lot about this Chu Sheng. Who cares about him? Wang Nan nearly jumped out of bed in anger. I hate him for stealing my person, and then acting all high and mighty around me. Mother Wang looked at the string of emojis her daughter had sent and read something different in them. The corner of her mouth lifted slightly as she thought of a plan. Chapter 36, Happy birthday, my generous patron, love you. Chu Sheng sat on the couch in the luxury penthouse, the city lights visible through the floor-to-ceiling windows casting a desolate glow across the living room. He leaned his head back against the sofa with a long, weary sigh. If only I'd kept Sun Xiaoyao here. The empty room made even the sound of breathing exceptionally clear. He stared at the ceiling, feeling inexplicably agitated. A small impatience spoils great plans. Yet reason was one thing, emotions quite another. Big head dad might not always be able to control little head son. It's not because I'm lonely that I miss you, but because I miss you that I feel lonely. Chu Sheng had just hummed a line of a song when his phone suddenly rang. It's this late, who could it be? Chu Sheng took the phone and looked at the screen. It clearly displayed, Instructor Bai Wei. So it's her. Hello, Professor Bai? On the other end of the line, Bai Wei's voice carried a hint of nervousness and urgency. Chu Sheng, tomorrow, you need to come to my house. Ah, Chu Sheng froze. Tomorrow? Yes, tomorrow. Bai Wei's tone brooked no refusal. My parents want to meet you. Chu Sheng. He was silent for a few seconds, rapidly calculating tomorrow's schedule in his mind. Tomorrow was his birthday. In the morning, he needed to check the renovation progress at the shop and sample the food. In the evening, he had plans with Sun Xiaoyao, preparing to give her a surprise. So now Bai Wei suddenly pops up, wanting him to meet her parents? He thought it wouldn't happen until after the military training at least. But thinking about it, of course Bai Wei wouldn't tell them he's her student. Better try to find a way to turn it down first. After all, the role he had to play wasn't exactly a good guy to begin with. Standing someone up was pretty much expected behavior. Professor Bai, tomorrow I already made prior arrangements. Bai Wei cut him off directly, lowering her voice a few degrees. My parents are listening right beside me. Chu Sheng detected the tension in her voice. Now he absolutely had to go. He knew a bit about Bai Wei's family situation. Her parents were extremely controlling, precisely why she couldn't find a partner even as she approached 30. Teacher Bai was still quite afraid of her parents, having been subjected to psychological manipulation often. Besides, Teacher Bai wasn't wrong, the two of them had already made prior arrangements. She had also promised to help at the time. Alright, but I have to go to the shop tomorrow morning. I can only come by in the afternoon. This afternoon? Bai Wei hesitated briefly. No problem, just make sure you come then. Don't worry, I won't stand you up on something I've promised. After hanging up, Xu Sheng tossed his phone aside and leaned back into the sofa, closing his eyes to rest. Originally, this afternoon's time was reserved for Zhang Qin, but now it had to be adjusted for Bai Wei. Going hungry again. How annoying. Finally getting to celebrate a birthday, and it feels like rushing between appointments. He smiled self-deprecatingly and got up to walk toward the bedroom. Lying in bed, he tossed and turned, unable to sleep for the longest time. Suddenly opening his eyes, he picked up his phone and clicked open WeChat. Sun Xiaoyao had already sent him a goodnight message, complete with an adorable sticker. He replied with good night, his fingers sliding across the screen before ultimately logging into his alternate account. You there? Zhang Qin replied instantly as usual. Can't sleep at this hour, missing me? Xu Sheng sighed helplessly, yet the corners of his lips curled upward. I miss you, both the innocent and not so innocent kind. Zhang Qin sent a confused sticker emoji. You sound really depressed. Looks like this afternoon didn't fill you up. Xu Sheng chuckled slyly as they exchanged a few lines that wouldn't pass censorship. Is it because you didn't get to taste some loli? Can't you have something wholesome in that brain of yours? My mind is full of you, tell me, is that healthy or not? Xu Sheng's fingers hesitated over the screen before finally sending a message. Tomorrow's my birthday. Zhang Qin replied instantly as always. I know that. How did you know? I never told you. Isn't that the basic skill of a mistress? I must remember my sugar daddy's special day down to the smallest detail. What if I lose favor again without being prepared in advance? Xu Sheng looked at the screen and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Fine, consider you passed. So you're lonely because you can't celebrate your birthday? Kind of, yeah. Let me keep you company then. How to accompany? Too bad I didn't buy a bed curtain. Xu Sheng pursed his lips and sent back a message. I don't like doing that. Actions speak louder than words. Forget it, keep playing. I'm going to sleep. Good night, sugar daddy. Finally, she sent a voice message. Happy birthday, my generous patron, love you. Xu Sheng chuckled as he turned off his phone and closed his eyes. This time, he fell asleep almost immediately, and he slept exceedingly well. Early the next morning, Xu Sheng was awakened by his alarm. He grabbed his phone and checked his WeChat messages first. To his surprise, he saw birthday wishes and red packets sent by his parents. Each cost 66.66 yuan, signifying double six for smooth sailing, a Chinese homophonic pun implying good fortune. Son, happy birthday. Take good care of yourself. Son, may you achieve academic success. Just tell dad if you're short on money. Xu Sheng fell silent, his expression somewhat complicated. He replied with thanks, mom and dad, then made a phone call. Hello, mom. Son, happy birthday. On the other end of the phone, mom's voice brimmed with joy. How's school going? It's great, mom. I'm working hard to lose weight and making some extra money on the side. Xu Sheng said with a laugh. When I come back for winter break, I'll definitely surprise you all. Good, my son is the best. After a brief chat, both parents went off to work, and Xu Sheng also got up to wash up. Today is another energetic day. After receiving red envelopes from his parents, Xu Sheng felt considerably more relaxed. I feel more motivated. He drove to the mall, parked his car, and walked toward the elevator. At the elevator entrance, I saw someone utterly unexpected. Bai Wei. This woman had respawned in the parking lot yet again. Xu Sheng greeted Bai Wei with a smile. I was pleasantly surprised by her outfit, a striking red plaid dress. The outfit softened her cool demeanor, making her appear more approachable, dignified, and graceful. If mom were here, she'd definitely think she's the perfect daughter-in-law candidate. Professor Bai, who are you waiting for here? Another blind date? Why are you having blind dates in parking lots again? Is this some kind of local custom? Bai Wei shot him a glare and said irritably. Today, you're my boyfriend. Do you really expect me to go on a blind date with someone else? Xu Sheng suddenly understood he hadn't expected her to stake out the place in advance. Did you come here to check out my shop? Of course I would. After all, I'm your startup mentor, how could I not pay any attention? Xu Sheng nodded, and the two stepped into the elevator together. That outfit you're wearing today looks quite girlish, I almost didn't recognize you. Are you trying to imply I'm old in a roundabout way? What kind of talk is that? A woman at 30 is like a blooming flower, just find a pile of dung to stick herself into. Bai Wei flew into a rage and punched him straight away. You're the one who should stick yourself into cow dung. Xu Sheng smiled and didn't dodge. Mrs. Bai didn't hit hard, and her little fist was quite soft. The two arrived on the fourth floor, maneuvering through the mall's crowd until they stopped in front of a shop concealed by a barrier. The barrier was emblazoned with the words "Little Handsome Pot" in large characters, featuring a logo of a cartoon boy with his mouth wide open, holding a meat roll with chopsticks. This is the shop I'm going to open. That name. Bai Wei couldn't help but laugh. It's so your style. Chu Sheng proudly lifted his chin. A restaurant needs to be down to earth, and this name is so memorable. Chu Sheng pulled aside the curtain covering one side of the entrance and led Bai Wei inside. The interior decoration in the shop was already mostly finished, showcasing a classic internet-famous store style dominated by red tones. Anyone could tell at a glance it was a hot pot restaurant. President Chu, you're here. The store manager, a capable-looking man in his early 30s, immediately came forward when he saw Chu Sheng. Just showing a friend around. Chu Sheng pointed at Bai Wei and said, get to know her. If she ever comes here to eat, don't charge her. The shop owner nodded understandingly and agreed with a smile. Bai Wei nudged him with her elbow and whispered, do I really lack your meager offerings? Chu Sheng raised an eyebrow and turned to look at her. Skills or funds? Venmo me $50. Get lost. Chu Sheng stopped joking with Bai Wei, scanning the shop before asking, are the samples all prepared? Everything's ready, just waiting for you to taste them. Chu Sheng nodded and led Bai Wei to a spot near the service counter. Pick a soup base. Bai Wei glanced at the illuminated menu by the entrance. There were 9 types of soup bases in total. Spicy beef tallow, extra spicy, fresh pepper, mushroom, bone broth, tom yum, tomato, sour soup, and sukiyaki. I'll have the mushroom hot pot, please. The shop owner nodded and looked at Chu Sheng. Get the beef tallow. Right away. The pot was quickly brought to the table, and the manager gestured toward the button beneath it. He went to the kitchen and activated the conveyor belt, sending out trays carrying small samples one after another. The plates came in gold and silver, representing raw and cooked food respectively. Each customer was provided with 2 tongs, also color-coded for raw and cooked. Wow, Chu Sheng, you actually serve mini burgers in your shop? So tiny and pink, how adorable. Unable to resist, Bai Wei took out her phone and started snapping photos, making a fuss over nothing. Chu Sheng smiled, this was specially designed for photo-loving girls like you. Bai Wei took a bite and her eyes instantly lit up. The chicken cutlet actually has a cheese filling? These Swiss rolls and cupcakes are really good. This fried chicken is delicious, and these black duck wing drums are tasty too. The 3-color minced meat is great, and these grilled sausages, wow. Chu Sheng smiled and started dipping various meat rolls into the hot pot. After all, this was Shanghai province. The meat rolls are absolutely crucial. After sampling several types of meat rolls, Chu Sheng nodded in satisfaction. The quality was only slightly inferior to that of proper hot pot restaurants. The supplier recommended by this hidden store review is truly reliable. During the meal, the shop owner also demonstrated the folding baskets for clothes and bags, as well as the detachable partitions prepared for socially anxious customers. Chu Sheng, what's going on in that head of yours? How did they come up with all this? Chu Sheng shrugged, born as a genius, my apologies. Look how pleased you are with yourself. The two chatted while eating, talking about more than just opening the shop. Bai Wei also shared some school gossip. She heard that some guy at the neighboring university was killing it with his startup, even had enough to support his faculty advisor. Chu Sheng smiled without responding, because he had already known about this matter. Meanwhile, on the first floor in the flagship store of Dami, Song Nana looked at the tablet computer priced at less than 5,000 yuan and puffed up her cheeks in anger. Chapter 37, Gold to your face. Let's go with this one. Song Nana stared at the 4,999 yuan price tag, her heart sinking with disappointment. Yet she maintained her sweet smile without faltering. The young man standing beside her adjusted his glasses. Quickly pulling out his wallet from his pocket, he drew out a bank card and completed the payment. After paying, Zhang Jintian took the card from the cashier's hand, turned around and directed what he thought was a very handsome smile at Song Nana. As long as you like it. Thank you, brother Jintian. She thanked him sweetly, but rolled her eyes inwardly. Yesterday, Zhang Qin casually dropped 50 grand on that Martian notebook. Yet after fishing for Zhang Jintian for 3 whole months, all she got was this crappy tablet? Comparison leads to despair. When measuring people against people, you'll want to die. When weighing goods against goods, you'll want to toss them away. Song Nana's parents were among Beijing's first generation of migrant settlers. Though they eventually secured permanent residency in the capital, the couple could only squeeze into a 50 square meter 1-bedroom apartment. Nana didn't even have her own room. She slept in a makeshift cubicle converted from the balcony. Most of her classmates were either native Beijingers or came from families far more successful than her own parents. They lived in Sahiyuan courtyards, luxury apartments, or extravagant villas. Even the least fortunate among them had 3-bedroom apartments with their own rooms. Song Nana knew exactly how hard her parents had struggled to make ends meet in Beijing. She knew exactly how difficult it was for young people nowadays to climb upwards. So she understood one principle very early: choices matter more than hard work. She was acutely aware of what her advantages were. And she also knew she might have nothing beyond a pretty face. So the only way for her to climb the social ladder was through a golden match, a wealthy husband. That's why Song Nana started cultivating her fish pond from an early age, hoping that her pond might yield a true dragon, so she could have a little nest of her own in the capital. Not desperate enough to live in a balcony-converted cubicle, Zhang Jintian was one of the fish she kept in her tank. Though this man had some money to his name, he was stingy and penny-pinching. He wasn't the type to let go of the hawk without seeing the hare. If she won't let him touch her, he won't spend money on her. After finally begging for this tablet, there was bound to be some back-and-forth bargaining ahead. Just thinking about it made Song Nana's head ache. Why could Zhang Qin casually buy a 50,000 yuan laptop without a second thought? She had specifically done her innocent sexy makeup today and wore the most figure-hugging skirt to accentuate her curves. This is so disappointing. Let's go, Nana. Zhang Jintian didn't notice anything unusual about her because Song Nana had maintained her composure perfectly on the surface. Hungry? I've booked a table on the 4th floor, how about hot pot? Zhang Jintian's fingers accidentally brushed against the back of her hand. Song Nana suppressed the urge to jerk her hand away, her smile unwavering. Sure, whatever Jintian Ji decides. As the elevator doors opened, Song Nana stepped out first. From behind the nearby fencing, a corner suddenly lifted, and a head popped out. She recognized who it was at a glance. Ha, isn't that? Before she could finish speaking, Bai Wei also emerged from inside, holding a paper cup of ice cream in her hand. Boss Chu, your ice cream is truly delicious. Of course it is, same ice cream powder as Snow King uses. Song Nana instantly picked up on the key phrase and began analyzing its implications. Boss Chu, your place. Handsome pot self-service rotating hot pot. Chu Sheng, starting a business. Song Nana suddenly stopped in her tracks, her pupils contracting slightly. Chu Sheng started his own business. They actually opened a hot pot restaurant in such a huge shopping mall. Hasn't the school semester just started? Although Song Nana had many questions she wanted to ask, she knew now wasn't the right time. The woman in the red dress beside Chu Sheng looked somewhat familiar, but she simply couldn't recall where she'd seen him before. Never mind, she should greet him first. What a coincidence, classmate Chu Sheng. At the sound of the voice, Chu Sheng instantly realized who it was. Song Nana, he could recognize that fake sweet voice even if it played backward. So you were literally stationed outside waiting to refresh, weren't you? What a coincidence, classmate Song Nana. While speaking, Chu Sheng glanced at Zhang Jintian following behind and immediately understood what was going on. It seems Song Dahai was bleeding the fish. A rice tablet? That must cost several thousand, right? There's something to this. Bai Wei subtly took half a step back, putting some distance between herself and Chu Sheng. Classmate Song Nana? What a coincidence. Chu Sheng smiled with harmless innocence, his gaze sweeping over Zhang Jintian. And this is? A chill ran down Song Nana's spine as if she sensed something ominous approaching. Yet Zhang Jintian remained unaware of what was about to happen, stepping forward to shake hands with Chu Sheng. Hello, Zhang Jintian, I'm Nana's good friend. Suddenly, the corners of Chu Sheng's mouth twitched into a meaningful smile. So you're the good friend. I thought it was your boyfriend. Zhang Jintian laughed and joked, I'm still on probation right now. Whether I get promoted to regular status depends on Nana. Chu Sheng recalled his long-neglected boss mission, clearing the pond. And wasn't this little shrimp before him just another fish in that very pond? Let Brother Chu send you out of this sea of suffering. His eyes gleamed with a sudden idea. With a flick of tiny hands, mischief begins. President Song, how many interns do we have now? How many probationary spots are being converted to permanent positions? Zhang Jintian's pupils suddenly contracted as he realized something. Yet he still maintained some composure, his expression remaining completely unchanged. Buddy, some jokes really shouldn't be made lightly. Song Nana listened nearby, her expression turning somewhat peculiar. For some reason, she felt Chu Sheng's actions toward her fish stemmed from a particular state of mind, as if he was eliminating the competition. Song Nana felt she must be overthinking it. After all, Chu Sheng already had a girlfriend. Buddy, joking or not, why would you say something like that? We're all interns here, just waiting to get regular positions. Even if you don't seem competitive and probably actually aren't, you still have a chance. Don't give up. Zhang Jintian's lips twitched, feeling thoroughly offended. The man before him was devastatingly handsome, with an extraordinary aura to match. Not to mention the million-worth watch adorning his wrist. How could someone of this caliber possibly be just an intern like himself? Are you kidding me? Zhang Jintian turned back to look at Song Nana, only to find her gaze intently fixed on Chu Sheng. His face suddenly fell, and he kept looking back and forth between the two of them. At that moment, Song Nana had no idea what state of mind she was in. It just feels like Chu Sheng confronting his fish looks really handsome, just like the male lead in an idol drama fighting to win the female lead's heart. Nana, aren't you going to explain? Zhang Jintian turned to look at Song Nana, pinning his last hope on her. Yet Song Nana had been distracted all along and only just snapped out of it. Explain what? What does she mean? What am I supposed to explain? But what Zhang Jintian understood was, What kind of thing are you to demand an explanation from me? Nana, do you even know what you're saying? Song Nana laughed in frustration. She didn't even know what was happening, yet they were demanding an explanation from her. Are you out of your mind? Her impression of Zhang Jintian hadn't been great to begin with, but now it was even worse. Zhang Jintian, what do you think you're doing? You ask what I'm doing? Fine, just fine. He glared fiercely at Song Nana, trying to raise his hand but finding it clamped in an iron grip. Calling you bro once, and you really think you're something? Chu Sheng increased the pressure, making Zhang Jintian immediately break out in a cold sweat from the pain, his limbs going weak as he started to collapse to the ground. Get lost! Zhang Jintian was yanked with such force that he stumbled to the ground. The commotion drew quite a crowd, with people gathering around to see what happened. Humiliated beyond belief, Zhang Jintian wished he could vanish on the spot and hastily scampered away with his tail between his legs. Can't mess with this guy, better scram before things get worse. Actually, Song Nana was just one of the girls Zhang Jintian was pursuing. Losing her isn't a big loss. It's just a shame about that me pad. 5,000 yuan down the drain. Congratulations on successfully clearing one fish. BOSS Strategy Mission Phase 1, Catching Fish. Current progress, February 11th. BOSS Song Nana sustained minor damage. You gained a small amount of experience. Your level increased to LV8. Your Constitution +1. Constitution, 1112. You have obtained 500,000 Boss Song Nana's face-to-face fund. BOSS Song Nana's face-to-face fund. This amount can only be spent on other members of the opposite sex in the presence of Boss Song Nana. It will be automatically deducted when conditions are met, with a prompt appearing in the lower right corner of your vision. The bait is for the fish to see, not to eat. Chu Sheng smiled contentedly at the reward notification that popped up before him. Though I don't quite understand what this cash-in-person thing is all about, can't those 3 letters pass the review? Yet at this moment, Song Nana started zoning out again. It was somewhat unbelievable Chu Sheng would actually stand up for her. What does he mean? Could it be that you like me? The owner of this fish pond is, for the most part, a clear-headed and rational angler. Yet when she encounters a fish too large to control, it's the fish that ends up steering the situation. She'll only let go of the fishing rod when life itself is at stake. And Chu Sheng was precisely the big fish that Song Nana couldn't control. Yet Bai Wei, watching this scene unfold before her eyes, found it all somewhat surreal. What on earth is going on here? Chapter 38, Super Sleuth Wang Nan. Bai Wei hadn't yet processed the situation when Song Nana seemed to realize something. Her emotions were incredibly mixed. Part of her felt the male lead might have feelings for her, while another part worried she was just being presumptuous. Though Wang Nan kept insisting he was a scumbag. From Song Nana's current perspective, Chu Sheng was simply too outstanding. It was inevitable he attracted so many girls. This was something unavoidable. But now, combined with what happened last time, she seemed to sense that Chu Sheng was specifically targeting the guys around her, as if trying to drive them all away. After hesitating for a long time, Song Nana finally decided to test the waters. She stepped forward and asked, Chu Sheng, why did you say those things to my friend? Chu Sheng didn't even look up. So what? Song Nana was startled by his sudden change in attitude, but soon realized he seemed to be using this demeanor to dodge the question. Then she turned her gaze to Bai Wei, noticing something. Why does this woman look like she got caught doing something bad? Her guilt was practically written all over her face. And who is this? Could she also be your good friend? Chu Sheng gave a faint smile, walked over, and grabbed Bai Wei's hand in one swift motion. He turned his head and stared directly into Song Nana's eyes. None of your business? Bai Wei was baffled, utterly unable to comprehend what he was trying to do. How can you be so arrogant? Aren't you afraid your girlfriend will find out? If I dare do it, why wouldn't I dare admit it? If you want to tell him, go ahead and tell him. With that, Chu Sheng turned and walked away, still holding Bai Wei's hand. Bai Wei wanted to break free, but lacked the strength to do so. Fine, fine. So brave, are we? If you're so daring and decisive, then let you have your way this once. Song Nana was so furious that she took a photo of the two of them and sent it to Wang Nan. She knew about the affairs between Wang Nan, Chu Sheng, and Sun Xiaoyao, ready to play the matchbreaker. Wang Nan wanted to break Chu Sheng and Sun Xiaoyao apart, and deep down, didn't she feel the same way? Chu Sheng, just you wait. She refused to believe Chu Sheng felt nothing for her. Otherwise, why would he pull such stunts with the men around her? The moment he breaks up, her chance will come. Holy crap! After receiving the photo, Wang Nan jumped out of bed in delighted shock. She immediately rushed to Sun Xiaoyao's dorm room. Yao Yao, your boyfriend is out on a date with another girl right now. Sun Xiaoyao was lying in bed reading a novel and didn't even look up at these words. She instinctively thought Wang Nan was talking nonsense. After all, she had just tested Chu Sheng last night. It was his birthday today. If she doubted him again, what would happen next was all too predictable. She didn't want to let go. I've got the pictures right here. Pics or it didn't happen. Wang Nan quickly leaned in, showing her the picture. Sun Xiaoyao was initially reluctant to look. After all, it's his birthday today, if anything were to happen on this day. Yet she couldn't suppress her curiosity. To say she had no suspicions about Chusheng would be a lie. After all, at school he was like a juicy piece of meat that everyone wanted a bite of. Fine, let's take a look. After an intense internal struggle, Sun Xiaoyao ultimately chose to turn her head. But when she saw the silhouette of Chusheng holding hands with another girl, her heartbeat skipped a beat. Even so, she didn't want Wang Nan to see her reaction. Maybe they're just holding hands because they're relatives? Wang Nan widened her eyes in disbelief. Wang Nan, whatever is between me and Chusheng, especially matters of the heart. Regardless of whether he cheated or not, it's none of your business. Sun Xiaoyao said this with her mouth, but her eyes remained fixed on that picture. The girl holding his hand had a great figure from the back view. Tall and slender, with long, straight legs, it was a height and length she could never reach. Lolitas often develop feelings of inferiority when it comes to height and certain other aspects. Little did they know, this was actually their greatest advantage. Fine, if you don't believe me, I'll go find more evidence. Wang Nan turned and left Sun Xiaoyao's dorm room, carrying nothing but a heart full of resentment when she departed. Meanwhile, Bai Wei was dragged by Chusheng onto the escalator before she managed to wrench her hand free from his grip. What on earth were you rambling about just now? Chusheng hadn't originally intended to explain, but seeing his counselor like this was rather endearing, like a puffed-up little goldfish. The corners of his lips curled into a faint smile as he finally spoke up. That girl is Song Nana, an absolute player. She's stringing along over a dozen guys while making them spend money on her. My roommate also took a liking to Song Nana, so I couldn't stand by and directly intervened, making the guys she's played realize her true nature. What looks like me humiliating him? Actually, I'm saving him. If it weren't for me, who knows how much money he would have lost. Really? Bai Wei was somewhat skeptical, but recalling how the girl reacted when the boy left earlier, it suddenly seemed understandable. Looking at Chusheng's righteous and solemn demeanor now, she couldn't really refute him, yet something still felt off. Just what was it that felt wrong? She couldn't figure it out. After going downstairs, the two checked the time. It was already 11:30. They could just make it back in time for lunch. As for Wang Nan, she returned to her dormitory so furious that she buried her head under the blankets. Though that photo had shaken Sun Xiaoyao, she still ended up kicking Wang Nan out of her dorm. This made Wang Nan feel like even more of a clown. No, I can't just wallow in despair like this. I need to find clues, gather evidence, and make Sun Xiaoyao see what trash this guy really is. But right now I have no idea where Chusheng is, otherwise I could tail him. Yet just as her inspiration had run dry, in a sudden brainstorm, Wang Nan thought of a solution. Charge in headfirst. She immediately called Chusheng's number and unleashed a torrent of accusatory questions the moment he picked up. Chusheng, where have you been? Were you out fooling around with some other girl? Where exactly have you placed Sun Xiaoyao? Do you even consider her your girlfriend? Chusheng was so angry he laughed on the other end of the phone. This person really was something else. What's your relationship to her? What right do you have to interrogate me like this? Even if I did go out fooling around with women, since when is it any of your business? Are you my wife waiting alone in an empty house, my own mother, or perhaps my mother-in-law? Listen here, Wang Nan, someone like you, I wouldn't even take you if you were handed to me on a silver platter. Quit trying to fish for attention here. If you're really bored, just open your browser and read some Yuri, then grab some tissues to clean up. Wang Nan was so furious that she lost her temper on the spot, almost smashing her phone. But her reason triumphed over anger, and she forced herself to stay composed. Where exactly have you been fooling around with women? Chusheng was annoyed by the situation and turned to Bai Wei, asking, which neighborhood do you live in? Bai Wei? She gave him a, are you out of your mind? Look and stayed silent. Chusheng said, hear that? The woman hanging out with me doesn't want to tell you. Alright, that's it. Hang up. Although Wang Nan was furious, she remained surprisingly calm. She sat on the bed, chin in hand, and began to analyze the situation. First, since the woman who was fooling around with Chusheng lived in the same residential complex, that suggests she's a local or already employed, not a college student. Moreover, Wang Nan found this retreating figure vaguely familiar, as if he'd seen her somewhere before. Someone he'd met, not a student, couldn't be too distantly connected to that bastard. After some deliberation, Wang Nan suddenly had a flash of inspiration and realized who it was. Bai Wei, Chusheng's counselor. Wang Nan suddenly felt that the two of them weren't fooling around. After all, Bai Wei was already almost 30. She instinctively believed that Chusheng wouldn't be involved with such an older woman. If she were Chusheng, why would she choose someone nearly 30 when there are so many fresh, delicate young college girls available? Moreover, Professor Bai Wei's reputation as an older leftover woman is known throughout the entire school. Choosing such a woman carries far too much risk, simply not worth trying. It's all too easy to ruin one's reputation completely. Although Wang Nan thought it unlikely between them, she reconsidered. What did possibility have to do with her anyway? All she wanted was to break up Chusheng and Sun Xiaoyao, so she could embrace the lowly herself. So she headed to Tieba and forums, starting to search for relevant information. Turns out Teacher Bai comes from a scholarly family, both parents are veteran professors at the university. If they're school affiliated, they must live in the faculty quarters, right? That neighborhood is just nearby. A faint smile curled at the corners of Wang Nan's lips, she felt like the Sherlock Holmes reincarnate. Coincidentally, it was still raining today, so military training got cancelled, giving her free rein to do as she pleased. So Wang Nan took the umbrella, left the school, and quietly arrived at the entrance of the residential area. Who are you looking for, young man? Wang Nan's lips twitched, unfazed by the other's mental jab. I'm looking for Professor Bai Wei. I'm her student. Here's my student ID. We made an appointment for a visit. Wang Nan handed his student ID to the security guard. Oh, so you're from Bohai University. Please sign in here. Wang Nan nodded with a smile and took the registration booklet. Chu Sheng. The last line of the booklet clearly bore his name. Alongside his name and phone number, there was also a license plate number. Brilliant. I truly am a master detective. Wang Nan silently memorized the license plate number, planning to search the residential area after entering. Not long after, she actually found Chu Sheng's Mercedes-Benz. Chapter 39, Concealing the Sky and Covering the C3. The car was parked downstairs in the residential building. Chu Sheng didn't open the door, but instead turned his head to look at Bai Wei sitting in the passenger seat. So, what kind of guy do you want me to pretend to be later? Bai Wei found his serious expression somewhat amusing. Just improvise. I get the feeling you're quite good at pissing people off. Didn't one just run away in the mall a moment ago? Chu Sheng was speechless, thinking to himself how these two situations could possibly be the same thing. He's pretending to be a boyfriend now, but that doesn't mean he won't become one for real later. He's making his future father-in-law and mother-in-law angry now, but he might face the consequences later. So this balance is very important. It's okay, just say it directly. What kind of impression do your parents like? I'll create a little contrast for them. Bai Wei thought for a moment before finally saying, my parents always insist on setting me up with those career successful types of guys, and they've got to come from well-off families. So just follow that direction. Chu Sheng nodded, got out of the car to open the trunk, and took out a few things. Change my clothes, don't peek. He had actually been prepared for today's events, but didn't expect them to come so soon. Chu Sheng put on a high-end casual outfit, paired with gold-rimmed glasses and a golden Rolex on his wrist, exuding the aura of a domineering CEO. Bai Wei glanced back and couldn't help but feel dazzled by the sight. It feels like the domineering CEO male lead from a novel has stepped right out of the pages. How can someone be so good-looking? Especially those eyes. Are you doing this on purpose to make yourself look too handsome? Chu Sheng chuckled. What's there to fear? Looking cool is the whole point. Let's go, get off. It's time to enter the battlefield. After getting out of the car, Bai Wei sent a message to her parents. Chu Sheng went to the trunk and picked up the gifts he had prepared earlier, when he suddenly noticed an inconspicuous tea canister. It suddenly occurred to him that this canister of tea would add attributes when given as a gift, so he casually slipped it into the paper bag. As it happened, he had only bought alcohol and cigarettes but hadn't brought any tea. The faculty residential area of Bohai University was built relatively early, with buildings generally only 5 stories tall and without elevators. Bai Wei's family lives on the 3rd floor of the complex, neither too high nor too low, which sufficiently reflects her parents' influence within the university. To be honest, Chu Sheng felt somewhat nervous in his heart. After all, this was his first ever meeting with her parents in his entire life. If he wasn't thinking about their daughter, then there wouldn't be a problem. Are you nervous? Bai Wei turned her head to ask with concern. Why would I be nervous? Don't be ridiculous. Chu Sheng grabbed Bai Wei's hand again, and this time she didn't resist, though her palm was slightly sweaty. Is this your home? Bai Wei nodded and knocked on the door. In less than 3 seconds, the door was pulled open from the inside. A middle-aged woman with graying hair poked her head out and immediately locked eyes with Chu Sheng. She sized him up head to toe, her expression a mix of delight and worry. Her daughter couldn't speak well, had a clumsy mouth, and was only moderately good-looking at best. The biggest problem was her advanced age. How could she possibly land such a young and handsome fellow? Could they be hired actors? They looked just like celebrities. Auntie, hello, I'm Chu Sheng, Wei Wei's boyfriend. Hello. Mother Bai was still sizing up Chu Sheng, feeling there was something off about him. He's far too handsome. Is this real? Am I not dreaming? Chu Sheng stepped inside, scanning the living room, finding it somewhat familiar. In fact, it wasn't his first time visiting. Only his identity was different now. Hello, uncle. At that moment, Mr. Bai was sitting upright on the sofa, holding a newspaper in his hands. He wore gold-rimmed glasses, his hair streaked with gray, dressed in a polo shirt and dress pants, the typical attire of a middle-aged man. Come in and make yourself at home. Chu Sheng smiled and nodded, taking a seat on the guest side of the sofa. Bai Wei watched this harmonious scene, feeling somewhat puzzled. Big bro, Are you here just to cause trouble? How come you're not showing off your skills? Aren't you usually great at pissing people off? What's with this unusually good behavior of yours? Bai Wei grew a bit impatient and secretly pinched him. Chu Shang remained outwardly composed. After sitting down, he didn't mention the gift in his hand but instead looked straight at Mother Bai. Auntie, go pour me a glass of water. White mother, me? Chu Shang saw she wasn't moving and urged, what are you staring at? Go on. Bai Wei secretly delighted at her father's expression, which resembled someone who'd swallowed a fly. Well, that's so typical of you. What a perfect domineering CEO. First time visiting and already bossing your mother-in-law around, huh? Mother Bai poured a glass of water, her expression noticeably restrained. Chu Shang picked up the glass, examining it before giving it a sniff. What kind of water is this? Plain boiled water? What's the matter? Chu Shang frowned slightly. Didn't I tell your daughter that I only drink mineral water? He turned to look at Bai Wei. Is this how you prepare when I come to your house? The scene instantly fell into deathly silence. Bai Fu's fingers tightened around the newspaper, her nails puncturing the thin paper. Stay calm, stay calm. It's not easy for your daughter to find a boyfriend. Better demolish 10 temples than break up a marriage. You must keep yourself under control. The white-haired mother was also seething with resentment in her heart. How can such a handsome young man be so utterly lacking in manners? So adept at ordering people around, one wonders what kind of upbringing he had at home. Seeing the awkward situation, Chu Shang skipped straight to deploying his second-tier tactic. Uncle and aunt, I was just joking with you. Don't take it seriously. Bai Wei actually told me to provoke you like this on purpose. At these words, everyone present widened their eyes in shock. Especially Bai Wei, who never imagined Chu Shang would actually stab her in the back like this. Yet Chu Shang's next remark instantly drew everyone's attention back to himself. I'm not usually like this. After all, we live in modern society where everyone's equal. How can we just casually order people around? Having said this, he turned his gaze toward Bai Wei. Vivi, could you bring me some fruit, please? Bai Wei was still in a daze, but she instinctively went to the fridge and took out a few peaches. Chu Shang didn't even look before speaking. Vivi, didn't I tell you? Why do you always forget to wash them first before peeling and cutting? How many more times do I have to teach you before you remember? Bai's parents watched Chu Shang's utterly natural expression, suppressing their rising anger. So you were just joking earlier when you said you wouldn't casually order people around, is that it? You won't casually order others around, but you'll casually order our daughter around? Is our daughter not a person? Bai Wei knew Chu Shang was helping her, but for some reason, she felt a twinge of grievance in her heart. Chu Shang looked at Bai's parents and smiled as he picked up the gifts. It's my first time visiting, so I wasn't sure what you'd like. I just picked something based on what my other in-laws usually prefer. Bai's parents widened their eyes upon hearing this. Other in-laws? Were they his former in-laws? Had he been married before? Xiao Chu, have you ever been married? Chu Shang shook his head. I'm someone who never planned to get married. After all, once a man and woman marry, it involves legal issues and financial matters. And getting married doesn't necessarily mean anything either. My parents never got married, but that didn't affect my upbringing and education in the least. In fact, I turned out far more accomplished than kids from so-called normal families. By the way, I also have a few half-siblings, and my father said it's modeled after the ancient struggle for succession among heirs. Only the most exceptional offspring can inherit the family business. Chu Shang spoke eloquently, as if discussing the most trivial of matters. Yet in the eyes of Bai's parents, get out, please get out now. To his credit, Bai's father maintained remarkable composure. He didn't pick up weapons to fight, nor did he say get out. Chu Shang quickly fled, leaving Bai Wei's home. That was quite thrilling. Bai Wei didn't come out, instead staying inside to endure the scolding. Chapter 40, Capture Little Chu. Deceiving heaven to cross the C3, incident concluded. You have gained a large amount of experience. Your level has increased to LV9. Your appearance +1. Appearance, 1112. Charm, 2324. You received a reward, cash red packet, blue, ×1. Achievement unlocked. You've earned 1 point. Current score, 56, F. Cash red packet, blue, randomly receive 1 M5M in cash. You opened the cash red packet and received 2.89 M in cash. Chu Shang had just reached the foot of the building when he saw the notification that the task was completed. Meanwhile, on Bai Wei's side, she was already standing obediently, preparing herself for a scolding. Yet she saw her father sitting down beside her and softly asking, where did you hire this actor from? He's so handsome, not inferior to some celebrities on TV. Bai Wei widened her eyes, unable to believe her father had actually seen through it. Dad, how did you know? Bai Zhengwen remained silent, only revealing a meaningful smile. Bai Wei's pupils constricted, she understood everything in an instant. Old man, you tricked me. Only then did Mrs. Bai realize and couldn't help but sigh in relief. So that young man was just an actor you hired? No wonder he was so handsome. How could he possibly be interested in you? Even if you're looking for a mistress, Shouldn't you find someone young and pretty? What's the point of getting an old maid pushing 30? Bai Wei felt deeply wounded. 3 English letters surfaced in her mind again. Puwa. Mom and Dad always do this, constantly pointing out her flaws, hoping to pressure her into settling for just anyone, marrying young and having children quickly. Though Bai Wei has become largely immune to it. But today, this topic was linked with Chu Xing's situation. Especially when she heard that sentence, how could anyone ever take a fancy to you? It almost made her lose her composure completely. Her mother's words were like a pesky fly that had crawled straight into her ear, buzzing incessantly in the deepest recesses of her mind. Forget it, forget it. I roughly understand why you invited this young man here. That Xia fellow really does have some issues. This matter was our mistake. Father Bai sighed, picked up the paper bag from the floor, and handed it to Bai Wei. This gift was bought by you, wasn't it? You only earn such a small amount each month, spending on cosmetics and meals. Where did you get the money for gifts and hiring actors? As Bai Jiangwen spoke, he peeked into the bag. That glance startled him so much he nearly jumped. Bai Wei, what have you done? Where did this money come from? Bai Jiangwen's raised voice startled both mother and daughter. Dad, why are you shouting at me? Bai Jiangwen forcefully pulled out items from the bag and snapped. Look at this. 2 bottles of Mutai, 2 cartons of Zhonghua cigarettes, a tin of tea. What kind of tea is this? The mother tree de Hongpo tea of Wui Mountain. Bai Jiangwen's eyes widened dramatically, nearly fainting from excitement. Dad, what's wrong with you, Dad? The mother and daughter quickly stepped forward to soothe him. Bai Jiangwen had just been overly excited and soon recovered. He carefully examined the tea caddy, clearly sensing the weight of history within it. That is definitely something from the last era. This can't be real, can it? Bai Jiangwen sensed something was amiss and quickly opened another paper bag. Chanel silk scarves, Leo Fengxian's bracelets. He suddenly narrowed his eyes, glaring intently at Bai Wei. Are you really someone's mistress now? No, yes, no, no. Old man, what right or wrong are you talking about? Have you gone senile? Bai's mother was startled, feeling as though her husband had gone completely mad. Bai Jiangwen frowned and repeated the question once more. Did you really go and become someone's mistress? Bai Wei shook her head and told the truth. Actually, Xu Sheng is my student. He's just a freshman this year, and he has a girlfriend. Are you absolutely certain the two of you are just teacher and student? I'm certain. Bai Wei felt her father was acting particularly strange today. What on earth was all this about? Xu Shan was already cryptic enough. Had her old man caught it from him? Old man, what on earth do you mean? I can't understand this either. Bai Jiangwen snorted and tossed the paper bag to her. Mother Bai took it and immediately spotted the red box. Oh my, a phoenix. She opened the box to find something shimmering with gold, feeling weighty in her hand. One look at the weight. Wow. Daughter, are you really someone's mistress? When Bai Wei saw the gold bracelet, she seemed to understand something. That damn Chu Shang, bringing out Mutai liquor, Zhonghua cigarettes, and golden bracelets, what's he trying to pull? Does he really want me to become his mistress? Ugh, spit. No, really not, I swear. If I become his mistress, I'll never find a partner in this lifetime and won't be able to have children. Mr. Bai's face darkened as he angrily retorted, what kind of vow is that to make? Mrs. Bai also expressed displeasure. Hurry up and say pet to take it back. How can you casually swear like that? I'm still waiting to hold my grandchild. Bai Wei realized her father had misunderstood again and hurriedly explained. At the time, I saw him carrying a bag and thought it was just some random gift, so I didn't think much of it. Who knew the contents would be so valuable? Bai Wei hung her head low, looking exactly like a little scolded child. My student comes from quite a wealthy family, the cars they drive are all worth millions. Maybe this is the level at which wealthy people give gifts. If you two don't want it, I'll just return it to him. Bai Jiangwen nodded and immediately snatched the bracelet from his wife's hand. If your relationship with him is purely teacher and student, then we shouldn't accept this gift. Take this back, honey, go to my room and bring me that set of cufflinks someone gave me. Having said that, he turned his gaze toward his daughter again. If you really don't want to look for a partner right now, we won't push you for the time being. You should think it over carefully yourself. Take these things back and return them to Xiao Chu, and bring this set of cufflinks along, consider it a gift from your mom and me. After all, never mind, you know yourself, get out, and don't come back tonight. Bai Wei's heart leapt with joy as she quickly gathered her things and headed straight out the door. Now she could go out for spicy hot pot without having to eat at home. Bliss. Alright then, Mom and Dad, I won't eat at home tonight. I'm going back to the teacher's dormitory and will make something for myself there. Having said this, Bai Wei quickly dashed off. Mother Bai looked at the jade bracelet on her wrist and sighed. Bai Jiangwen frowned and snapped irritably, what are you sighing for? Does not having a gold bracelet make you uncomfortable? Why didn't you buy me one then? Xiao Chu got this for me, and you still made me return it. Bai Jiangwen suddenly let out a sigh as well. That little Chu is no good seed, looking just like I did in my youth, the type girls can't help falling for. If our girl runs into the likes of him, she's done for. Mother Bai immediately took offense. What do you mean by that? Done for how? Can't you say something auspicious for once? Father Bai scoffed. What do you know? Having such an outstanding young man around our daughter, you think that's a good thing? How is that not a good thing? Father Bai shook his head and picked up the newspaper he'd crumpled with his grip. Haven't you read The Return of the Condor Heroes? Don't you know what one glance at Yanghua ruins a lifetime means? With someone like Xiao Chu around your daughter, do you think she'll compare any potential suitors to him? Comparisons breed resentment. Mrs. Bai, exasperated, fired back. Then why can't our daughter win over Xiao Chu? Are you out of your mind for that gold bracelet? Why do you think your daughter is still single at 30? Having her try to win over Xiao Chu is like sending Ben Boerba to capture the Tang monk and his disciples. Bai's mother wanted to retort, but found she had no grounds to do so. She was still somewhat cultivated, so she wouldn't easily lose her composure. You, go peel the potatoes for me, and the yam too. Father Bai. Just as the old couple's battle ended, something amusing happened downstairs at the same time. Chapter 41. A woman at 30. Bai Wei was hopping down the stairs. Especially when remembering her father's words, I won't pressure you for a while, Bai Wei felt particularly thrilled. Though she knew her dad was just saying he wouldn't pressure her for now, he'd surely start again later. Dad pressure, this was always how his paternal love weighed like a mountain. What's with the skipping walk? Found some money on the ground? Bai Wei heard the familiar voice and found it hard to believe. Shu Sheng, why are you still here? Shu Sheng looked at her displaying maidenly shyness, feeling somewhat amused. Did something slip out? No? How did you know? Or are you also trying to trick me? Bai Wei feels like this world is one giant deception. You deceive me, I deceive you. Where is the trust between people? No way, how could we have been found out? You played your part so perfectly that my parents are absolutely furious. Shu Sheng reached out and moved closer to her cheek. Bai Wei intended to step back, but her body refused to obey. Fortunately, Shu Sheng simply smoothed the stray hairs by her cheeks before withdrawing his hand. You're actually terrible at lying, you know that? Bai Wei admitted she really wasn't very good at deception, because she rarely encountered situations in life that required lying. Alright, I admit it, the truth did slip out. It wouldn't have come out originally, but my dad tricked me into confessing. Shu Sheng suddenly burst into loud laughter. This lovely counselor of mine is really a fool, completely lacking any cunningness. Why do you think I wasn't just bluffing you earlier? Shu Sheng, you're done for. I'm going to deduct your credits. Then let me say this beautiful counselor, Bai Wei, couldn't win her students' affection, so she used academic credits as leverage to force his compliance. You're definitely going to go viral beyond the campus forum by then. You're driving me crazy. She grabbed Shu Sheng's arm and twisted it with all her might. Yet Shu Sheng grabbed her hand and gave it a forceful pull. He pulled her straight into his arms. From the distant grass, something seemed to glimmer for a moment. It looked like the reflection of a mirror's surface. A smirk curled Shu Sheng's lips as he leaned his head close to Bai Wei's ear, whispering softly, You're so silly, using nothing but your fingers to pinch when attacking a man? Don't you know only long married couples do this sort of thing? Bai Wei struggled fiercely to break free from his embrace, her face already flushed crimson. Are you trying to get me killed? This is right under my apartment. What if my parents see us? Stop talking like there's something going on between us. I only hugged you to let our perpetually single counselor know what a man's embrace feels like. I'll kill you, Shu Sheng. Alright, I'm done messing with you. Wait, why are you getting so worked up? Teacher hitting a student. That's school violence, domestic abuse. A few minutes later, Shu Sheng sat in the driver's seat, rubbing his arm and grimacing in pain. Still want to mess around? No more. Shu Sheng rubbed his arm, no doubt it was already bruised. The guy really hit hard. Are you going back to school or somewhere else? Let me take you there. You didn't wait down here just to see me off, did you? Otherwise? Then I guess we should head back to school. Bai Wei turned her head, watching the scenery recede through the car window. The day-long rain had gradually ceased, yet there was no sign of the weather clearing. It still pressed down suffocatingly on people. Shu Sheng, do you think I'm really that worthless? Shu Sheng drove the car out of the neighborhood gate before shooting her a puzzled glance. Wait, Bai Wei, your parents emotionally manipulated you till you lost your mind? You with that face, those curves, you're telling me you're no good? If you're considered no good, then what does that make the other girls in our class? But I'm already this old, yet I don't know how to date, can't cheer up boys, have no money, zero dating experience, lack social skills, and don't even know. Alright, shut up. Shu Sheng parked the car by the roadside and suddenly fixed his gaze on her eyes, his expression turning grave. You must know. You're no worse than anyone else. You are Bai Wei, the counselor for New Media Class 1, the most beautiful female teacher at Bohai University. Shu Sheng suddenly fell silent, gripping the steering wheel without uttering a word. She's a 30-year-old woman who still hasn't married. Could such a woman possibly retain even a trace of her youthful purity? At 30, her radiance and passion have been worn down by the years. Is life happier alone than with someone else? After a moment of silence, he unexpectedly began to sing. His voice carried a slight roughness, yet it was filled with warmth. In that resignation, there was also a sense of release. You can just lean on anyone you come across. But between the frigid winter and blazing summer, who would give you love tender as spring? After sunset, the most beautiful hours have slipped away. With the song finished, Xuxing turned his head to look at Bai Wei. I was about to ask if she felt any better when I saw her curled up, softly sobbing. Her tears came streaming down. Yet the number above her head kept rapidly rising. Bai Wei, 82%, times 99 plus. Xuxing, speak properly, why are you singing? You're really so annoying. Xuxing looked at her without saying a word, silently starting the car. When they arrived at the school gate, he pulled out 2 tissues. Feeling any better? Bai Wei took the tissue and wiped the corners of her eyes, forcing out a smile as she tilted her head up. I wasn't even feeling bad to begin with? Xuxing gave a bitter smile and glanced toward the school gate. There stood a small figure in a Hook K uniform. She had arrived early, waiting here ahead of time, and she had spotted Xuxing's car. Yet, she was waiting either for Xuxing to step out or for the car to approach. If you're feeling down, how about I share some unhappy news to cheer you up? Bai Wei suddenly turned her head, her eyes filled with confusion. She seemed to have realized something. It must have something to do with her. A trace of bitterness still lingered on Xuxing's face. Tonight, I probably won't have a girlfriend anymore. Bai Wei, it's all because of you. You have to take responsibility for this. She frowned and pouted. Why should I take responsibility? What exactly did I do? Even if you broke up with your girlfriend, it must be your own fault. You're right, it was indeed my own fault. Xuxing turned his head and stared intently into her eyes, his gaze seemingly piercing through her. But setting aside part of the facts, don't you bear any responsibility at all? Bai Wei felt that reasoning would definitely be useless. Then how do you plan to take responsibility? You don't actually want to be my boyfriend, do you? Not that far. Just compensate me with one of your female students. Bai Wei rolled her eyes. Why is your schematic map of Yen so long? Who do you have your eye on? I'll just go be your matchmaker and settle it, won't I? When she said these words, there was an indescribable sense of loss in her heart. Yet, after all, it was just loss, something that would sink to the deepest corners of her heart. A place where ordinary people couldn't see. Get this straight, I'm demanding compensation, not playing matchmaker. If it's Chunyu in your class, just compensating me with one will suffice. If it's someone like Han Xiao, you'll have to throw in a maid as dowry. For Chen Shuayuan's caliber, make it 2. For the rest, 3. Bai Wei's lip twitched, genuinely provoked once more by these outrageous remarks. What about me? How many dowries would someone like me need? Xuxing turned his head, leaned back in his chair, closed his eyes, and uttered these words in the most indifferent tone. Accompany me for a lifetime. You. Her heart was pounding so fast, her breath growing rapid and shallow. Everything around her seemed to grow silent, leaving only the sensation of the fabric she clutched in her fingers and the steady rhythm of his breathing. Yet that mischievous smirk playing at the corner of his lips told the whole story. This damned man is toying with me again. Alright, you can get out now. In the end, he still decided to face all of this head on. After all, it was trouble he'd brought upon himself, he alone must face it. Chapter 42, Breakup. It was supposed to be an ordinary afternoon. September in Bohai City rarely saw such cool days. Yet it was precisely on such a day, in such an afternoon. 3 people stood at the school gate, wordlessly exchanging glances. The wind carried both a hint of coolness and the stifling heat of summer. Dragonflies skimmed the roadside puddles while earthworms emerged from the soil. Xuxing glanced at Sun Xiaoyao as he walked right past her. She watched him approach, and all the doubts and accusations she had bottled up inside were suddenly suppressed in that moment. Today is his birthday, it wasn't supposed to be like this. Have you been waiting for me long? His voice sounded a bit raspy. Not too long, but we agreed on 5 o'clock, what time is it now? Sun Xiaoyao didn't know what she should say either. She just lowered her head and remained silent. Right now, all she could think about was the photo of Xuxing hugging Bai Wei. All were words she told herself not to believe and admonitions not to be afraid. She had long known that Xuxing was outstanding, while she was just ordinary. After being with him, I also thought that the pressures ahead would surely be immense. But truly reaching this point, when she actually saw those photos, she realized she couldn't accept it at all. Humans are always greedy. When you possess a part, you crave for more, even the entirety. I like you, Sun Xiaoyao. Xuxing's sudden confession shattered all the distracted thoughts swirling in her mind. It also disrupted her original plans and all the questions she had. At this moment, everything dissolved like mist. However, this was merely the opening act. This was just another map of the Yen state. Do you know what I like about you? Sun Xiaoyao widened her eyes and stared straight at him without blinking. She seemed to realize something, biting her lip as her eyes grew slightly moist. I love the way you make me feel, that relaxed, carefree feeling when I'm with you. Just like other couples at university. Having each other felt like possessing the whole world. Everything else seemed to lose its significance. Shu Sheng. He ignored her interruption and continued speaking. But when you start doubting and testing, this feeling is no longer light, it becomes heavy. It can suffocate a person. Truthfully, I'm not as good as you think. I'm a very hypocritical person. The lies I've told are more than the meals I've eaten. That night when you tested me, you were actually right. I really was planning to take you to a hotel and sleep with you. It's just that I'm good at hiding it, and you didn't notice. Sun Xiaoyao burst into tears at once. She rushed into Chu Xing's arms, holding him tightly as if she'd never let go again. Today, weren't all those photos Wang Nan sent you? It was all intentional on my part. I deliberately got close to teacher by, deliberately let us be photographed together, just to test you. You test me, I test you. That's fair, isn't it? Except, I'm exceptionally good at pretending. He finished speaking, lowered his head, looked at the tearful little girl in his arms, and gently nudged her. She clung tightly, her mouth still muttering incessantly. I was wrong. I will never doubt you again. Please forgive me. Shu Sheng's heart softened, but his mouth remained unyielding. He genuinely enjoyed the feeling of being with Sun Xiaoyao. It truly made him feel relaxed, feel young again. After all, they were both already pushing 30. A youthful and vibrant girlfriend was something he simply couldn't refuse. But if he accepted, he might fail again and remain trapped in this dungeon forever. So, his mouth was still stubborn. Even if my heart softens again. Yao Yao, I'm actually not right for you. You should find someone whose eyes and heart are only for you. He stroked Sun Xiaoyao's head. Actually, you weren't wrong to suspect me. I did cheat on you. While we were dating, I slept with another girl. It was the same afternoon we went out for Japanese food. I'm a scumbag, Yao Yao. He gave another gentle push. This time it opened. I'm not worthy, I think. We should break up. The last traces of color drained from his vision. Sun Xiaoyao's health bar was empty. The reward notification nearly filled Chu Sheng's entire field of vision. Yet he couldn't feel any joy about it. Did they really think a scumbag couldn't develop genuine feelings? The heart has been divided into so many pieces, and each piece still aches. The evening wind, carrying a mist of water, brushed against their faces. That touch of coolness solemnly marked the end of their relationship. Get in the car. Sun Xiaoyao didn't refuse, nor did she lose her temper. But once she got in the car, she immediately threw herself at Chu Sheng. He gently pushed her away once again. Don't do this, we've already broken up. Why can you go with others, but not with me? I did test you that day, but I said later I didn't mean it. Why wouldn't you take me with you? If you'd taken me there that day, would things have ended up like this between us? Chu Sheng held her small face, his tone still calm and steady. Don't overthink it. Go back and get a good night's sleep. No, I don't want to. She's starting to act up now. She lifted the hem of her dress, and Chu Sheng pulled it down for her, gripping it tightly afterward. Why can you do it with others, but not with me? Are you rejecting me? Is it because my legs are too short, or because I'm not big enough? Would this make you feel uncomfortable? Chu Sheng knew there was no avoiding it now. So, he took out that soothing card. Flecks of white light dissipated as Sun Xiaoyao sat calmly in the passenger seat, her gaze lowered to the tips of her shoes. Can we still get back together? She asked the question in an utterly matter-of-fact tone. There was a hint of pleading in his tone. She suddenly turned her head and looked at him with those deer-like, lively eyes. But she had just been crying, her eyes were red and her lashes still damp. I just think we're not right for each other. I didn't say I don't like you anymore. But what I said just now wasn't spoken in anger. I really did cheat on you while we were dating. All right. She folded her arms across her knees and buried her head in them. Then you'll have to promise me one thing, no taking it back later. Sure. He agreed without even thinking about it. Then I'd like to stay in the car a little longer. All right. Chu Sheng started the car and drove away from the campus. At that moment, Wang Nan had just run back from the faculty housing area. Gasping for breath, she glared at the receding Mercedes and cursed loudly in frustration. Ugh, scumbag, you got away fast. She knew that Sun Xiaoyao was sitting in that car. Even after seeing such irrefutable evidence, could things really not change? She clenched her fists, bent over, and screamed hysterically. Ah! Chapter 43 Birthday Gift. Why aren't you asking where I'm taking you? Sun Xiaoyao leaned back in the passenger seat, having regained much of her composure. Take me wherever you please. Chu Sheng found it vaguely familiar, then suddenly sang a line. I like following you like this, take me wherever you please. His unexpected singing actually made Sun Xiaoyao burst into laughter. How are you so talented? You can turn any random phrase into song lyrics. Chu Sheng kept his eyes on the road, his tone flat. I'm just standing on the shoulders of giants. The car gradually moved beyond the city limits. Sun Xiaoyao seemed to see a giant Ferris wheel. Where are you taking me? It's an amusement park that hasn't opened yet. I pulled some strings to arrange this. You and I will be the first guests and the only ones here today. Xu Sheng. She began curling up her body again. Right there in the passenger seat, just one small, huddled figure. We've already broken up. Why are you still so kind to me? Xu Sheng rubbed her head with his right hand. You think I'm being nice to you, but have you ever considered that I'm actually being nice to myself? I've actually never been to an amusement park before, nor have I properly celebrated my birthday much. I just wanted you to accompany me and have a proper good time together. He withdrew his hand and focused on the road, his gaze fixed straight ahead. I'm being good to myself, don't go getting sentimental on me. Oomph, I refuse. When the car reached the entrance, Xu Sheng simply stopped. The long-awaited staff opened the gate, welcoming the two inside. Xu Sheng, are we really the only ones here today? Really, it's just the two of us. Sun Xiaoyao held onto his arm, and he didn't pull away. It's not like I haven't tried to persuade her before. What do you want to ride? How about the roller coaster? So the two of them boarded the roller coaster, screaming their lungs out through all the ups and downs. Her hair was all messed up when she came down later, but fortunately, the rain had stopped. Xu Sheng accompanied Qin Xiaoyao to buy cotton candy, ice cream, hamburgers, and chicken legs. He stayed with her on the pirate ship, freefall tower, bumper cars, spinning teacups, carousel, playing balloon games with her, tossing beanbags, playing ring toss, taking photos, snapping those silly photo booth pictures. Anyone who saw them would think they were a couple, not two people who had just broken up. The amusement park staff forced to work overtime today watched the two of them darting about the huge amusement park, all wearing knowing grins. What a lovely couple. Must be nice to be rich, having this whole amusement park to yourselves. Feeling jealous? How could I not be? After it got dark, Sun Xiaoyao pointed at that Ferris wheel. Let's go on that. Xu Sheng nodded, took her hand and walked to the entrance. The staff member had a somewhat complicated look in his eyes, but still let them in. Wow, the Ferris wheel cabin was decorated with ribbons and balloons. In the middle stood a table with a cake on it. The cake was white, adorned with chocolate trim and topped with fresh fruits. This is too romantic. Sun Xiaoyao couldn't quite put her finger on what she was feeling. There is joy, and there is pain. I told you already, I'm doing this for my own good. Don't go getting sentimental over it. He held Sun Xiaoyao's hand and stepped inside. The Ferris wheel began to move, carrying them higher and higher. Sun Xiaoyao leaned against the glass window, her small palm pressed against the cool surface. So beautiful. Her voice was very soft, as if afraid to disturb the tranquility of this moment. Xu Sheng took out a lighter from his pocket, then retrieved a few candles, gently inserting them into the cake. He lit the candles, and the warm yellow light flickered across both their faces. Sun Xiaoyao turned her head, the candlelight dancing in her eyes. This moment is too beautiful, so beautiful it feels unreal. Xu Sheng, aren't you going to make a wish? He shook his head. Whatever you wish for, I'll make the wish for you. Suddenly gathering courage, she whispered, Xu Sheng. Can we break up tomorrow instead? Her voice trembled, as if mustering every ounce of courage in her body. Xu Sheng looked at her reddened eyes and silently nodded. Okay. The Ferris wheel reached its highest point. The entire city twinkled beneath their feet. Sun Xiaoyao stood up, leaned over the tiny cake table, and threw herself into Xu Sheng's embrace. Their lips met, and she tasted the saltiness of tears. Those were her own tears. The kiss was tender and lingering, as if trying to melt all the unspoken words into it. Sun Xiaoyao tightly closed her eyes, letting herself savor this moment. Yet her mind couldn't help but wander chaotically. There would never be a more romantic scene than this in her entire life. No matter what kind of man she might encounter in the future, she would always remember this night, remember this person whom she might never forget for the rest of her days. Why are you crying again? Xu Sheng gently wiped away her tears with his thumb. I got emotionally moved by myself again. Sun Xiaoyao sniffled. You're really too good to me. Xu Sheng smiled and gazed at the city lights outside the window. Not yet. He picked up the lighter and lit the candles on the cake. Suddenly, all the lights in the amusement park went out simultaneously. Everything plunged into darkness. Sun Xiaoyao was so frightened she buried herself in Xu Sheng's arms. Don't be afraid. Xu Sheng gently patted her back and pointed outside the window. Look there. Whoosh. A streak of light cut through the night sky. Bang. Fireworks exploded overhead, blooming into a giant heart shape. Then came the second, the third. The dazzling light illuminated the night sky, as well as Sun Xiaoyao's tear-streaked face. Her mouth opened, but no words came out. Xu Sheng cupped her face and kissed her under the kaleidoscope of fireworks. You don't need to be moved by yourself, he whispered in her ear. This was always meant for you. The fireworks lasted for a full 10 minutes. When the last firework faded away, the amusement park lights came back on. The candle on the cake had burned out. The two quietly shared the cake. The Ferris wheel slowly descended. Sun Xiaoyao ate the last bite of cake. her hands clutched tightly at the hem of her skirt. Shu Sheng. I don't want to go back tonight. Shu Sheng gently patted her head and said, sure. This amusement park happened to have a hotel that hadn't yet opened for business. When they entered the room, Sun Xiaoyao clung to him tightly, just like a koala. It was as if she were hugging a big tree. How can I take a bath if you hold me like this? Then let's bathe together. How did you become so brave today? She was stubborn tonight, and strong too. Only when they were completely honest with each other did Shu Sheng finally understand what his birthday gift was. It was a bow, some ribbons, and pitifully little wrapping. Sun Xiaoyao was small and soft. When he held her by the waist, his head would naturally lower, as if she were boneless. She struggled to hold back, but couldn't help it, the tears came pouring out. Yet even as she wept, she seemed to be laughing. After the crying came frenzied retaliation, yet it didn't last long. I'm so pathetic. She stuck out her little tongue, lying on the bed, panting incessantly. Just practice more if you're bad, but we're breaking up tomorrow. Shu Sheng held her in his arms, then I'll have an affair. You scumbag. Can't help it, our Yao Yao is just so delicate and soft. I so want to crush you right into my body. Then let's do it again. The two entangled once more, just as the verse goes. Overnight red petals fall on white ground, soft branches twine with duet spring soil. The colorful butterfly trembles its wings while holding a fragrant stamen, still carrying the shifting fragments of a rainbow's glow. Chapter 44, A Ridiculously Long Reward. You have defeated Sun Xiaoyao. You have gained an immense amount of experience. Your level has increased to LV12. Your charm +1. Charm, 1213. Your constitution +2. Constitution, 1214. Charm, 2425. You acquired cash times 2M. Reward obtained photo stickers, purple. Reward obtained gold bars times 10. Reward obtained, dungeon generation ticket times 1. Purple selfie sticker, a sticker from your photo with Sun Xiaoyao. Keeping it in your wallet slightly boosts your luck while marginally increasing affection and tolerance from the opposite sex. This is love and blessing. Dungeon generation ticket triggers a notification when encountering an event that can generate a dungeon. Upon use, upgrades the event into a dungeon. BOSS strategy mission, capture the bestie 7 times. First round, triangle battle complete. You successfully conquered Sun Xiaoyao and won her over completely. This will deal massive psychological damage to Boss Wang Nan, but won't reduce her HP below 99. You have received the following rewards. Unlocked the second phase of the Boss Wang Nan strategy mission. You gained massive experience. Your level has increased to LV15. Your attractiveness +2. Appearance, 1315. Your constitution +1. Constitution, 1415. Charm, 2426. You have received cash times 5 million. You have received a reward, Nimble Fingers Skill Book, blue. You have received a reward, Gold Bar times 20. You have received a reward, Porsche 911 Turbo S Cabriolet. Flexible Fingers Skill Book, blue. Upon use, your fingers will become more agile and powerful, with an improved aesthetic shape. Whether strumming or pressing, every movement will feel more natural and effortless. Porsche 911 TCS. Please collect at the Porsche 4S dealership in Bohai City. Second phase, Total War. Upon learning that Sun Xiaoyao has been won over by you, Wang Nan will briefly succumb to self-doubt. But soon, she will begin her own insane antics, wreaking havoc among the girls at school. And you, the righteous one, cannot stand idly by, choosing to step in with justice. Mission objective, ruin Wang Nan's pursuit of girls at least 3 times, the more attempts thwarted, the higher the rewards. Mission rewards, heavy damage dealt to Boss Wang Nan, partial ability extraction from Boss Wang Nan, random item rewards, random EXP. Shu Sheng closed the system interface and stretched with a long yawn. What a ridiculously long reward that was. Sun Xiaoyao hadn't woken up yet at this point. The silly girl had stubbornly pushed herself last night despite being exhausted, and now she was completely worn out. She probably wouldn't wake up until late morning. Shu Sheng glanced at the time and quietly opened a slit in the window. The weather had cleared today, with the sun shining brightly. Military training was sure to resume. But given Sun Xiaoyao's current condition, there was no way she could attend. The only option was to find someone to help her ask for leave. He picked up his phone and dialed Bai Wei's number. Hello? On the other end of the line, Bai Wei's voice carried a barely detectable excitement. Professor Bai, I need a favor. What help do you need? Help me request time off. Didn't you already get time off? It's not for me, it's for Sun Xiaoyao. Bai Wei fell silent for 2 seconds on the other end, her tone instantly turning cold. What do you mean, Shu Sheng? Exactly what I said. She's not even a student in my class. Why should I request leave for her? Aren't you the counselor? Just give their class counselor a heads up, isn't that simple? Bai Wei took a deep breath, trying to calm her emotions. Was this jerk genuinely missing her? Didn't you two break up? Why are you still asking for leave on her behalf? Yeah, we just broke up last night. Then why are you still helping her ask for leave? Chu Sheng awkwardly coughed twice, his tone softening somewhat, but what came out of his mouth was utterly outrageous. Didn't we break up last night? Following standard procedure, we just. The first time, she was already frail, and still hasn't woken up yet. Chu Sheng, you beast. Can't you live without doing that sort of thing? You've driven that poor girl to such a state, and now you want me to ask for leave on your behalf? On what grounds? Bai Wei's voice suddenly rose sharply before she quickly lowered it again, as if realizing something. Clearly, this woman had her defenses breached, and they weren't just lightly breached either. Do you even realize what you're saying? Absolutely. Chu Xing's tone was relaxed, even carrying a hint of amusement. Just keeping Teacher Bai updated on the situation, so they can stay informed about my love life. Get lost. Bai Wei was so furious she immediately hung up the phone and slammed it onto the table, her cheeks burning. She instinctively touched her face, it was frighteningly hot. That bastard, how dare he say such things? He's really that formidable? Ugh. What on earth are you thinking about, Bai Wei? You filthy-minded girl, get those thoughts out of your head right now. She took several deep breaths, trying to calm her racing heart, but images kept involuntarily surfacing in her mind. Sun Xiaoyao was so petite, while Chu Sheng so towering. Damn you, Chu Sheng, you bastard. She shook her head violently, trying to shake off these chaotic thoughts. But just then, her phone rang again. It was still Chu Sheng. Bai Wei gritted her teeth but ultimately picked up the call. What do you want now? Professor Bai, don't be angry. Chu Sheng's voice carried a pleading tone. I really have no other choice here, could you please help me out? You? Bai Wei took a deep breath. Chu Sheng, do you think I'm particularly easy to talk to? Not exactly. Then why do you think I'd help you? Because Teacher Bai is both beautiful and kind-hearted? Stop with that nonsense. Bai Wei snorted coldly, yet the corners of her mouth curled up involuntarily. I'll give it a try, but I can't guarantee it'll work. Thank you, Professor Bai. I'm forever in your debt. Better remember that. Teacher Bai, we won't say thanks for your great kindness. When the opportunity arises, your students will repay you with themselves. But you only get one repayment offer, any extras will cost extra. Chu Sheng. Bai Wei was so furious she immediately hung up, this time nearly throwing her phone across the room. She covered her face, her ears burning red. That bastard, how can he be so shameless? After pulling such a stunt, he still has the nerve to tease me. What a lunatic. She cursed through gritted teeth, yet her heartbeat only grew faster. Luckily, there was no one in the office at this moment, otherwise, this would have been utterly humiliating. Wait, could this kid be doing it on purpose? Bai Wei suddenly calmed down, sensing something was amiss. But only Chu Sheng knows the truth of the matter. He deliberately makes these kinds of jokes with Teacher Bai, intentionally emphasizing their teacher-student relationship to keep her fondness in check. With women like Bai Wei, the more you joke with her like this, the less she'll pay attention to you. Incidentally, this approach also pushes Teacher Bai to be a little more dedicated. It's truly killing two birds with one stone. After hanging up Bai Wei's call, he took out his phone and started stirring up drama. First came Zhang Qin. Qin, I just broke up, comfort me please. Today's military training, don't mess around. Chu Sheng sighed, damn this rain, why couldn't it just keep pouring? He found Chen Yu's contact information again. I broke up. Just 4 short words, perfect for Chen Yu to savor. Then, he posted it on WeChat Moments. The photo was of him and Sun Xiaoyao celebrating his birthday last night. The caption read, the night my 18th year ended, my first love ended too. Set relatives group to invisible. After finishing the settings, Chu Sheng put down his phone and climbed onto the bed to continue stirring up mischief. What are you doing? Do it! Chapter 45 Hot and Cold. Was that your phone ringing? Phew, I think it was, your phone. Ah, I see, never mind, who cares? That won't do, let me check, maybe some loser is calling again. Chu Sheng sat up and took Xiaoyao's phone, sure enough, just as expected. Xiaoyao's head pressed against his chest as she panted continuously. Ah, you, don't answer, don't. Yet, Chu Sheng still answered. Yao, I saw your social media post, did you break up with Chu Sheng? Wang Nan, you, I don't need you to meddle. Yao, what's that noise on your end? Are you running? Chu Sheng gave a mischievous grin and intensified his efforts. Wang Nan wasn't exactly an innocent girl either, she immediately realized something was off. Chu Sheng, you bastard, haven't you two already broken up? Wang Nan, don't overthink it. Sun Xiaoyao just accidentally hurt her leg last night, and I'm giving her a massage right now. Yao, isn't that right? Yeah. On the other end of the phone, Wang Nan rolled her eyes furiously, she felt her ears had been defiled. Be gentle. This wasn't Wang Nan speaking, but Sun Xiaoyao. Chu Sheng was indeed helping her ease fatigue and pain through massage. Only without sufficient pressure, the massage wouldn't be effective. Chu Sheng, just you wait, I'll make sure you pay for this. Ha, Wang Nan, that's the funniest joke I've heard all month. It's not that I'm looking down on you, but really, what exactly can you do to me? Wang Nan was formidable when he had the upper hand, swift, steady, and utterly ruthless. But she's terrible at playing from behind, often getting too worked up and making impulsive decisions. She'd come up with some utterly ridiculous moves. Moreover, Wang Nan didn't rely on his family fortune or squeeze money from his parents. How could he possibly compete with that illustrious Captain Chu of theirs? Alright, Chu Sheng, just you wait. Any woman you set your eyes on, I'll snatch her right from under you. Chu Sheng hugged Sun Xiaoyao, laughing so hard he was practically gasping for breath. You're really something, you are. Talk is cheap. What if she takes a liking to you, Nanjie? You beast. Chu Sheng had already hung up the phone in advance, not wanting the Banshee's wails to affect his combat focus. Sun Xiaoyao had already lain down, her pliant body so soft it seemed boneless. Though twisted in unconventional angles, there was a peculiar beauty to her posture. Want to go again? No more. Are you hungry? Yeah. The two ordered some food at the hotel and didn't leave until the afternoon. Among all the girls Chu Sheng had been with, Sun Xiaoyao ranked at the very bottom in terms of endurance. She barely managed to hold on through sheer stubbornness. Chu Sheng took her to a spa for professional massage and therapy, and by evening, she had mostly recovered. What should we eat tonight? Let's go to that Japanese restaurant again. Alright. By the time Sun Xiaoyao was escorted back to her dormitory, it was already nearly 8:30. Chu Sheng's vacation wasn't over yet, there were still 3 days left until the military training performance. For these 3 days, Chu Sheng felt as if he had finally finished all the tasks he had neglected before. For a moment, I didn't know what to do. Life always seems to be this way, bustling for a while, idle for another, never staying constant. He drove the car aimlessly, beginning to circle around campus without purpose. When they reached the small square, Chu Sheng suddenly recognized a familiar voice. Wang Nan! No way, what a coincidence. Just when I was feeling bored, something fun came along. He parked haphazardly, put on a baseball cap, and quietly followed. Wang Nan had deliberately changed into sportswear today, tying her hair in a high ponytail that made her look particularly energetic. It was a completely different style from her usual somewhat dejected wolf-cut mullet hairstyle. Wow, you're looking quite feminine today. Chu Sheng quietly hid behind a large tree, watching her intently. Wang Nan stood at the entrance of the playground, occasionally glancing at her watch while lightly tapping the ground with her toes. Sorry, have you been waiting long? Han Xiao jogged over, slightly out of breath. Wang Nan's eyes lit up as she immediately stepped forward. No worries, I just got here too. She casually slung an arm over Han Xiao's shoulder. Let's walk and talk. The two strolled along the running track, Wang Nan stealing occasional glances at Han Xiao's profile. Han Xiao's skin, though weak-colored, held an unusual luster under the light. She always smiled when speaking, her eyes slightly downturned at the corners, giving her an exceptionally gentle demeanor. How did these two get together? Chu Sheng felt somewhat confused. After all, in his impression, Wang Nan had recently been hovering around Sun Xiaoyao non-stop. Damn, what a two-timing bitch. He must have had his eye on Han Xiao for a while. You know what? Wang Nan cleared his throat, posing a deliberately cryptic question. Han Xiao turned to look at him, eyes brimming with confusion. Chu Sheng broke up with his girlfriend. Han Xiao hadn't been paying much attention to Chu Sheng lately, but he did know about the girlfriend situation. He just hadn't expected they'd already broken up, and school had only started a few days ago. Do you know why? Wang Nan initially wanted to say it was because Chu Sheng had cheated, but then she reconsidered. Chu Sheng's behavior at the time had been utterly bizarre. How could it be that the moment she prepared to secretly photograph them, the two just happened to embrace? It's like walking straight into the line of fire. He dumped her after sleeping with her. That's exactly how scumbags are. Once they get what's most precious from a girl, they discard her like worthless trash. Wang Nan spoke with such vivid detail, describing how Chu Sheng was a complete scumbag and utterly heartless. Han Xiao found it somewhat strange, feeling like this was an embellished version. From her perspective, if Chu Sheng were truly that kind of scumbag, he could easily have avoided having a girlfriend altogether. During these days at university, Han Xiao had also witnessed quite a few things between couples. This had given her quite some understanding about matters between men and women. Though it made her somewhat worried about her boyfriend, she was still willing to trust him. What you said doesn't sound true to me. Han Xiao suddenly stopped in her tracks, frowned slightly, and simply stared at her. Wang Nan, it's not right to speak ill of others behind their backs. Wang Nan was genuinely frustrated. Why didn't she trust him at all? I'm only doing this for your own good. I'm telling the truth. Chu Sheng just slept with people and then, picking up. What are you talking about? Wang Nan was so startled by the voice that she nearly jumped out of her skin. How could he be here? Could it be that he noticed I was following him and decided to tail me back? What malicious gossip have I spread? I've only ever spoken the truth. Chu Sheng shrugged his shoulders. How do you know it's the truth? Are you the one I slept with? Or did you see me sleeping with someone else? What proof do you have? Wang Nan started angrily flailing around, babbling nonsense defensively. You just are. You shameless bastard, Chu Shang. You dare do it but won't admit it. Chu Shang raised an eyebrow, looking at the furious Wang Nan and the confused Han Xiao. Why wouldn't I admit it? I slept with Sun Xiaoyao after we broke up. There's no such thing as getting what you want and then discarding it, as you claim. You. After uttering these words, Wang Nan felt utterly defeated. He no longer had the face to remain here any longer. She turned to leave, but was caught by an iron claw-like grip. Think you can slander someone and just walk away? Han Xiao couldn't help but chuckle, finding this classmate Wang Nan quite amusing. Wang Nan struggled fiercely against Chu Shang's fingers, yet couldn't pry them open no matter how hard she tried. Chu Shang, I admit I was wrong, alright? I won't call you a scumbag anymore, now let go of me. Chu Shang tilted his head and suddenly leaned in closer, whispering in her ear. That day when we went back, Zhang Qin was the one driving. The person sitting in the back seat was me. Wang Nan froze abruptly, the color draining from her face completely. Then suddenly she turned scarlet, her entire face burning red. Ah! She screamed and ran away. Han Xiao was momentarily stunned by the scene before him. What did you say to her? That she'd better not dream of coming to our class looking for a boyfriend. I'll beat her up every time she shows her face here. Han Xiao blinked her big eyes twice, clearly unconvinced. By the way, how's your long-distance boyfriend doing lately? Are you still in touch despite how busy military training is? Han Xiao shook her head with a bitter smile. Recently we just say goodnight to each other. We've really been contacting much less. Chu Sheng suddenly sighed and thought to himself. At this very moment, the scumbag has already made contact with the mistress. Han Xiao. He suddenly stopped in his tracks. Han Xiao also stopped and turned to look at him. When we go home for New Year's, try to check the phone. She frowned, not quite understanding the implication. If the shower water suddenly turns hot and cold while you're bathing, it means someone's sharing the water supply with you. Han Xiao's brows furrowed even tighter. She didn't really understand these tired internet memes. What do you mean? Nothing. I'm leaving. Chu Sheng jogged onto the track field and decided to go for a night run. When he got back to the car after his run, he sent Zhang Qin a message. Keep an eye on the girls in our class these days. Wang Nan might stir up trouble. Zhang Qin instantly replied. Did you piss off that crazy woman again? What do you mean again? She's clearly the one who's been bouncing around causing trouble all along. Zhang Qin sent a head-shaking emoji in response. That's not what I'm talking about. Wang Nan's been brushing and rinsing her mouth non-stop since she got back. Who knows what begot in her bonnet. Chu Sheng originally wanted to send a message saying, probably ate some star. But he felt too embarrassed. I told her about what happened that night. Zhang Qin took a few seconds to reply this time. 666. Chu Sheng locked his phone screen, humming a tune as he started the car. He recounted that night's incident precisely to add fuel to Wang Nan's fire, and incidentally, to discuss that woman a little more. Daring to make a move on the girls in his class, what's the meaning of this? Is he planning to hook up with every girl in his class or what? This is outright malicious. If Wang Nan isn't dealt with properly, it'd be a disgrace to Chu Sheng's moral compass. Chapter 46, Dream. Bastard. Wang Nan clutched his toothbrush, on the verge of tears. Back in her dorm, she brushed her teeth so hard the bristles were nearly worn out. The newly bought toothpaste tube was already half empty, and Song Nana had used up more than half of her mouthwash. Yet that faint, lingering taste in her mouth simply wouldn't go away. She knew it might just be in her head, but she couldn't convince herself to do nothing about it. Damn you, Chu Sheng. Damn it. Arg. I'm so pissed off. She bared her teeth at the mirror, her lips already rubbed red. Yet she simply couldn't accept it, simply felt filthy. Though there was no lingering taste, she couldn't shake the overwhelming sense of being sullied, even though so many days have already passed. You jerk, you must have enjoyed that kiss a lot. That was her first kiss after all. She hadn't even kissed a girl before, yet she went and kissed a man first. He must be absolutely delighted with himself. He's probably laughing at what a clown I am behind my back. Wang Nan grew angrier and more humiliated the more she thought about it, until she finally hurled her toothbrush violently into the sink. Returning to her dorm, she threw herself onto the bed, kicked off her slippers, and cocooned herself like a silkworm. Though the weather was scorching and wrapping herself in a blanket made her sweat, Wang Nan still drifted off to sleep just like that. Half asleep, she slept lightly, so lightly that she could even hear the steady breathing of her dorm mates. Wang Nan tossed and turned, kicking off the blankets only to pull them back up again. Covering her belly made her legs feel cold, while covering her legs made her too hot. Her mind seemed to have switched to autoplay mode. Images from that night kept replaying in her head. She seemed to observe herself kissing Chu Sheng from a third-person perspective. Her hands had even slipped beneath his clothes and wandered further. What was there to touch on a man's body anyway? Just flat and hard plains. Truth be told, she had been thoroughly drunk at the time, seizing the drunken opportunity to take some liberties and reclaim her pride. Who could have imagined she wasn't Zhang Qin? Ah! She screamed silently into her blanket, toes curling in dismay. She wished she could travel back in time to strangle her drunken, kiss-happy self. She glanced at her phone. 1 a.m. Knowing sleep might evade her, she scrolled through videos for half an hour. Watching young women dance made her feel slightly better. When sleep returned, Wang Nan seemed to dream of her childhood. For 4 generations, the Wang family had only given birth to daughters, 1 daughter per generation, leaving them no choice but to take in sons-in-law to carry on the family name. Wang Nan's mother was such a daughter, her grandmother had been the same, and so Wang Nan herself would inevitably follow suit. Yet Wang Nan knew almost nothing about her father, the man who was but a vague memory. When she was very young, unable to endure life as a guest under another's roof, he had chosen divorce, taken a sum of money, and left for parts overseas. After her father passed away, her mother never remarried, raising her together with grandma instead. Both her mother and grandma had hoped for a boy, which was why they gave her this name. They hoped the Wang family would have a boy. After all, such a large lineage couldn't keep taking in sons-in-law forever. As a child, they dressed Wang Nan like a little boy but sent her to an all-girls school. When playing house, Wang Nan always took the father's role. Whenever a friend was bullied, she was the one who stepped up to fight. Over time, Wang Nan also began to see herself as one of the boys. When she entered middle school, the students started exploring puppy love. But where were the boys in an all-girls school? The girls began rubbing off on each other instead. Wang Nan initially scoffed at the idea. After all, she had learned some things from romance novels early on. In her view, relationships between women were even less believable than those between men. Nonsense. Those who know, know. Yet later, she ate her words. It's just a shame the two of them couldn't get into the same university. And that woman even got turned straight. Wang Nan didn't even get to kiss those lips before being dumped. So before starting university, she secretly vowed to date the most beautiful girls. She was determined to become a heartbreaker. But who would have thought she'd run into Chu Sheng right off the bat? In the dream, the scene abruptly shifted. Suddenly she was back at that night again. In the dimly lit backseat of the Mercedes, she wrapped her arms around Zhang Qin's slender waist and began kissing her fervently. Yet in the next instant, the image transformed. Zhang Qin had morphed into Chu Sheng. In the dream, she felt no shame at all, letting things spiral completely out of control. It even cost someone their life. She had no choice but to marry Chu Sheng, and surprisingly gave birth to a boy. The boy was named Wang Sheng, who then encountered a skin-painting demon. Wang Nan suddenly woke up with a start, sitting upright in bed, her back drenched in sweat. Wait, how? She threw off the covers and looked down. Holy shit! Her period came early? Early the next morning, Wang Nan sneaked into the bathroom holding the bedsheet, frantically scrubbing it in a fluster. Do you need help? A gentle voice came from outside the door, startling Wang Nan so much that her hands trembled and the bedsheet fell into the basin with a splash. Chen Yu stood at the doorway at some point, her gaze eerily calm. And no need. Wang Nan forced composure. I can handle this myself. Chen Yu didn't speak, merely walking over to deftly turn on the faucet and take hold of one corner of the bedsheet. Bloodstains require cold water. Hot water coagulates the proteins, making them harder to remove. Her fingers were slender and fair-skinned, yet moved with crisp efficiency, scrubbing the bedsheet spotless in just a few swift motions. Wang Nan stared blankly at her, suddenly feeling that Chen Yu seemed. This thought had barely surfaced when Wang Nan herself was startled by it. She hastily shook her head, trying to fling away the tangled mess of thoughts. But Chen Yu had already noticed her peculiar behavior. What's wrong? And nothing. Wang Nan covered her awkwardness with a forced laugh. It's just, I think you're amazing. Chen Yu gave a faint and continued lowering her head to scrub harder. Wang Nan stared at her profile, as if bewitched, then leaned in closer. Chen Yu reacted swiftly, raising her hand to block her face. Wang Nan. Her voice was calm. Zhang Qin told me you've been making moves on the girls in our class lately. To get back at Chu Sheng. Wang Nan. That traitor Zhang Qin. She took half a step back sheepishly. I was just joking. Chen Yu ignored her, wrung out the sheets, and turned to leave. Though unwilling, Wang Nan conceded. After all, they were roommates. Just then, Zhang Qin woke up and checked the time on her phone. Chen Yu. She called out, but there was no response. Looking down, she suddenly realized Chen Yu's bed was empty. Turning her head, she saw that Wang Nan was unexpectedly missing too. Her heart skipped a beat, and her drowsiness vanished instantly. She quickly got out of bed and ran to the bathroom following the sound of water. Pushing the door open, she saw Chen Yu twisting a bedsheet with Wang Nan. Zhang Qin, you too, washing bedsheets first thing in the morning? With improper thoughts running through her mind, Zhang immediately jumped to certain conclusions, though she turned and left without saying a word. After returning to bed, she pulled out her phone and sent Chu Sheng a message. Wang Nan seems to have set sights on Chen Yu. Chapter 47, Busy Days. Chu Sheng woke up in bed and rubbed his eyes. The sunlight streamed through the gap in the curtains, warming his bare buttocks. He stretched lazily and shuffled into the kitchen in his slippers. Anything else to eat? He rummaged through twice. There was still the steak he bought yesterday in the fridge. He tossed it into the microwave to thaw, then started chopping vegetables. Wait for the steak to thaw, then throw it in the pan to fry. Once it's cooked, start frying the rice directly in the same pan without washing it. Using that bit of beef fat, stir-fry a bowl of leftover rice until it's wonderfully fragrant. Tisk, perfect. Xu Sheng brought the steak and fried rice to the table and pulled out his phone. As was his usual routine, every morning he would check last night's messages and browse through the private messages and follows on various apps, especially Moments and Douyin. Just like a CEO handling work emails, it was practically a daily morning ritual. The class group chat is still so lively. The new media class had 2 group chats in total, one that included Bai Wei and one that didn't. In the group chat with Wei, hardly anyone spoke unless Bai Wei initiated the conversation or it was work-related. The group without Wei was always lively. The chat champions in that group were either Wang Jinyue or Han Jiawei. Both were exceptionally skilled at keeping conversations endlessly flowing. The only difference was, one desperately wanted to chat with girls but couldn't, while the other didn't want to chat with girls but found no male company. Both were just displaying their frustrations, such a universal college student syndrome. After reading the messages on his main account, he proceeded to log into his secondary account. The moment Chu Shan logged into his secondary account, he was met with devastating news he couldn't accept. Wang Nan seems to have set his sights on Chenyu. Put. Chu Sheng spat out a mouthful of rice right onto the table. Fuck you, Wang Nan. Only after roaring did he realize his loss of composure, hurriedly wiping his mouth. The overturned rice bowl was turned upright again, scooping the rice back inside. Xu Sheng calmed down and began analyzing the situation. Chenyu, even talking with guys was a struggle for this girl, let alone women. This ironclad straight girl hadn't dated anyone during her entire 4 years of college. After revealing his beauty, who knows how many guys chased him, yet they either died or ran away, didn't they? Unless Wang Nan had Xu Sheng's face and body, there's no way he'd believe this loser could succeed. Did Wang Nan think he could turn her straight? In your dreams. But even so, he was unwilling to underestimate any opponent. Keep a close watch and report immediately if anything happens. This time, Zhang Qin didn't reply instantly, checking the time. She was probably in military training. After finishing his meal and cleaning the table, Xu Sheng began arranging today's work schedule. He first went to check the progress of the hot pot restaurant's renovation. Originally, the plan was to open after the military training ended, waiting to catch the wave of new students. But the renovation progress was much faster than expected. It seems the opening will have to be moved up. Keep up the good work. If you can finish early, the bonuses won't disappoint. Xu Sheng painted a grand vision for the renovation workers before following the store manager into the back kitchen to learn about other details. Boss, should we do a soft opening for a few days first? He nodded and agreed without hesitation. A trial run wouldn't hurt and could help build reputation. That's what most shops do these days anyway. Alright, you can run the shop according to your ideas. This place still depends on you. I won't interfere too much. After all, he gave the manager a share of the profits. The better the business, the more he earned, so he didn't have to worry about the manager slacking off. Is the only issue left now just the promotional aspect? The store manager nodded, hesitating to speak, but finally said, Boss, you're already a celebrity yourself. How about, you film a video? Xu Sheng froze for a moment, suddenly remembering that his school had probably been using him for promotional purposes all along. He opened Douyin and searched for his own name. Holy crap, there were tens of thousands of related videos. There were clips of him singing during military training shot from various angles, covers of Sunny Day, and tutorials on how to play the guitar. Even the songs released earlier gradually started gaining popularity, with many influencers using them as background music, particularly a little and naive eraser from the collection. The former is adored by young women, often serving as accompaniment for dance videos. The latter has won favor among middle-aged men, with 2 major bloggers adopting it as their regular background soundtrack. One was a truck driver, the other an appliance repairman. There was also a small-time internet celebrity who live-streamed at construction sites. She particularly loved this song of his and even made a cover version of it. The cover video received quite a few likes and comments too. Well shit, seems I've actually gone viral, he thought. Luckily it was nighttime when the video was recorded, and he was wearing a hat, so his face wasn't clearly captured. Otherwise, wouldn't he be recognized by people when walking down the street now? Boss, why don't you create an account? I saw the comments under your university's official account. It's all uniform requests for you to open an account and give directions. Xu Sheng thought it over and decided against creating a personal account. If he were ever caught being a playboy someday, it wouldn't be good if the evidence got posted directly in his own comments section. It would be much safer to set up an official account and have it professionally managed. Once that's done, he could hire some moderators specifically to monitor it. Anyone who dares to post solid evidence of his infidelity in the comments would get instant deletion and reporting. Forget personal accounts, let's create an official one for Little Handsome Hot Pot. I'll make appearances for promotions later and film some short videos. It won't be bad in terms of impact either. The manager nodded quickly. As long as it boosted publicity, anything was fine. So together, they set up an official account for Little Handsome Hot Pot. Chu Sheng was responsible for appearing on camera, while the shop owner handled filming and editing. And so, the two of them recorded their first short video. In the shot, Chu Sheng stood inside the shop under renovation, wearing a mask that covered most of his face. Hello everyone, I'm Chu Sheng, an independent musician, a college student, and also an entrepreneur. Thank you all so much for enjoying my songs. I'll continue to create better music. Finally, I can't help but share a little advertisement. Shaoxuaigua Hot Pot Buffet will begin trial operations on September 11th and officially open on September 16th. During our trial opening, just 55 yuan grants you unlimited all-you-can-eat buffet access. After filming, Chu Sheng gave it a quick glance and instructed the manager to edit and upload it. Then, he immediately headed to the Porsche 4S dealership. He even managed to grab a free lunch there while he was at it. The car pickup process was cumbersome, and by the time everything was completed, dusk had already fallen. You have acquired $1 million sports car. Your financial strength +3. Financial strength, 2629. Charm, 2526. Seeing his long-stagnant financial attribute finally change, Chu Sheng suddenly remembered that buying a house hadn't increased his financial stats yet. After all, real estate assets weren't like cars that could be driven around everywhere. Only by letting people know what others realize you had money to afford property. Therefore, assets like stocks and real estate require some level of exposure to establish their financial prestige. Otherwise, even if you own an entire building, people will still assume you're poor if they don't know about it. However, Chu Sheng currently doesn't need such high financial visibility, so he has no intention of letting others know. He spent the entire afternoon at the Porsche 4S dealership before finally completing all the paperwork. The car has already been licensed and can be driven away immediately. By the time he drove the new car home, it was already evening. There's just one last small matter tomorrow morning, and then he won't have to worry about the rest. The Shaoxuaigua Catering Management Company is about to be fully established. The core team members are also almost in place. Even the opening plans for the second branch have been pushed up on the schedule. But none of this requires Chu Sheng to worry about. The professional managers will take care of everything. When he returned home, Chu Sheng ordered takeout and began checking the messages he had missed that day. That afternoon at the Porsche dealership, the female salesperson had been overwhelmingly enthusiastic. But he didn't like driving second-hand cars, so he borrowed an empty room and held a video conference with his colleagues. Logging into his alternate account, Zhang Qin's messages refreshed again. Wang Nan didn't make any moves today, but I'm pretty sure she has feelings for Chenyu. I found out what happened this morning. It was Wang Nan's period that stained the sheets, and when Chenyu saw she didn't know how to wash them, he stepped in to help. Chu Sheng sighed. Chenyu's baby was still so kind-hearted, still so eager to help others. It's just that she helped the wrong person. Continues to stare at her. I'll reward you fiercely later. Zhang Qin replied instantly. 666, so looking forward to it. After clearing all the unread messages, the phone suddenly rang. Upon checking, it turned out to be Bai Wei. No way, why do these things keep happening one after another? Professor Bai, what's the matter? Bai Wei could hear the exhaustion in Chu Sheng's voice over the phone. What's wrong? Been busy these past couple days? Just managing, mostly mentally drained. What's weighing on you? I went to pick up a Volkswagen Beetle this afternoon. The saleswoman was eyeing me like a starving wolf, nearly tore my pants off. Bai Wei stayed silent on the phone for a long while. So, did you let her succeed then? Chu Sheng suddenly felt much more relaxed after making a joke. How could that be? Me, Chu Sheng, the #1 campus heartthrob of Bode University, just anyone can touch me? I have my dignity to maintain, you know? Bai Wei fell silent again, utterly speechless. Why don't you just say that woman is ugly? Well, she's not exactly ugly, but I don't like second-hand cars from a first-hand dealership. What do you mean? Chu Sheng, would it kill you to talk to me properly without making dirty jokes? Alright, let me get serious with you. Though Bai Wei was angry, the corners of her mouth were curling upwards. Truth be told, she didn't really mind Chu Sheng's vulgar jokes. Once she got used to them, she even found them rather amusing. No man had ever spoken to her like this before. Chu Sheng was definitely the first. Go ahead, I'll take notes, she said. The first thing is, the school administration saw the Douyin video you posted, and they specifically asked me why you didn't report such a major entrepreneurial endeavor to them first. You too, you didn't even tell me you were about to start trial operations. You're now the school's promotional role model. Every move you make represents the school. Chu Sheng scratched his head, wondering if he had accidentally tagged the school's official account when uploading the video. Probably not. It might have been connected to related topics. I'll wait to hire a secretary who'll be specifically tasked with reporting to you. Such a small matter, and you still need to get a secretary involved? Forget it. Just get ready for the day after tomorrow, that is, September 10th. The school will send someone over to take a look. Got it. There's one more thing. Tomorrow at 2 p.m., we'll have the first rehearsal for the military training performance. The school will be filming some promotional videos then. Try to come if you can. Sure. I'll definitely be there on time. Alright, talk later. Chu Sheng noted the time and hung up the phone. Originally, September 10th was supposed to be a relaxed day, but unexpected tasks popped up. Life just sucks sometimes. Early the next morning, Chu Sheng hurriedly set off for his rented office building to discuss business matters. This visit was scheduled with a music copyright company to discuss song copyright agency operations. Mr. Chu, the quality of your work is exceptional. The person in charge was a young woman wearing glasses, who spoke decisively and efficiently. We can help manage and operate your copyrights, taking a 10% commission. Chu Sheng nodded. This saved him the trouble of handling it personally. For cover versions or use in film and television soundtracks, the company would manage all communications. He didn't need a manager, nor did he need to deal with various invitations. Pleasure working with you. After signing the contract, Chu Sheng made an announcement on the music platform. All music copyright collaborations, please contact Starlight Music. After a simple meal at the company building, Chu Sheng drove his Porsche back to school. There was rehearsal in the afternoon, but what Chu Sheng didn't know was that an unexpected person was waiting for him at the rehearsal venue. Chapter 48 Luani. The time rewinds to the morning of September 9th. Sunlight had just begun to stream into the dormitory when Wang Nan was already awake. She hadn't brought spare bed sheets, so she borrowed Chen Yu's bamboo mat. The bamboo-woven mat tended to pinch her skin while sleeping. This made her quite uncomfortable. After waking up, she lay in bed staring at the ceiling, her fingers tracing the bamboo slats. She hadn't slept well the night before. Though unaccustomed to the bamboo mat, her spirits had improved considerably. Wang Nan, time to get up. Song Nana's voice came from the lower bunk, as she was applying makeup. As a professional flirt, she would never allow herself to be seen without makeup. Even though military training was scheduled, she still opted for waterproof cosmetics to achieve a natural, makeup-free look. If you don't get up now, you'll be late. Song Nana sprayed sunscreen while urging her on. Wang Nan slowly got up, feeling several strands of her hair had been pulled out by the woven mat. She climbed down from the bed, dressed immediately, then washed up. Aren't you wearing makeup today? Wang Nan shook her head. Never mind, I'm feeling off today. Let me borrow your sunscreen. Song Nana tossed her a bottle of sunscreen spray. Wang Nan gave herself a few casual sprays before heading out. She had to hurry to the cafeteria at this hour, otherwise she'd miss breakfast. Going hungry during military training is no good thing. As the saying goes, each autumn rain brings colder weather. It should have cooled down after the recent shower. Who knew this wretched weather would turn even hotter than before the rain? Wang Nan wore his military training uniform, feeling only that it was thick and stifling, as if he had been stuffed into a burlap sack. She grabbed the steamed buns and porridge and sprinted toward the playground, soon sweating profusely. By the time she arrived, quite a few students had already gathered on the playground. Wang Nan found a spot to sit down, stuffing a steamed bun into her mouth. The thought of her mother freezing her supplementary credit card, leaving her with only this meager monthly allowance, gave her a headache. It had been ages since she last went shopping at the mall, or visited a beauty salon and spa. No more being served by pretty big sisters. She took a sip of hot porridge, and another layer of sweat broke out on her forehead. Just thinking about having to stand at military attention and practice formations later made her head hurt. Wang Nan. Suddenly, a clear female voice came from behind. Wang Nan turned around and saw a girl with her hair in a bun jogging towards him. Li Xining? Wasn't she excused from military training? What does she want from me? Li Xining stands about 1.6 meters tall, appearing rather petite next to Wang Nan. She wears an ordinary t-shirt and jeans, but her makeup is exquisite, with color contact lenses making her eyes sparkle. Class monitor, what did you want to see me about? Li Xining winked mysteriously. Something good. If it works out, you won't have to do military training. What is it? Can you stop being so cryptic with me? Li Xining stopped walking and sized up Wang Nan. You said during the class meeting that you could dance, was that true? Is there any doubt about it? Wang Nan probably guessed what was going on and immediately showed off. I attended a lot of extracurricular classes when I was little. I started learning dance in elementary school. Aside from street dance, I know a bit of everything. I even self-studied K-pop. What about folk dance? Yeah, I used to skip a lot of dance routines, even performed on stage and competed in tournaments, but I haven't been practicing much lately. Wang Nan was telling the truth, not boasting. Born into her family's circumstances, she was inevitably destined to learn many things from an early age. Children from wealthy families experience the most severe competition and peer pressure. Li Xining's eyes lit up at her words. That's perfect. There's a folk dance performance at the military training showcase, and we're missing one person. Would you like to join? Although Wang Nan had already guessed, she still felt a bit puzzled. Why choose her, a freshman, when there are so many sophomores and juniors available? But she really didn't want to participate in military training, so she asked, why me? It rained a couple days ago, and one of the dance club members fell off their scooter while delivering takeout. What? A part-time job delivering takeout? Right, Li Xining continued to explain. Everyone else on this dance floor is over 170 centimeters tall. To maintain a good appearance, we can't pick someone too short either. I remember you introducing yourself as multi-talented, good at singing and dancing, so I recommended you to Senior Suan. Wang Nan's heart raced. This was indeed a golden opportunity. Not only could she skip military training, but she'd also get to showcase herself before the whole school. If she performed exceptionally, went viral on the forums, wouldn't finding a girlfriend be a piece of cake? But she was a little worried she wouldn't dance well, since it had been ages since she last practiced. What if I don't perform well? Can I see the dance first? She asked. No problem. Senior Sue asked me to take you to meet dance club's president Lu so she can assess your skills. If she says you can do it, then you definitely can. Alright then. Wang Nan couldn't resist the temptation of skipping military training and followed Li Xining to the dance club's activity room, a dance studio with mirrors. When Wang Nan followed Li Xining inside, several girls were practicing basic skills. Each of them was tall and slender, moving gracefully. Even Wang Nan, who had seen many beauties before, found it a true feast for the eyes. Director Lu, I've brought the person, Li Xining called out to a blonde girl. The girl turned around, leaving Wang Nan slightly stunned. She was actually mixed race. This Chairman Lu had blue eyes, a high-bridged nose, and full lips. She was wearing a sexy crop top and denim shorts with thigh garters. Hello, I'm Luanny, she approached with a low, melodious voice. Li Xining said you studied dance? Wang Nan nodded, suddenly feeling a wave of nervousness. Luanny was at least 5'10", and with her high heels on, her height alone was intimidating. Moreover, her aura was incredibly strong, carrying an air of aggression, and those blue eyes of hers were strikingly sharp. Show me a dance, Luanny said with a smile. Any dance will do. Wang Nan took a deep breath and took off his coat. She was wearing her military training uniform today, a camouflaged short-sleeved shirt underneath. Wang Nan closed her eyes, recalling the movements she had learned as a child. She began to spin, her arms outstretched like a swan, her steps light as a butterfly. Though the movements were a bit rusty, her fundamentals remained solid. Spins, shoulder shimmies, and neck rolls flowed seamlessly into one another. After finishing the routine, Wang Nan's forehead was already dotted with fine beads of sweat. She glanced nervously at Luanny, whose eyes sparkled with delighted surprise. Very impressive. Luanny clapped. I can see you have real talent, and your basics are remarkably strong. With just a little practice, you can reach the average level of that dance. She approached Wang Nan and suddenly reached out to pinch her shoulders and arms. You have great lines, good flexibility too, especially your body proportions. Long limbs always look beautiful when dancing. Wang Nan stiffened suddenly when she was touched. As someone with unconventional sexual orientation, she could clearly sense the subtle maneuvers the other person was making. After all, she had used those very same tricks herself before. Luanny's hand slid from her arm down to her waist, giving a light squeeze. Your waist is astonishingly slender. Just like the so-called A4 waist they talk about online, right? Wang Nan's lips twitched at the touch, yet she didn't pull away. Luanny gave her an odd feeling, but she couldn't quite put her finger on what she was feeling. Let's add WeChat. Luanny took out her phone. I'll add you to that dance group chat. Wang Nan nodded obediently and scanned the QR code. Alright, welcome aboard. Luanny smiled at Li Xining. You can head back now. Tell Su Wanman I'm very satisfied. I'm glad you're satisfied. I just wanted to do my part for the student council. Li Xining left happily, leaving Wang Nan and the other dance club members alone in the rehearsal hall. There's still some time before dinner. I've already asked Su Wan to request leave for you. Let me teach you the dance moves during this time. Luanny began tutoring Wang Nan one-on-one, frequently correcting her movements. This part should go like this. Luanny stood behind Wang Nan, gently swaying her waist with both hands. Yes, just like that. Wang Nan could feel Luanny's breath. It had always been her playing the flirt, never expecting the tables would turn today. Truly, what goes around comes around, heaven spares no one. Her ears were turning slightly red from the others' teasing. The 2-hour lesson felt like an eternity to Wang Nan. Now she finally understood how those straight girls she used to harass must have felt. She kind of regretted it now. Nan, you're such a fast learner. Let's have lunch together later, my treat. In the cafeteria, Luanny ordered 2 light meal sets and specifically bought Wang Nan a hot drink. Some warmth during your period, she said with a wink. Wang Nan nearly choked on her milk tea. How did you know? Girl's little secret. Luanny laughed. By the way, do you have a boyfriend? Wang Nan clenched her chopsticks, hesitating for a moment. No. Why not? You're so pretty, you must have plenty of suitors? Wang Nan looked up, meeting Lu Annie's blue eyes directly, and decided to lay her cards on the table, because I don't like men. Lu Annie's eyes instantly brightened, a meaningful smile curling at the corners of her mouth. Oh, I see. She leaned forward, blonde locks cascading across the table. So what kind of girls do you like? Wang Nan had expected her heart to race, but at this moment, all she wanted was to retreat or run away. The woman was too direct, making it hard for her to adjust. After all, in the past, she had always been the assertive one, but she couldn't really define her feelings toward Lu Annie either. Probably no emotions, just pure lust. Wanted to taste that East meets West combo. I haven't figured it out yet. Wang Nan answered vaguely, planning to string her along for now. Lu Annie didn't press further, just smiled and said, "There's rehearsal in the multimedia hall at 2 this afternoon. Don't be late." After they parted, Wang Nan returned to her dorm to change clothes. She deliberately chose a pair of full-length sweatpants and a loose green t-shirt, covering her body completely. I had just changed my clothes when my phone rang. It was a message from Lu Annie. "It was so nice meeting you today. You dance beautifully. Winky face, see you this afternoon." Chapter 49. Look, a Porsche. Wang Nan stared at the screen, unsure how to respond. Song Nana wasn't in the dorm, Xinyu had already gone to sleep, and Zhang Qin was still playing video games. Left with no choice, she could only open her chat window with Xiaoyu. "Today I met a girl who seemed interested in me." At this moment, Wang Xiaoyu was getting a spa treatment. When she saw this message, she was so angry that she immediately jumped up from the bed. Suppressing her fury with great effort, she replied, "What's going on? Tell me in detail." Wang Nan briefly described what had happened that day. She particularly emphasized that Lu Annie had made inappropriate physical advances toward her. Wang Xiaoyu sat on the bed, while the technician beside her trembled with fear. "What do you think? She's too proactive, I'm not really used to it." Wang Nan wrote, "But she is indeed very beautiful, kinda want to." On the other end of the phone, Wang Xiaoyu clenched her teeth in anger, wishing she could smash the device straight into her daughter's face right that instant. "Look at you, is that any way for a human to talk? If I weren't afraid of having another kid, would I even want you?" Wang Xiaoyu forced herself to calm down, taking deep breaths to steady her emotions. That kind of girl is the most dangerous. And someone like her has probably fooled around with countless girls. You'd better be careful not to get scammed. If Wang Xiaoyu hadn't been somewhat cultivated, she would definitely have spread rumors claiming the other party wasn't clean. After all, in her eyes, girls like that were truly impure. Wang Nan stared at the reply, lost in thought. She felt Xiaoyu made a valid point. Lu Annie's techniques clearly marked her as a seasoned player. But that was a half-blood, an even rarer existence than a lowly. Lost in thought, she took an afternoon nap. Wang Nan still arrived at the multimedia hall in the afternoon. The air conditioning here was blasting fiercely, so Wang Nan found a spot downwind to enjoy the cool breeze. Her gaze swept across the girls in the hall. Watching their thighs, shorts, and skirts, the corners of her mouth curled up unconsciously. When Lu Annie walked in, Wang Nan spotted her instantly. Their gazes locked on each other at the same moment. Both were tall and slender with fair complexions, the kind that stood out conspicuously in any crowd. "Why are you wearing so many layers?" Lu Annie walked up to Wang Nan and reached out to touch her sleeve. "Aren't you hot?" Wang Nan subtly avoided her touch. "I'm on my period." Lu Annie raised an eyebrow, appearing to see through her excuse but choosing not to call her out. "You really should wear more, the AC here is really strong." Lu Annie was talking to Wang Nan when suddenly a girl sneakily smoking by the window exclaimed, "Holy shit, a Porsche 911. That shout instantly drew the attention of all the girls in the multimedia hall. Lu Annie didn't even spare a glance for Wang Nan, rushing to the window in 3 quick strides. Where is it?" Wang Nan curled her lips and stayed rooted to the spot. Wasn't it just some lousy 911? There was a fully loaded 911 TCS parked in her family's garage. Yet, she had never even touched its steering wheel. When her mother gave her the car as a coming-of-age gift, she didn't even have a driver's license yet. By the time she got her license, the whole scandal had already broken out. Mom directly arranged for a tow truck, no idea where the car ended up. Not sure how well this car drives, or if it gives any bonus points for picking up girls. Though Wang Nan wasn't interested, the commotion from the girls by the window kept growing louder. "The driver's a guy, you know. Wow, so handsome. He's absolutely stunning. There's actually a hot guy in grade 11 at our school, how come nobody's talking about it? Wait, isn't that Chu Sheng? That's the freshman, the musical prodigy who sang Sunny Day." Hearing this name, Wang Nan's ears instantly perked up. "Damn it, how come you're everywhere? Chu Sheng, get the hell out of here." Downstairs at that moment, Chu Sheng had just parked his car. Wearing sunglasses, he heard the commotion from above and looked up. "Wow, he's looking at me, he's looking at me. Nonsense, he's clearly looking at me." Nonsense, she's looking at me because I've got big boobs. Listening to these girls chatter, Wang Nan surprisingly learned that Chu Xing drove the same Porsche model as hers. Just who do you think you are, little Chu Sheng? Riding in the same car as the eldest princess of my Wang Empire? As she pondered, Chu Xing abruptly took off his sunglasses and casually clipped them to his collar. Once again, it elicited a chorus of screams from the girls by the window. Ah, he's looking this way. Chu Sheng, look here, look at me, look at me. Chu Sheng felt a bit speechless. Why are there so many girls upstairs? This isn't some spider demon's lair, is it? He's no Tang monk, no monkey king watching his back. Feels a bit dangerous here. However, Chu Sheng had never been one to shy away from trouble. The door of the multimedia hall swung open as he strode in casually, a black instrument case slung across his back. The noisy hall fell silent for a split second before erupting into even greater commotion. Chu Sheng, so handsome. He's even more handsome in person than in the videos. I've seen him before, but he looks even hotter after just a few days apart. Several bold girls immediately swarmed around him. Classmate Chu Sheng, can I add you on WeChat? Classmate Chu Sheng, here's my phone number. Chu Xing never refused anyone, believing it's better to guide than to block. For every WeChat ad request, he'd willingly scan their QR codes. But the circle of girls around him grew larger, with some even taking the opportunity to cop a feel of his butt. Chu Sheng stood frozen with a bitter expression, like a lost lamb stumbling into a pack of wolves. Just then, a crisp feminine voice rang out. Quiet, all of you. What are you all gathered here for instead of rehearsing properly? Su Wan's stern voice instantly silenced all the girls, her commanding presence overwhelming the room. She was dressed in a white blouse and a form-fitting pencil skirt, a classic professional look. Rehearsal begins immediately, everyone return to your positions. She walked up to Chu Xing and smiled slightly. The girls in our literary department tend to be more passionate. Did it scare you, Chu Sheng? Chu Sheng awkwardly scratched his head. He hadn't been frightened, but he had certainly been touched. But looking back now, why not do it all over again? It's okay, I understand. We're all classmates, after all. Then why don't you go take a seat up front for now? I need to make some arrangements first. Chu Sheng nodded and followed Suwan to the front row seats. After settling in, he placed his instrument case beside him and instinctively surveyed the stage. Wang Nan. Chu Xing spotted this loser at first glance. Who would have thought she skipped military training to rehearse here instead? In his past life, Chu Sheng hadn't attended the military training performance, so he never knew Wang Nan would participate. Even if she had joined back then, she'd probably just have been an extra in the show. It's easy to overlook while watching the show. But since we've met, we should at least say hello. He blinked in Wang Nan's direction. That glance didn't faze Wang Nan, but the restless Luanny beside her definitely caught the signal. At this moment, she was preparing to take Wang Nan backstage and was standing right behind her. The same positioning made her mistakenly think Chu Sheng had winked at her. Luanny felt her heartbeat accelerate and her face instantly flushed red. She immediately forgot about taking Wang Nan backstage and rushed to the audience, sitting right beside Chu Sheng. Wang Nan's mouth hung open, his head cocked to one side as his thoughts ground to a halt. I can't figure it out, I simply can't. Was this guy sent from heaven to solve my problems? Hello, I'm Luanny, president of the dance club. I'm also your fan, I've listened to every single one of your songs. The mixed-race beauty extended her hand, her blue eyes utterly unguarded. Chu Sheng shook it politely. Chu Sheng, very pleased to meet you. Are you part Northern Bear descent? Luan and I opened her small mouth slightly, somewhat incredulous. You know me? No, not really. Chu Sheng feigned mystery, but I could tell at a glance. Your eyes, they're as clear as Lake Baikal. Luanny also found herself staring into Chu Sheng's eyes, feeling as though she could see the stars, utterly captivated. At this moment, Chu Sheng noticed the expression of a certain loser on stage. His smirk was harder to suppress than an AK-47's recoil. Only now did Wang Nan realize this Luanny wasn't just gay, but bisexual. Damn you, Chu Sheng. Why does everything I can't have come to you with just a flick of your finger? Wang Nan watched the two laughing and chatting angrily, her chest aching with frustration. If this continues, her menstrual cycle is bound to become even more irregular. What are you standing around here like an idiot for? Wang Nan was tapped by Su Wan and immediately pulled backstage by a girl from their group. All performance groups ready, begin rehearsals in order. Su Wan walked to the center of the stage and clapped her hands. First the opening dance, then the solo, followed by the crosstalk comedy. Everyone get ready, and host, watch carefully, make sure your transitional lines are well crafted. Above them, Su Wan was assigning tasks while below, the conversation between Luanny and Chu Sheng continued. Though he found this girl somewhat overly forward, Chu Sheng didn't refuse her, because he sensed someone's jealous gaze. Be careful, Wang Nan. The girl you've set your eyes on is about to be taken by me. Chu Sheng felt he had somewhat of a twisted sense of humor. But then again, who told her to dare mess with the girls in their class? She even had the nerve to set her sights on Shenyu. That's my main squeeze. Who gave you the audacity? Chapter 50, Really Playing Dirty. Xu Sheng kept Lu Annie company for a while. They stopped talking when the opening dance music began to play. Then they focused on watching the performance. Although the handsome guy sitting beside her did distract Lu Annie somewhat, but she still suppressed herself as much as possible, her gaze fixed intently on the dance club members on stage, watching to see if there were any areas needing improvement. The opening dance for this military training performance was a classical piece, performed entirely by the core members of the dance club. Though the young ladies hadn't changed into their performance costumes yet, they still impeccably conveyed that classical charm through their movements. I must say, sitting in the first row to watch the dance performance is truly an enjoyment. Meanwhile, Lu Annie, being a blue-eyed mixed blood, stands out too conspicuously whether performing classical or ethnic dances. So she only participated in one K-pop dance. That dance followed a hot and sexy style, the type that most attracts male attention. Lu Annie was looking forward to seeing Xu Sheng's reaction when he watched her perform the dance. She even prepared to give him a wink during the performance. Xu Sheng, sitting beside her, was currently looking at a message on his phone, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. What are you showing off about? Ha? It's just a beat-up 911. I wouldn't even bother driving it. With so many girls surrounding you, you must be loving it, aren't you? Didn't it feel amazing having a gorgeous mixed-race beauty hit on you, you damn playboy Chu? Cat got your tongue? Say something. Xu Sheng noticed Wang Nan had been getting triggered way too easily recently. For the sake of her mental well-being, he chose not to text back. Instead, she sent a few panda head memes, leaving Wang Nan to read between the lines. The first meme featured a panda head smirking with the caption, "That's it?" The second showed a panda head covering its face with the words, "Getting salty, huh?" The third was a blushing panda head wearing glasses, captioned, "You're being sus." Wang Nan hasn't replied, probably busy. This left Xu Sheng somewhat disappointed and feeling bored. It wasn't like he hadn't seen these dances before, they'd long lost their appeal. Teasing Wang Nan was still the most entertaining. The dance on stage came to an end, and Lu Annie immediately stood up, leading the dance club members off stage to begin their debrief. And when Xu Sheng saw the woman leave, he quietly got up and made his way to the backstage. The backstage corridor was packed with girls preparing, had it not been for today's rehearsal not requiring costume changes. Xu Sheng wouldn't dare to trespass so recklessly, lest he be caught and dealt with on the spot. Wearing a mask, he followed the backstage to the corridor and found a storage room. Through the window, Wang Nan could be seen dancing inside with several other girls. For ease of movement while dancing, she had pinned up her hair with a pencil, revealing her long, flawless neck. She looked infinitely more feminine now than she ordinarily did. Especially when she danced, her body swaying as soft and graceful as a willow branch. Xu Sheng leaned by the window, watching quietly like this. He unwittingly became absorbed in the sight. Wang Nan rose onto her tiptoes with the music, spinning in place. Her movements were wide, and the hem of her t-shirt occasionally revealed a glimpse of her slender waist. It was so slender it might as well have been a knife. Damn, that's fierce. Xu Sheng had to admit, Wang Nan was absolutely radiating charm at this moment. In his past life, he'd seen this dance performance too, but back then, they had been complete strangers. Now viewing it with a different mindset, the dancing, though rougher than before, feels more vividly alive. Especially this sensation of peeking through the window carries a particularly special feeling. Like a teenage boy experiencing his first flutter of love, secretly watching the girl next door. At this moment, Wang Nan is dancing with complete immersion, utterly unaware there's someone watching from outside the window. Her eyes softened with tenderness as she danced. She truly gave this ethnic dance from the Northwest a distinctive flavor. Xu Sheng seemed to see the bonfire, the grape trellis, and Grandpa playing the rawap an accompaniment. When the dance ended, the team leader girl spoke a few words. The group dispersed there and then, planning to regroup just before going on stage. Xu Sheng faced the window, pretending to smoke so others wouldn't notice him. When the group of girls came out, they were completely absorbed in conversation. Only when Wang Nan emerged did someone spot his retreating figure, and recognized who it was at first glance. "What are you doing here?" Wang Nan frowned, his voice laced with wariness. "Did you come here just to show off?" Xu Sheng really wanted to roll his eyes. "No, I was drawn here by the dance, to witness a celestial maiden descending to earth." Wang Nan froze for a second, then suddenly flushed crimson. All the sharp retorts she'd prepared flew straight out of her mind in that instant. He actually complimented me? What's he after? No good must have come from this. Say, stop that nonsense. She forced composure. You're just here to revel in my embarrassment. Xu Sheng sighed, his voice suddenly dropping low. I thought we were friends, just wanted to check on you. Wang Nan's heart trembled, a sudden inexplicable guilt welling up inside her. She cursed herself silently. Was she out of her mind? Wang Nan, get a grip. Xu Sheng is indeed your arch-nemesis. How could you be soft on him? You need to lash out at him fiercely. Who said we're friends? She retorted stubbornly. We can only be enemies. Enemies for life. Xu Sheng couldn't be bothered to indulge her petty tantrums. Suddenly changing the subject, he asked, "You seem quite interested in Luannie? What? Are you planning to make her your next target?" At the mention of Luannie, Wang Nan immediately regained his composure. She lifted her chin with a defiant expression. "Yeah, couldn't get the little girl, so now you want to go for mixed blood. I'm warning you, better not try to compete with me, or there'll be hell to pay. Anyway, even if you tried, you still couldn't win against me. You triggered an event, Sin of Jealousy. Alert! This event is derived from the boss conquest mission, Total War. Completing this event will improve your mission evaluation for the boss conquest." Wang Nan's confidence stems from Luannie's performance this morning. Little did she know that Luannie was actually a heartbreaker, and flirting was just second nature to her. Luannie already had a girlfriend, and she was right there in the dance club. The dance club is having a dinner gathering tonight, and you need to join them. Objective: protect Wang Nan from getting hurt. Event reward: unknown. After reading the prompt, Chu Sheng gave Wang Nan a meaningful look. "My advice is you'd better give up on Luannie." Wang Nan became even more energized at this, his eyes shining alarmingly bright. She felt as though she'd glimpsed a glimmer of hope to turn the tables. "Ha! Are you scared? Well, I'm determined to do it. I'll definitely win her over before you do, so you can taste what it feels like to be preempted." Chu Sheng smiled, but his face mask concealed it. Wang Nan couldn't see a smile, only the worry in his eyes. "Chu Sheng, just you wait." He didn't say more, because he knew Wang Nan was currently in strong defiance. The more you try to stop him, the more it'll backfire. The two parted ways, with Chu Sheng returning to the front row to continue watching the show. No sooner had he sat down than Luannie returned, followed by a female companion. "Chu Sheng, let me introduce you. This is my girlfriend, Liang Qian." Luannie interlaced fingers with Liang Qian, yet her eyes remained fixed unwaveringly on him. Her tall girlfriend was about the same height as Luan. She wore a neat ponytail, with well-defined thigh muscles radiating strength. Liang Qian looked Chu Sheng up and down from behind Luan. "So you're Chu Sheng. I didn't expect you to be even more handsome than in the videos." Liang Qian extended her hand, and they briefly shook hands. Chu Sheng could feel fingertips lightly scratching his palm. He felt somewhat irritated, as if he had become part of some play. "Add me on WeChat?" Chu Sheng nodded on the surface, but inside his mind was a whirlwind of sarcastic thoughts. What's wrong with the world? College students these days are becoming more and more frivolous. Just after adding WeChat, Luannie's performance is about to begin. The two need to wait backstage, simulating the live procedure. "Gotta go, bye-bye. See you later." Chu Sheng waved his hand, his expression instantly shifting from warm to cold. He actually despised these kinds of frivolous women, instinctively wanting to pull away. After just a short wait, Luannie and Liang Qian made their appearance. The two stood together at center stage, swaying their bodies to the music. Both were wearing crop tops and hot pants, their movements bold and sensual. During a duo interaction segment, Luannie turned her head slightly and flashed a coquettish smile at Chu Sheng in the audience. Next, Liang Qian also looked at Chu Sheng, her red lips parting slightly as she blew him a kiss. The students watching the show below immediately erupted in an uproar. Chu Sheng felt as if he had been singled out by a predator. He really disliked this feeling. Chapter 51, Drawing Fire. The music came to an abrupt halt the moment the dance ended. Luannie and Liang Qian simultaneously turned around, striking their ending poses. To everyone's surprise, they both pointed at Chu Sheng, mimicking gunshot gestures while mouthing bang. They followed up with a synchronized wink. Mr. Chu's eyelids twitched, nearly using up that escape card. Yet this action was bound to draw everyone's attention. Whoa, that's way too bold. Chu Sheng is awesome, truly deserving of being the top male god among freshmen. Cheers erupted one after another, making Chu Sheng want to dig his toes into the ground in embarrassment. Though inwardly extremely awkward, he maintained a polite smile on his face. This feeling of being publicly teased was truly somewhat hard to accept. After all, the person teasing him didn't interest him in the slightest. Backstage, Wang Nan, who had been secretly practicing dance, heard the commotion and immediately asked her senior sister nearby. "Senior sister, what's going on up front?" The senior sister in charge of music covered her mouth with a hand as she giggled. "The president of your dance club, Lu, and her girlfriend both made heart gestures at Chu Sheng together. That move was seriously flirty, they're definitely interested." Wang Nan's expression twisted slightly, though she remained undeniably pretty. "They, together? Chairman Lu and her girlfriend?" Wang Nan's voice trembled as he spoke these words. "What on earth is this all about? A couple both fancy the same man? Indeed, this world is just one big makeshift circus. Yeah, so bold of them." The senior enthusiastically began narrating. "I saw that Chu Sheng still laughing over there, he was just too handsome. Only a guy that handsome could possibly turn President Lu straight." Wang Nan nodded mechanically, carrying the bitterness and gloom in her heart that nobody else could know. Just now she was boasting to Chu Sheng, swearing confidently that she would win over Luan. And now, Luan's girlfriend is practically about to be taken by Chu Sheng. Wang Nan just felt like a complete joke. Is being handsome really a free pass to do whatever you want? She's quite attractive too, so is it really just about gender? Or is it some messy mix of hormones, pheromones, or whatever? Chu Sheng, you cheating bastard, what's your secret? Why does everyone seem to like you? On stage, Luanny and Liang Qian took their final bows, holding hands. As they stepped down, their gazes simultaneously locked onto Chu Sheng, and they rushed toward him. Classmate Chu. Liang Qian swiftly took a seat next to Chu Sheng, slightly out of breath as she spoke. She quickly wrapped her arms around Chu Sheng's left arm, pressing her rather ample assets against him without the slightest hesitation. How did we do, classmate Chu? Tilting her head up, Liang Qian looked at him with eyes full of anticipation. Chu Sheng tried to pull his hand back, but realized the girl was clinging to him desperately. He didn't dare exert too much force, afraid of pulling out some stray padding or something similar. This feeling just doesn't seem quite right. He didn't want to make a scene in front of everyone, so he brushed it off with a calm expression. That's some great moves, really groovy. Luanny sat beside Liang Qian, her blue eyes shimmering with playful amusement. She nibbled her lower lip, her gaze shifting between Chu Sheng and Liang Qian, particularly lingering on those entwined arms for 2 seconds longer. But instead of getting angry, she gave Chu Sheng a meaningful look. Classmate Chu. She leaned in closer, her golden hair brushing against Chu Sheng's held arm, almost making goosebumps rise. Her breath carried a sweet fragrance, her voice laced with a hint of allure. Would you like to join our dance club's dinner gathering tonight? As she spoke, the combined scent of both women's perfume washed over him. Chu Sheng replied casually, sure, as long as you don't mind me eating a lot. His back stiffened. This feeling of being preyed upon made him intensely uncomfortable. In this regard, he and Wang Nan were actually cut from the same cloth. Both preferred taking the initiative, both loved controlling the rhythm. Whenever the rhythm slipped from their grasp or the other party became too assertive, discomfort would creep in. Especially in the current situation, if Chu Sheng didn't refuse tonight, he might very well end up in a 1v2 showdown. But he definitely wouldn't agree. Not because he has impeccable moral character or refined tastes. On the contrary, it's precisely because of his low moral standards that he'd refuse. When a woman takes the initiative to approach you like this, unless you're letting the little head control the big one, you'd know she's up to no good. Who knows what they really want from you by coming so close voluntarily? What if the supposedly free car has filthy seats? What if the headlights are fake? What if the lampshade material is toxic? What if the brakes fail? What if you get scammed in a crash because there's no dashcam? The reason Chu Sheng got involved with Sun Xiaoyao and Zhang Qin was precisely because both women were so docile and obedient. The kind that does whatever they're told. He wasn't short of cars to drive. Why would he risk driving a car with unknown conditions just for temporary speed? At this moment, Luan and Liang Qian had no idea what Chu Sheng was thinking. Especially Liang Qian, who held on with even greater intensity. She even started nestling into his embrace. Stop fooling around and watch the show properly. At that moment, the music started. It was precisely Wang Nan's dance number. On stage, she tied her t-shirt hem at the waist for easier dancing. Her waist was astonishingly slender, appearing and disappearing with each rotation. Chu Sheng couldn't help but recall a phrase he'd seen online. A sister's waist isn't a waist, it's a lethal blade. Chu Sheng considered himself a man of some worldly experience. But even for petite little Sun Xiaoyao, her waist was only about as slender as Wang Nan's at best. When the show ended, Chu Sheng had completely forgotten what dance moves he performed. His mind was filled with nothing but, so pale, so slender, so long, truly beautiful. During curtain call, before Wang Nan could even bow, she caught Chu Sheng staring intently at her. Her gaze drifted downward, settling on her own waist. A flicker of smug satisfaction suddenly stirred within her. No matter how impressive you think you are, Chu, you scumbag, you'll never get a taste of this. This waist and these legs of mine? Absolutely top tier, the cream of the crop. I'll make you drool with envy, you little rascal. Wang Nan was in high spirits. After returning backstage and wiping off her sweat, she unexpectedly saw Chu Sheng preparing for his performance. That was some great dancing, Chu Sheng said sincerely, still wearing his mask. Wang Nan gave him a glance and snorted smugly. Come on, with two beauties clinging to you, you still have the nerve to watch me dance? What a scumbag. Chu Sheng smiled bitterly. Being entangled by those two women was anything but enjoyable. These two are way too forward, I can't handle it. Plus I don't even like this kind of behavior. Wang Nan rolled her eyes at him outright. Stop acting all high and mighty with me, I hate this attitude of yours. She looked into Chu Sheng's eyes, but detected not the slightest hint of smugness. Could what he said actually be true? She had wanted to ask further, but the host came over to inform Chu Sheng that it was time to prepare for his entrance. He nodded, then carried his eru to the waiting area to prepare. Before long, Chu Sheng took the stage, stirring up cheers throughout the audience. The program he had originally prepared was a military-themed song, but for this rehearsal, he decided to keep everyone in suspense first. After all, it was all his solo performance with no need for live coordination anyway, so he played only the melody of this song without singing the lyrics. Yet even so, his masterful technique and emotional intensity still earned thunderous applause from the entire audience. As the performance concluded, Xu Sheng bowed in gratitude, his gaze sweeping across the theater below. He saw Wang Nan standing in the last row, her expression incredibly complex. By the time the rehearsal ended, it was already 6 p.m. The dance club decided to use its funds to organize a dinner gathering, which would also be the first team-building event of the new semester. As the club with the most beautiful girls in the entire school, the dance society often took on live performance gigs. The club funds are overflowing with money. To make the event more extravagant and ceremonious, even Wang Nan, the only freshman participating in the performance, was summoned. In fact, as early as this morning, Lu Annie had already made arrangements in the group chat. And Xu Sheng, as the campus heartthrob and the #1 male idol among freshmen, found himself escorted under the flanking siege of Lu and Liang. Both individuals were quite large in stature, evenly matched in size. Each grabbing hold of an arm, they rendered Xu Sheng incapable of escape. "Classmate Xu Sheng, I've never ridden in a Porsche before, could I join you in your car?" "That's right, classmate Xu Sheng, just give us a ride since it's on your way." Xu Sheng was thoroughly annoyed by the way these two kept needling him. He had sensed it long ago, this was abnormally large. And even so, it was still slightly smaller than that certain hexagonal warrior with the surname Zhang. In this regard, acquired effort paled into insignificance when faced with innate talent. Alright, have a seat. There are still 3 seats left anyway, just sit down. Xu Sheng had no choice but to agree. Acting now was still manageable, but if they pushed the other party too far and things escalated to shouting, what then? By the time they reached downstairs, several circles of students had already gathered around the Porsche 911. Some people took selfies with the car emblem, while others filmed short videos of the taillights. "Make way, the owner is coming." Lu Annie stepped forward and parted the crowd. Xu Sheng took out his car keys, and the headlights flashed in response. The crowd gasped, finally realizing who the car owner was. So handsome, he's practically a god among men. Who is he? How come he's driving a Porsche? I've never heard of him before. I think he's that famous freshman, what's his name? Xu Sheng? Though everyone was curious, they all instinctively moved aside when Xu Sheng started the car. He sat in the driver's seat, watching Lu Annie and Liang Qian. Though the two women never came to blows before the crowd, their eyes had already clashed countless times. Clearly, they were vying for the passenger seat. Xu Sheng didn't want any of them sitting in the passenger seat. After all, this seat was somewhat special, not just anyone could sit there. As he hesitated, he spotted Wang Nan coming down the stairs. Perfect, now he had someone to help draw the fire. He took the initiative to say hello, calling out, "Wang Nan, come join us." Wang Nan was going downstairs when she heard this and nearly missed a step in surprise. Her eyes widened as she looked at Lu and Liang, whose gazes were unfriendly, then turned to Xu Sheng. "Me? Yeah, you." Xu Sheng smiled with an innocent, harmless expression, but Wang Nan knew perfectly well he was up to no good. "You two take the back seat." Hearing this, Lu Annie and Liang Qian's expressions changed simultaneously. Liang Qian was still somewhat unwilling to believe it, but seeing that Xu Sheng offered no further explanation, she immediately climbed into the back seat. "Come on, Nan, sit here." Xu Sheng patted the passenger seat, his eyes surprisingly carrying a hint of doting affection. Wang Nan almost felt nauseated when she heard him call her Nan, and after she got in the car, the atmosphere became even more awkward. Even with the convertible top down, the air seemed frozen solid. Wang Nan could feel 2 sharp gazes boring into her back. They practically wished they could stab her to death. She understood all too well what the passenger seat represented for a woman. Xu Sheng's arrangement was practically diverting trouble eastward. When dinner came around tonight, she'd undoubtedly face unpleasant retaliation. Chapter 52, The dinner table is a battlefield. The car slowly pulled away from the school. Wang Nan sat in her seat feeling like she was sitting on pins and needles, her discomfort unbearable no matter what. She wished desperately for an ejection button that could launch her skyward instantly and spare her this torment. Xu Sheng sat beside her, unable to suppress the smirk playing at the corners of his mouth as he watched her squirm. "What, is sitting uncomfortable for you? If it's no good, next time I'll switch to a business fan." "No, not at all." Wang Nan was already seated in the most comfortable passenger seat. If she dares say she's uncomfortable again, what would the two seniors squeezed in the back with no legroom think? Lu Annie and Liang Qian were crammed together in the back seat, their long legs tangled awkwardly with nowhere to stretch. Liang Qian's knees pressed against the front seat back had already begun to ache with numbness. "Xu Sheng, can't you drive faster?" Lu Annie drawled in a prolonged tone, her restless fingers reaching forward to poke at Xu Sheng's shoulder. "My legs have gone numb." Xu Sheng glanced at her through the rearview mirror, his lips curling into a faint, almost imperceptible smile. Instead of accelerating, he tapped the brakes lightly, slowing the car down a notch. "What's the rush?" he said lightly, his fingers tapping on the steering wheel. Wang Nan, watch carefully, this car's throttle response is extremely sensitive, it'll shoot forward with just the slightest touch. Wang Nan turned around in bewilderment. Why are you telling me this? Study properly when you're told to study. Chu Sheng frowned, his tone brooking no argument. What's with all the questions? Wang Nan curled her lips and turned her head away reluctantly. Chu Sheng became even more enthusiastic and began explaining in detail various precautions for driving this car. From gear shifting to mode switching, he even included how to open the front trunk and gas tank lid. At first, the two in the back seat tried to interject, but seeing Chu Sheng's serious teaching, they gradually quieted down. Lu Annie's blue eyes darted back and forth between Wang Nan and Chu Sheng, the smile at the corners of her mouth growing increasingly stiff. Her intuition told her there must be something between these two. In fact, it might even be Chu Sheng chasing Wang Nan. Why? Just because she has a slim waist and long legs? I'm not half bad either, okay? I'm even bigger too. The car finally stopped in front of an exquisitely decorated hotel. Wang Nan jumped out of the car effortlessly and stretched lazily. Lu Annie and Liang Qian were in a sorry state. Having been squeezed in the narrow back seat for so long, both women's legs had gone numb. When they tried to get out, they nearly stumbled from unsteady footing. Wang Nan once again felt that burning gaze locked onto her. What's more, the eyes were raking over her up and down, as if trying to see right through her. She turned her head, glancing at Lu Annie out of the corner of her eye, easily recognizing the hostility in her gaze. This woman clearly had taken a fancy to her earlier that morning, getting handsy and acting like a rogue. But now, if she dared lay hands on her again, she might just get slapped right across the face. That woman really changes her expression faster than flipping a book, making Wang Nan secretly sigh at the cruelty of this society. What are you spacing out for? Hurry up and follow. Chu Sheng had already strode briskly into the hotel, afraid that the two might grab hold of him again. Prompted by him, Wang Nan took several big steps forward to catch up, grabbing hold of his sleeve. Why are you teaching me to drive? She questioned in a hushed voice. Chu Sheng didn't turn his head, answering matter-of-factly, so you can drive, obviously. Ha, Wang Nan looked bewildered. Can't you just drive back yourself? What do you know? Chu Sheng let out a cold snort and pushed open the restaurant door. The hall was buzzing with noise, dozens of dance club girls clustered around circular tables. As they entered, the chatter suddenly quieted by several degrees, countless gazes swiveling to pin Chu Sheng in place. Why is there a straight guy here? Yeah, doesn't our club not accept straight guys? That guy looks like Chu Sheng from the freshman class, the one who sang Sunny Day and Those Flowers. So it's him. He's really handsome in person. The entire hall erupted into chaos instantly, with all sorts of comments flying about. It wasn't until Lu Annie entered and subdued the crowd with her commanding presence that silence finally fell over the hall. Chu Sheng, classmate, let's take that table over there, with Wang. Before Lu Annie could finish speaking, Chu Sheng had already pulled Wang Nan towards the table and sat down. What are you doing? Wang Nan felt that Chu Sheng was acting very strangely today, yet she couldn't figure out what exactly he meant. Lu Annie never expected Chu Sheng would actually bring Wang Nan along with him. Her psychological threat assessment of this woman rose several notches higher. She took the initiative to sit down at Chu Sheng's right-hand side, then signaled the waiter to serve the dishes. This hotel's signature dishes belonged to Huayang cuisine. Steamed crab meat lion's head, finely shredded tofu and superior broth, crystal shrimp dumplings. Each dish was dainty and exquisitely presented. Chu Sheng knew they would definitely take pictures before eating, so he had been waiting all along. Sure enough, as soon as the dishes were served, camera flashes began flickering incessantly. Only after everyone had settled down did Chu Sheng finally start serving himself. But before he could even take a bite, Lu Annie beside him tossed him a question. Chu Sheng, how did you and Wang Nan meet? As she spoke, she deliberately picked up a piece of meat and placed it in his bowl. Those blue eyes stared straight at him. Wang Nan sensed trouble, afraid he might embellish the story, so she quickly jumped in to answer. That thing is, I have 2 roommates in his class. Chu Sheng helped a girl from their class carry her luggage, and that's how he ended up meeting them at our dorm. Wang Nan was clearly trying to divert the attention by mentioning this. He wanted to shift the 2 girls' focus from himself to the girl who got her luggage carried. But upon hearing Wang Nan's words, Lu Annie still stared intently at Chu Sheng. He leisurely swallowed his food, showing not the slightest hint of urgency. That's indeed how we met. However, I must add something. I didn't run into Wang Nan when I entered the dorm, but I did when I was leaving. Back then she even directly asked me for my WeChat. Lu Annie suddenly understood, so that's how it was. After speaking, she gave Wang Nan a meaningful glance. Wang Nan felt a chill run down his spine under that gaze, sensing danger. Yet Chu Sheng showed no restraint as he continued. Wang Nan and I are very close friends. We often chat and banter. Lu Annie's eyes instantly turned frosty. Liang Qian beside her immediately picked up the conversation. Chu Sheng, did you really say on your moments that your first love has ended? Absolutely true. Xu Sheng replied frankly, speaking of which, I owe it to Wang Nan for introducing me to my ex-girlfriend in the first place. Lu Annie wanted to press for more details, but Xu Sheng proactively interrupted. The food's getting cold. Let's eat first and chat later. Lu Annie's expression remained unchanged as she pulled out her phone from her pocket and began sending instructions. Just then, Wang Nan's dance team leader replied with an okay in the group chat before voluntarily standing up. She walked over holding a wine glass, a smile spreading across her face. Nan, thank you for saving the day today. Let me propose a toast to you. Wang Nan quickly waved her hand in protest. No need, senior, I was just doing what I should. Well, actually, it's that time of the month for me, I can't drink today. Just one little sip. The girl wouldn't take no for an answer, forcibly shoving a can of Shangshuang into her hands and even popping the tab open proactively. When we meet like this, we ought to celebrate properly. Drinking just a couple sips hurts nobody, the alcohol content isn't high anyway, and it's room temperature too. Wang Nan reluctantly accepted the aluminum can, sensing the malicious undertones in these words. She gritted her teeth and was just about to bring it to her lips when someone snatched it away. I'll drink for her, okay? Xu Sheng held the soda can, his eyes fixed intently on the girl leading the group. His stare made her face burn, her words stumbling out unsteadily. Sure, of course you can. Lu Annie clenched her fists tightly under the table. She never imagined that Xu Sheng would actually drink for Wang Nan's sake. Damn it! You manly woman! Who do you think you are? Annie Lu lowered her head and typed frantically, rallying all her closest allies at the table for a full-scale attack. Soon, another girl rose to her feet upon receiving the order. It's fine if Chu, our campus heartthrob, drinks on someone's behalf, but as a guy, shouldn't you go easier on us girls? How about drinking double? Xu Sheng scanned the circle of girls at the table. Every single one seemed restless with anticipation. Under normal circumstances, or if Wang Nan weren't present, he could have easily diverted their fervor with just a hint, redirecting all that passionate animosity toward any one of them. But tonight he wanted to rack up some goodwill points, so such maneuvers were inadvisable. Could only rely on physical constitution to tough it out. He glanced at the girl who spoke and raised an eyebrow, asking, how do you double this soda can? Cheers? The girl gritted her teeth and stomped her foot. Bring it on! With that, she tipped her head back and chugged the entire can in one go. Trickles of it still spilled from the corners of his mouth. Xu Sheng found a large glass, opened both cans of beer, and poured them in. He waited until the foam had mostly dissipated before lifting the glass and downing it in one gulp. He knew that although this type of beer had low alcohol content, the carbonation would speed up alcohol absorption, making it easy to get drunk. Even when drunk, Xu Sheng wasn't afraid. At worst, he'd just get sent to a hotel in a used car. Who's scared of who? Just do it. He drank 2 cans without changing his expression. Wang Nan, standing nearby, stared blankly at his bobbing Adam's apple, her heartbeat skipping a beat. Why would Xu Sheng drink on her behalf? Why would Xu Sheng shield her from drinking? What's he trying to do? Trying to do what? Wang Nan felt completely bewildered, utterly unable to guess what his real intentions might be. Soon, the girls at the same table took turns approaching him one after another. Xu Sheng wasn't one to refuse drinks, gulping them down fast and hard. You down 1 can, I'll drink 2. We even took a bathroom break midway. The table quickly piled up with empty aluminum cans, while the girls either passed out drunk or pretended to. In the end, only Lu Annie, Liang Qian, Xu Sheng, and Wang Nan remained sober at that table. A bunch of losers. Lu Annie's face had darkened to the extreme. She never expected that Xu Sheng could hold his liquor so well. After downing half a case of strong cocktails, he merely had slightly flushed cheeks. What kind of Dionysus is this? But Lu Annie didn't lose heart. The small fry were dealt with. Now it was her and Liang Qian's turn. Chapter 53, Truth or Dare Again. Oh dear, only a few of us are left at the table. How about we play some games to liven things up? Lu Annie's blue eyes sparkled with dangerous intensity as her fingertips lingered on the table's surface. Xu Sheng raised an eyebrow, his cheeks already flushed but showing no trace of fear. He set his soda can down firmly and asked, what game? Bragging, are we? Lu Annie got up and fetched 2 dice cups from a girl's bag. Whoever loses drinks a whole can. You dare? Xu Sheng was about to speak when Wang Nan cut him off first. Who's afraid of you? Just kidding, Wang Nan is practically the gambling queen of Sanlitun. She's never been second best in her life. Xu Sheng had personally witnessed her skills when dealing with arrogant amateurs like Lu Annie. It was like using a cannon to swat a mosquito. But Lu Annie remained oblivious to the danger, the corners of her lips curling into a cold sneer. With practiced ease, she tipped 5 dice into the shaking cup and flicked her wrist, sending the cubes clattering against each other with crisp, metallic clicks. Wang Nan, however, was completely unfazed, dismissing her flamboyant and ostentatious behavior with indifference. I'll go first. Lu Annie lifted a corner of the dice cup to peek inside, then promptly closed it. 3 threes. Wang Nan narrowed her eyes, not responding immediately. She began noticing the rhythmic tapping of Lu Annie's right index finger on the table. After careful consideration, she had already made up her mind. 4 threes, Wang Nan said calmly. Lu Annie frowned slightly. 5 threes. Call, Wang Nan suddenly said. They both lifted their dice cups simultaneously. Lu Annie's dice showed 2 threes and a 1, while Wang Nan had just 1 3. That totaled 4 short of the 5 Lu Annie had called. Pretty lucky, huh? With obvious reluctance, Lu Annie picked up the soda can and downed it in one gulp. The second round began, with Wang Nan calling first this time. 4 fives. Lu Annie stared into her eyes. 5 fives. 6 fives. Wang Nan raised the bid without hesitation. Lu Annie bit her lower lip. I don't believe it, open up. The dice cup was lifted, revealing just 1 5 and 1 1 for Lu Annie, whereas Wang Nan had 4 fives and a single 1. There were 8 fives in total, and Lu Annie lost again. This can't be. How can there be so many fives? Drink up, senior. Wang Nan smiled and pushed a freshly opened can of beer toward her. Lu Annie's face darkened as she downed her second can of Strong and Shine. The wine trickled down her delicate chin, soaking into her crop top and leaving a damp stain. Liang Chen frowned watching from the side and secretly nudged Lu Annie's foot under the table. Lu Annie also sensed something and became more cautious. During the third round, instead of rushing to raise the stakes, Lu Annie carefully studied Wang Nan's expression. But Wang Nan had already seen through her intentions. So before every call, Wang Nan would pretend to casually touch his earlobe. Pair of twos. Wang Nan curled the corner of her mouth slightly. 4 twos. 5 twos. 6 twos. Lu Annie's forehead began to bead with sweat. Challenge. Just open it then. The dice cup was lifted, revealing Lu Annie had 2 twos and Wang Nan had 5 twos. According to the rules, the total count for all players was 9 twos. If the actual number after opening meets or exceeds the doubter's challenge number, then the doubter loses. If the number rolled is less than the previously called number, the challenger wins. Senior sister, it seems your luck isn't great tonight. Wang Nan shook her head with feigned regret, but couldn't hide the smugness in her eyes. Dice rolling was absolutely her home turf. Back in the day, I single-handedly battled countless scumbags, both men and women, and nobody could even get close to me. Lu Annie finally realized she was utterly outmatched by Wang Nan. The gap between their skills in this area was even greater than the difference in their bust sizes. She suddenly stood up, pointing at Wang Nan and shouting, "You're cheating!" Wang Nan smiled and rose unhurriedly from her seat. Senior, make your accusations with proof. Beside them, Xu Sheng silently rested his head on the table, watching Wang Nan show off. Lu Annie's accusation of cheating referred to underhanded tactics outside the game rules. Wang Nan's cheating relied entirely on manual dexterity. No matter how thoroughly she searched, she couldn't find any evidence, unless someone filmed it with a slow-motion camera. Sure enough, Lu Annie searched through everything but found nothing. She could only sit back down angrily and drain another can. By now, Lu Annie's cheeks had taken on an unnatural flush, and her gaze was growing erratic. In the following rounds, Wang Nan completely dominated the game. Sometimes she deliberately lowballed to lull Lu Annie into complacency, other times she suddenly raised the stakes to force her into a trap. Lu Annie was like a moth caught in a spider's web, utterly at the mercy of her predicament. I can't go on. After downing the 7th bottle of alcohol, Lu Annie slumped into her chair. Her golden hair was disheveled, the meticulously styled bun now completely undone. Her blue eyes lost focus as she muttered words like cheating and foul play under her breath. Spotting this, Liang Qian immediately rushed to support her, silently marveling at Wang Nan's formidable skills. Such an incredibly skilled swindler, she never imagined someone like this could exist in reality. If you're so damn good, why aren't you at casinos instead of coming to university? She stood up and walked over to Wang Nan, staring at her with piercing eyes. Playing dice is too boring. Dare to try something even more boring? Wang Nan was currently immersed in the joy of victory, momentarily carried away, and agreed without thinking. Like I'm scared of you. Name your game. It's rock paper scissors. If you guess wrong, you answer a truth question honestly, or drink if you refuse. Wang Nan suddenly felt a pang of unease. Rock paper scissors is purely about luck and psychological strategy. Her greatest skill was utterly useless in this situation. Wang Nan instinctively glanced at Xu Sheng. The other immediately understood her meaning. Bring it on, I can take it. Xu Sheng spoke deliberately, letting his warm breath escape with each word. But today I'm taking the heat for you, you'll owe me for this. His voice was deep and magnetic. Yet when he spoke these words, it was like the whisper of a devil, laced with temptation. But now that things had come to this, could he still back out? At worst, he would just speak his mind and not let Xu Sheng drink on his behalf, that was all. Come if you dare. Though Wang Nan steeled herself to face the challenge, her heart was filled with turmoil. God knows what preposterous questions this wicked woman might throw at her. Ready or not? Come on. Rock, paper, scissors. In the first round, Wang Nan played scissors while Liang Qian played rock. I win. A smug smile curled at the corners of Liang Qian's lips. Truth or drink? Wang Nan glanced at the mountain of empty beer cans piled before Chu Sheng, then gritted his teeth and said, "Truth." A faint smile tugged at Liang Qian's lips. Things were unfolding exactly as she'd anticipated. "Don't you actually like men?" In the past, Wang Nan would have been thoroughly embarrassed by such a question. But now, she'd long since stopped caring. "Yes," Wang Nan replied flatly, then shouted, again, "Rock, paper, scissors." In the second round, Wang Nan played paper while Liang Qian played scissors. "I won again." Liang Qian triumphantly flashed a victory sign. "Truth or dare? Tell me, why don't you like men?" Wang Nan had anticipated she'd ask something like this and was mentally prepared. "I've lived surrounded by women since childhood and barely ever saw my father. Even the school I attended was an all-girls institution. Later, when some students started same-sex relationships, I just went with the flow." This was the first time Chu Sheng had personally heard Wang Nan mention these things. It feels incredibly fresh. Rock, paper, scissors. By the third round, Liang Qian won again. "Is there any other reason?" Liang Qian leaned forward, gradually closing in on Wang Nan. "Such as psychological issues?" Wang Nan's nails dug into her palms. Looking at Chu Sheng's flushed face, she suddenly felt a perverse thrill of reckless abandon. "I have androphobia." After speaking, Wang Nan clenched her fists tighter, forcing herself to continue. "I don't know if such a condition exists, it's just a name I made up for myself. My attitude towards men is the same as how straight men feel about other men. Casual interactions are fine, but if I sense someone has those kinds of thoughts about me, I feel disgusted. It's like being homophobic but fearing both tops and bottoms. Besides, when it comes to certain more private parts of men, even just thinking about them makes me feel disgusted, let alone looking at or touching them. This is what I call androphobia, a name I made up for this condition I have." After listening, Liang Qian couldn't help but flash a triumphant smile. This was precisely why she had suggested playing the truth or dare game in the first place. As a bisexual, she was well aware that some in the queer community harbored deep aversion toward the opposite sex. Her goal was to get Wang Nan to speak up, thus making Chu Sheng back off. When delicious meat is delivered to your lips, you refuse it, claiming you've set your sights on other meat. But what if you can't get that other meat? When it's brought to your lips again, can you still resist? Thinking this, her expression became thoroughly smug. She couldn't help but steal a glance at Chu Sheng, curious to see his reaction. Yet Chu Sheng appeared utterly unfazed at this moment, exuding an air of tranquility as steady as an angler by still waters. "Big bro, aren't you even surprised? How can you be so calm? Did you secretly take off and enter sage mode?" Liang Qian was utterly incredulous. But Chu Sheng had long known about Wang Nan's condition. He even knew how to cure it. Either complete the boss conquest mission until the boss submits to you body and soul, rendering such minor ailments insignificant. Either find the hidden traditional Chinese medicine shop in the store, and one dose of medicine can cure it. Drinking herbal medicine in this world can genuinely adjust one's sexual orientation. So Chu Sheng didn't care in the slightest. After Wang Nan finished speaking, she let out a long sigh of relief, as if a heavy burden had been lifted. Her words were spoken to Liang Qian, but even more so to Chu Sheng. Right now, she couldn't quite articulate her feelings toward Chu Sheng. They didn't quite feel ambiguous, yet they weren't entirely pure either. She didn't resist them, yet she wasn't willing to embrace them either. After everything was made clear, he should understand when to retreat. Their previous adversarial relationship was actually quite good in its own way, certainly better than this current ambiguous situation. After shedding his burdens, Wang Nan seemed divinely assisted, winning 3 consecutive rounds. Liang Qian had achieved her goal. After drinking 2 cans, she pretended to be drunk and slumped over. Watching Liang Qian collapse, Chu Sheng finally saw the mission prompt appear before his eyes. Although he was just covering for Wang Nan by drinking tonight, the attitude he displayed was what truly mattered. A true big shot never needs to lift a finger. Simply sitting beside you is enough to keep others at bay. This is what real protection looks like. Chu Sheng glanced around, realizing most of the girls were only pretending to be drunk, but chose not to expose them. In any case, this was for the better, at least nothing untoward would happen now. "Wang Nan, take me home." Wang Nan nodded and quickly stepped forward to support him. After clarifying the situation, Wang Nan no longer resisted having such ordinary physical contact with Chu Sheng. Their relationship also began shifting toward friendship. Squinting his eyes, Chu Sheng glanced up at Wang Nan's health bar. Chapter 54, Shifting Gears. Wang Nan, 59.99% times 98. Clearly, the favorability rating was locked. Only by curing Wang Nan's androphobia could their intimacy progress further. But what he hadn't anticipated was how rapidly Wang Nan's health points would decrease. In such a short time, they had already dropped below 99 plus. Perhaps it wouldn't even take a full year to take down the first boss. Originally, Chu Sheng's primary target had been Song Nana. Plans could never keep pace with shifting circumstances. But don't let Wang Nan's remaining 98 health bars fool you. Each subsequent bar grows progressively thicker, making this an exceptionally tough fight. Give me the keys. Get them yourself, they're in my pants pocket. With a look of mild disgust, Wang Nan reached into his pocket and pulled out the keys directly. Only after managing to maneuver Chu Sheng into the passenger seat did Wang Nan finally let out a relieved sigh. You're so heavy, Chu Sheng. Solid all over. What are you building all these muscles for? She teased him with those two lines, then turned her excited gaze to the Porsche 911. Mom, oh mom, you sent a tow truck to haul my car away, what about that? What can you do about it? Didn't I finally get to drive? After settling into the driver's seat, she first took a photo holding the steering wheel. Then she started taking selfies and posted them on her social media. While shooting, she intentionally kept Chu Sheng out of frame, only showcasing her pretty face and pronounced collarbones. The dance club members in the hotel began to leave one after another. Supported by Liang Qian, Luanny watched the Porsche roaring wildly before finally getting into a taxi. Only after posting on Moments, recording a short video, and sharing it on Douyin and Zaya Hongshu, Wang Nan finally started the car, while Chu Sheng beside her had been pretending to be drunk for quite a while. Damn it, when will this ever end? Wang Nan inserted the key and started the ignition. As the pleasant hum of the engine filled the air, Wang Nan's palms began to sweat. However, before she could start driving, the seatbelt reminder chimed. Damn it, forgot to fasten the seatbelt. She was about to fasten her seatbelt when she remembered Chu Sheng hadn't fastened his either. Wang Nan leaned forward, reaching for the passenger seat's seatbelt. Yet before she could grab it, someone seized her wrist. You were faking drunkenness? Wang Nan turned her head, meeting his clear eyes directly. Not at all, I was simply woken by you. Talk nonsense, who would believe you? Wang Nan tried to pull her arm back, but he grasped it firmly. Miss Andre? Then what is this? I don't really believe this, Wang Nan. Wang Nan swallowed hard, already anticipating what would come next. Yet looking at Chu Sheng's face so close to hers, she didn't feel the slightest disgust. Nan, could you give some proof? Chu Sheng's words were spoken right against her ear. With every breath and every word, she could feel the scorching heat. Even before they had any intimate contact, Wang Nan could already sense that wave of desire. Her heartbeat grew increasingly rapid, and she found herself swallowing more frequently. Though completely sober, her face burned as if on fire. She even began to feel slightly intoxicated. Her mind wasn't filled with any disgusting images now. Instead, it was every precious moment they'd shared since their first meeting. Especially the memory of his Adam's apple bobbing when he drank on her behalf, that image kept replaying relentlessly. Impossible to shake from her thoughts. She clenched the seatbelt tightly, as if it could provide a sliver of security. What exactly are you trying to do? The Porsche was now parked in front of the hotel, its dance club occupants long gone. Chu Sheng looked at her flushed ears and reached out to turn her head back straight. What do you think? Wang Nan suddenly gritted her teeth and shouted, fine, if I die, I die. You're taking the heat for me tonight, I consider you my sister. Just think of it as me suddenly changing genders to give my sister a thrill. The carriage suddenly erupted in laughter. Chu Sheng cupped her little face, smiling until his eyes curved into crescents. Wang Nan, oh Wang Nan, how can you be so amusing? He lifted Wang Nan entirely and placed her on his lap. With both hands, he embraced her slender waist. Last time you took advantage of being drunk to forcibly kiss me in the Mercedes. His breath, reeking of alcohol, brushed against her lips as he spoke. This time it's my turn. Wang Nan closed her eyes and surrendered to his advances. Yet, the nausea she anticipated never came. Instead, an unfamiliar sensation took its place. It was like an electric current shooting up her spine, curling her toes and making her want to dig her soles into her shoes. She instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck, only to be held even tighter. Gradually, Wang Nan realized she wasn't resisting at all. Instead, she was silently responding, cooperating. She felt she must be going mad. Or perhaps it was because they'd already kissed, first time strangers, second time familiar? Yet just as she was sinking deeper, Chu Sheng suddenly stopped. He pressed his forehead against Wang Nan's flushed face and whispered softly, that last time, your hands weren't behaving properly either. You owe me this. No. But she had no time to refuse before being silenced again. Wang Nan's face flushed crimson. Memories flashed back to that rainy night she really had. Helpless, she could only comply obediently. The dead man's palm seemed to possess some kind of magic, more dexterous than her own fingers, and far more powerful. Wait. Wang Nan suddenly clamped her legs together, feeling an urgent need to use the bathroom. Chu Sheng, I need to go to the bathroom. Are you sure you really need to go? I swear, I'm telling the truth, cross my heart. Ignoring her plea, Chu Sheng pressed forward once more. Wang Nan couldn't hold it in any longer, though she didn't know exactly how much time had passed. Only then did she forcefully push him away and rush into the hotel lobby. After finally composing herself, Wang Nan stared at her thoroughly flushed face in the mirror. She wished she could just vanish into thin air out of sheer embarrassment. She reached up and touched her own lips, feeling them slightly swollen. How could this? Cold water splashed against her face, yet couldn't extinguish the fire within. Why was it that with other boys, even accidental finger contact would make her recoil? And yet, even after doing that sort of thing with Chu Sheng, I still feel, does being handsome really give someone the right to do whatever they want? Or maybe her illness isn't as severe as I thought. Or perhaps the illness is selective, maybe it doesn't flare up when she's with Chu Sheng? Wang Nan had always been deeply concerned about her illness. After all, her grandmother and mother both hoped she could marry and have children like any normal young woman. So a bold idea began forming in Wang Nan's heart. She decided to give it a try. At worst, she'd just suffer some social embarrassment. After all, she and Chu Sheng had already kissed like that tonight. What worse could happen if they went a little further? By the time they returned to the car, Chu Sheng had already fallen asleep. He reclined the seat flat, his breathing slow and even. Wang Nan poked him a few times, and only after confirming he was truly asleep did she extend her mischievous little hand. She grabbed one of Chu Sheng's hands and slowly guided it. However, upon reaching the destination, Chu Sheng's fingers suddenly twitched. It startled her so much that her heart nearly leaped out of her chest. Fortunately, it was merely a natural reflex in his sleep. Chu Sheng did not wake up. After the earlier test, she could confirm that she didn't dislike Chu Sheng's touch. Now, only the last item remains to be verified. She started the car and shifted gears. A surge of intense nausea and vomiting welled up inside her, forcing her to bolt out of the car. So my illness is still there. I just had an unusually high tolerance for this scumbag. That scoundrel. How on earth did Sun Xiaoyao put up with him back then? Wang Nan covered her face, knowing she'd surely have some reckless youthful dreams tonight. Otherwise, it'd be an insult to this evening's youthful recklessness. Suddenly, she felt a mischievous urge to call Song Nana over to collect the corpse. But when you think about it, it's really letting Song Nana off too easy. Suddenly, her mind began replaying the earlier experience, and her face flushed hot again. She and Chu Sheng could drive very fast as long as they didn't shift gears. Taking the highway wasn't even a problem. And when they were together, there was also that feeling between a man and a woman. No, Wang Nan, you can't keep thinking about this. You like sweet and gentle girls. Don't let this scumbag deceive you. Sisters are the goat, simply the best. By the time the Porsche drove onto campus, it was nearly 11 o'clock. Wang Nan called Wu Xian via voice message, telling him to come out and meet someone. Wu Xian brought the dorm supervisor a pack of cigarettes before finally getting the key. Yet when Wu Xian came out with Jin Yu and Jing Shang, all three were instantly captivated by the Porsche 911. I couldn't take my eyes off it for a second. Holy shit, that's a Porsche 911. The Frog Prince. The three of them circled the car twice, then all looked at Wang Nan. Nan Jia, is this your car? Wang Nan shook her head with a smile. It's Chu Sheng's. Chu Ji's car? Doesn't he drive a Mercedes? Wait, don't tell me he just bought this? That's gotta be Brother Chu's, only he's got that kind of power. Alright, stop gawking. When we have time, Chu Sheng can take you guys for a few spins. Hurry up and carry him away. Don't forget to tell him to wait at the dorm entrance. I'll fetch my keys. Alright, Sister Wang, you go ahead first. See you. Wang Nan stepped on the gas and drove away from the boys' dormitory. Wu Xian reached out to support Chu Sheng, but as soon as he tried to pull him inside, his grip suddenly went slack. Chu Sheng actually stood up directly. Brother Chu, you're... Chu Sheng coughed twice and smiled. Life is a play, all depends on acting skills. Keep it low-key, don't tell Wang Nan. He reached into his pocket and accidentally pulled out a small box. Wang Jinue quickly picked it up, only to find that he couldn't quite understand what it was. Extra thin, strawberry flavored, with XXXL, what the hell is this thing? Chapter 55, Damn girl eating so well. You successfully protected Wang Nan from harm, but the jealousy hasn't ended. Sin of envy, event concluded. Your boss conquest mission, total war, mission completion rating increased. You gained a small amount of experience. You received a reward, map fragment, traditional Chinese medicine clinic, ×1. You have received a reward, acrobatic chewing gum, blue. You have obtained 1 achievement point. Current score, 57, F. Map fragment, traditional Chinese medicine clinic, collect all 4 pieces to unlock the location of the hidden store, traditional Chinese medicine clinic. Acrobatic chewing gum, blue, charm +1, containing an endless supply of gum to freshen breath. When consumed using an acrobatic method, the breath freshening effect doubles, completely cleansing the mouth and leaving a lingering sweetness for 24 hours. After reviewing the rewards from this incident, Chu Sheng lay on the bed, looking at Wang Jinua's confused face, and really wanted to kick him. This bastard had been chasing him around asking what that thing was ever since he picked it up. Of course, Chu Sheng couldn't tell him the truth, so he lied and called it chewing gum. Wu Xian naturally noticed it too but kept smiling without saying a word. Wang Jinue, that blockhead, kept racking his brains over it. Fine, I'll tell you. This thing is just for safety purposes, got it? Only then did Wang Jinue have a sudden realization, feeling like he'd wasted his entire 18 years. Oh, That's what it was. I thought it was something else. Xu Sheng ignored him and glanced at the time. Turn off the lights, Lao Wu. Get some rest early, you still have military training tomorrow. Wu Xian pressed the switch and asked, Lao Chu, what have you been up to lately? Xu Sheng recalled all the little moments with Wang Nan over these past few days and suddenly let out a sigh. I've just been bustling around pointlessly these days, mainly dealing with shop matters. On the 11th, the day after tomorrow, my self-service hot pot place is opening. I'll send you all a few coupons when the time comes. When you go, just scan the QR code and you can start eating right away. There are meat rolls, fried chicken, duck snacks, desserts, and fruits totally worth every penny. Wang Jinyue's mouth watered at the description, and he quickly asked, how much does it cost, Brother Chu? Jing Sheng suddenly added, haven't you seen Douyin? During the trial period, it's only 55 yuan for an all-you-can-eat buffet. Hearing this, Wang Jinyue suddenly grew eager with anticipation. In his opinion, 55 yuan was already a very low price, and Brother Chu's self-service hot pot restaurant must be quite generous. Definitely worth every penny. The school leaders will be going over for inspection tomorrow morning, so I don't have to get up early. If you all are going for military training, no need to call me. Wu Shen suddenly spoke up, saying, Old Chu, your Porsche car keys are still with Wang Nan. Aren't you going to retrieve them from her sooner? It doesn't matter. She can keep them with her and drive it for a few days. Having said that, Xu Sheng suddenly realized something was off. What does it mean that jealousy won't end in this context? Are Lu Annie and Liang Qian up to no good again? Xu Shen lay in bed, thinking for a while. If these two were to cause trouble, they'd probably only mess with the dance program at most. With him being their target and Wang Nan being their love rival, Xu Sheng immediately guessed what would happen tomorrow morning. It was nothing more than being expelled from the mountain sect and returning to military training. Yet the moment he figured it out, an event prompt appeared before his eyes. You have triggered event, Sin of Envy 2. Warning, this event is derived from a boss strategy mission, Total War. Completing this event will enhance your mission evaluation for the boss strategy task. At this moment, Wang Nan remains unaware that her fate has already been decided. She is about to be expelled from the dance program and forced back into grueling military training. You, who have always prided yourself as a champion of justice, cannot bear to witness such unfairness. You intend to step forward righteously and help Wang Nan reclaim his dignity. Objective, collaborate with Wang Nan on a new K-pop style dance program to replace the current show by Lu and Liang. Temporary skills will be granted until the event concludes. Dance skill, blue. Choreography skill, blue. Foreign language, Korean, blue. Singing and dancing skill, blue. Event reward, all temporary abilities will become permanent. Xu Sheng's vision flashed bright, then plunged into darkness again. Alright, so you want him to dance, is that it? Xu Sheng's heart was actually resistant to the idea. After all, having played through university twice, dancing was something he'd never really encountered. He didn't know any of those messy shake dances that were all the rage on Douyin. What an impossible demand to make of someone. But this time the reward was 4 blue skill books. Complete the task and they'd be permanently secured. The temptation level? No explanation needed. Never mind, when in doubt, just watch some pretty girls dance for a while. Yet no matter how hard Xu Sheng tried to focus on those flashy tramps, his mind kept drifting back to Wang Nan dancing on stage today. Damn it, she danced so beautifully. Should she really lose her chance to perform on stage just because she envied me for having this worthless thing? Phooey. You two are so selfish. It's time to properly teach these two women a lesson. Xu Sheng planned his schedule for tomorrow. The afternoon was free, perfect for composing and choreography. Doing it all alone would be too troublesome. Maybe I should get some outside help. He suddenly remembered the music company he was collaborating with. They definitely wouldn't lack such connections. Moreover, there were specialists handling stage design, visual effects, and even costume styling. It would absolutely put Wushu Dance Club's amateur troupe to shame by miles. As he pondered, Xu Sheng already had a song selection in mind and was preparing to adapt it. Lost in thought, Xu Sheng drifted off to sleep. Yet elsewhere on campus, Wang Nan lay wide awake. Tonight's events had left her far too exhilarated. It was every bit as thrilling as Tiny Times 3, especially after discovering the special place she held in Xu Sheng's heart. She often felt overwhelmed with emotions she couldn't share with anyone, leaving her utterly stifled. Finally, she remembered her online friend Xiaoyu and sent them a message. Are you still awake? On the other end of the internet cable, Wang Xiaoyu was engrossed in reading a tear-jerking romance novel set in a bygone era. The female lead in the novel has a problematic identity, while the male lead comes from a prestigious revolutionary family background. The various plotlines torment her relentlessly. When she saw Wang Nan's message, she froze momentarily. What does that damned girl want from me in the middle of the night? Doesn't she need to wake up early tomorrow? Despite the constant internal griping, he still replied at the fastest speed possible. What's up? I've got something big to tell you. Wang Xiaoyu had assumed Wang Nan would explain the matter clearly in just a few words. Little did she expect Wang Nan would start recounting everything from having her hair caught in the bamboo mat that morning. She talked about oversleeping, going for breakfast, running into Li Xining on the sports field, and then heading to the dance club. The dance club president took a liking to her, groped her, and then she ended up joining their rehearsal program. During the afternoon rehearsal, Chu Sheng made his grand entrance in an eye-catching Porsche. The moment he appeared, he completely captivated the souls of the dance club president and her boyfriend. Then came the dinner party scene that night, which Wang Nan described with even more vivid colors. Especially the part where Wang Nan cleaned up the table by cheating, it left Wang Qiuzhu utterly dumbfounded. Since when did my damn daughter learn to cheat at cards? Who taught you this? But before she could question her, Wang Nan started revealing shocking details. When Wang Qiuzhu saw her daughter actually kissing Chu Sheng and even touching him afterward, she couldn't quite identify her own emotions. There was joy at her daughter's improving condition, but also anger, helplessness, and melancholy, the classic mixture of seeing one's cherished cabbage being uprooted by some wild boar. I just wonder what this pig looks like. But according to her daughter, he seems exceptionally handsome, the school's #1 heartthrob. Casually reeling in a whole crowd of young girls, Wang Qiuzhu instinctively felt he must be a scumbag, definitely the type to play with her daughter's emotions. But that person actually turned down both of them and chose to stand up for Nan Nan, which shows he's not the type to abandon principles for beauty. Nan Nan, do you have a photo of Chu Sheng? Send it over. Wang Qiuzhu was genuinely curious about what this legendary campus heartthrob, ranked first in Bode University, looked like. Image, JPG. Picture, JPG. Picture, JPG. Wang Nan sent 3 pictures in a row, then added another message. He's super popular on Douyin, check out Boston University's official account. Linked to quite a few of his videos. Wang Qiuzhu first clicked open the pictures for a look. Damn! How can this guy be this handsome? That lucky girl's eating well. Back in the day, Wang Qiuzhu had gone through countless candidates before finally choosing Wang Nan's father, all for the sake of bearing a beautiful daughter. The Wang family prioritized looks above all else when selecting a son-in-law to marry into their household. This young man here seems like a perfect fit, but why does he appear to be sitting inside a Porsche? With such wealth, it's hard to find a man willing to marry into her family. Wang Qiuzhu wanted to advise her daughter to pick someone else, someone without money would be easier to control. But the two of them weren't even a couple now. They weren't even that kind of friends. It could only be said that they were opposite-sex friends with rather complicated relationships. Wang Qiuzhu secretly prayed in her heart, hoping Chu Sheng could win over Wang Nan and leave an heir for the Wang family. If her daughter spent her whole life pursuing same-sex love, well, this is how things stand, and I'm feeling quite confused inside. Wang Qiuzhu thought to herself, it's your first time being like this with a man, of course you're flustered. It's fine, you'll get used to it after a few more times. Wang Nan? She sensed something unusual about this Xiaoyu. Could she be bi too? Damn bisexuals, Wang Nan would never coexist with them. But the next moment, Wang Nan suddenly awakened. How am I any different from them now? It turned out that I was schwanger all along. Meanwhile, after successfully deceiving her daughter, Wang Qiuzhu began searching for videos related to Chu Sheng. Little did she know, after watching just 2 of Chu Sheng's singing videos, she couldn't help but yell in outrage. Damn girl, how dare you feast like this? A young man of such tender years, so handsome with a great physique, and yet so talented. The songs he wrote became an overnight sensation online, and he's also a rich second-generation heir. Now he's even starting his own business to open a hot pot restaurant. In all her years of living, Wang Qiuzhu had never encountered a guy like this. Which novel did this male protagonist run out from, only to be caught by her own daughter? Wang Qiuzhu wasn't exactly jealous of her daughter, she just found it somewhat unreal. Could he possibly be targeting their Wang family? After some consideration, Wang Qiuzhu decided to mobilize her subordinates' resources to investigate this young man. Chapter 56, Overture. Waking up from sleep, Chu Sheng opened his eyes, stared blankly at the dormitory ceiling, and began to space out. Who am I? Where am I? What was I supposed to do? He closed his eyes, pondered for a moment, and found the answer. There were primarily 2 main tasks for today. In the morning, the school leadership would be visiting the store for inspection. Check in on his progress with the entrepreneurial venture as the campus star. After all, Chu Sheng is now the poster child for the school's promotional efforts. If his shop runs into problems, it would ruin the school's reputation. The second task was to contact that music company and coordinate with them in the afternoon. Another busy day ahead, born to toil like an ox or horse. Get up. Chu Sheng sat up in bed, his broad shoulders and narrow waist bare enough to make most women drool. His well-defined pectoral muscles and neatly chiseled abs led to a V-cut that disappeared beneath the waistband of his shorts. As he washed up, he casually ran his hands over his body, still just as sturdy. Seems like my recent diet hasn't been a problem. Though he could slim down through the hidden store, Chu Sheng still wanted to save some gold bars. He tried to be mindful of his daily diet when possible, only daring to eat greasy, high-calorie foods until satisfied. And exercise will also increase, especially waist training. Those who understand its importance know why. He sat on the toilet, took out his phone, and began making a call. Hello, is this property manager Ms. Lin? Here's the thing, could you help drive my Mercedes over here? Yes, the key is, I'll give you a temporary password later. Okay, drive to the male dormitory building at Bohai University. I need it for something. He decided not to go back this morning, heading straight to find Professor Bai first before accompanying the school administrators. In that case, driving the Porsche wouldn't be quite appropriate, a business sedan would be more suitable. After arranging this matter, Chu Sheng took out his phone again. Hello, is this President Xia? It's Chu Sheng. Right, here's the thing, a friend of mine had her spot in a dance show taken over by someone else. I plan to organize a performance to help her reclaim what's rightfully hers. Yeah, it's a K-pop style song, and I'll choreograph it later. Mainly just need to borrow a dance studio from you, and later we'll need stage design, styling, makeup, props. Having a dance instructor to help would be great. Alright, thanks a lot. Chu Sheng had a pleasant chat with CEO Xia of Starlight Music, who said all these would be provided free of charge. But Chu Sheng didn't want to owe anyone favors, so he agreed to write a song for the other party's top performer, on the condition that this top performer would come meet him for a proper discussion. After the two reached their agreement, Chu Sheng left the restroom and sat on his bed to check his unread messages. Zhang Qin, Song Nana, Wang Nan, Chen Yu messages had arrived from every single girl in that dormitory. How strange. What could possibly get the whole dorm so worked up? He opened the app and started checking each notification one by one. Zhang Qin, you got yourself a Porsche? After Wang Nan drove it back to the dorm, she kept showing off with the car keys, almost driving Song Nana crazy with envy. Zhang Qin, if it weren't for Song Nana recognizing your car, Wang Nan would have really pulled it off. Song Nana couldn't sleep until 2 a.m. tonight, tisk, obviously missing you hard. Chu Sheng doesn't get it, he sent you to gather intel. Why are you only bringing back gossip? He edited the message and replied, don't you miss me? Zhang Qin was actually awake at this hour and responded instantly. Of course I miss you, but what's the use of missing you? It's useless anyway. Chu Sheng smirked and replied with a head-patting emoji. Chen Yu, about what you told me about writing a novel, I've thought of an opening. Let me share it with you. New book. Chu Sheng glanced at the time, still plenty to spare, and clicked open the file to start reading. Only wrote the first 3 chapters, the content is still a bit flat. Why not start writing from when the male and female leads were born? He typed a reply. Noted. The pacing is too slow, you need to front-load the climax and conflicts. I recommend checking out Gecko's short stories. The market is tough right now. Slow burn stories don't sell. If you want to make money, you've got to hook readers with as few words as possible. Chen Yu actually replied instantly after I sent it. What, did you catch Zhang Qin's habit? Got it. Chen Yu's reply was brief, yet Chu Sheng felt deeply comforted. He sent a few more messages in response, offering several suggestions. His words were the most numerous and his effort the greatest among them all. Next came Wang Nan. Wang Nan, Chu Sheng, your Porsche is currently in my possession. If you don't want me driving it everywhere, then get me a girl. Chu Sheng was speechless and replied directly. I don't care, go ahead and fool around, your family can afford to pay for it anyway. Wang Nan didn't reply, probably still asleep. The last one was Song Nana. She was both the easiest and hardest to win over in the entire dorm. She was too materialistic, too pragmatic, yet too clear-headed and rational. Unless she encountered someone like Chu Sheng, an absolute anomaly, she'd never lose her composure. 20-something charm points plus 15 looks points, you think I'm joking? Pure stats, no skill required. Song Nana, classmate Chu Sheng, did you buy a new car? Such a handsome ride, could you take me for a spin sometime? Chu Sheng's fingers danced across the screen as he swiftly replied. I lent the car to Wang Nan for a few days. If you want a ride, ask her to take you. Song Nana's expression must have been priceless when she saw this message. Just as expected, Song Nana's expression was indeed spectacular when she read the reply. So incredible it defies description. To put it simply, it hit like a ton of bricks. The luxury car she'd never ridden in her entire life, the car of her dreams. You're just going to lend it to Wang Nan for a few days like that? Is Wang Nan your mother or something? Song Nana was absolutely furious. She felt this Chu Sheng was deliberately targeting her. Ever since that BMW driving guy in the parking lot incident, the targeting began. Even if he's playing hard to get, this is going too far, isn't it? Yet what Song Nana didn't know was that the real show was yet to come. There were plenty more defenses left to breach, this was merely the beginning. After reading the messages from the 4 roommates in dorm 301, Chu Sheng began browsing through his other messages. Truth be told, he usually didn't spend much time on his phone. After all, real life was already exciting enough, who needed the internet? He ignored the messages from Luanni and Liang Qian without a second thought. Sun Xiaoyao also sent a message, and its contents made Chu Sheng frown deeply. Damn you, Bai Wei. How did you get her into the student council? Sun Xiaoyao's message could only be roughly understood. The specifics would have to come from Bai Wei's message. By combining the information provided by both, Xu Xing finally pieced together the whole story. Speaking of which, Sun Xiaoyao's joining the student union secretariat was all thanks to Chu Sheng. Back then, when Bai Wei took leave for Sun Xiaoyao, she did so by leveraging Chu Sheng's influence. In other words, among the teachers, everyone knew that Sun Xiaoyao was actually Chu Sheng's girlfriend. When she went to pick up the leave request form, she happened to run into Deputy Secretary Du from the university's Youth League Committee. Deputy Secretary Du took a liking to Sun Xiaoyao and recruited her to the secretariat to help with document handling. As it happened, Sun Xiaoyao didn't have to participate in military training, and her performance over those 2 days was excellent, so she officially stayed on. Deputy Secretary Du, who was in charge of propaganda work, developed a keen interest in Chu Sheng and asked Sun Xiaoyao many questions about him. Sun Xiaoyao told Deputy Secretary Du that the two of them had already broken up, but Secretary Du still planned to bring Sun Xiaoyao along today to assist the student cadres from the publicity department with filming and documentation. Moreover, Deputy Secretary Du, that is, the highest-ranking leader present today, would be coming. Once Chu Sheng figured it out, it wasn't really fair to blame anyone. At any rate, those above could probably guess what kind of guy he was. As long as he doesn't do anything like cheating or playing multiple relationships, would probably turn a blind eye. After all, given the current social climate, those who understand will understand. What's meant to come will come, there's no avoiding it. For Chu Sheng, Sun Xiaoyao joining the student council brought both advantages and disadvantages. But the drawbacks far outweighed the benefits. It's alright Yao Yao, I support your decision to join the student council. Having you accompany me here today was really nice too. I just opened a new shop you haven't been to yet. After we're done here, I'll give you a few vouchers so you can treat your roommates. After replying to Sun Xiaoyao, Chu Sheng took a deep breath and began gathering his strength. Bai Wei, look what you've done. You got my ex-girlfriend into the student council secretariat. How am I supposed to mess around at school now? I don't care, compensate me with 2 female students from your class, or this isn't over. Bai Wei? Chapter 57, A Helping Hand. Bai Wei had just woken up, her mind was irrational, her thoughts in disarray. Especially after seeing Chu Sheng's message, she completely fell into chaos. Who am I? Where am I? What have I done? Who from Chu Sheng's family did I kill? She rubbed her eyes and yawned, taking a while to fully wake up. So that's how it is. She opened the chat window and began her counterattack. Then just stop fooling around, problem solved? If you're so capable, why don't you make vegetarians eat meat? I was just making a suggestion, you can ignore it if you disagree. Honestly, being this handsome, I should really be dating 17 or 18 girlfriends. Does this face of mine deserve so much greatness? Bai Wei was almost amused by anger. How could this Chu Sheng always say such outrageous things with such righteous confidence every time? Besides, don't you think it's a good thing that I've dated so many girlfriends? Bai Wei burst out laughing, her shoulders shaking uncontrollably as she continued typing. Begin your performance. If I were to find only one girlfriend and remain utterly faithful, who knows how many girls in school would end up regarding me as the unattainable dream of their youth. Then, I'll become their lifelong regret. Bai Wei replied with a laugh. Thanks, that's the funniest joke I've heard this year. Chu Xing suddenly felt Bai Wei was particularly dull this morning, not as amusing as she used to be when teased. I'm getting a bit tired of you, Bai Wei. Bai Wei stared at the message and froze. Her expression shifted several times before settling into an uneasy tension. What exactly do you mean by that? If Sun Xiaoyao joins the student council, it means my private life will also be under the teacher's scrutiny. Isn't that great? When you become part of it, I hope you'll still be able to laugh. Bai Wei was completely dumbfounded. She thrashed about on the bed like a fish caught on a hook. You should know, our parents have already met. If the school authorities found out about this, tisk tsk. Chu Sheng promptly withdrew his hand to prevent teacher Bai from losing her composure completely. Actually, this matter's impact isn't as significant as Chu Sheng made it out to be. Yet this clearly unexpected development keeps irritating Chu Sheng's sensitive nerves. Moreover, he needs to discuss something with Secretary Du today. The matter will involve Wang Nan, and inevitably, it'll also entangle Sun Xiaoyao. If the other party were to detect the underlying love triangle, Chu Sheng would undoubtedly be in for a rough period. To prevent this, Chu Sheng had no choice but to alter his plans and postpone the matter. This new task was non-negotiable. The solidified skill would prove invaluable later on. After all, skills are never a burden. Who would ever complain about mastering too many? As these thoughts crossed his mind, the phone rang. It was the property manager's assigned staff arriving. Chu Sheng hurried out of his dorm and retrieved his Mercedes car keys. After slipping the security guard a pack of cigarettes and watching him leave, Chu Sheng drove to the cafeteria for lunch. He hadn't eaten much the previous night, having mainly indulged in drinking. My stomach has been growling since I woke up this morning. Chu Sheng ordered a bowl of shin soup, paired with 2 fried dough sticks, 3 grilled sausages, and 4 meat buns. He had already eaten most of it when the person he was waiting for finally arrived. "Chu Sheng, have you lost your appetite today? Why are you eating so little?" Chu Sheng looked up and was astonished to see his ex-girlfriend, Sun Xiaoyao. She was wearing a milk-white knitted short-sleeved top paired with a light blue denim pinafore dress. On her feet were beige leather loafers with lace-trimmed ankle socks, and she had a pink bow hair clip in her hair. The entire person looked overwhelmingly adorable, just like a glutinous rice ball dusted with sugar. By now, all that remained before Chu Sheng was a single sausage, most of a bowl of soup, and 2 steamed buns. Sun Xiaoyao was well aware of Chu Sheng's appetite and knew exactly how formidable his athletic abilities were. Back when they were at the hotel, Chu Sheng had been doing exercises while holding several dozen pounds of weight. He hadn't changed his position for over half an hour. With such a strong physique, eating a bit more wouldn't matter. It's just a pity that Sun Xiaoyao was too weak and couldn't keep up with him for long before collapsing from exhaustion. "Not at all, my appetite's still good. Would you buy me some more?" Sun Xiaoyao nodded and bought him another egg-filled pancake and a pork tenderloin pastry. Chu Sheng's current physique attribute was too high, so his appetite naturally increased as well. Eating 3 times the amount of a normal person wasn't particularly difficult for him. Moreover, his current weight was somewhat excessive. Standing at 1.9 meters tall with lean yet sturdy muscles rather than exaggerated bulk, his weight nonetheless exceeded 200 pounds. If his physique continued to strengthen, with increasing bone density and muscle density, he'd probably end up crushing the metal bunk beds in his school dorm. Who knew if he'd ever acquire some item to lighten his bodily weight later on? Otherwise, daily life would become very inconvenient. Just imagine when Chu Sheng's weight increases to 20 or even 30 kilograms. A single person's weight alone would equal several people. The elevator might not have been full originally, but as soon as Chu Sheng steps in, it would overload. How absolutely awkward that would be. Eating the food Sun Xiaoyao had bought and letting his thoughts wander, Chu Sheng noticed she only took a bowl of congee and 1 egg. "Why aren't you eating more? Why would I eat much now? Don't I still have your little hot pot to eat later?" Chu Sheng rubbed her head, and Sun Xiaoyao docilely nuzzled against his palm. "Yao Yao, I actually called you here because there's something I need to discuss." Sun Xiaoyao thought for a moment before asking, "Is it about the student council?" Chu Sheng nodded and then shook his head. "It's like this." Chu Sheng gave a rough account of what had happened over the past few days, but it certainly wasn't the truth, rather, an embellished and heavily revised version. "When I went to that classroom to rehearse, the moment I stepped inside, those 2 Luanni and Liang Qianna had their eyes on me. They're both bi, you know, kept dropping hints, trying to take me down together. He dragged me to a dinner party at night and tried to get me drunk. If it weren't for Wang Nan stepping in, showing off his skills at dice and finger-guessing games, I would have definitely been wasted and taken advantage of." Chu Sheng narrated vividly, occasionally gesturing for emphasis. Especially when mentioning Wang Nan's intervention, another line was brought up. "That's my best friend's ex-boyfriend. I'd advise you all to steer clear of him." Of course, those words never actually came from Wang Nan, they were entirely fabricated by Chu Sheng himself. But Sun Xiaoyao clearly believed every word, because in her opinion, Wang Nan was somewhat fawning over her. Ah, how could this happen? Anger made her tiny eyebrows knit together, her little face puffing up. "After saying all this, what exactly do you want me to do for you?" Chu Sheng sighed and continued. "What I want your help with hasn't happened yet, but I feel certain it will. That Luanni and Liang Qian both seem like rather petty people. Wang Nan ruined their little scheme. There's no way she'll be able to perform in the military training showcase now. But this opportunity was truly earned by Wang Nan through her own capabilities. Just think how frustrated you'd feel if it were you in this situation. Wouldn't you want to at least try?" Sun Xiaoyao finally understood, feeling that Wang Nan had actually done something worthwhile for once. If it weren't for her meddling, that lecher Chu Sheng might have been seduced away last night. "Are you suggesting I talk to Teacher Du about bringing Wang Nan back?" Chu Sheng shook his head. "I'm planning to work with Wang Nan on a dance performance. Then we'll defeat those 2 women fair and square, and help Wang Nan regain her dignity." Chu Sheng saw her hesitation and knew the matter was mostly settled. The main issue was that Professor Du was rather conservative and detested people with loose morals. Were it only Chu Sheng speaking, the other party might suspect he had feelings for Wang Nan. But if it came from ex-girlfriend Sun Xiaoyao, clarifying the relationship between all 3 of them, then things would be much simpler. Chapter 58, The Chuyao Faction. After breakfast, Sun Xiaoyao got into the Mercedes-Benz with Chu Sheng. The faint mixed fragrance inside the car made Chu Sheng involuntarily inhale deeply twice. "This little girl smells so good. Something's off about you. Are you wearing perfume?" Chu Sheng asked while starting the car. Sun Xiaoyao flashed a sly smile. "You just noticed? Isn't this the perfume you gave me last time?" Chu Sheng felt somewhat awkward. Truth be told, when he'd gifted it last time, he'd been too busy with sweet talk. But in reality, when giving it, he hadn't even known what scent it was. "My mouth was still full of breakfast flavors. I couldn't smell it properly." See, I told you this perfume would suit you, didn't I? Sun Xiaoyao smiled brightly, as if the gloom brought by the breakup these past days had largely dissipated. The car slowly approached the office building. Chu Sheng glanced at the time after parking the car. The original plan was to depart at 10:30, arriving just in time for lunch. Originally, the school leadership wasn't planning to join the meal, but Chu Sheng later made an additional request. After all, he understood quite clearly what the school administrators were concerned about. Food safety has been a key focus over the past 2 years, and leaders can never pay too much attention to it. Are all the ingredients in your shop ready? Do we need to visit the shop and prepare in advance? Sun Xiaoyao kept looking at him while she spoke. I can't help but feel that my ex-boyfriend looks even more handsome after just a few days apart. Who knows how many bees and butterflies it will attract. Don't worry, it's been prepared long ago. Sun Xiaoyao nodded, noticing that Chu Sheng had turned to look at her, and quickly averted her gaze toward the window. There were more clouds today, and it wasn't as hot as the previous few days, perfect for going out. Once they arrived at the office building, Chu Sheng sent a message to Bai Wei. Is there anyone else in your office? Bai Wei swiftly replied. Just me, idly reading through some materials in my free time. Are you planning to come over? A faint smile curved at Chu Sheng's lips as he remained silent, planning to give her a little scare. He led Sun Xiaoyao straight upstairs. Inside the elevator, Sun Xiaoyao suddenly asked, Does Teacher Bai know we're coming? I don't know. Chu Sheng watched the elevator numbers flicker, feeling a flutter of anticipation at the thought of Bai Wei's expression. Meanwhile, in her office playing games, Bai Wei heard that Chu Sheng was coming over. Her heart skipped several beats. It had only been a few days, yet she found herself actually missing that troublemaker student. Putting down her phone, she saw the game notification, level failed. Her gaze kept drifting toward the classroom door. What's wrong with me? Bai Wei rubbed her temples, trying to analyze her current situation. Her relationship with Chu Sheng was complicated. When put into words, it seemed like everything and nothing at the same time. There was this persistent feeling that something had already deteriorated beyond normal relations. The wait of just a few minutes felt excruciatingly long in Bai Wei's eyes. When the knock finally came, Bai Wei quickly adjusted her collar. She wore a misty blue silk blouse with flowing ribbons, paired with deep gray high-waisted tailored trousers, an ensemble that made her appear both polished and stylish. On her figure, the outfit looked no less striking than on a runway model. After straightening her collar, Bai Wei picked up her phone again to check her makeup. Only after confirming everything was in order did she take a deep breath. Come in. The door opened, revealing Chu Sheng's tall figure in the doorway. Bai Wei's eyes unconsciously lit up, and a faint smile played at the corners of her lips. Yet before he could even greet her, his smile froze instantly. Hello, Teacher Bai. Sun Xiaoyao followed behind Chu Sheng, timidly offering her greeting while nervously clutching the hem of her clothes with small hands. Bai Wei was exerting every ounce of self-control to maintain her composure, struggling not to lose her dignified demeanor. But the corner of her mouth still twitched uncontrollably. Hello, Yao Yao. After speaking, she quickly picked up a book to shield her face. Behind this barrier, she began silently cursing that bastard Chu Sheng. Only Bai Wei herself knew how awkward her relationship with Sun Xiaoyao truly was. During their breakup, she, Bai Wei, had been one of the culprits. Though back then, it was undoubtedly Chu Sheng who had been using her. Yet someone with Bai Wei's temperament would never absolve herself of responsibility. So regarding their breakup, although she didn't voice it, she felt somewhat guilty towards Sun Xiaoyao. Now that they've met again, she actually felt a pang of guilt. It was like being caught red-handed after doing something wrong. And Sun Xiaoyao wasn't faring much better either. She had been hiding behind Chu Sheng all along, extremely shy. Although her breakup with Chu Sheng at the time was partly due to Bai Wei being a major reason, but in the days since their separation, Sun Xiaoyao had already figured out many things. Back then, their breakup wasn't actually so straightforward. Everything was deliberately done by Chu Sheng, including the subsequent amusement park and hotel visits. He might have done all this precisely to protect himself. Nowadays, Chu Sheng is becoming increasingly famous at his school and even in several surrounding universities. With more and more girls setting their eyes on him, Sun Xiaoyao doubts her petite frame can defend this prized Buddha jumps over the wall dish. If they hadn't broken up back then, it might have been her facing off against Lu and Liang last night. Who knows how many lives she'd have left after drowning in all that liquor. So after thinking it through, she didn't blame Chu Sheng. Though they'd broken up, they could still do all the things couples do, there just wasn't a label on it anymore. It didn't affect the relationship between the two. What are you two doing? Why aren't you saying anything? Chu Sheng, standing between them at that moment, could practically feel the tangible awkwardness. What kind of situation is this supposed to be? The two of you can't even create a dramatic love triangle. He strode straight to the desk, grabbed the book in one swift motion, and snatched it away. What are you doing? Bai Wei was startled, nearly toppling backward. Teacher Bai, what are you blocking me for? Don't want to see me? I'm the most handsome guy in the whole school. My looks are on par with a national heartthrob. Don't you want to see me? Bai Wei rolled her eyes at him, yet suddenly felt the awkwardness dissipate somewhat. The tense atmosphere in the office noticeably softened. Yet Bai Wei still wore a stubborn frown, looking thoroughly displeased. Professor Bai, what do you mean by this? Chu Sheng saw her pout and immediately leaned in, pretending to kiss her. You! Bai Wei hastily dodged, looking utterly flustered. Ha ha ha! Chu Sheng burst into laughter, then turned to Sun Xiaoyao and said, "See, I told you teacher Bai is hilarious. At her age and still single, probably hasn't even had her first kiss. Just teasing her. Look how scared she got." Bai Wei was about to scold him. Are you kidding me? If nobody were around, you'd definitely actually kiss me. Yet she suddenly realized that she wasn't actually resisting. Her main concern was the fear of being seen, especially by Chu Sheng's ex-girlfriend standing right there. Bai Wei's face flushed crimson in an instant. Just as she was about to erupt in anger, she saw Chu Sheng suddenly pull Sun Xiaoyao into his arms. With a soft mwah, he planted a gentle kiss. Caught completely off guard, Sun Xiaoyao's eyes widened into perfect circles, but she soon melted into Chu Sheng's embrace. Bai Wei froze instantly, her initial anger vanishing without a trace. She truly couldn't comprehend how Chu Sheng dared to do this. After all, this was the office. What if a teacher happened to open the door? What shocked her even more was that Sun Xiaoyao didn't resist at all. Chu Sheng finished kissing, still craving more. He looked at Bai Wei with a mischievous grin. Teacher Bai seems quite envious. Want one too? Get lost. Bai Wei snatched the folder from the desk and hurled it straight at him, but Chu Sheng effortlessly caught it. Just kidding. Even if you offered, I wouldn't kiss you. Chu Sheng placed the folder back on the table, his smile fading slightly. The only reason he dared to act so brazenly was because he knew Bai Wei's fondness for him ran deep. Moreover, Sun Xiaoyao has already been won over unless he literally holds a knife to her and forces her to leave him. Otherwise, she'd obediently let him have his way with her. Besides, the dynamic between the three of them was a little awkward to begin with. This little act could help ease the tension. And while he was at it, he'd put teacher Bai in her place too. When Chu Bai and Yao combine in the future, Bai will be suppressed by Yao. After that, things won't easily go wrong. He sat down opposite Bai Wei with Sun Xiaoyao, instinctively grabbed a bottle of mineral water, twisted it open, and handed it to Yao Yao. Let's get to business. Is Secretary Du and the team ready? Bai Wei took a deep breath, trying to calm her emotions. After all the commotion just now, she suddenly realized her previous issue with Sun Xiaoyao wasn't worth worrying about. What was there to feel embarrassed about? This Chu Sheng fellow was probably capable of pulling off something even more outrageous. We'll set off at exactly 10:30, and Minister Yu from the Youth League Committee's propaganda department will be joining us then. Chu Sheng nodded and wrapped his arm around Sun Xiaoyao's waist right in front of Bai Wei. From time to time, he'd plant a kiss, giving Bai Wei desensitization training. Bai Wei turned a blind eye to avoid trouble, immersing herself wholeheartedly in the match 3 game. Chu Sheng held Yao Yao in his arms while sending a message to the store manager to oversee the work. He specifically instructed the manager to double-check the ingredients and hygiene several times. Today's matter wasn't particularly major, but it still couldn't be taken lightly. As the sole beneficiary, Yao Yao, though blushing to the tips of her ears, showed no intention of breaking free. After all this commotion, her relationship with Bai Wei wasn't as awkward anymore. After all, they'd just done something far more embarrassing. Whatever happened before paled in comparison. And through his earlier maneuver, Chu Sheng successfully regained control of the rhythm in his interactions with Bai Yao. He now held the initiative in determining how subsequent events would unfold. The atmosphere has now eased. The three of them began chatting back and forth in the office. During the casual conversation, time quickly passed until 10:30. The three of them went downstairs together to meet with Secretary Du and his group. Secretary Du Xinyue was in her early 40s, wearing black-framed glasses and a well-fitted professional suit. When she saw Chu Sheng, her eyes suddenly lit up. Well, if it isn't our campus superstar. Hello Secretary Du, hello Minister Yu. Chu Sheng politely greeted them while also nodding in acknowledgement to Minister Yu Guangtian beside him. Xiao Chu, you're even more handsome in person than in the videos. No wonder so many girls want your contact information. Secretary Du teased Chu Sheng with a smile. You have no idea, you've become quite famous at several nearby universities. In our school's official account comments, 7 out of 10 posts are about you. Yu Guangtian quickly chimed in. That's right, our little Chu has truly become the talk of half the university district now. Chu Sheng smiled modestly, finally grasping something about the extent of his influence. You flatter me too much. It's all thanks to the school's excellent promotion. I'm merely basking in its reflected glory. Seeing Chu Sheng's humility, Party Secretary Du's gaze softened slightly. She suddenly turned to Sun Xiaoyao and said kindly, Xiaoyao is a good girl, diligent in her work, and she even looks a bit like my daughter studying abroad. You young people are still too inexperienced in matters of the heart. Having arguments and breaking up is quite normal. But still, if you can make up, you should. Both you and Xiaoyao are good kids. Chu Sheng's heart skipped a beat, just as he'd feared. This secretary Du belonged to the Chuyao faction. As it happened, Chu Shang had indeed heard of her before. She seemed particularly fond of playing matchmaker, especially for Bai Wei, who knew how many bachelors Du Xinyue had introduced to her by now. Not a single one could last 3 days. Secretary Du has a keen eye for talent. Xiaoyao truly is exceptional. Minister Yu suddenly chimed in. Student Chu, those songs of yours are really trending on Douyin. Our publicity department was just thinking of talking to you about campus promotions. Would you be interested in filming an MV at school? Xu Xing's eyes lit up, feeling this was indeed a brilliant idea. Who would play the female lead would ultimately be his decision to make. Best to add one more scene, those who know. Minister Yu, your proposal is excellent. I'll start preparing as soon as I finish dealing with the current workload. Write out the script first, then we'll discuss it with you later. Minister Yu appeared to be in his 30s, with a portly figure and kind, benevolent features resembling a little Maitreya Buddha. Seeing that Xu Xing agreed to his suggestion, he smiled with great delight. Then it's settled, I'll be awaiting your masterpiece. Xu Sheng responded with another easy smile, his demeanor perfectly composed. When it came time to depart, the group divided between 2 vehicles. Xu Sheng took Bai Wei and Sun Xiaoyao in the Mercedes-Benz. Secretary Du and Minister Yu took 2 student council members with them and got into a Volkswagen. However, just as the car started moving, Xu Xing's phone rang. He casually took out his phone, logged into his alternate account, completely unbothered about the other 2 seeing it. The more openly you act, the less likely others are to notice. The more secretive you are, the more curious others become. Xu Sheng's unabashed behavior didn't draw any attention from the 2 of them. Opening it, he saw a message from Zhang Qin. After returning from military training, we found Wang Nan hiding in bed refusing to speak or eat. I asked her what was wrong, and she just said the dance club didn't want her anymore, sending her back to military training. Xu Sheng curled the corners of his lips into a smile. Things had indeed unfolded exactly as he'd predicted. With Wang Nan's flashy personality, he'd definitely drive his Porsche to dance practice. Then Lu Annie and Liang Qian would completely lose it and kick her out of the program. But there's no need to worry about the leave note. The drill instructor won't find out, they're not well informed. Got it, I'll handle it as soon as I'm done here. Be good, and we'll battle it out for 7 days and nights during National Day. Zhang Qin's instant classic reply. Wow, I'm genuinely looking forward to it. Let's just buy a whole case and use it all up. Xu Sheng's eyelid twitched, uncertain just how many of those things a crate might hold. Don't break Xinbao. We'll see, baby. Keep watching the dorm. Roger that. After replying to the message, Xu Sheng started the engine again. Did that thing with Wang Nan happen? Xu Sheng nodded, while Bai Wei in the back seat looked completely bewildered. This is on you now, Yao Yao. You'll have to explain it to Secretary Du later. If I say it directly, I'm afraid she might get the wrong idea. Sun Xiaoyao shook her head with a smile and said, what's there to worry about? Wang Nan doesn't like men anyway, so why would he get the wrong idea? Hearing this, Xu Sheng couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Yao Yao is still too naive. Chapter 59, Field Inspection. The 4 of them arrived at the shopping mall and quickly made their way to the 4th floor. The signboard for Handsome Lad Mini Hot Pot Buffet was already hung up, featuring a simple yet modern decor that stood out brilliantly. The store manager had been waiting for quite some time. Seeing Chu Sheng and his group arrive, he hurriedly approached with several staff members. Boss Chu, you're here. Chu Sheng nodded and introduced, this is Secretary Du and Minister Yu from our university's Communist Youth League Committee, and this is my advisor, Teacher Bai. Du Xinyue nodded slightly, her expression serious as her gaze swept across the interior of the shop, as if she had already entered work mode. Meanwhile, Minister Yu looked around the shop layout with a cheerful smile, visibly eager to try it out. Gentlemen, let's first take a look at the kitchen and ingredients. The shop owner took the initiative to lead the way. Du Xinyue nodded and followed the owner to the kitchen. Take a look, all the ingredients in our shop are delivered fresh daily, the owner explained. Du Xinyue nodded again, visibly pleased. In her view, freshness and hygiene were absolutely essential in the restaurant business. She had come precisely because she feared young people might overlook details and make careless mistakes. But now it was clear that Chu Sheng was no greenhorn fresh out of the gates. His family likely had experience in similar ventures, which explained how he'd managed to open a shop so quickly. Upon entering the kitchen, Secretary Du glanced around. The entire space was spotless and well organized, with ingredients clearly sorted. Meat rolls, vegetables, hot pot balls, and other ingredients were neatly arranged in the refrigerators. The shop manager stepped forward proactively, opened the freezer, and explained, our meat rolls are supplied by licensed manufacturers, with quality inspection reports for every batch. Secretary Du picked up a meat roll, carefully examined the production date and manufacturer information on the packaging, then nodded in confirmation after verifying everything was correct. Good. Meanwhile, the jovial Yu Guangtian pointed at the frying pot and asked, is this fried chicken freshly made? Yes, boss. The manager immediately signaled the chef for an on-the-spot demonstration. With practiced hands, the chef coated the pre-prepared chicken pieces in flour and dropped them into the hot oil. In no time, a batch of golden, crispy fried chicken was ready, filling the kitchen with its tantalizing aroma. Yu Guangtian picked up a piece with tongs and tasted it, his eyes instantly lit up with delight. Your fried chicken is really good. Crispy on the outside, tender inside, perfectly seasoned, and quite juicy too. The store manager smiled and quickly explained, this time we've specially partnered with a manufacturer to craft our signature marinated fried chicken. It's on par with dedicated fried chicken joints. Later on, we plan to introduce chicken back meat, drumettes, wings, and clavicle cuts, rotating them regularly. Yu Guangtian nodded while eating fried chicken. That's quite an idea. He looked at Chu Sheng. Student Chu, was this all your idea? Chu Sheng smiled modestly and explained, I actually formed a dedicated company team for this. I'm only responsible for overseeing the big picture. The team members handle all these details. Yu Guangtian tossed aside the chicken bone and nodded again. Impressive. For a young entrepreneur to be so professional, it must be due to family influence, right? Truth be told, apart from Chu Sheng, no one in the room actually knew about his family background. No matter how hard they tried to imagine, they'd never guessed Chu Sheng came from an ordinary working-class family. After touring the kitchen, everyone took their seats to enjoy the meal. Chu Sheng deliberately arranged for Sun Xiaoyao to sit between himself and Secretary Du, making it convenient for her to provide assistance. The restaurant manager brought over a menu board for everyone to choose their hot pot broth. Secretary Du opted for the mushroom broth, while Yu Guangtian chose the extra spicy beef tallow. Chu Sheng and Sun Xiaoyao both chose sukiyaki, while Bai Wei opted for tomato. When the conveyor belt started moving, Du Xinyue didn't prepare any dipping sauce. The dishes were just some vegetables and meat rolls, paired with a portion of noodles, much like what one would prepare at home. Clearly, this leader is not fond of dining out. It's considered quite traditional. Du Xinyue noticed Chu Sheng looking at her and thought he suspected she had objections. I'm not used to eating out, I usually cook at home. But the ingredients in your restaurant are genuinely clean and hygienic, which deserves recognition. Chu Sheng quickly nodded with a smile. We'll keep it up and keep working hard. Meanwhile, Yu Guangtian on the other side was exceptionally enthusiastic. He practically tasted every single item, offering commentary between bites. These black duck wingtips are quite good, sweet and spicy. The little burger is surprisingly stuffed, even with pineapple, perfect for kids and girls to eat. Your desserts are a bit lacking, but for this price, they're quite decent. Just from these words, Chu Sheng knew this person was a regular at buffets. Clearly someone accustomed to eating often. Minister Yu is truly a gourmet. Your commentary is spot on. Minister Yu laughed heartily, but his mouth never stopped moving. I've always been a food lover. Wouldn't have gotten this figure otherwise. Eating heartily is a blessing. I truly envy someone like you who can indulge in all their food cravings. With that, he turned his head to glance at the store manager. Make sure to note down all the feedback and report it to the company later, so they can come up with improvement plans. The store manager immediately nodded, understood. Seeing how seriously Chu Sheng valued his input, Yu Guangtian smiled even more brightly. He ate with even more gusto, sweat beading on his forehead. When the others had nearly finished eating, Chu Sheng seized the moment and spoke up. Secretary Du, there's actually another matter I'd like to ask for your help with. Secretary Du set down his chopsticks and looked at him. What is it? Chu Sheng briefly explained how Wang Nan was being excluded by the dance club, emphasizing that she had originally been selected based on her skills. Secretary Du listened with an unchanged expression, offering no immediate response. At this moment, Sun Xiaoyao quietly leaned closer to Secretary Du and whispered a few words. Secretary Du's eyebrows lifted slightly as she cast a somewhat surprised glance at Chu Sheng. Then she quietly chatted with Sun Xiaoyao, occasionally breaking into smiles. Chu Sheng pretended not to notice and lowered his head to take a sip of his drink. Moments later, Secretary Du cleared his throat and said solemnly, the military training performance is under Minister Yu's responsibility, you should discuss it with him. Chu Sheng immediately felt a surge of joy in his heart, this matter was surely settled now. If Minister Yu didn't agree, he'd write his surname Chu upside down. At that moment, Yu Guangtian was eating ice cream while nodding continuously between bites. With each bite, it tasted more and more like the familiar flavor of a certain Snow's brand. Hearing Secretary Du mention him, he quickly looked up. What's wrong? Chu Sheng explained with a smile, and only then did Minister Yu understand. Ah, it's just a trivial matter. Let's talk about it when we get back. As he spoke, he winked his eyes. Chu Sheng understood this meant they needed to talk privately, away from Du Xinyue. Alright, then I'll thank Minister Yu first. Chu Sheng raised his drink. Let me toast you. Minister Yu laughed heartily and said, don't call me Minister from now on at school, just call me Teacher Yu. Just call me Brother Yu when we're outside. I'm only a few years older than you all. Chu Sheng quickly responded with a smile, and the two hit it off immediately as they continued chatting. Minister Yu knew Bohai City's buffets like the back of his hand, he was ridiculously familiar with them. He thought Chu Sheng's pricing and menu had great potential if he were a customer, that is. He would definitely bring his kids here to eat. After the meal, while Du Xinyue was in the restroom, Chu Sheng took the initiative to add Yu Guangtian on WeChat and sent over a few QR code images. What is this? Chu Sheng glanced at the verification machine in the store and smiled. This is just for your convenience, brother Yu, to drop by and guide our work anytime. They're all complimentary experience vouchers. I meant to give this to you when we first opened, please don't think it's too shabby. Minister Yu burst into laughter and gave him a hearty pat on the shoulder. You sure know how to get things done. Alright, I'll give you more advice from now on. That would be fantastic, Chu Sheng said sincerely. My company is still in its startup phase, and we really need guidance from a gourmet like you. Minister Yu nodded with satisfaction and gave him another vigorous pat. Work hard, I genuinely think you've got great ideas. Aim to bring back the Outstanding Young Entrepreneur Award for our school. Then I'll take your kind words as a good omen. When Du Xinyue returned, the group dispersed. Bai Wei and Sun Xiaoyao initially planned to leave, but were ultimately persuaded to stay by Chu Sheng. Thank you for your hard work. I just need to shoot a promotional video, and it'll be done quickly. He asked the store manager to cooperate and filmed a short mukbang video, focusing on showcasing various delicacies on the conveyor belt. After the shoot, Chu Sheng found a few QR codes and sent them to both via WeChat. These are for you, consider them payment for the video. You're welcome to come eat anytime. Sun Xiaoyao smiled as she accepted it, even rubbing against his arm lightly. Thanks. Bai Wei still felt a bit embarrassed and initially wanted to decline. Isn't this a bit inappropriate? Chu Sheng raised an eyebrow, his lips curling into a mischievous grin. Bai Wei knew he was about to play another trick, so she quickly interrupted his skill wind-up animation. Alright, I'll accept it then. On the way back to school, Chu Sheng first called the music company to book a professional team. By the time he reached the parking lot, his alt account was showing a red notification. Again. I glanced at my phone, another message from Zhang Qin. Wang Nan isn't doing well right now. Do you want to come see her? A faint smile touched Chu Sheng's lips as he replied. Wait for me. I'll be right there. Chapter 60 Troublemaker. Goodbye, teacher. Bye. Goodbye, Yao Yao. Chu Sheng's eyelid twitched. Am I not human? Who would have thought Bai Wei was standing at the base of the office building, then dashed inside at a jog, tossing behind. Well, by then, whoever you are. Chu Sheng felt deeply wounded. It was clearly a movie for three people, yet I ended up being that someone. He was beginning to regret trying to mend their relationship. Those two were chatting the entire time they filmed the promotional video, and the conversation only grew livelier. Ah, the simplicity of female friendships. Chu Sheng continued forward, parking his car next to the Porsche beneath the women's dormitory. After turning off the engine, he deliberately honked the horn. This drew sidelong glances from the surrounding girls who were taking photos. Chu Sheng, there are too many women around here. Sun Xiaoyao couldn't help feeling a little worried as she watched the crowd of girls surrounding the Porsche. What's there to be afraid of? It's not like they'll eat you. No, you have to wait here. I'll go get her for you. Chu Sheng pouted and hummed in a playful voice, no way, unless you give me a kiss. Sun Xiaoyao laughed, kissed him, and then said, Master, you stay put here, and I'll be back in a jiffy. Chu Sheng couldn't be bothered to get out of the car. These girls taking photos around are all too low level, not even worth in using one hand to fight. What's the point? Is he really that desperate? Sitting in the car, he sent a message to the recording studio manager to confirm the time. Though Sun Xiaoyao wasn't particularly tall, she could run surprisingly fast. Her little leather shoes tapped crisp rhythms on the staircase. In no time, she reached the third floor. Wang Nan? When Sun Xiaoyao pushed open the door of dorm 301, she was met with 4 pairs of astonished eyes. Wang Nan curled up on the bed, lifting her head slightly with an expression resembling a half-salted dried fish. Today, she wore a sequin top and skinny jeans that starkly contrasted with her slouched posture. The outfit accentuated her slender waist and long legs, making her appear even more striking. Yao Yao. Seeing Sun Xiaoyao enter, Wang Nan performed something akin to a carp leaping from water, abruptly straightening up into a seated position. It was like a desert traveler spotting an oasis. What brings you here? Wang Nan's voice came out slightly hoarse, but he quickly cleared his throat before asking again. Are you looking for me for something? Or did Chu Sheng do something to you again? Sun Xiaoyao's expression stiffened slightly, that Wang Nan was still thinking about her. Still up to no good. But that was just as well. At least she could rest a little easier. Liking yourself is better than liking Chu Sheng. Sun Xiaoyao walked straight to Wang Nan's bed and looked up at her. It's not me looking for you. It's Chu Sheng. He's waiting downstairs. Wang Nan suddenly understood and pulled a car key from her pants pocket. Are you asking for the Porsche keys back? How stingy. We agreed on 2 days, and you're asking for it back after just 1. No, that's not it. Sun Xiaoyao quickly shook her head, afraid Wang Nan might misunderstand again. He came to you to help you save face and get revenge for you. Wang Nan suddenly shivered, somewhat incredulous. Him? Helping me save face? This isn't appropriate, is it? She instinctively thought Chu Shang had ulterior motives, and not good ones at that. After all, the two of them had done that sort of thing together last night. Only one final veil remained between them. But Wang Nan thought it over and decided she really couldn't swallow this humiliation. And among all the people she knew, the only one who could help her regain lost ground was Chu Shang. But if that's all there is, I might as well just give it to him again. But why was it Sun Xiaoyao who came to deliver the message? Wang Nan threw off the covers and jumped out of bed, asking, Yao Yao, what do you think about this matter? Sun Xiaoyao tilted her head, feeling a bit puzzled. Me? I'd prefer sitting to watch, but standing works too. Everyone in the dormitory was lightly amused by Sun Xiaoyao's antics. Song Nana showed the most concern for Chu Shang, directly asking about the cause of the incident. Wang Nan initially wanted to refuse, but Sun Xiaoyao spoke up instead. Though in Sun Xiaoyao's version, Wang Nan became the righteous hero who stepped in to help. Chu Shang instead became the one being protected. The four roommates had varied reactions to this version of the story. Chen Yu maintained the most neutral response, simply nodding while secretly noting down the plot details to incorporate into her novel. Zhang Qin, who interacted with Chu Shang the most among their dorm mates, also understood him the best. Just by listening once without much thought, one could guess the real version. How could someone who talked endlessly to persuade someone else to be beneath them be so passive? Upon hearing this version, Wang Nan felt somewhat ashamed. Chu Shang had clearly put in a good word for her in front of Sun Xiaoyao. Clearly, she was the one being targeted and protected. As for Song Nana, she didn't care about the affairs between Chu Shang and Wang Nan. She only felt that Lu Annie and Liang Qian posed significant threats. The president of the dance club, a mixed-race beauty, and a 2-for-1 deal at that. Who could resist that? If she were a man, she wouldn't be able to resist either. Song Nana suddenly felt the pressure mounting. Chu Shang was more sought after than she had imagined. But precisely because of this, a surge of competitiveness unexpectedly rose within Song Nana's heart. After all, food tastes best when it's fought over. A man no one fights over isn't necessarily bad, but a man who triggers fierce competition is absolutely premium. Seeing Wang Nan calm down, Sun Xiaoyao began explaining Chu Shang's arrangements. When she heard Chu Shang wanted original songs, choreographed the dances himself, and had even hired professional sound engineers. When she rented the dance studio and hired a dance instructor, Wang Nan knew there was no way she could refuse. If this configuration still couldn't defeat Lu Annie and Liang Qian, she, Wang Nan, would turn her surname Wang upside down. At this thought, Wang Nan suddenly felt somewhat moved. Even if Chu Shang might have ulterior motives, he was willing to do so much for her. That spoke volumes already. Though their relationship was complicated, no matter what, she had to reclaim her dignity in this situation. Wang Nan needed to make Lu Annie and Liang Qian understand exactly whose name was written on the tiger's forehead and why it was Wang. Let's go. Go. Sun Xiaoyao took Wang Nan's hand, instantly making her blush with a pounding heart. Seeing her like this, Sun Xiaoyao felt even more reassured. When they arrived downstairs, Chu Shang was still obediently waiting in the car. He hadn't been devoured by the temptress after all. Sun Xiaoyao was very pleased and even rewarded him with a kiss. However, as Wang Nan watched them kiss, his emotions grew more complicated than calculus. She always felt that the relationship between the three of them was heading in an extremely dangerous direction. Which car should we take? Sun Xiaoyao glanced around. Let's take the sports car. But the back seat of this car is very narrow. Sun Xiaoyao volunteered and said with a laugh, no problem, my legs are short, I'll sit in the back. Wang Nan felt even more embarrassed upon hearing that. Maybe we should still ride in the Mercedes. However, Wang Nan ultimately couldn't persuade Sun Xiaoyao otherwise. As the Porsche drove out of the school gate, Chu Shang began to accelerate, the engine roaring to life. Sun Xiaoyao popped her head up, shouting excitedly. This was her first time riding in a convertible sports car, and the feeling was truly different. The recording studio we found this time wasn't far from the university district. Plus, it being a weekday, there weren't many cars on the road. The group didn't take long to arrive at the recording studio building. The recording studio introduced by Starlight Music turned out to be even more professional than Chu Shang had imagined. All the equipment was new models from recent years, and none of it was low-end. He sent the pre-written digital document to the person in charge, asking them to print it out. This is Troublemaker, the song I wrote, our next piece to rehearse. Take a look first. Time is tight, we have to finish recording the vocals this afternoon. Your vocal part isn't very extensive, but we've added some harmonies for you. If it doesn't work out, we can always have the professional harmonies cover it, no need to feel pressured. Wang Nan took the sheet music, his furrowed brow gradually smoothing out. When she saw something, her eyes suddenly widened. There's even rap? Right. Chu Shang stood behind her, curling a smile at the corner of his mouth. Can you do it? Yes. Wang Nan answered without hesitation. I can definitely do it. Sun Xiaoyao sat perched on a high stool beside them, swinging her little feet idly while quietly observing. Music matters were entirely beyond her grasp, so she could only watch in silence. After a brief exchange between Wang Nan and Chu Sheng, each went their separate ways. Chu Sheng busied himself at the computer with the arranger, while Wang Nan paced the hallway clutching his musical score. Sun Xiaoyao conscientiously helped pour water for everyone using disposable cups. Once the accompaniment demo was finalized, Chu Sheng finally found time to delegate the remaining arrangement work to the music arranger. He then personally took Wang Nan into the recording studio. Shall we get started now? Otherwise what? This was Wang Nan's first time ever entering a recording studio, and she couldn't help feeling somewhat nervous. But soon music started playing through her headphones, and she naturally began singing along. Suddenly remembering something, Chu Sheng walked over and interrupted her. This part is mine, yours comes later. Wang Nan flushed with embarrassment, never expecting to make such an amateur mistake. The lyrics clearly marked the male and female vocal parts. My apologies. Starting over, Chu Sheng was the first to speak. His voice was deeper than usual, carrying a hint of dangerous huskiness. Wang Nan instinctively followed with her part, but her voice trembled slightly. Stop. Chu Sheng pressed her forearm. You're too nervous. Relax, relax, don't stress. Wang Nan took a few deep breaths and began adjusting his state of mind. After all, he's competed in major tournaments before, he still has that level of mental fortitude. Soon enough, Wang Nan found his rhythm and began singing with genuine feeling. Good job. The sound engineer gave a thumbs up, then offered a suggestion into the microphone. The female vocal part isn't quite there yet, could make it sexier. Chu Sheng suddenly turned to look at her, walked over, and whispered a few words. Wang Nan understood the implication, but her face turned an even deeper shade of red. Sun Xiaoyao watched the two interacting in the recording studio. Their behavior wasn't exactly intimate, but it still left her feeling somewhat uneasy. What's more, the two standing in the recording studio, one 175 centimeters, the other 190 centimeters, looked incredibly well matched. Unlike her, who didn't even reach 150 centimeters. Every time she kissed Chu Sheng, she had to make him bend down. This is beyond embarrassing. Even the music arranger beside couldn't help but sigh. They truly are a perfect match, his talent complements her beauty. Indeed, this girl has such natural vocal talent coupled with stunning looks, she's truly heaven-blessed. Hearing these words, Sun Xiaoyao, who knew nothing about music, felt her heart sink even lower. Let's try that chorus again, keep your breath more steady this time. The sound from the recording studio flowed into Wang Nan's ears through her headphones. She nodded and took a deep breath. The music started again, her voice clear and bright, yet carrying a hint of sensual allure. Trouble, troublemaker. Sun Xiaoyao rested her chin in her hands, her gaze darting between the two figures inside the recording studio. Suddenly she realized Wang Nan standing in the booth was practically glowing. That focus and confidence made him seem like an entirely different person. Perfect. The sound engineer suddenly clapped his hands, his face showing admiration. It's truly unbelievable that we could record something so flawless in just one afternoon. Wang Nan removed his headphones and let out a long sigh of relief. Though his forehead was already covered with sweat beads, he still managed to smile. This song was brilliantly written by Chu Sheng, especially the melody part. It's simply the best in K-pop in recent years. She turned to Chu Sheng, about to ask something, but saw him already giving a thumbs up. You sang it brilliantly. Wang Nan smiled bashfully, lowering her head slightly. Thank you. Words alone won't cut it if you want to thank me. Wang Nan's expression froze as she glanced guiltily in Sun Xiaoyao's direction. When they stepped out of the recording studio, the sound engineer showered Wang Nan with praise. Your pitch is excellent, and your voice has real character. With a bit more training, you could totally debut as a singer. Wang Nan felt a bit embarrassed by the praise, the tips of her ears turning slightly red. She stole a glance at Chu Sheng and found him smiling at her with eyes full of amusement. Don't get too proud. Chu Sheng walked over. Tomorrow's dance practice is the real challenge. Wang Nan nodded, but without a trace of worry. Being with Chu Sheng lately always gave her an inexplicable sense of peace. Sun Xiaoyao took it all in, yet felt oddly unfazed. After all, Wang Nan didn't even like men, and what's more, she clearly had a thing for her. Even if Chu Sheng had any ideas, he probably wouldn't make a move. Although Sun Xiaoyao didn't know Chu Sheng very well, she was aware he wasn't the kind of man who acted recklessly. Nor was he the type to be controlled by his baser instincts. It's already past 6 o'clock, should we go get something to eat? Sure. Chu Sheng turned to Sun Xiaoyao and asked, Yao, what would you like to eat? Sun Xiaoyao shook her head. I'm fine with anything. Let Wang Nan choose today. Wang Nan was somewhat surprised, wondering if Sun Xiaoyao was subtly reprimanding her. She thought for a moment and chose the correct answer. Let's go eat Japanese food. She knew Chu Sheng had been to a certain Japanese restaurant with Sun Xiaoyao. Choosing a place both parties have been to mean stepping into each other's territory, which can reduce your own presence. What a coincidence. Yao and I went to a really great place before, I'll take you there this time. Chapter 61, Isosceles Triangle. The Porsche inched forward slowly through the evening rush hour traffic. Chu Sheng felt the stifling air inside the car and was utterly speechless. He had clearly opened the convertible top, so why was it so stuffy? It was just the awkward atmosphere, then it's fine. Wang Nan sat in the passenger seat without saying a word, slightly curling up. She looked thoroughly uncomfortable. Sun Xiaoyao, sitting in the back seat, had already lost her afternoon excitement. She remained silent, simply gazing quietly at the scenery along the roadside. Chu Sheng stole a glance at Sun Xiaoyao through the rearview mirror. Turning her head away immediately, she even pouted her little mouth. Chu Sheng sighed inwardly. When the three of them were together, it was inevitably this awkward. The triangle is the most stable, yet also the most accident-prone shape. Although Sun Xiaoyao didn't think Wang Nan posed any threat. Nevertheless, today Chu Sheng's kindness towards Wang Nan was clearly excessive. Just to help her save face, he actually went as far as composing a song and choreographing a dance specifically for her. They even hired a professional team, investing so much time and effort. This is clearly not something that could be achieved by just being friends. Moreover, what hurt Sun Xiaoyao the most was the height difference among the three of them. Chu Sheng stood at 190 centimeters, tall and slender. Wang Nan is 175 centimeters tall, with a tall and slender figure. Sun Xiaoyao stands at 149 centimeters, an absolute petite little spud. At first glance, one might mistake them for parents taking their daughter out for a shopping trip. For little girls, height and size are often their greatest insecurities. Wang Nan wasn't particularly large in build, but she was surprisingly tall, and her legs were exceptionally long. At that moment, Sun Xiaoyao sat on the bar stool, watching the two people inside the recording studio. She suddenly felt they were truly well matched. While between her and Chu Sheng, on Wang Nan's side, he felt extremely guilty. It was she who ruined the Chuyao ship back then. Though most of it was actually Chu Sheng's scheming, but Wang Nan definitely bears some responsibility in this. And after they broke up, she actually ended up doing that kind of thing with Chu Sheng. It's just like the third party intruding. Moreover, she still harbored some affection for Sun Xiaoyao, making it an even messier love triangle. This awkward attention made her feel somewhat guilty whenever she faced Sun Xiaoyao. Chu Sheng, sitting in the driver's seat, kept stealing glances at the expressions of the two others. As the one controlling the rhythm of things, he didn't want to see such a scene unfolding. What else can I do if I don't want to? Staring at the traffic jam caused by the red light ahead, Chu Sheng quickly tapped into his brilliant brain. Think fast, you dumb lump. Chu Sheng, use your unbeatable charm to figure something out. Suddenly, inspiration struck. He already had a plan. Since triangles are prone to trouble, why not just add another vertex? If triangles are so consistently unstable, I'll transform you into a quadrilateral. Eventually, the heat will be diverted to attack the new vertex. Then this new pinnacle must be thoroughly detestable. Or rather, striking enough, threatening enough. Chu Sheng already had someone in mind. The car arrived at the intersection just as the traffic light turned red. Chu Sheng picked up his phone and quickly sent a message to Zhang Qin. Wang Nan will send a message in the group chat later. You need to persuade Song Nana to go to that place. Come on, it's up to you. Then, he turned his gaze to Wang Nan, who was playing with her phone, and sent her a text message as well. Wang Nan, send a message to your dorm group chat. Just say you're going out to eat with me. Share the Japanese restaurant's location in the group chat. Then ask them if they want to bring some food, my treat. Wang Nan blinked in confusion at the sudden text message. He turned his head to look at Chu Sheng, then swiftly turned back and sent a reply. What do you mean? If you don't want things to stay this awkward, you'd better listen to me. Fine. Wang Nan did feel the current situation was quite uncomfortable, and she didn't mean for things to turn out this way. Chu Sheng was indeed more clever than her. Maybe following his lead wasn't such a bad idea. Lately, she had unconsciously grown somewhat reliant on Chu Sheng. Having him nearby inexplicably gave her a sense of security. Before the traffic light even turned green, Zhang Qin's reply popped up. What happened? Chu Sheng intended to reply, but the traffic light turned green, forcing him to continue driving. Unable to see Chu Sheng's response, Zhang Qin instantly grasped the seriousness of the situation. She was currently the woman at school who understood Chu Sheng best. She probably had some idea what he was up to. Since he asked me to do so, I might as well go ahead with it. Right at that moment, Wang Nan's message appeared in the group chat. At everyone, Chu Sheng invited me out for Japanese cuisine, decently upscale. Location shared, XX teppanyaki Japanese cuisine. Boss Chu says he's treating our whole dormitory. Let me know if anyone wants anything special. I'll bring it back for everyone. Zhang Qin first replied with one message. Thank you, boss. You're so generous. I'd like a sushi combo, and get Chinyu a grilled eel rice. Chinyu stared at the group chat, typing a single question mark. Zhang Qin laughed and said, You, give it a try, it's really delicious. That guy Chu Sheng is so rich, it's just a meal from him. Don't feel embarrassed. Chenyu nodded and continued lowering her head to revise the novel. She was indeed a little hungry. She had been staying up late editing these past few days. At that moment, Song Nana was removing her makeup when she suddenly heard Zhang Qin's words, and something occurred to her. "Qin, what's going on? Check the group chat." Song Nana opened the dormitory group chat, took a glance, and the corner of her mouth involuntarily twitched. "Damn you, Wang Nan. Such an expensive Japanese restaurant, and you just casually suggest going. I've been fishing for months and he still won't take me out. What did you give to Chushing that made him take you to such an expensive place?" Song Nana suddenly stopped removing her makeup and started applying it instead. Meanwhile, Zhang Qin sat down beside her with a sigh and said, "What's been going on with Wang Nan and Chu Sheng lately? Last night, she came back driving Chu Sheng's Porsche. What's the relationship between those two, you tell me?" Song Nana tried to maintain her composure but accidentally smudged her eyeliner. She took a deep breath and smiled. "Who knows? Maybe they're just good friends. Looks like more than that to me. Chu Sheng is so young, handsome, and wealthy, still starting his own business and so talented. Meanwhile, Wang Nan dresses like a tomboy every day." Though Zhang Qin was stirring the pot, she kept her voice controlled. Chen Yu was currently listening to music while editing her draft. The melancholic love song playing through her headphones helped her immerse herself in the emotions. Of course, she couldn't hear it. Song Nana's grip on the lipstick tightened gradually. A bold idea suddenly sprouted in her mind. She was going to charge straight in and ruin Wang Nan in Chushing State. Let's just pretend it's a coincidence running into each other later. Coincidentally, she'd recently hooked a flashy sophomore from a wealthy family who loved showing off. Lately, he'd been incessantly bothering her, always eager to flaunt his financial status. She decided to bring that rich kid along, let Chushing teach him a lesson. It seemed that Chushing particularly enjoyed targeting the guys around her. Song Nana thought about this and began operations, texting while applying makeup. Then she started picking out clothes and dressing up in her finest. The little rich kid saw Song Nana had shared her location and said he wanted to try this Japanese restaurant. He didn't even check the price before immediately saying he'd take her there. Song Nana saw her target take the bait, her confidence visibly returning. "Chu Sheng, if I can't handle you, do you think I can't handle others?" Zhang Qin watched Song Nana's aggressive, battle-ready demeanor and instantly knew the deal was sealed. She quickly sent a message to Chu Sheng. "Done." Seeing the message, Chu Sheng curled up the corners of his mouth. Zhang Qin was indeed reliable. Moreover, he knew Song Nana all too well. That woman had been plotting against him for quite some time now. Now that he was single, she wouldn't let slip any chance to get close to him. Who knows, Song Nana might even bring a fish along. Treat yourself to an extra meal. Chushing couldn't help chuckling at the thought. The Porsche glided smoothly under the streetlights. Though clearly a sports car, it moved at such a leisurely pace. Chushing turned on the stereo and played a song, then seized the moment to sharply turn the steering wheel, beginning to take a detour. To execute the next phase of the plan, he needed to slow down and synchronize with Song Nana's arrival time. This Japanese restaurant wasn't particularly far from the school. Whether Song Nana took a taxi or rode in someone else's car, it shouldn't take her very long. After completing the circuit, he kept studying the two women in the car, observing their expressions. In the rearview mirror, Sun Xiaoyao was lowering her head, scrolling through her phone to pass the time, completely unaware of the irregular route. Wang Nan sat in the co-pilot seat beside him, frowning in thought. Why did Chushing ask me to send that kind of message? Wang Nan racked his brains but could only come up with a few uncertain answers. Either he was trying to bribe his roommate, or he was simply showing off, or perhaps he had taken a fancy to some girl in there and wanted to treat her. In summary, these were the only reasons Wang Nan could come up with. She would never have guessed that Chusheng was actually performing a summoning ritual, to summon the fourth disruptor to arrive. Chapter 62, The Asymmetrical Pentagon. At the foot of the girls' dormitory, Song Nana stepped in her 7-centimeter Jimmy Choo crystal heels, carrying a Chanel chain bag. She wore a wine-red velvet slip dress that clung to her graceful curves. The faint glimpse of her snow-white long legs through the slit in the hem drew frequent glances from passers-by. Today she deliberately went for a pure yet alluring makeup look, her glossy lips shimmering with a peachy glow. The carefully placed diamond chips on her collarbone sparkled under the streetlights. Song Nana refused to believe that today's outfit wouldn't captivate Chu Sheng. This was her most expensive outfit yet, courtesy of 3 wealthy playboys' contributions. She had emptied her closet and couldn't find anything more stunning than this. Nana! A Mercedes-Benz E300 coupe pulled up at the entrance of the girls' dormitory. Sun Jijia rolled down the window, his eyes widening as he took in Song Nana dressed in her finest. This emerald green coupe of his was straight out of the dealership, brand new and gleaming. I begged my dad countless times before he finally covered the down payment, letting me use my allowance to handle the mortgage. Check out my new car, what do you think? Pretty slick, huh? Song Nana felt somewhat speechless upon hearing this. It was obvious that Sun Jijia was being rather childish. Chu Sheng drove a Porsche 911 without any hint of showing off, and even lent it to Wang Nan to drive. Yet here you are asking if your Mercedes E-Class looks cool? Do you think you're handsome? Despite her silent complaints, Song Nana still had to use him as a tool, so she replied, very handsome indeed, especially this color understated, luxurious, and profound. Seeing Song Nana approach, Sun Jijie hurriedly took off his Gucci sunglasses, revealing his meticulously styled hair. Hearing the other person compliment his car, he grinned from ear to ear. Of course it's handsome, it's a Mercedes. Only after flexing and feeling satisfied did he finally take a closer look at Song Nana's outfit. One glance was all it took for Sun Jijie to realize she had adorned herself with such exquisite care today. Song Nana had always been a campus belle with stunningly high-standard beauty. Her face and features were naturally sculpted in that delicate pure desire style popular among internet celebrities. Without any artificial enhancements, she could effortlessly outshine a legion of cosmetically modified beauties. And she's dressed so elegantly today, could it mean she's interested in me? At this thought, Sun Jijie couldn't help feeling a little excited. He immediately lost all desire to keep sitting in the driver's seat, acting cool. He quickly got out of the car, walked around, and opened the door for her. Song Nana smiled but didn't take the front passenger seat. Seriously, don't you and your tool buddies have any self-awareness? I'm not your damn girlfriend, why the hell would I sit in the front passenger seat? I'll take the back seat, it's more comfortable back there. Sun Jijie didn't think much of her refusal. The back seat was indeed more comfortable than the passenger seat after all, this was a Mercedes-Benz. The prestige value of a Mercedes back seat. Those who get it, get it. After getting in the car, Song Nana took out her phone and began checking her makeup. Seeing how much attention she was paying to her appearance during their dinner date, Sun Jijie felt even more pleased with himself. A woman dresses up for the man she admires, clearly Song Nana had feelings for him. Otherwise, why would she have dressed so beautifully? Still so concerned about your makeup? Sun Jijie felt he probably wouldn't be returning to his dorm tonight, making him even more excited. The mere thought of Song Nana's figure and beauty made him step harder on the accelerator. He wished he could instantly arrive at the Japanese restaurant, finish the meal immediately, and check into a hotel right away. Meanwhile, Chu Sheng had just finished taking the detour. Chu Sheng estimated the time, the other party should be arriving soon. He parked the car and took the elevator with the two women. Inside the elevator, the atmosphere grew even more stifling. Sun Xiaoyao and Wang Nan both remained silent, their expressions still frozen in the same state as during the car ride. Chu Sheng genuinely wanted to give them a taste of his most sarcastic deadpan expression, but that just wasn't in his nature. However, the peacebreaker would arrive soon enough. When that happened, their Cold War would turn downright explosive. Then everyone wouldn't have to feel so awkward. Arriving at the entrance of the Japanese restaurant, Wang Nan glanced at the interior decor with a touch of anticipation in her heart, though she had chosen this place specifically because the two of them had eaten Japanese food together before. But truth be told, she hadn't had Japanese cuisine in quite a while. Ever since her mom froze her supplementary credit card, her monthly allowance has been fixed. It's barely better than what an ordinary family would get. This level of Japanese cuisine was once an everyday meal for her, but for her now, it had become something she could only admire from afar. At this thought, Wang Nan began to swallow hard. Chu Sheng didn't go in directly, instead finding an excuse to reply to a work message first. He waited at the entrance for a while. Behind him, the elevator dinged, and a man and woman walked out. It was Song Nana and Sun Jijie. Through the reflection on his phone screen, Chu Sheng confirmed the newcomer's identity, and couldn't help but curve his lips into a faint smile. Everything is under control. I'm such a master planner. He stealthily extended his mischievous little hand and gave Wang Nan's lower back a touch. Her body suddenly trembled, and she quickly turned to look. I thought it was some hooligan causing trouble, but then I spotted a familiar face. Sleeping on the bunk below hers, Song Nana. Why would she be here? Could it be that Chu Sheng had me send that message just to summon her over? The situation is already chaotic enough, and he wants to make it worse? Though unable to comprehend Chu Sheng's intentions, Wang Nan couldn't just ignore Song Nana now that she'd spotted her. Nana, what brings you here too? Song Nana responded with a radiant smile, gently waving her hand. Hello, Nan, what a coincidence. Hearing the commotion behind her, Sun Xiaoyao suddenly realized something. Who else could it be if not the one they called Nana? It must be that vixen who slept on the lower bunk beneath Wang Nan. Although Sun Xiaoyao didn't know much about this woman, she was aware that Song Nana had many men around her. Moreover, her extensive knowledge of luxury goods clearly marked her as a gold digger. And when she turned her head, her pupils suddenly constricted. Song Nana's outfit today was extremely aggressive in style. Especially to female eyes, this outfit seemed deliberately designed to seduce men, particularly the barely contained amplitude beneath Song Nana's plunging neckline, that deep cleavage line. Moreover, she could clearly sense that Song Nana was staring straight at Chu Sheng, without the slightest concealment. This woman was obviously here to pick a fight. Sun Xiaoyao immediately sensed a deep sense of crisis and instinctively moved closer to Wang Nan. The two previously silent individuals suddenly formed a subtle alliance. Sun Jijie, however, didn't notice anything amiss. Right now, his eyes were solely fixed on Song Nana. Even though both girls across from him had their own charms, they failed to pique his interest. Nana, do you know them? Song Nana nodded and introduced. The tall girl is my roommate Wang Nan, who sleeps on the upper bunk above me. We're practically best friends. That guy is Chu Shang, the campus heartthrob who's been really popular at school lately. He's classmates with the two girls from my dorm. I'm not really familiar with that short guy. Sun Xiaoyao's mouth twitched, feeling an almost tangible hostility. What do you mean by that short guy? Damn right I'm short, but what did I ever do to you? I'm short and proud, saving fabric for the nation. Keep yapping and I'll obliterate you with my super short temper. Sun Jijie was rather thick-skinned, failing to notice the silent battle of glares between Sun Xiaoyao and Song Nana. His gaze lingered on Chu Xing for 2 seconds longer. How can this guy be so handsome, and so tall too, with such an incredible figure? Totally unfair. As a minor rich second-generation heir, he could tell Chu Shang was quite wealthy as well. Although he sensed the threat, he didn't take it to heart. After all, Song Nana had dressed up so beautifully today just to have dinner with him. Her attitude was already quite obvious. Probably all ready to not return to the dorm tonight. Chu Sheng finally turned his head at this point, looking at Song Nana and the young playboy beside her. Is this a newly hooked playboy? Looks like he might have some status. Not sure if it can endure the rough handling. The previous two were each more fragile than the last. Neither brought Chu Sheng any amusement. Sun Xiaoyao secretly clenched her fists while forcing a smile on her face. Nana, aren't you going to introduce the handsome guy next to you? Song Nana remained completely unfazed by Sun Xiaoyao's gaze. This is Senior Sun Jijie, a sophomore in the finance department. Hey there, nice to meet all three of you. Since we all know each other, why not share a table? Sun Jijie remained oblivious to the awkward tension in the air and cheerfully greeted them both. Share a table? Sure, why not? Chu Sheng smiled innocently, though his mind brimmed with mischief. This young master looks quite unfamiliar. Never been beaten down by society. Today, Teacher Chu will give you a lesson. Chu Sheng made a request to the front desk for sharing a table, and they immediately began arranging it. This store is quite upscale, featuring private tatami rooms where you're required to remove your shoes before entering. With just a glance at Sun Jijie earlier, he'd immediately noticed the AJ1 high-top leather sneakers the other was wearing. Wearing those shoes in the peak of summer, truly fearless about getting smelly feet. Thus, when it came time to remove footwear before entering the private room, Sun Jijie received his first lesson in decorum. He looked at Song Nana, Wang Nan, and Sun Xiaoyao, all three girls pinching their noses, and immediately understood something. Chapter 63, The Sharp Quadrilateral. Sun Jijie admitted there was an element of gambling in his actions. He had just played basketball this afternoon and, to show off, hadn't changed out of his newly bought AJ1s. Tonight I came over and couldn't find suitable shoes, so I wore this pair again. I thought even if we booked a hotel room tonight, I'd still be able to wash my feet. Yet unexpectedly, I had to take off my shoes just to eat Japanese cuisine. It directly led to Sun Jijie's social death. His face flushed bright red with embarrassment, and he hurriedly put his shoes back on. Sun Xiaoyao pinched her nose, though equally repulsed by the stench, she couldn't suppress the upward curl of her lips. When Sun Jijie was taken by the server to the restroom for cleanup, she went straight for the kill. Nana, didn't your friend know you're supposed to take off your shoes in a high-end Japanese restaurant like this? With feet that reek, what was he thinking? Song Nana noticed Sun Xiaoyao's hostility but paid it no mind. What's an ex-girlfriend like you pretending for here? How could someone like Chu Sheng lack exes? Don't get so smug here. She directly countered, saying, he kept pestering me, what else could I've done? He wouldn't stop following me, it's not like I could stop him, right? Tell me, Yao Yao. You guys already broke up but still hanging out together. Sorry, was it inappropriate for me to bring this up? Sun Xiaoyao bit her lower lip, feeling indirectly mocked. She had wanted to fight back, but was restrained by Chu Sheng. Alright, stop fooling around. Let's go in and order first. Aren't you hungry? Song Nana walked in with a smile, wearing sheer black stockings today that looked especially striking after she removed her shoes. Sun Xiaoyao watched her swaying figure, his eyelids twitching even more violently. She had already developed a palpable sense of crisis, and the source of this danger was none other than Song Nana. That tomboy Wang Nan had long been tossed to the back of her mind. Compared to Song Nana, she didn't even register as a threat. As everyone began taking their seats, both Song Nana and Sun Xiaoyao positioned themselves beside Chu Sheng. Wang Nan sat down beside Sun Xiaoyao, feeling considerably more at ease. She could sense the sparks flying between Song and Sun, and finally understood Chu Sheng's true intentions. He had summoned Song Nana precisely to divert the conflict, to make Sun Xiaoyao focus on the threat posed by Song Nana rather than himself. Wang Nan let out a long exhale, feeling noticeably lighter. Her stomach started growling loudly. After all, she hadn't eaten anything since morning. Classmate Chu, you don't mind if I sit beside you, do you? Chu Sheng thought to himself that the waiter hadn't even served tea yet. Did you open the green tea first? Your service attitude is quite something, miss. Of course, no objections. Sun Xiaoyao clenched her small fists, but couldn't find the right moment to lose her temper. Wang Nan shrank his head, unwilling to get involved. At that moment, the waiter entered and began pouring tea for everyone one by one, then stood by attentively, ready to serve at any moment. Before Sun Jijie returned, numerous dishes like assorted sashimi platters were already being served. Song Nana seized the opportunity to start causing trouble again. Chu Sheng, I can't reach the soy sauce. Could you grab it for me? Before speaking, she stretched her arm with all her might, her body nearly pressing against Chu Sheng as she lightly breathed into his ear. Sun Xiaoyao watched Song Nana's blatantly dismissive behavior towards her and directly reached for the soy sauce bottle before walking over. She's flustered. Song Nana was laughing uproariously in her heart, yet her expression remained utterly unchanged. Here, take it. Sun Xiaoyao handed it over directly, without any hesitation. But when Song Nana went to take it, she deliberately fumbled her grip. The soy sauce bottle fell freely, staining Song Nana's skirt. Sun Xiaoyao was too inexperienced to recognize the typical tactics of a green tea girl. When a green tea girl asks for something liquid, never hand it to her. The real solution is to splash it right on your face. Sun Xiaoyao looked at the stain on her dress and momentarily panicked. I didn't mean to. Meanwhile, Song Nana's treacherous scheme had succeeded, and she was laughing triumphantly in her heart. Sun Xiaoyao, oh Sun Xiaoyao, you're really adorably foolish, to fall for such a cliched trick. Despite her inner glee, Song Nana's acting remained impeccable. She dabbed at her dress with tissues while putting on a pitiful expression. This is my most expensive dress. This is indeed Song Nana's most expensive dress. To defeat Sun Xiaoyao, she chose to make a direct sacrifice. This demonstrates her determination to defeat Sun Xiaoyao. Wang Nan covered her face and looked down at this scene, not daring to meet the other three's gaze. Song Nana's move was both tacky and sneaky, she couldn't bear to watch. The waiter standing nearby broke into a cold sweat at the sight before him. Though she knew this was a case of when immortals fight, mortals suffer. If she truly became the casualty, she'd be cooling on the spot for real. Fortunately, Chu Sheng was quite considerate and immediately asked the waiter to leave. Chu Sheng sighed, suddenly realizing Yao Yao's level was too low. After all, she was just an innocent freshman girl who still didn't understand anything. The only reason she could get him was because of his own lust. Such a naive little white flower facing off against Song Nana would only get utterly crushed. Ahem, that's enough now. Chu Sheng immediately began to exert control, casting a warning glance at Song Nana. I'll buy you a new one later. Seeing this, Song Nana understood she had pushed things far enough. Moreover, Chu Sheng had already made a promise, to keep making a scene now would be pushing her luck. Then thank you, classmate Chu. She giggled happily, her mood soaring. She didn't mind her dress getting dirty, and even the sashimi tasted better now. Seeing that the other party had stopped acting, Sun Xiaoyao realized she had fallen into their trap just now. I suddenly felt somewhat discouraged, I really was still too inexperienced. Sun Jijie had just returned to the private room at this moment. He had no idea what had happened. In the restroom, he'd simply washed his feet, sprayed deodorant, and changed his sock liners. After entering, he clasped his hands together toward the crowd and apologized. Sorry everyone, today's meal is on me, consider it my way of making it up to you. Chu Sheng nodded with a smile and said, it's too hot now, and the shoes you're wearing aren't breathable, it's normal for them to smell a little. Don't worry about it, come on, eat. Sun Jijie sat down casually, picked up his chopsticks, and started wolfing down the food. Frowning at the hot tea in his cup, he shouted twice toward the outside. Waiter, bring us some liquor. Bring me 2 bottles of your finest wine here. The waiter, who had been waiting by the door, hurried in to confirm with Sun Jijie upon hearing this. Sir, are you certain you want our very best wine? Our highest grade here. Sun Jijie impatiently cut them off when he saw the other party dawdling. Cut the crap. Do I look like someone who can't afford a drink? I drive a Mercedes. Go get it now. After sending the waiter away, Sun Jijie turned his gaze to Chu Sheng and Song Nana. Hope you can both drink. We won't go overboard, just a couple of bottles will do. Chu Sheng nodded with a smile, thinking to himself, you're the one walking right into the line of fire, kid. Go ahead and wait for death. Song Nana was more than eager to drink with Chu Sheng, preferably enough to get both him and Sun Xiaoya drunk. Then she could just take Chu Sheng home with her. Ha. When the wine was brought in, Sun Jijie gave it a cursory glance. He could only tell it was sake, with ordinary packaging and a plain, unadorned bottle. Seeing the waitresses carefully carrying 1 bottle each, he assumed they were still startled by his earlier demeanor. Open it and pour me a full glass. Sun Jijie scanned the room with a smile and said, speak up beforehand if you don't drink. Feel free to order soft drinks or even get bubble tea delivered, it's all on me. Wang Nan immediately waved her hand, saying it was that time of the month for her and she couldn't drink. Sun Xiaoyao had originally planned to abstain from alcohol too. But seeing Song Nana's provocative gaze, she couldn't help feeling irritated. I can drink. Song Nana smiled as she looked at Sun Xiaoyao, then let her gaze sweep over to Chu Sheng. I'll have a little too, to liven things up for everyone. As one of only two men present, Chu Sheng naturally couldn't escape drinking. But he pressed down Sun Xiaoyao's hand and said to Sun Jijia, let's not make Yao Yao drink, her alcohol tolerance is poor. I'll drink with you too. The sake wasn't strong, downing 2 whole bottles would be no problem. Sure thing, Junior Chu, come on, bottoms up. Soon, Sun Jijia, Chu Sheng, and Song Nana were clinking glasses and drinking cup after cup. Originally, the waiter had intended to bring out tiny wine cups for the occasion. But Sun Jijia thought those were too small and insisted on using teacups instead. Song Nana held her liquor well, but Chu Sheng was downright terrifying. Sun Jijie, however, couldn't handle it at all. His face turned red after just a few drinks. Chu Sheng started playing tricks, constantly finding excuses to keep pouring drinks for the others. Wang Nan found this scene strangely familiar. Isn't this the same trick Luanny and her friends used to spike drinks that day? Chu Sheng figured it out just like that? Song Nana was leisurely paddling along by the side, barely taking a few sips. Sun Jijie, egged on by Chu Sheng, gradually started getting carried away. The alcohol kept flowing, but the dishes barely got touched. Sun Xiaoyao suddenly hugged Chu Sheng's arm and softly pleaded, Chu Sheng, drink a little less. Chu Sheng affectionately rubbed her head, alright, whatever you say. Sun Jijia watched their intimate interaction with a touch of envy in his heart. He turned his head to look at Song Nana's slightly flushed cheeks, his gaze growing somewhat unfocused. With the alcohol kicking in, he reached out to attempt putting his arm around Song Nana's shoulders. Sun Xiaoyao watched, her eyes suddenly lighting up. If they truly embraced, it would give her the perfect opportunity to strike. After all, if you're already getting cozy with the guy you brought along, how shameless would it be to flirt with my man? However, Song Nana didn't let Sun Xiaoyao's scheme succeed. With practiced ease, she sidestepped Sun Jijia's outstretched hand while maintaining a polite yet awkward smile. Sun Xiaoyao sighed inwardly, thinking what a shame this was. Meanwhile, Wang Nan observed the scene and knew that young Master Sun's pride had been wounded. He was bound to lose his composure. Indeed, Sun Jijia felt his pride wounded after failing to pull Song Nana into an embrace. His brows immediately knitted together in a frown. In his eyes, Song Nana was dressed so beautifully, so meticulously put together. He'd even treated her to such expensive Japanese cuisine, ordering the finest wine. Yet after accepting all these gestures, she wouldn't even let him put an arm around her shoulder. What's the meaning of this? Sun Jijia had originally assumed Song Nana would go to a hotel with him, yet she wouldn't even let him touch her shoulder. Sun Jijia's anger instantly boiled over. What do you mean, Song Nana? Song Nana's heart skipped a beat. She knew this spoiled young master had drunk enough to forget his own name. If this continued, she was bound to make a fool of herself. She had originally thought that Chu Sheng would step in and get rid of this brat. Yet not only did he take no action, but he even started drinking amiably with the guy. What kind of move was this? Sun Xiaoyao watched the situation between the two escalate with a hint of schadenfreude. Song Nana, oh Song Nana, how dare you bring just anyone along? There you go, now you've made a fool of yourself. However, as the one controlling the rhythm, Chu Sheng decided to step in and intervene. If someone doesn't stop this, they'll probably start slapping each other soon. No matter who slaps whom, it won't look good either way. Waiter, come settle the bill. When Sun Jijia heard Chu Sheng's words, his initial intention to save face was temporarily shelved. Let's get the check settled first. Otherwise, the embarrassment will be even greater. Sir, your total comes to 80,000 yuan. The manager has waived the small change for you. Chapter 64, I really want to splash the cash. Sun Jijia could hardly believe his ears. What little drunkenness he'd felt vanished in an instant. How much? Damn. What the hell is this? Some bloody lotus or what? You barely ate anything. How can it be this expensive? Seeing Sun Jijia frozen in shock, the waiter quickly began to explain. The 2 bottles of wine you ordered are Juyandai Daijinjo Shizuku Daijinjo Ryusen. Produced by, each bottle is priced at 34,999 yuan. Sun Jijia ignored everything else, focusing only on the price per bottle of liquor. 34,000 per bottle. Is the bottle made of gold, or is the cork made of gold? Though his expression lost control, he still had some knowledge about such matters. It's actually quite normal for some premium liquors to carry exorbitant prices. I can only blame myself for showing off earlier without asking the actual price. Still too naive. Right now, he doesn't even have enough in his pocket for a bottle of liquor. Either go squeeze some coins out of old Deng again, or... Sun Jijia glanced back at the group and offered a polite yet slightly awkward smile. I'll just step out to use the restroom first. He didn't even think twice before making a bathroom escape. Are you kidding? Spending 80 grand just to hit on some girl? With that kind of money, wouldn't a foot massage feel way better? That's enough for half a year of foot washes. As Chu Shang watched Sun Jijia leave, he knew the man wouldn't be coming back. Moreover, this pretentious young playboy wouldn't come bothering Song Nana again. After all, even he has some pride to maintain. He glanced at the waiter standing nearby and, seeing the man's unflinching confidence, couldn't help but laugh. He's run out on the bill, aren't you going to send someone after him? The waiter didn't dare respond, remaining stationed there. She knew this person was joking, but the joke wasn't meant for her, how could she possibly respond? Seeing the waiter ignoring him, Chu Shang simply said outright, just deduct it from my card. There's still enough balance, right? Yes, Mr. Chu. You deposited 100,000 last time, with 20,000 bonus credit included. Chu Shang smiled as he looked at the three women, observing their vastly different expressions. Wang Nan and Sun Xiaoyao were already well aware of Chu Shang's financial prowess and his extravagant nature, so they weren't particularly surprised. But Song Nana felt deeply shocked by the act of spending nearly 100,000 yuan on a single meal. When she drank it, she hadn't imagined that one bottle of wine could be so expensive. I should have drunk a few more glasses if I'd known it was this expensive. Yet the thought of Chu Shang having just promised to buy her a dress, I couldn't help but feel my anticipation growing. Everything's paid for, let's go. Chu Shang glanced at the time, there was still plenty left before the mall closed. After putting on her shoes, Sun Xiaoyao proactively wrapped her arm around Chu Shang's. She stuck her tongue out at Song Nana with a smug expression, as if declaring her sovereignty. Yet Song Nana appeared completely unfazed. After all, in her eyes, Sun Xiaoyao was just a fleeting past, lingering affections, nothing worth mentioning. Chu Shang would eventually fall into her hands sooner or later, and the new love was definitely better than the old. Sun Xiaoyao had only managed to win Chu Shang over with her petite, doll-like figure. In every other aspect, she didn't have even the slightest advantage. Chunsheng opened the system panel and began examining the rewards obtained from his recent fishing endeavor. Congratulations, you've successfully cleaned up a fish. BOSS Strategy Mission Part 1, Fishing. Current progress, March 11th. Boss Song Nana sustained minor damage. You gained a small amount of experience. You obtained 50 Boss Song Nana's face-to-face reward. Rewards obtained, gambling card, the test of human nature. BOSS Song Nana face-to-face gold. This fund can only be used to spend on other members of the opposite sex in the presence of Boss Song Nana. When conditions are met, it will be automatically deducted, and a prompt will appear in the lower right corner of your vision. The bait is for the fish to see, not to eat. Gambling card, a test of human nature. You decide to compensate Sun Xiaoyao for a new outfit for Song Nana. You can bet based on whether Song Nana's spending exceeds the original price of the dress. Maximum bet limit, 1 million. When your bet succeeds, you will receive 10 times the bet amount. Failure means losing your entire stake. Chu Shang looked at the newly acquired gambling card and without hesitation chose not to exceed, and he immediately maxed out the bet. No one understood Song Nana better than he did, which was why he acted so decisively. Those who plot great schemes don't bother with petty gains, that was Song Nana's way. A faint smile graced Chu Shang's lips as he closed the system panel and turned to the three women behind him. The mall's right downstairs, let's go take a walk and digest our meal. Wang Nan suddenly remembered something and asked, hey, what about the food we were supposed to bring back to the dorm? Chu Shang waved his hand dismissively and said with a laugh, don't worry about it, I've already taken care of that. I'll only start doing it when it's time to leave, and deliver it straight to the parking lot. Wang Nan nodded without saying another word. At that moment, Song Nana and Sun Xiaoyao were engaged in a tense standoff. Wang Nan didn't want to get involved, things would only get more awkward if she did. The group arrived at the shopping mall and began wandering aimlessly through the stores. Chu Shang looked at Song Nana, who was neither too near nor too far from him, and spoke directly. Go ahead and pick whatever you like, choose an outfit you truly love. There's no spending limit. Song Nana could hardly believe her ears when she heard this. Just pick whatever? Seriously? You should know this mall is top tier, carrying almost every luxury brand imaginable. Was Chu Shang giving himself a little reward, or did he have some other purpose in mind? Never mind, if he dares to offer, she dares to take, just mind the boundaries. Hearing this, Sun Xiaoyao couldn't help but feel a pang of jealousy. Chu Shang had never bought clothes for her before, how come there was no spending limit when it came to Song Nana? That gold-digging woman must be costing Chu Shang a fortune. But Chu Shang's next words completely dispelled her jealousy. This is to make up for Yao Yao's mistake. Take it and know your place. This is the first time, and the last. Chu Shang's words clearly conveyed his stance and position, while also giving Song Nana a pointed lesson. Sun Xiaoyao naturally felt delighted upon hearing this, sensing his affection. Did you hear that? He's compensating you on his own behalf. Seeing Sun Xiaoyao's smug expression, Song Nana deliberately put on a somewhat defeated look. She knew Chu Shang was playing mediator, so naturally she had to go along with it. Not just any woman can become a blue-chip stock. Being well-behaved is just the bare minimum, you've got to know how to handle situations smoothly. Then I won't hold back. Seeing Chu Sheng nod, Song Nana walked straight into the Chanel flagship store. The display window showcased the latest seasonal collection, with price tags bearing dizzyingly long strings of digits. She pushed the door open and entered just as the salesgirl was bending over to arrange the clothes. Hearing the footsteps, she looked up and caught sight of the obviously counterfeit CF bag carried by the newcomer, her lips curling slightly in an almost imperceptible sneer. "Welcome." The salesgirl offered a perfunctory greeting, her eyes quickly sweeping over Song Nana's figure. Bargains, bargains, and more bargains. The most expensive item was that pair of high heels, Jimmy Choo, over 4,000 yuan. Most likely just here to look around, touch the merchandise, not planning to spend much. Wang Nan and Sun Xiaoyao followed her in, curious to see what clothes Song Nana would pick out. Since Chu Sheng said there's no spending limit, Song Nana is definitely going to splurge. This was practically mutual understanding between the two. The sales assistant also gave them both a glance. Cheap stuff, and still more cheap stuff. The short guy was still wearing children's clothes. Probably just came in to look around and touch things, wouldn't spend much money. Chu Sheng, standing at the entrance, took it all in and couldn't help curling his lips into a cold smirk. He strode up to the sales assistant and rapped on the glass counter. "Had enough staring?" Chu Sheng's voice wasn't loud, yet it instantly froze the air in the entire shop. "Care to take a look at my watch instead?" With deliberate ease, he rolled up the sleeve of his custom Burberry shirt, revealing the Rolex on his wrist. Wow, a Rolex Daytona in green gold. The market for this watch is booming right now, with prices already exceeding $1 million. Someone with that kind of wealth is definitely not someone she could afford to offend. "Hello sir, how may I assist you today?" The sales assistant's face was piled with smiles, her waist bent so low it nearly touched the ground. Chu Sheng ignored her fawning and said directly, "Bring someone else over." The sales assistant reluctantly complied, realizing this customer was probably with the previous three. That he didn't complain about her was already proof of his good temper. Soon, a new clerk approached, looking somewhat excited. Chu Sheng, noticing her pleasant attitude, immediately turned to Song Nana and said, "You go accompany her and provide good service. Song Nana, feel free to pick whatever you like. No matter how many pieces you try on or how many layers you wear, it's all fine. Take as many bags as you can carry, as long as they'll stay on you, I'll buy them all for you." Hearing these words, Sun Xiaoyao's lips unconsciously formed a little pout. But then she thought to herself, Song Nana was far too shrewd to do something like that. After all, she harbored grand ambitions, certainly not the type to be dazzled by such luxuries. Upon hearing this, Song Nana merely smiled. Despite the shop assistant's enthusiastic assistance, continuously recommending items and offering styling suggestions, she nevertheless walked straight out of the store and said to Chu Sheng, "This place is too expensive. Let's try another shop." Chu Sheng shrugged to show he didn't care, as long as you're happy. Both Sun Xiaoyao and Wang Nan had stepped out of the Chanel boutique, feeling rather surprised. Even though neither of them thought Song Nana would fleece Chu Sheng, they still didn't expect Song Nana to leave without buying a single thing. "Please, this is Chanel we're talking about. Song Nana, aren't you tempted? How could you resist? Have you ever quit drugs?" Song Nana had no idea what the two girls thought of her as she headed straight to self-portrait. She walked around the store once and finally picked out just one skirt that was somewhat similar in style. The price tag read 3,888. "I'll take this one." She casually settled the matter. Chu Sheng raised an eyebrow and looked at the sales assistant. "How much is that stained dress she's wearing?" The sales assistant hastily quoted, "The listed price for this young lady's dress is approximately 5,000 yuan. A smile curled at Chu Sheng's lips. Everything had unfolded exactly as he'd anticipated. "You scheming bitch," he muttered, "your ambitions truly know no bounds." Song Nana's expenditure did not exceed the original dress price. "Congratulations, your bet was successful. You have received cash, 10 million. Chu Sheng didn't pay for Song Nana's purchase himself, instead turning his gaze to the shop assistant. "Help her pick out a complete new outfit, make it 10 times the price of this dress she's wearing." Then he shifted his attention back to Song Nana. "You picked such cheap stuff, people might think I can't afford compensation." With that, Chu Sheng found a seat and started playing on his phone to kill time. Song Nana knew Chu Sheng didn't want to owe her any favors, so she began browsing openly without reservation. The brand specialized in fairycore aesthetics, and the pricing was quite affordable. 50,000 yuan is enough to buy several outfits. Sun Xiaoyao did the math inwardly, but she knew Chu Sheng didn't want to owe the other party anything. That's why he proposed compensating tenfold. If anyone's to blame, it's her own lack of savvy, being outmaneuvered by Song Nana, that sly fox. She sighed, since she was already here, she might as well stroll around with Wang Nan. However, the sizes at this brand ran large, and Sun Xiaoyao could hardly fit into any of them. Standing at just 149 centimeters with a slender frame, she usually shopped online. If she wanted to buy clothes at a regular physical store, she had no choice but to look at children's sizes. Unlike Sun Xiaoyao, who liked the brand but couldn't find clothes in her size, Wang Nan genuinely adored this label. With her tall and slender figure, most garments fit her perfectly. Moreover, this brand's designs were generally forgiving across different body types. The only pity was she couldn't afford them, completely beyond her financial reach. Any single piece of clothing here cost more than her monthly living expenses. Yet suddenly, Xusheng spoke up. If either of you sees something you like, you can buy it too. I'll cover the bill later. Hearing this, several other sales associates quickly gathered around them. He began suggesting various outfit combinations to Sun Xiaoyao and Wang Nan. The atmosphere became somewhat awkward for a moment. Xusheng stole a glance at the three women, then looked at his account balance with growing concern. 20 million, how should I spend all this? I really want to splash some cash.